do not curve. There's no light diffusion. They are perfect mirrors. And I could go on and on. Floats don't disappear over an apparent horizon because the horizon changes day to day. Thank you so much, James, for the time. Guys, subscribe and support the channel. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nathan, for that opening statement as well. We will now jump into the open discussion section. So I'm going to pull you out of full screen if that's all right, Nathan. And then we will jump back into the discussion boxes. So thanks so much, folks. Very excited for this. So, ladies and gentlemen, this could get pretty wild. I don't know. I mean, who knows? So, gentlemen, the floor is all yours.
I mean, to quote Luke Skywalker, everything you just said is wrong. Like, literally everything. Your entire argument, Nathan, is I don't understand science, basically. I mean, where to start? Not how fluid dynamics work. Can you tell me how fluid dynamics work? I don't think you can. The higher...
Wait. Can we go through this point by point, Craig? So you want me to tell you how fluid dynamics work?
I mean, your claim is that's not how fluid dynamics work. So can you explain to me exactly how fluid dynamics work and the equations and stuff behind all that?
Okay. I'm here to give you evidence that the Earth is not a rotating ball. I'm not here to break down equations and show you how it all works. You can do that in your...
Oh, you didn't give any evidence.
Spare time, Craig. So your question was fluid dynamics. Now, if the Earth rotated, there would be what's called a Coriolis effect. We do not observe...
okay, what is the Coriolis effect? Please tell me what the Coriolis effect is, because I don't think you know.
I appreciate you asking nicely. I will gladly tell you what the Coriolis effect is. Coriolis effect states, and please don't interrupt me, Craig, because I want to keep track. I've done these debates with you.
If you're wrong, I will say you're wrong and correct you.
I just asked you not to interrupt me, so I'm going to go ahead and make a note here. Craig,
he's making a note. Lovely.
I'm going to keep track of all the interruptions.
Cool story, bro. Get on with it.
You just interrupted me again.
Yeah, so cool story, bro. Get on with it.
Interruption there. So I'm trying to help you, Craig, and I'm trying to teach you that...
Cool story, bro. Get on with it.
Even is SpongeBob imagination.
Cool story, bro. Get on with it.
So I'm going to take my science hammer, Craig, and I'm going to beat science into SpongeBob fairy tale globe imagination land.
You want to get on with it, or?
All right. So if the Earth rotated, it would rotate under hot air balloons.
That's not what the Coriolis force is.
Balls
You're wrong.
that you throw in the air.
Okay, I need to educate you on what the Coriolis force is, obviously, because you've no idea. The Coriolis force is not the Earth rotating under things. No one ever said it was. You are simply wrong with that assumption. The Coriolis force is about the law of conservation of momentum. And that is to do with the angular velocity of the Earth at certain latitudes. Now, if you're at the equator, the angular velocity is approximately 1,000 miles an hour. And if you were to go north, you would go into an area of lower angular velocity, meaning that you would maintain your angular momentum and drift ahead of the rotation. That is nothing to do with the Earth spinning underneath you. That is not what the Coriolis force is.
Okay, but you're alleging that the Earth rotates 1,040 miles an hour.
No. The Earth doesn't rotate 1,040 miles an hour. That is an angular velocity. The Earth rotates at about 15 degrees per hour.
Okay,
you don't rotate in miles per hour.
But if it's 24,901 miles around and it makes one rotation a day, then that would necessitate it's moving approximately 1,039 miles.
Yes, the angular velocity is 1,000 odd miles an hour, not the rotation. The rotation is 15 degrees per hour. They are not the same thing.
Did you
understand that, right?
That the velocity is 1,039 miles per hour, Craig? Yes.
As I have stated many times, the rotation is not 1,030 miles an hour. The angular velocity is 1,030 miles an hour at the equator.
Excellent.
They are different things.
You said that nobody said Earth rotated under things. Now, are you familiar with who Neil deGrasse Tyson is, Craig?
Yes, but I'm not talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I know.
I'm talking about the actual description of... Well, let's get back to what the Coriolis force is. I don't care what Neil deGrasse Tyson said.
Your claim
this is a debate between me and you.
Nobody says Earth rotates under things. Now, not only do they teach kids in school that there is a Coriolis effect and that Earth rotates under things. But if you check Neil deGrasse,
no, I went to school. You didn't. That's not what the Coriolis force is.
We're going to go with third interruption.
Nathan, let me tell this.
1 second. Let's just let Nathan finish this point, and I promise we'll come right back.
Please, I'm going to count the interruptions, James.
Yeah, but let's not have the straw man's about Neil deGrasse Tyson, Nathan, because I'm not Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I am actually telling you what the Coriolis force is. Neil deGrasse Tyson is a science communicator who says things in a layman's way for people to understand. The Coriolis force, and you need to listen here because this is important, the Coriolis force is not the Earth rotating underneath something. It is the conservation of momentum when moving from one area of angular velocity to another. Okay? Stop saying stupid things.
Okay, Craig. So Neil deGrasse Tyson said that Earth rotated under a field goal. So when Craig fight the flat Earth, who
cool story, bro.
In SpongeBob imagination, fairy tale science, I've got to beat him with the science
story, bro.
Into the head. Please stop interrupting me. I'm going to go with 4 interruptions so far.
Cool. I'm surprised you would count that high.
So I can't believe that you would ask me to give you evidence for a flat Earth. I'm telling you.
No. You haven't given evidence for a flat Earth. You've given your misunderstanding of what the Coriolis force is.
Craig,
and I am educating you on what the Coriolis force is. The Coriolis force is not the Earth rotating underneath something. The Coriolis force is the conservation of angular momentum.
So you will agree that Earth doesn't rotate under things?
Well, Earth rotates. The Coriolis force is not the Earth rotating underneath things.
Does the Earth rotate underneath things?
The Earth rotates, but that is not what the Coriolis force is, Nathan.
Craig,
does the Earth rotate in reference to the cosmic microwave background radiation? Yes, it does. But the Coriolis force, which is what we are talking about, is not the Earth rotating underneath things. Okay?
So you will agree the Earth does not rotate under hot air balloons, airplanes, balls of
absolutely
insects. Excellent. So now we're going to go from there is a Coriolis force, guys, and I want to point this out. And please, Craig, don't interrupt me because I'm keeping track. You're at 4 interruptions already.
Yeah, lovely. Nathan, you don't ever shut up. Okay.
Excellent.
If you get something wrong, I'm going to tell you.
Oh, you're going to interrupt me.
No, I'm going to tell you when you're wrong. Because this isn't a debate. This is me teaching a moron basic physics.
Well, that's an insult. I'm keeping track.
All right, Nathan.
There were 2 in the introduction, and now there's one of them.
The evidence that you were going to bring up. Go ahead, Nathan. We'll give you a shot, and then we'll come back to you. Fight the flat Earth.
Yeah, of course. What I was going to say is because Craig believes in SpongeBob, fairy tale, imagination land science.
Cool story, bro.
Another interruption. I'm going to go with 6 interruptions because I'm keeping track.
Oh, wow. He didn't even have to take off his shots.
Yep. So, Craig, if you could just let me finish and then I'll let you speak.
Yeah, if you can get on with the point, that would be great. But you waffle inherently.
Okay. So because Craig believes in fairy tale, imagination, SpongeBob science, he'll say things like Earth has a Coriolis effect, but then he will also say things like the atmosphere moves with the Earth and the Earth doesn't rotate under things. Now, I already went over how if the atmosphere moves with the Earth, it would have to increase in velocity. Not only that, but we have jet streams moving 200 and 300 miles an hour east. Sometimes they're moving 200 and 300 miles an hour west, which means they would be outpacing the speed of the Earth with this increase in velocity that we don't experience. So Craig will admit that Earth does not rotate under things. I'll agree, Craig. I appreciate the concession. It looks like we're getting some science.
Okay, right. Are you ready to actually learn something now? Because again, everything you just said was wrong. The atmosphere, planes, insects, they all use the atmosphere to fly. And the Coriolis force is not the Earth rotating underneath things. And that is not me saying the Earth does not rotate, but that is just not what the Coriolis force is. The jet streams and all other weather patterns also rotate with the Earth. You can have a weather pattern where wind will be blowing north, south, east, west, but that entire weather pattern is also rotating with the Earth. You are correct in the assumption that the higher you go in the atmosphere, the angular velocity of that particular part of the atmosphere would be going faster. That's not an issue. But the atmosphere is so minutely off the surface of the Earth that difference in velocity is barely noticeable. But that's not, it's all moving as one cohesive unit because of billions of years of rotation and friction of 15 degrees per hour. It's all about conservation of momentum and the sum of the forces that are there. You not understanding things is not evidence for the flat Earth. None of what you have said so far is evidence for the flat Earth. It's just you not understanding what the Coriolis force is. So to clarify, the Coriolis force is not the Earth rotating underneath things. The Coriolis force is to do with the conservation of momentum when moving from one area of angular velocity to another. This will, if you are on the equator going north, cause you to drift ahead of the rotation because you maintain a greater angular velocity. However, all the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth, and that's nothing to do with the Coriolis force. The Coriolis force, however, can help in the formation of hurricanes and things like that, and also explains why the hurricanes get ripped apart if they cross the equator.
All right, Nathan?
So that was great. Craig conceded that the Earth does not rotate under objects.
I conceded nothing.
Concession. So how about the atmosphere needing a container, Craig? Could you
demonstrate? It has a container.
It has a container. So you're a dome earther now.
No, it has a container. It's called energy. So there is a gravitational acceleration downwards. This is undisputable. And that gravitational acceleration downwards requires energy to escape. That energy that it requires to escape the atmosphere, the gravitational acceleration, is the barrier that is there. I can demonstrate to you right now a video of a gas pressure sitting right next to a vacuum with no physical barrier between them. I know you've seen it before, but do you want to see it again?
Could you please, for your audience, because I want this to be very clear, because, and please don't interrupt me, Craig. You asked me if I want to see it. I'm going to explain. Yes, I do want to see it. Because Craig believes in SpongeBob fairy tale imagination land.
Cool.
I'm in the middle of talking, Craig. I'm gonna.
Yeah, you're banging SpongeBob with a hammer. I'm just gonna ignore you when you do that.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Can you count this high, guys?
7
to 10?
interruptions.
I wonder if I get to 11, he has to take off his socks and shoes.
7. So I know you want me to take my clothes off, Craig, but I won't be doing that on air for James and his.
Oh, you do it plenty all the time anyway.
I'd rather you not do it for anybody.
So it's all good. Me too. So can I speak now, Craig, uninterrupted?
I mean, as long as you don't waffle on for too long, yeah, sure.
How long are you going to give me, Craig?
Well, just carry on. If you get something wrong, I'll let you know.
No. I want to know how long you're going to give me without interrupting me for the 8th time.
It's maths. You wouldn't get it.
Craig. I'm sorry?
It's maths. You wouldn't get it.
I'm obviously counting and keeping track, so I can count. Is that?
I mean, I'm surprised. You must have a chart or something with you.
That's another insult. We're going to go with number 4. Insults. Excellent, Craig. I really appreciate it.
No worries, Nathan.
This is all
you lost all semblance of any kind of respect being given to you when you decided to harass school children.
Now we're going to go with another. Can't stay on topic. We're going to go with another insult. Has nothing to do.
Oh no, you're talking about why I'm acting like this. Cool. Now you were saying about the fact that you need a physical container to keep a gas pressure. You were saying, carry on.
Yes, of course. So it's the second law of thermodynamics.
What does the second law of thermodynamics say?
That's another interruption. We're going to go with 8 on the board. Thank you very much, Craig. I know it's very tough to listen to me beat science into
you just said it's the second law of thermodynamics. Can you please describe the second law of thermodynamics?
9th interruption. Very, very excellent.
Can you?
Yes, I can. Can I be uninterrupted?
Yep. Go on then. I'll give you a couple of minutes to be wrong, and then I'll correct you. Carry on.
I don't need a couple minutes to explain the second law of thermodynamics. I appreciate you giving me 2 or 3 minutes. I'm going to run with it. So because Craig believes in SpongeBob fairy tale imagination science, I've got to beat him over the head with the science hammer for about 4 or 5 now, telling him that high pressure systems move towards low pressure systems. So if you have your hand and you put it on a hot stove, you will get burned. If you have a pressurized atmosphere and you put it in a vacuum, it will disperse rapidly. So now, Craig, likes to talk about gravitational accelerations downward and everything, but if you put gas into a vacuum, it disperses in all directions, not down. So
I'm still waiting for you to tell me what the second law of thermodynamics is. I thought you were going to do that.
That's the 10th interruption. I explained very thoroughly the second law of thermodynamics is how high pressure systems move towards low pressure systems, Craig. And then I gave evidence.
That's not the second law of thermodynamics, Nathan.
I go with an interruption there because I'm still talking.
But you said the second law of thermodynamics, but then what you said wasn't the second law of thermodynamics.
This is why I stopped talking to Craig a very long time ago. And as a favor, you asked me to come on the channel.
Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is? Or?
Okay,
James,
so I'm
going to have to ask you to step in.
I think
you asked me as a favor to come on your channel. I've counted 10 interruptions already, and I won't do another 10. I'll leave.
What we'll do is let's switch into maybe a few minutes. I think this is what we did with Sargon and Vosh, where we will give maybe a few minutes on each side and just flip back and forth. So, Nathan, if you do want to go fight the flat Earth, if you can do us a favor, we'll let Nathan go for a few minutes, and I promise we'll come right back to you. And same thing where Nathan won't be able to interrupt you.
All right, just make sure he sticks to the second law of thermodynamics for now, so we can discuss that one point.
Excellent. So, thank you so much, James, for moderating that. So the second law of thermodynamics is entropy, ladies and gentlemen. High pressure systems move towards low. So if you have above a hot stove and you touch the hot stove, heat will transfer from the hot stove into your rapidly. It's high pressure moving towards low pressure. When your house is heated and you open the door to your house, you're not letting the cold in, you're letting the heat out. The high pressure system, the heat from your house is going out, and that's being replaced by a lack of a high pressure system, a lack of heat, so you experience cold. And now you can't have atmosphere around the Earth without a container. My example of this was a tire. You could not have pressure around a tire rim without a tire. Now I'll just ask Craig a simple question and end on this. Craig, do you think you could have gas pressure around a tire rim without a tire?
Are you asking me specifically if you can have gas pressure next to a low pressure system with no barrier?
Could a tire rim, and I'll try and be very clear and concise for you, Craig, have gas pressure without a tire in a vacuum?
Depends on the setup, actually, because on my screen right now, I am showing you gas pressure that is like a rim of a tire that is next to a vacuum with no barrier. So why is that gas pressure there not immediately dispersing into that vacuum, Nathan?
Do you want to go ahead and elaborate for the audience on what this little halo light is and why you think this container proves you can have gas pressure without a container?
Is there any container around the gas pressure?
That looks like a container to me, Craig. Is that thing
No. There's a vacuum around the gas pressure, not a container.
So you're telling me that that vacuum isn't contained by something, Craig?
The claim isn't that a vacuum can't be contained. You're moving the goalpost. The flat Earth claim, as you quite clearly said, that is that if you have gas pressure, it will immediately disperse to fill a low pressure system. What I am showing you is that that is not true, because what you said about the second law of thermodynamics is wrong. I asked you specifically what the second law of thermodynamics is, and you said it's entropy, high pressure moves to low pressure. No, that is incorrect. The second law of thermodynamics states that the total entropy of an isolated system will increase over time. The Earth is not an isolated system. The isolated system is the universe, and you can have areas of entropy actually being reversed that will still increase the total entropy of the entire universe. That is what the second law of thermodynamics says. What you are seeing here is a vacuum of 10 to the negative 11 torr. 10 to the negative 11 torr. And inside that vacuum, with no barrier between the vacuum and the high gas pressure system, is a gas pressure of, I can't remember what it is, it's got a nitrogen impurity in so that you can actually see it. And that is created by magnetic forces that are running through the atoms, squeezing it together, creating an apparent force that is giving you a barrier of energy. So you absolutely can have gas pressure next to a low pressure system with no physical barrier. That is evidence there.
Craig, that is a container. Also, plasma is not gas because
it's ionized gas.
That was another interruption. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
You said something wrong.
Craig, I'm in the middle of speaking. So if you can't control your impulses and wait until I'm done, just go on mute.
Just stop saying wrong things then.
Okay,
Craig,
what we'll
thought
do
I
is,
was
just
wrong
to be sure,
at the beginning of the debate. James, is he going to...
Hey,
he thinks I'm wrong. I get it. He thinks Earth is a spinning globe. I have to beat science with the camera into his SpongeBob imagination.
In order for me to step in and remind about the time sections, Nathan, you have to let me talk. So what we'll do is Fight the Flat Earth. If you want to let Nathan speak, even if he says something wrong, we promise we'll give you a few minutes to rebut it.
No worries, James.
Yes. Thank you so much. So, as I was saying, plasma is not a gas, and I want to thank Sleeping Warrior for sending me this message. Shout out Sleeping Warrior, because he knew that Craig was going to bring this up. I also knew that Craig was going to bring this up, but he said plasma is not gas because its electrons react to magnetism. We don't breathe plasma, we breathe gas, Craig.
Gotcha. I think that's
okay, cool story, bro, but the claim is not just about gas. The claim, as stated many times by Sleeping Warrior, big shout out to Sleeping Warrior, is that a high pressure system cannot exist next to a low pressure system without a physical container or barrier between them. That is false. The universe is the container of the vacuum of space. And in this case, the vacuum of space is being represented by the vacuum inside that nuclear reactor. So you absolutely can have gas pressure next to a low pressure system without a physical container. And plasma is ionized gas. It's gas that's had the electrons stripped off. It is still gas, but the second law of thermodynamics does not refer specifically to gas. It is about the increase in entropy of an isolated system. So everything that you just said was wrong.
Is it my turn to talk now, Craig?
Yes.
Excellent. So I just, this is my second point. We already talked about the non-moving Earth and how Earth does not rotate under things. And Craig admitted that Earth doesn't rotate under things. Thank you very much, Craig. So now we're on to the container. You're saying the universe is the container. So I got a concession from Craig that we have a container. I'd love to see where the edge of that container is. I'm asserting that it's the sky. The sky is a map and a clock. That's why we've been using it to celestial navigate for thousands of years. Craig said in his opening that sailors have navigated for centuries with the sextant. Now, I find that rather interesting because they didn't figure out about special relativity or gravity or any of this until Einstein rolled around and bendy space-time, and they still don't have a three-body equation for gravity. It's simply m1 plus m2 divided by distance squared. So this fairy tale idea, SpongeBob imagination science, that the globe makes predictions on a spinning ball in space with everything pulling towards everything else, is not real. It's fake. Okay? So, Craig, I just want to ask you, can you have gas pressure around a tire rim in a vacuum without a tire? Yes or no?
Yes, I'm demonstrating it now. Let me put it back up.
So can you demonstrate a tire rim? Craig, I'm sorry, but that's not a tire rim, and that's not gas pressure.
It kind of looks like a tire rim.
And you're introducing...
If you put a tire rim in there, that would work.
Does a tire rim have plasma, Craig?
Plasma is ionized gas. We're talking about pressure. The second law of thermodynamics is not about gas.
Notice how you deflected. Everyone, I want you to notice how Craig deflected.
Yeah, cool. Well, you're not addressing any of my points, Nathan.
Hold on, Nathan.
I'm going to go ahead and jot down for Craig.
Actually, you interrupted me there because it was my turn to speak, dumbass.
We'll let We'll let
and another
Fight.
insult. Are we going to
Hold on a
moderate the
second.
insults, James, or are we just
hold
going to
on.
let those
Well,
fly?
I mean, that's me being
immediately
nice. You are a
before-
dumbass.
Immediately before.
I'm just going to go
So
ahead.
we're going to let
Another one.
Fight have his statement right now.
Okay. Plasma is ionized gas. And again, the second law of thermodynamics, which was your claim, that was your point that you brought up. The second law of thermodynamics is not about gas. The second law of thermodynamics is technically about the flow of information in the universe. It's about the total entropy of the entire universe increasing over time. Inside your fridge is an isolated, not an isolated system, sorry, it's a micro system, right? Technically inside your fridge, the entropy is being reversed, but the total entropy of the system of your kitchen is still increasing because of the heat energy required to do that. So the second law of thermodynamics is not about gas pressure the way that you guys talk about. The second law of thermodynamics is simply about an increase in the entropy of an isolated system. The Earth isn't an isolated system. So you guys misapplying the second law of thermodynamics is not evidence for the flat Earth. Now, Nathan, before I pass it over to you, do you think you could address one of the 10 points that I brought up instead of addressing your misunderstanding of science?
Yeah, of course. I'll go over all 10 of them with you, but I do have one more point that fluid statics, large bodies of water at rest, do not curve. So you have 10 and I just have 3, and there's just one left. Do you think we could do my one real quick, and then we'll cover your 10? Excellent. So large bodies of water do not curve. Fluid statics prove this. You look at specular reflections. They are perfect mirrors of objects in the distance, and we see too far. How comfortable are you with Earth's radius being 24,901 miles around, Craig?
That's not Earth's radius.
Earth's circumference?
Well, it's been measured, so I'm pretty confident with it.
Someone has measured the circumference of the Earth. That's a really long measuring tape, Craig.
It's been done many times, actually. The radius of Earth has been measured many times.
I'm the only one pointing out the interruptions. The moderator's not helping me.
You asked me a question.
What's going on there?
Okay. Well, like Nathan is, if there is a question asked, that's where I was like, he'll probably, like that's one where I'll let him, but otherwise we'll go with those timed sections of like 3 to 4 minutes. Unless it's,
I'm usually pretty clear when I ask Craig a question because
you literally asked me a question.
I already know what you believe, Craig. It's SpongeBob fairy.
I don't have beliefs, Nathan.
Land. I used to be a globe earther.
You keep putting words in my mouth, Nathan. I have to interrupt you here because you keep putting words in my mouth. So I don't have beliefs. Beliefs aren't important for me. I have
4 minutes.
All right. So all I want to know is why large bodies of water do not curve and the Earth's surface is mostly water, Craig. Go ahead.
Do you have any measurements of the flatness of water? That's a claim you just made.
Okay, the flatness is not a claim. It's observable. We observe a flat Earth. Did you have some type of downward curvature proof or convexity of large bodies of water we could look at?
No, but you made the claim there that the surface of water is always flat. So I'd just like you to back up that claim. Yeah. Do you have any measurements of it?
James, can you share my screen?
Yeah. Ready?
Excellent. So this is real cool because it actually gave us a curved surface. Now, if Earth had a curved surface, you would not get a spec.
I can't see your screen yet, Nathan.
Oh, okay, got you. Hold on. Maybe I got to hit this button right here and go just desktop. That should share my entire desktop.
Gotcha.
Excellent. So now if you have a flat surface, you will get a specular reflection. If you have a curved or irregular surface, light will diffuse. You'll get a diffuse reflection. Now, large bodies of water are perfect mirrors. Do I need to pull up some pictures of perfect mirrors, Craig?
Can I address the point?
Okay, go ahead. Large bodies of water don't curve. I'd love to see your evidence that they do. Now that I have presented evidence.
No, I asked for a measurement. None of that is a measurement. And Nathan, Earth real big, reflections real small. I mean, there's nothing more to say than that. Earth's really fucking big. So, of course, you're not going to see a curve in the reflection because the Earth's too big to see it when from the perspective that you are at. It's simple. I asked you for a measurement of flatness. Showing a specular reflection misunderstanding is not a measurement of flatness. I've got actual measurements of the radius of the Earth that I can present. Do you have any actual measurements of the Earth's flatness?
Yes, of course.
Like any surveying done or anything?
I'm very glad you asked. Okay, so can I speak now uninterrupted, Craig?
Go ahead.
Excellent. So there's lots of evidence of Earth's flatness that can be measured. If you take a look at Mount San Jacinto, which I covered in my opening arguments, it's 123 miles away. And when you pull up the infrared, almost the entire thing is there. Now, I know Craig has a problem with things we can see, so let's just move to world record line of sight microwave length. This was about 150 miles over the Mediterranean. And according to Craig's SpongeBob fairy tale imagination science that he believes in, I've got to be in reality with the hammer. So there would be 2.6 miles of Earth curve, and Craig would just assert that the world record microwave link distance is bending around 2.6 miles of vertical drop to reach a line of sight microwave repeater. Now, I think that's funny, and I'd like to hear Craig's explanation for that.
Right. I'll go 1 point at a time. So the Mount St. Jacinto photo, his observation location is 34.032204 by negative 118.702984, and his altitude is 150 feet. So the curve calculator predicts a hidden amount for those figures of 6,158 feet. San Jacinto Peak is 10,834 feet above sea level. This leaves a predicted visible amount of 4,676 feet. Seeing that from that distance is absolutely no problem. You can even go and do it on peakfinder.com. So let's move on to the next one, the Axel World Record Distance Microwave. So there is no actual evidence of the height that the emitters were above sea level. And if you carry on reading the article of the page that you quoted there, they actually talk about the curvature of the Earth and stuff in the same page that you were just on. So, and also we could talk about microwave transmission testing when FE Corps did it and they couldn't get a signal on either of their tests. So, cool. Yeah, everything you just said was wrong. Again. You're good at this. Keep it up.
Excellent. So your explanation for the reason why large bodies of water don't appear to curve is because Earth's real big, bro.
Yeah, I said it nice and slow so you could understand.
All right, cool story, guys. So Craig is just telling you all that the Earth is flat and you can't see curvature because it's a really big ball. Cool story, Craig. So
I showed you curvature in my evidence, so...
Well, now that I've got a concession on 2 out of my 3 points.
You haven't had any concessions.
Let's do the 3 minutes.
You said that the universe is a container. You also said that Earth doesn't...
That's not a concession. You never asked if the universe was a container.
You also said that the Earth doesn't rotate under things.
That doesn't mean the Earth doesn't rotate. It's just what I said is the Coriolis force is not Earth rotating underneath things. You can't put things in my mouth.
Oh, and you also said nobody says that, but the most famous scientist in the world, Neil deGrasse Tyson, has been on record saying that the Earth rotated under a field goal.
Cool. I'm not Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I know, but you were Craig, Fight the Flat Earth, and you said nobody said Earth rotates under things.
The way he explained it was for a layman.
Another interruption. And I am Nathan Thompson, and I pointed out that you, Craig, who believes in SpongeBob fairy tale land science, has to get science beat into his head with the science hammer.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah.
You want to carry on now? So I've debunked all your points.
We'll do the 3 minutes from Nathan.
I just want to move real quickly through your 10 points, Craig, that you have.
We're doing one by one. I debunked all yours, so we can move on to mine.
Excellent. So I'd like to be able to speak uninterrupted while I cover your 10th point.
Can you do it one at a time, though? Is that all right?
Of course. I'm going to go over your 10th point, which was Polaris. And then, James, I think Craig can rebut to what I say because these were his arguments in the beginning, and then we can just move on.
Gotcha. If that works for you guys, works for me.
Excellent. So Polaris means pole star. They have been celestial navigating with it for a very long time. They've also been doing astroarchaeology, which is lining up megalithic structures to the sky. Look up Orion's belt, matches up to pyramids. It's also where we get the swastika from. These constellations in the sky have not changed for centuries. Ask your grandma about the Big Dipper. It's always been the Big Dipper. Not Orion's belt. It's always been Orion's belt. And the North Star has always been the North Star. Now, all stars circle Polaris and move east to west. The sky is a map and a clock on a fairy tale cartoon SpongeBob globe. That would not work because we're allegedly blasting 500,000 miles an hour through space as we chase the sun in orbit 666,600, pay attention, miles per hour around the sun, because we're 93 million miles away from the sun, and we make an orbit allegedly once every year. There is no proof of gravitational orbits. I've asked NASA employees, and they ask me if I believe in stuff. Science is not a belief. We don't need to talk about the B word. So I hope that's a clear and concise explanation of why Polaris does not prove we are on a SpongeBob cartoon spinning globe. Craig, can we go on to your point number 9, or do you?
Well, no, I'm going to rebut that first.
Go ahead.
Actually, you didn't even address my point, which was that you cannot see Polaris when you get below the equator, and that it actually aligns with a sextant that can only work on a globe based on the angle decreasing as you go away from the equator, away from the North Pole towards the equator. So why, when you cross the equator, can you not see Polaris anymore? That was my point. But to quickly rebut what you said, constellations have changed. I am showing you a chart of star positions changing over time, which was made by sailors so that they could actually keep up with celestial navigation, because the stars did change over time. About 3,000 years ago, the North Star was a different star, Thuban. And in about 13,000 years' time, based on the precession, it's going to be Vega, a very bright star. So star positions do change, and the constellations don't even match up with their periods anymore. Can you actually address my point before you move on of not seeing Polaris below the equator?
Of course, Craig. I'm happy to address your point. It's called perspective. Everything above your head, as it moves away from you, will move towards the apparent horizon. Not real, not actual, apparent, changing day to day based on conditions, atmospheric conditions, because we live in a closed dynamic system. The air is not homogeneous, and which means homogeneous and isotropic. It's not the same, and it's different in all directions, guys. It's inhomogeneous and anisotropic. So we don't have a tire rim with tire around it for an atmosphere. It's constantly moving around. That changes day to day. That's why we have a horizon. Craig, this is a chart from the 1800s. You haven't verified any of that. So to quote you, cool story, bro.
Yeah, it's all verified by other documents that were the same thing. My evidence is actual documents. Sorry.
Evidence.
What you just said about perspective doesn't make sense, because the observers at either side of Magic Pancake World can both see the same stars, and it's the same stars they see, yet they're not in different positions, because that wouldn't explain how they can see the same stars but can't see the star there. Perspective doesn't answer this. It does not make sense. It is impossible on a flat stationary Earth. So your answer is basically, I don't understand perspective. Cool.
Craig, how are two people on the opposite sides of the Earth both looking at stars? Wouldn't it be daylight on the other side of the Earth?
Yeah, but not necessarily, because the Terminator line. Listen. Let me answer the question, Moran boy. Right, the Terminator line goes along the middle, right? So there is going to be 2 points at either side of the disk where they are both in darkness, yet they see the same stars. So the Terminator line answers your dumbass question.
Hey guys, I
Nathan,
just wanted to think.
Nathan, are you listening?
Craig,
Nathan,
Craig thinks that
no, wait, Nathan, are you listening?
Opposite sides
Nathan,
of the
Nathan,
earth.
Let's give him a
Nathan,
chance
are you
to
listening?
Time.
Let's give
Nathan,
him
are
just
you
a-
listening?
Excellent.
How does the Terminator line appear on the flat Earth?
Well,
Let me
Craig,
get
we're
up.
going to go through your 9 points quickly.
No, we
On
haven't finished on this.
question
We
and
haven't
answer
finished on
portion.
this.
Hold on.
We
I
haven't
talked about
finished.
Polaris. I already said
We
Jason,
haven't finished
I'm
on
gonna go,
this.
He's going to go, and we're going to move
We
on.
haven't finished on this.
It is finished.
I think it's fine to give. I do want to be sure that Fight gets a chance to respond to like anything that he hasn't gotten to yet. At least,
Nathan,
at least
you don't control
briefly,
the
right?
debate.
So have you responded, Craig? You're good?
Yeah, no, you can shut up and listen. That black line represents the Terminator line. You see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's going to be a point either side of the disc where it is night. They will both be at night, either side of the disc. Then they move the other side of the Terminator line and it will be day. So they will both be seeing the same stars, yet they can't see Polaris. It doesn't make sense.
Wouldn't that be dusk and dawn?
Not necessarily. The line is very big compared to the size of the Earth. You can still see stars when it's nearly daytime.
So on the line where day is transitioning into night, Craig, and then we'll move on, you're saying that it's not dusk and dawn?
No, I'm saying they can see the same stars. Don't put words in my mouth.
Oh, okay. And can you see stars at dusk and dawn?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Right on. Because
I can see some stars in the day in Scotland.
I can see some stars in the day. Excellent, Craig. Right on. Well, number 9, motion of the stars. Is that what we're going to go over?
So I've debunked you on that one.
No, not at all, Craig. We're moving on.
No, you didn't answer the question. How do the people either side of the disc see the same stars, yet they can't see the stars above the middle?
On one side of the Earth, it would be night, and you have no observations to show me. You literally pulled up a cartoon flat Earth and drew lines to fake stars you drew in the
are you denying that people either side of that disc would see the same stars?
Nathan, this happens. Explain it. And I said,
are you denying that people would see the same stars on those positions? Yes or no?
Yes, I am, because on the other side
right,
of the
cool,
Earth,
cool.
Craig,
You're a moron. We can move on.
It would be daytime, not night, Craig.
Except it would be nighttime either side of the Terminator, that side of the Terminator line, and then it would be day side. It literally says on this thing, night and day. Night and day. Night and
let's
Nathan,
take maybe just a few minutes. We'll give each of you a chance to respond in your own few-minute section. So I think that
cool. Yeah, no, Nathan's lost this bit, so we can move on to the next one. So he can't explain why they see the same stars. Cool.
Motion of the stars, Craig. Did you just want to elaborate on that, or should I get right into my response?
Well, yeah, when you're looking north, you see stars rotate counterclockwise. When you're looking south, you see stars rotate clockwise. And if you are at the poles, either side, you will see them literally rotating around a different star in opposite directions. This happens because you are on a ball looking north or south.
Gotcha. We can give you a couple of minutes if you want to respond, Nathan. Otherwise, we can go to the next part.
I just need to ask Craig one question. I think we can move on. Craig, will you agree that all stars move east to west?
Yes.
All right, so then they move the same direction. Excellent. Let's move on to number 8.
No. If you are looking north, they would appear to rotate counterclockwise. If you are looking south, they will appear to rotate clockwise.
You said appear.
Yes, because that's the way that you look based on the way that you're looking.
So appearances are not reality. You'll admit
Which way are you going to be looking if you're in the southern hemisphere looking up at the sky, say from the South Pole?
Craig, I'm going
to
start talking, Craig, and you're not allowed to talk when I start talking. That's called
let me get my actual response out before you get triggered and try to say you're going to leave again.
Craig.
Okay?
Ask me.
An observer directly at the North Pole will look up and see the stars rotate counterclockwise. An observer directly at the South Pole will look up and see the stars rotate clockwise. This is because you're either looking north or south from those positions.
Okay, we'll give you a few minutes, Nathan.
Yeah, because Craig believes in SpongeBob fairy tale science that is not
story, bro.
He will make claims like, when you look at the stars from the South Pole. Craig, have you looked at stars from the South Pole?
I've been very, 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 very far south.
Oh. But not the South Pole. You've never observed stars from the South Pole, right?
I've been pretty close to the magnetic South Pole.
So you don't have any observations from the South Pole, do you?
I mean, everyone that lives in the Southern Hemisphere would agree with me. In fact, I could give my friend in Australia a call right now and ask them where Polaris is. They wouldn't be able to see it.
Oh, okay. Well, we moved on from that. I know you want to go back in time to when people...
yeah, I was just pointing out that you lost that one.
But it's 2020. People are letting go of that time.
So can I just clarify? You don't have an answer as to why you see stars rotate in opposite directions. Your answer is, I don't believe that they do. You lose this one as well then.
No,
cool.
Craig.
No, you don't believe that they do. That's cool. We can move on.
No, I'm going to respond. Because it's not that I don't believe that they do. You admitted, Craig, that all stars move east to west, right?
Uh-huh. I even said that in my video.
Excellent. So, yeah, I didn't say I don't believe that happens. We are on the same page.
Oh, I'm not on the same page as someone who harasses children.
Hold on 1 second. I do want to let Nathan finish.
Move one direction, Craig, east to west on both models. Now, number 8 was
Well, no, before you move on, I'm going to respond once again because you are again wrong. As I said in my video, for all observers, objects in the sky appear to move east to west. So more accurately put, looking north, the stars will appear to rotate counterclockwise. Looking south, they will appear to rotate clockwise. There is no explanation for this on a flat Earth. Once again, you didn't give an answer as to why it happens. You simply went, I don't believe that it does. It all moves east to west without understanding about the position that you would be on the globe. So now we can move on.
Right. What was number 8? The sun stays the same size?
Yeah.
Great, excellent. Just go follow Chris Van Matre. He's a geodetic land surveyor and a pilot, and he has the solar infrared or solar technology that Craig's talking about. And he did measure a change in the size. Not only that, but I've recorded the sun and the moon shrinking to small dots above the horizon. They didn't even intersect the horizon because I was in Colorado, 10,000 feet above sea level. So that's pretty much my response to that. Craig, anything to say, or can we move to number 7? Shadows.
Yeah, all observations with solar filters show the sun not changing in angular size. The one you're talking about used an NGT filter, not a solar filter. I've seen that. So he didn't use a solar filter. A solar filter can be gotten for a tenner off Amazon, although they're probably not delivering right now. But when you actually use a solar filter, as the video playing right now shows, the angular size of the sun does not change at all. It simply doesn't. It stays exactly the same. And the video that you are talking about, where you observe the sun shrink to pretty much nothing, didn't have a solar filter. So of course it fucking did.
So you will agree that the sun and moon shrink into little dots above the horizon
if you don't use a solar filter.
Excellent. So you heard it here, guys. The sun and moon shrink into little dots above.
If you don't use a solar filter, and a solar filter allows you to see what is actually there.
Cool.
You are losing, Nathan. Please understand.
Clouds, number 7, shadows on the clouds. I want to address this point for you.
Yeah, let me get that nice picture up.
Excellent.
Is the sun below the mountain?
Okay, it's not actually below, but because of perspective, Craig, as the sun moves from you, it approaches the apparent, not actual, apparent horizon. So what you get is a shadow being cast on the clouds because the sun is approaching the horizon, and eventually it will disappear behind the not actual but apparent horizon. We call that a sunset, Craig.
So are you saying that perspective changes the angle of light? Because that's not how it works, Nathan.
Well,
the only way that that could actually happen is if the sun was physically below the altitude of the mountain, because light travels in straight lines. It's simply, perspective does not explain why it could cast an upward shadow, because you will even say on the flat Earth model, the sun doesn't actually go behind the horizon. It just gets too far away to see. That will not change the angle that light is coming up. This observation is impossible and is not explained by the law of perspective, which is alpha equals 2 times the arctan of g over 2r. So you are wrong again.
Cool story. So eclipses, shadows are black, not glowing red, and also lunar eclipses can be observed during the daytime. It's called a selenelion eclipse. And the shadow of a solar eclipse, the last one was 70 miles wide.
Not my point.
I'm still talking, Craig.
Yeah, but you're not addressing my point, Nathan. Actually address my point.
One sec. Let's just we'll let him finish the point, and then I promise, Craig, if you want to point out that he wasted his few minutes, you can.
His point was that the shadow on a flat Earth would be a turtle. Okay, Craig, you don't.
That was a joke. I know you don't get humor.
You are a joke. You're a total
flat Earth is the joke.
So I'm going to go through your points one by one for you.
You've got them all wrong so far. Cool. Right. So
one sec. Let's go for a few minutes. Go ahead, Nathan.
Yes. So my 2 points are shadows are black, not glowing red, and you can observe a lunar eclipse in the daytime. It's called a selenelion eclipse. They've been tracking these for hundreds of years. So that's all I have to say about that, Craig.
Yeah, okay. Again, you didn't address my point, which is how is a lunar eclipse possible on the flat Earth? It is something that is impossible on the flat Earth. The physics of the color are perfectly explained by light being refracted in certain ways. There is no issue there. There's also no issue with seeing it during the day. My point was there is no explanation on a flat Earth for a lunar eclipse. Do you have an explanation as to what the lunar eclipse is? Because the heliocentric model does.
The heliocentric model states that the lunar eclipse is a shadow. Shadows are black, not glowing red.
No, not what I asked. I asked, is there an explanation for the lunar eclipse on a flat Earth? Actually address my point.
I'm addressing what you said.
No. My question, Nathan. Why is there a lunar eclipse on a flat Earth? That is my question. I'm
going to get to that. So if you look up ancient civilizations like the Mayans and the Egyptians and also lots of ancient astronomers, they were all making star maps and could predict for eclipses long before anyone believed in gravity and SpongeBob fairy tale imagination.
Get to the point.
Globes. Another interruption, Craig, because Craig just can't listen.
I asked you a specific question. Can you just answer it?
He's allergic to the truth, and he avoids real science like the plague.
Are you going to answer my question, Nathan? If not, you can concede another point.
Like, with a hammer. It's insane. Okay.
Nathan, I think I need to ask the question once more because you just keep avoiding it. All right. Try and focus. I know it's hard, but just try and focus. On a flat Earth, why is there a lunar eclipse?
Of course. Let me explain, Craig, really, really clearly and succinctly. Ready?
I'm waiting.
So the Earth is flat and lights in the sky change color sometimes. Moving on. Number 5 was...
No, okay. No, we're not done. We are not done. That is a bullshit answer.
Do you have something to say?
That is a bullshit answer with no actual explanation. There is a perfect explanation for it on the heliocentric model. There is no issues with it on the heliocentric model at all. Okay, none at all.
Craig.
No, there's other reasons there. Actually look into it. Okay, there is no problem with the way lunar eclipses work on the heliocentric model. Just going lights in the sky change color because is dumb as fuck.
Well,
is there an explanation for why the moon gets darker on a flat Earth other than just because? Because that's dumb as fuck.
Just so you know, lights in the sky changing color don't prove Earth curvature. So when you ask,
not my question,
how does this work on a flat Earth?
That's not my question,
Craig. That's like saying, why do I put milk in my cereal on a flat Earth?
No,
it has nothing to do
with an explanation as to why it happens.
Shape of the Earth, Craig. Just
so
like
you don't have an explanation. Cool. That's another thing that you can't explain on a flat Earth. Awesome.
Moving on to number 5.
Number 5. So we're 5 for 5 now? You've got wrong? That's awesome.
This was you claiming that distant objects appeared lower than objects in the foreground, correct, Craig?
Yeah. Let me get the observation up so I can explain it to you.
I don't need you to explain it to me, Craig. I'm going to tell you how it's working. You can respond, and then we're going to move on.
You're going to get it wrong, but you can try.
All right. So I'm going to get it wrong. Excellent. So, Craig, will you agree that as objects move away from you, they get smaller due to perspective?
Absolutely.
Excellent. So that's what we're seeing here. You can go ahead and say whatever you want because you believe in fairy tales, globe nonsense, and then we can go over
Cool.
number 4.
It does not explain why it would drop below eye level. Things getting smaller would make it sink into eye level, not physically fall below it. That is not how perspective works. Perspective literally doesn't explain that. Perspective, again, which is alpha equals 2 times the arctan of g over 2r, does not explain that observation, Nathan. Because what you are actually seeing there is this. Look very closely. That is what you are seeing here. You are seeing the mountain visibly below the tangent of your eye line. That is impossible and not explained by perspective in any way, shape, or form. Okay? So that's another one you got wrong. So what are we, 6 for 6? Good show.
Number 4, the ring laser gyroscope. Did I get that?
Oh, yeah.
Craig?
Well, whichever one it was Bob used, they both do the same thing.
Excellent. So if you change altitude, the rotational speed, what you believe is the rotational speed that is displayed inside of the gyroscope changes by over 1%.
No, it doesn't. I know what you're talking about. You're wrong.
Did you know that?
No, what happens is as the pressure changes on the instrumentation, it will show a slight deviation as the pressure is changing. But if you let the pressure settle, the actual rotational speed is measured exactly the same as 15 degrees per hour. I read the exact paper that you're referring to, and they literally talk about a change in pressure whilst in operation. And the change in pressure will cause a warping of the equipment as the delta of pressure is changing, which will, once settled, then show a 15-degree drift per hour. But again, you avoided my point, which is why on a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth, does it measure anything at all?
Yeah, Craig. Well, I like to talk about science. That's why I have the science hammer, Craig. And
that's about all the science you know.
About science, it's observation, then hypothesis, then a rigorous experimentation, Craig. That is
You're not going to answer.
the
Cool.
scientific method. Would you agree that the scientific method is observation, hypothesis, and experimentation, Craig?
There's a lot more to the scientific method, and it actually changes depending on the field of science. You wouldn't get it. It's science.
So the scientific method is evolving?
No, it's always been slightly differently applied for different branches of science.
Been. Excellent.
Yes.
And it's always been.
But again, you are avoiding my question by trying to derail it about what the scientific method is. My question to you, Nathan, is why does every interferometric fiber optic gyroscope on the planet measure a 15-degree rotation in 3 axes? Not only that, but a 1 degree a day rotation on a 2D plane, which represents our rotation around the sun. Now, the direct question, why does it pick it up? Don't deflect, just answer the question.
Craig, so as I was getting into how science is
Yeah, no, just answer the question. I don't care what you think about science, just answer the question. I'm holding your feet to the fire, Nathan. Answer the question.
I don't know, are you there? Are we good? Did we lose James?
Still
You're going to answer the question?
All right, good. I'm glad you're there, James. So I'm keeping track for you on the interruptions, don't worry. And I got all the insults tallied here too, just so you know.
Cool, do you want another one, dumbass?
I knew coming into this, we'll go ahead and add another one there.
You lost all the chance for respect when you harass children.
Okay,
Don't
so
act like you deserve it.
We want to give Nathan a chance to speak, so go ahead, Nathan, on whatever you were going to say.
Yes, of course. So science is observation, then hypothesis, then experiments. But if all you have is we saw a light in a ring laser gyroscope and it did something, you don't have any science. You are scientifically illiterate. Go ahead, Craig, your response, and then we're going to move on.
Cool. Everything you just said was wrong again. So my observation, I noticed that the Earth appears to rotate based on my observation of celestial bodies. My hypothesis, the Earth is rotating. My experiment to show that is to test using the known effects of the Sagnac effect. The Sagnac effect is all to do with the speed of light and the fact that the speed of light is constant in a vacuum. Now, using the Sagnac effect, we can actually detect if there is motion, based on the closest thing we have to a reference frame, the cosmic microwave background radiation. And in reference to that, the experiment, based on my observation and hypothesis, shows that we are rotating as expected. So there's all your things answered. But again, you avoided the question, Nathan, and we're not moving on until you answer the question. Why does the gyroscope pick up a 15-degree drift in 3 axes? We're not moving on until you answer.
Oh, we are moving on.
No,
Craig.
we're not moving on until you answer.
I already went over the
No. We're not moving on until you answer why.
How it's not science.
I don't care what you think about science.
No
We're not moving on until you answer the question.
So you're just going to interrupt me the entire time.
Yeah, unless you answer the question, we're not moving on.
Okay, well,
we're sticking with that until you answer the question.
I think let's try this. We'll see once Nathan, if you do your quick normal shtick with SpongeBob, we'll let Nathan do that and then see like what comes after. I think he wants to preface each response with that. So Nathan, if you want to, you got like 2 or so minutes.
Yeah, I mean, if you believe and have a good enough imagination, you can think you're SpongeBob and you live in a pineapple under the sea. But that's not science. Science is observation, hypothesis, and experimentation. Now, what you observe in a ring laser gyroscope is light moving. What you observe on a flat Earth when you look up at the sky is also light moving. Now, Craig will assert that the man-made instrument is determining Earth rotation, but there is no observation in nature to conclude the Earth is moving. And then we would test the cause of that effect. He has a man-made gyroscope with light moving inside, and on a flat Earth, we observe lights moving, Craig. Look up or take a time lapse of the stars. All right. I'm done.
Okay, so no, you didn't answer my question. Again, I'm going to. Why does the gyroscope?
Let's give him a response.
Okay. Again, you didn't answer my question apart from saying light moves, which is dumb as fuck. So I'll ask it again, and we're not moving on until you answer the question. Why does an interferometric fiber optic gyroscope pick up a 15-degree rotation in 3 axes? Please explain.
We are moving on, Craig.
No, I'm not moving on.
Excellent. Well, I'll talk about the Coriolis force. It was your third point.
No, Nathan, answer my question. We're not moving on.
Okay.
Nathan, no. Nathan, why does the gyroscope pick up that drift?
If you throw a ball in the air.
Nathan, why does the gyroscope pick up a drift?
Drones.
Nathan, no, I'm not done. We're not done with that section. We're not moving on. Answer the question.
I told him
answer the question.
Science. We don't
answer the fucking question, moron boy.
The Q&A. Thanks so much, everybody, for your interesting questions.
So Nathan lost.
We appreciate your being here, folks. It's been a wild one. We are probably not going to get through all the questions, but we'll sure try. We're going to move fast as we possibly can. So thanks so much. Astronomy Live, who asks... By the way, folks, forgot to mention, if you do have a question, you can fire it into the old live chat. It's going to be tough to get to them, but we'll try. Super chat pushes your question to the top of
it. We'll get to them. They're all for me anyways, because everyone heard what Craig's believes in 2nd grade.
We're going to jump into it. Astronomy Live, thanks for your super chat. They said, you claimed my Falcon Heavy demo flight video was 20 seconds too long. It's only 20 seconds too long if you compare it to Arabsat, which is a different launch and a newer version of the rocket. Why is that? I'm not even sure who that's for.
That's definitely for Nathan.
Yep, definitely for me. And that guy is obviously a globehead who lives in a SpongeBob reality because...
No, he goes to rocket launches and records them, actually. I'm just letting you know.
Greg, that was a question for me. Thank you.
I know. I was just correcting you so you knew who you were responding to.
Why are you talking during a question that was for me, Craig?
Well, it was clear you didn't know who you were responding to, so I was letting you know.
In the middle of speaking again, Craig. Do you know what interrupting is and how it's rude?
Interrupting. Yes, Nathan, I do. I was just making sure you're aware of who you were speaking to. That was all.
it's rude to interrupt people, Craig.
Oh, I was helping you out.
For the 1, 2, 3,
Nathan,
4,
we're going to give you a chance to respond to that. Otherwise, we have to go to the next question.
Yeah, I didn't say that. JM Truth did. I never made any claims about his video. I don't know who he is. I have no idea who that guy is. So these are how Globers are, guys. They live in SpongeBob.
All right, enough. All right, thank you. Maynard Saves, thanks for your super chat. They asked, Nathan, without invoking God, what scientific laws hold the flat Earth together to keep the planet flat?
0.
Well, so with scientific laws, invoking God, you could just take a look at fluid statics. Large bodies of water do not curve. Fluid dynamics, how the air would move around a moving atmosphere. It would move separately from the Earth, and things you throw in the air would have a drag. But as Fight the Flat Earth said, Earth doesn't rotate under things in the air. So hope that answers your question.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Next up, appreciate your super chat from Kang024, who asked, question for Nathan. Given the sun does not change in angular size to an observer as it sets, please explain a sunset.
Yeah, of course. If you would have listened, the sun does change angular size. Chris Van Matre has recorded it. He's a land surveyor and pilot and flat earther. And I've recorded personally the sun and moon shrinking into a little dot above the horizon. Star trails also don't intersect the marine horizon. They vanish off in the distance above the horizon, just as we would suspect on a flat stationary Earth. Thanks for the question. Any more questions? Super chat, James. James, I'll be here all night to answer.
I mean, you're getting everything wrong. Is it fair to just get everything wrong for these people? Maybe you could try answering something right.
Next
that would
up,
be nice. They're paying money.
Nuga, thanks for your super chat. Let's see. That's like, a lot of these are pretty abusive, so I'll let some abuse go, but some of these are like, dear gosh.
Yeah, it's because the heliocentric.
It's because you're a disgusting human being.
Kang024, thanks for your super chat. They said, question for Nathan: if a mentally ill hobo shouts deluded rubbish. Oh, this one I'll just let it slide. Shouts deluded rubbish at children, does that mean the Earth is flat?
They think I'm homeless, James. How funny is that? Oh my God.
8 shower heads.
Thanks so much. Steven Steen, you sicko. Thanks for your super chat. Glad to see you. He says, tested positive for COVID-19. Telling my lover's team, Fight the Flat Earth and James. That's pretty nasty. I think he might actually have COVID-19. But
I mean, if anyone's going to get it, it's Steen, right?
That's true. In all the men's truck stops, the men's bathrooms at truck stops and things. So thanks for that, Steven Seed. Anamorphic Mind, thanks for your super chat. They said, save Nathan's dog. I don't know what... Nathan, is your dog in danger?
No, Gio's so good. I go live with him pretty much every day. I've got the most awesome, beautiful coonhound.
Hey, why don't you pick up after your dog when it shits on someone's garden?
Okay, so Craig, just so you know, I wasn't going for a full walk that day. He had just went poo in the backyard, and I went out in front of the house, and Gio, of course, pulls me down the street, pulls me around the corner. The kids were outside. That's when
if you're walking your dog, no matter how little, you should have bags with you. That is really bad dog ownership and a shitty thing to do. You were near a school. Dog feces contains parasites that can literally blind children. So as well as harassing them, you were putting them in danger.
Yeah, you guys hear that? If you have dogs and they poop in the backyard, they're going to make your children go blind, according to Craig.
Well,
right on.
According to
more questions.
We're going to gotta let you know, folks. Some of these I'll let them slide, but some of them are so abusive that I'm like, gosh. And so there's no guarantee. If your super chat is abusive, there's no guarantee it will be read. I think that's something I've stated like many times before in.
James, I run the largest research group. If I'm not here to insult, I don't allow insults in my group. Let's just move forward with people who have scientific questions.
Oh, that's fucking brilliant.
I want to get some value to your audience because they certainly didn't get that.
Hey, they got plenty of value seeing you be an idiot. That they got to see exactly what they wanted.
Prainy Beaver, thanks for your super chat.
It wasn't an insult, it was a fact.
Has your dog returned home, or to your car? Now, Nathan, that doesn't look like a car that you're sitting in. I don't know, but
Yeah.
is it so?
Hey, James, let me be very clear, okay? When you don't know where you live, you can't assume to know you know where other
he's
people
avoiding a
live
question again.
either. And Craig's interrupting me again. The super chat.
I was talking to myself, actually. I'm keeping myself entertained.
Then go on mute, Craig, because
that's all right.
The audience is asking me questions and you're interrupting.
Trust me here, Nathan. They're here to see me rip you apart.
The super chats are already, a lot of these are at minimal derogatory toward Nathan. Let's at least let him finish before you jump in fight.
Okay.
Let's see. Kang024, thanks for your super chat. They said, question for Nathan, please provide an explanation for the hundreds of weather balloon flight videos that show the curve of the Earth. You should have seen some of them. Most are made by school children.
Yes, most of those use what's called a GoPro lens. And when you're SpongeBob living in a pineapple under the sea, you think that a lens that curves the horizon is proof you live on a cartoon spinning globe. But I'm here, Nathan, the crusader for justice, the freedom fighter that's going to teach all you guys where you live. That's not actually how it works.
You said child harasser wrong. So the dog cam that all the flat earthers like to use, there was 2 cameras on dog cam. One of them is clearly a one that's warped and is fisheye, but the other one you can actually watch and see that it's not fisheye because
nobody asked you anything.
Nathan, the adults are talking. Be quiet now. So you can actually watch the other one is not fisheye because it goes over the center point many times and it stays curved and it matches the curve predictions. So even the dog cam shows a physical curve on a camera that doesn't have fisheye. It's amazing.
Craig, what was the elevation on the dog cam?
I don't know exactly the elevation, but you could quite clearly see curve, especially when you compress it at the side.
Okay, so you don't know the elevation at all. Do you think it was above 120,000 feet, Craig, or no?
I'm not sure of the actual distance, Nathan. Do you have hearing difficulties?
Could you look it up for us?
Do you have hearing difficulties?
Since it was your argument, can you look it up for
I'm
us?
actually looking for the video to show you what I'm talking about. You give me 1 second.
See the video. I know what you're talking about.
Well, you know what I'm talking about, the one that shows curve. Cool story.
I'm wondering what the elevation was for that.
It was whatever elevation the dog cam was, and it showed the curve there.
So you won't be specific and tell me at what
Because I don't know the exact answer, Nathan. But what I do know is that it quite clearly showed curve.
Well, Craig, you're not very busy during this question and answer part. Maybe you.
I've been busy. Don't worry. I'm writing a script for the videos I'm going to make about you.
You find out for us while I'm answering more questions from the heliocentric.
Is your Google broken?
What?
What's up?
Next.
All right, next up.
Razark9, thanks for your super chat. Their full name is Razark9 Flat Tard Tear Drinker. I'm sorry, Nathan, but come on. Some of these, it's like you got.
That's pretty funny. Hey, I'm not saying they're not all not funny. I mean, some people are extremely.
They said, "Hey, Fight the Flat Earth, you're awesome." Question for Nathan before he rage quits: why do you block and delete anyone who slightly disagrees with you, troll or not? So you got a fan out there, Fight, and Nathan, you've got a critic out there.
Yeah, of course. So I run the official Flat Earth and Globe discussion for the last 5 years. I've answered every question under the sun at least 1,000 times. So when people harass me or call me names or insult me, I immediately block them because I don't have to put up with that on social media. It's not my job. My job is to educate people.
You don't have a job.
Who want to learn.
You've never had a fucking job.
And your job is to interrupt me, Craig, because you have.
Oh, you're blatantly just lying now, just like your flyers contain blatant lies.
All right, so next up, thanks for your super chat from Maynard Saves, who says, please explain why the Pyrie Reese map indicates Antarctica as a continent and not ice wall. How far back does the conspiracy go?
Well, I've never even heard of this map, but United States Geological Survey, USGS, which are the people who make maps, they use a flat Earth to not only calculate distances outward from the North Pole, but also for making maps of Antarctica. I find that very interesting. So
cool. Do you want to show that they use a flat map, or is it a projection of something? Because every geological survey ever done has shown that there's a curve. We didn't even get to me showing you the evidence of actual geological surveys showing the shape of the Earth.
Hey, I mean, SpongeBob, the back and forth portion is done. We moved on to the question and
You've got a thing about SpongeBob. Is that your fetish, dude?
I don't have to talk to you.
No, you do. You do.
Next up, Kang024, thanks for your super chat. This question for Nathan. Do you think that the, let's see. I don't understand this. I've never seen Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. They said, do you think that the child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang thinks the Earth is flat?
Next question, please, James.
Michael Dresden, thanks for your super chat, who says, Nathan Thompson already won in caps. You got a fan out there. Nathan.
He's never won anything in his life.
Steven Steen, thanks for your super chat, who said, COVID-19 was invented by NASA to close schools after Nathan started telling kids the truth about playgrounds to lock him inside. Stop censoring Nathan.
Yeah. In all seriousness, guys, COVID-19 is extremely serious.
We're going to keep on going. Fabian Men of 36 Go, thanks for your super chat to say, given a right triangle, the adjacent side of a 30-degree angle is 111.3 kilometers. Calculate the length of the opposite side of the triangle. Can Nathan Thompson solve this simple exercise in trig?
Yeah, get at me. flatearthflyers@gmail.com. Happy to help you with that.
You can't do math.
Gotcha. Let's see. Thanks for that. Next up, thanks Pax Americana for your super chat. They ask, please ask Nathan how this conspiracy has been kept under wraps for decades and why only a bunch of let's see. I'm trying to think of. I don't think that'd be hate speech, but it's pretty harsh. Well, some people who have they have poor recognition of other minds and social rules on YouTube have found, quote, the truth.
Yeah, of course. So every ancient civilization knew that the Earth was flat and stationary. That guy's just basically calling all his ancestors idiots because he worships the government.
Ancestors were idiots. They didn't know anything.
Another interruption because he worships the government on his SpongeBob fairy tale imagination religion called the heliocentric model.
Gotcha. Next up, thanks for your super chat from Anamorphic Mind.
You forgot satanic.
Let's see. Says Steven Steen lost this debate. Agreed. We agree on that. Thank you. Steven Steen follows up with a super chat that says we all win when James is here. Rawr. Gosh, Steven. Nasty guy. Thanks for your super chat. Nemi. I hope I pronounced that right. Let me know if I didn't. Says Nathan, that's not how any of that works. This is earlier in the debate, so could have been in reference to, I can't remember exactly what it was in reference to.
Thanks for being vague, Glowpad.
Stringer News 1, thanks to your super chat. They said, Nathan, you claim, quote, fluid dynamics means that air must act like a solid, not a fluid. Why? That's not how actual fluids work.
Cool story.
No, he asked you why.
Okay, I was very clear how fluids work, and I showed many examples in my introduction.
Gotcha. Thanks. The Athens 619, thanks for your super chat. They said, let me Google Flat Earth, nothing but cartoons. Can't have it both ways, Natalie. That's special pleading.
Yeah, of course. I never claimed to have a picture of the entire flat Earth, but if you go outside and take a picture, a real picture, not one you get from NASA, you'll see a flat Earth, and those are all real pictures. So yes, we have lots of real pictures of the flat Earth.
Gotcha. Thanks for that. Next up, thanks for your super chat from Girthy Earth. Nathan, your Coriolis effect or the atmosphere turns with the Earth. Exclusive is called a bifurcation fallacy. Both can and do happen.
I know. I tried to explain to him.
Yes, when you have a SpongeBob fairy tale religion that doesn't match with science, then
Did you just drop your drink?
That's another. No, I didn't. I dropped the SpongeBob pineapple imagination fairy tale globeland plot.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
Thank you very much. Let's see. No doubt. Thanks for your super chat. Who said, "Stop talking like a pretentious child, Natalie."
He can't.
Go watch something else.
Gotcha. King Conquest, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan, you only feel acceleration acceleration, in parentheses, changes in velocity, you do not feel constant velocity. In a vacuum at constant velocity, you feel nothing. Right or wrong?
Wrong, because, and let me be very clear for the SpongeBob in the audience, if you're on a merry-go-round going 1,000 miles an hour, you definitely feel it whether you're accelerating or not, because all things that are curving or in a curved path, not moving linear, they're accelerating to the direction that they're curving, my friend. So when globeheads who believe in fake fairy tales,
you don't know what any of that meant.
Imagination science say
hey Nathan,
like you don't feel velocity, you only feel acceleration. What these people honestly are saying is that you could be on a merry-go-round going a bazillion miles an hour and you wouldn't feel it because you're not changing speeds. How funny is that, guys? That's what globeheads.
Wow. So Nathan, hey Nathan, how much would you feel if you're on a merry-go-round rotating once a fucking day, you moron?
Craig, I'm answering questions from the audience. If you have a question, please.
I know you don't know the answer. It's there's no point.
James, and I will answer your question, Craig.
Sleet.
You don't know the answer. It's cool.
Thanks for your question from Sleet. They said that given that GPS works mid-ocean and that GPS antennas are less than 1 square inch, therefore not Lauren antennas, and given that GPS can be blocked by metal objects directly above the antennas, how does it work?
Yeah, so GPS is a multitude of things, guys. It's not cartoons in space, and I really want to share this.
Got any evidence of that?
If you could go ahead and share my screen, James. I do want to share. I should be sharing my entire screen. I looked up before this debate a couple things like satellites in space and where am I at here, guys? 1 second. Here we go.
Hey, wow, that page you just showed debunked what you said earlier about the second law of thermodynamics.
Hey, you have to super chat.
Oh, Nathan,
answer your question.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you shit so you can stop whining about it.
Because the super chat was me, Craig. I'm responding to the super chat.
You're being stupid. I'm just pointing out.
We have to give him a chance to respond to the super chat. Go ahead, Nathan.
Thank you very much. So yeah, cartoons is all you get when you look up satellites in space. Look up the South Pole from space, and you get a bunch of cartoons. Look at the solar system in space, and you get a bunch of cartoons. Cartoons are not real, ladies and gentlemen. We do not live in a. These are cartoons, just like Simpsons, South Park, Scooby-Doo, SpongeBob SquarePants. That is what the globe religion is. It is a cartoon, fairy tale, imagination land cosmology.
Hey, just because you don't understand doesn't make it wrong. It just makes you an idiot.
Excellent. James, I want to make sure I cover that question more specifically. What was that question exactly relating to?
They said, given that GPS works mid-ocean and that GPS antennas are less than 1 square inch, therefore not...
I got it. They think that cartoons are taking care of all these transmissions around the world. But ladies and gentlemen, me, Nathan, here to tell you, it's not cartoons doing it. It's to use ground-based towers sometimes. They have fiber optic cables connecting all the major countries that move lots of information around. And then they can use modified U-2 spy planes to also move that information around. And they have Navy vessels on the ocean. So not cartoons, a multitude of things. It's called a network. Like Verizon, you ever seen the commercial? Can you hear me now? Yes. It's the network.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Next up,
can I just respond to that quickly, Nathan?
Given that it's a
wrong.
I do have to. Let's see. Okay, Sparky NJ. Thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan, do you think they send satellites into space solely to take pictures of other satellites? Really think, if you can, on whether this makes sense.
No, I don't think they send satellites into space. Satellite launches are parabolic, and we have no real pictures of satellites in space, and space would violate the second law of thermodynamics. So space is fake. NASA is using zero-G planes CGI, augmented reality, harnesses, hairspray, and the Natural Buoyancy Laboratory, which is a giant pool to fake everybody into thinking space is real.
Gotcha. Next up, thanks so much. Girthy Earth, thanks for your super chat. They say SpongeBob proves that flat Earth. Nathan Thompson, 2020.
Thank you very much.
Rusty P, thanks for your super chat. They say, okay, at this point when he brings up the train part, they said, okay, at this point when he brings up the train part, Nathan Thompson is confirmed a Poe. No one is really believing that. So, gotcha. Want to respond? You can. You don't have to.
Nathan. Globy.
Gotcha. Stringer News 1, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan, in the Chicago photo, where is the Buckingham Fountain? If it's flat, we should see it.
Okay, so this is when globe heads forget that we have atmosphere in, and that they think that there's no effects looking through 60 miles of atmosphere. Now, of course, you're going to have some waves. You might have some evaporation. There might be some smog. There might be some light attrition. Things might have reached its
lots of might be's, no facts. Typical.
There's a lot of variables you have to take into account.
Yeah, but the effects of refraction have actually been quantified and we know exactly what they are. All those variables have actually been taken into account.
If someone
just because you don't understand it doesn't mean that it's fake. We understand refraction. It's been quantified quite well.
Gotcha.
I don't have to talk to you anymore, Craig, because back and forth is over. I've moved on to question and answers from the audience.
Cool. I'm just telling you when you're wrong, which
Next
is always.
Let's see. Fargoth92, thanks for your super chat. They said Nathan is trying to be inmate 06452017 wannabe. Thanks for that. King Conquest, thanks for your super chat. They said, funny thing is, Nathan stole Kent Hovind's line about Imagination Land. Kent Hovind doesn't even believe in a flat Earth. What are your thoughts, Nathan? Is it...
Listen to the Globers and how they have to talk about believes. Kent Hovind doesn't believe in a flat Earth. Yeah, well, Kent, if you want to debate me on what you believe, I'm happy to have a debate with you. Hit up James. We can do it on this channel. But the Earth is not a spinning ball. There is no scripture to support that and no scientific evidence. People have been duped.
Thanks for that. Next up, Bella Charge. Thanks so much. Let's see. Said Nathan Thompson is a Kent Hovind wannabe. Very nice. By the way, if you want that debate with Kent Hovind, I will try to set it up, Nathan, because that is epic. And I don't know if he'll go for it. I don't think he likes flat Earth. But Common Sense Criticism, thanks for your super chat, said, I'm writing down that you've been interrupting. They're imitating you, Nathan. Edward Eric, thanks for your super chat. They just didn't say anything. Thanks for that. They said, please don't let Nathan Gish gallop like Hovind. Let's see. We're pretty laissez-faire. Nathan, if you want to respond on whether or not you think you were Gish galloping, you can, but I'll defend myself.
As long as I was Gish galloping like Hovind, because if I do stuff like Hovind, that's a compliment. It's okay to be a copycat as long as you copy the right cat. Shout out Kent Hovind. I think he's awesome.
Gotcha. Thanks for that.
He thinks you're an idiot.
Sparky, New Jersey, thanks for your super chat, who said, Natalie, if you're going to mimic Kent Hovind, you are, well, let's see, you are more silly than I thought. Thanks for that. Let's see. It's like I don't know if any of these people are Kent Hovind fans. King Conquest, thanks for your super chat. They said, modern day debates do not jump in, let them go unhinged. Flat Earth doesn't deserve a structured debate. It's not a debate. It's a show. Let it go. So I don't know if they meant to make it a rhyme at the end, but thanks for that idea. Dennis D, thanks for your super chat. They said Nathan said he won't attack Craig, then mocks him. Next up, Sleepy Dan. Nathan's going to play some tunes. It says, Nathan, we find spheres often in nature, other planets, water drops, atoms, even COVID-19. Oh, I don't know if I should have said that. Where in nature do we find snow globes
I don't know if I should have said
with
that.
spinning lights?
That's funny. So yes, there are some balls in nature, ladies and gentlemen, but if you look at large bodies of water, they are not analogous to a raindrop, because a raindrop, if you look at the reflection, it will be distorted. It will not be a perfect mirror because the surface is curved. When a surface is flat, you get a specular reflection. It's a perfect mirror. Good question. Thanks for super chatting. We can go all night, guys.
Gotcha. Thanks for that. Eric Veerthaler 92. Thanks for your super chat. They asked, would Nathan ever do a debate with Aaron Raw? I'm wondering, have you ever done one with Aaron already?
No, I didn't know Aaron was an anti-flat earther, but I'm happy to beat some science into Aaron.
How would you do that? You don't know any science.
Next up, thanks for your super chat. So we can ask Aaron. Maybe it'll happen. I don't know. I think he said he's busy till like May, but Apollo Jedi, thanks for your super chat. They said Craig interrupts because he knows he's losing in all caps. Craig, you've got
exactly. Yeah, they're 100% right. Obviously, I lost the debate in which my opponent couldn't answer a single question and just went, "It's lights in the skies, guys."
Questions are not happening.
Next up, Alan Bupre. Forgive me if I mispronounced it. Let me know. They said, Nathan, do you understand that no one gives a tish about how many times Fight the Flat Earth insulted you?
Well, I was being nice to him, honestly.
I mean, it really shows that they don't have any science when they have.
Oh, except we have all the science.
Hold on, let's let him give a response. Most of these super chats are quite hostile. Go ahead, Nathan, really quick.
Yeah, it's all right. And notice how they're all directed towards me, and nobody has any questions for Craig because.
Yeah, because I got everything right. They like talking to an idiot.
No, because we learned what Craig believes in second grade, and people.
I don't have beliefs.
People are starting to learn that we're not on.
But you're an idiot.
And Craig, please stop interrupting while
we do fight. We have to. I mean, a lot of
James, I'm trying to answer for your question.
These are pretty much all against Nathan already. So it's to let him respond. I know. Being able to respond is pretty fair.
Nobody has any questions for Craig. So Craig, until I'm done talking, please go on mute or something.
Nah.
Next up, Brad Dubay, thanks for your super chat. They said, anybody else feel like Rimmer keeps putting Lister on notice? Are these like slangs that I don't know because I'm a boomer?
It's talking about Red Dwarf.
Okay. Gotcha.
Oh, and God, Nathan, you suck at guitar, dude. Seriously.
I know.
Next up, AJ Ravenwolf, thanks for your super chat. It said, stop abusing SpongeBob, in all caps. Dolly88, thanks for your super chat. They said, Hovind knows the earth isn't flat. Why copy him?
Hovind doesn't know the earth isn't flat. And I'll debate Ken Hovind anytime, any place. He could even bring me down there. I'd love to hang out with him. Say a prayer before we eat a meal. That's my homie.
That might happen this May. Maybe we will actually. I've always wanted to do a modern day debate invades Dinosaur Adventureland, where we could go on site for a debate.
Bro, that would be awesome. I'm there. So you know me, I get on airplanes and fly to debates, so it's all good.
Common sense criticism. Thanks for your super chat. They said, "Oh no, Nathan might leave. Oh no, terrible." I don't understand. I don't remember. Was there a point? When you said.
No, I wasn't gonna leave. It's been really nice. I didn't insult Craig once, and he interrupted me and insulted me like 30 times.
Athens.
Yeah, that's because you talk a load of nonsense and you're an idiot.
Athens 619, thanks for your super chat. They said Natalie loves taking notes from Kent Hovind with SpongeBob imagination and interruptions. They are definitely. Can I stop reading the ones that say Nathan copies Kent Hovind?
Yeah, sure. I'm done with that too.
But then again, it's like we've heard a lot about SpongeBob, so I got to be fair. Andrew Stoll, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan, what is the air pressure at sea level? What is the air pressure at 12,000 meters?
Of course, I'm so glad you asked. Now, because we live in a closed dynamic system. The gas is constantly moving around, and it's also different in all directions. It's inhomogeneous and anisotropic. I covered that earlier, but maybe you weren't here. Appreciate your super chat. The gas is all moving around. We don't live in a car.
Actually, what you just said is wrong because there is actually layers of density.
I'll give you a chance to.
Is someone else talking? Who is that?
I promise I'll give you a chance.
That's the person who knows what he's talking about.
To respond, fight, but I do want to just let him finish, and then I promise we'll come right back to you.
Thanks so much, James. So yeah, we live in an atmosphere that's constantly moving around in all directions. So there is what's called a gradient. But without a container, you would not have gas pressure. It's the necessary antecedent. Go ahead, Craig.
What you just said is wrong, because there is an average pressure, layers that go up. That does not mean it is different in all directions and is all mixed up like you say. There is a pressure gradient, a density, and that is not explained by atmosphere just being different in all directions. What you just said is dumb. You're dumb. All flat earthers are dumb.
Next up.
Excellent. Great.
Thanks
No, a fact.
so much.
Get it wrong.
Thanks
Get it right.
so much for your super chat from, appreciate it, Andrew Stoll. Thanks for your question. They said, Nathan, what is the... Oh, yeah. I already asked that. That's embarrassing. Gabriel K. Thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan is so hot. Too bad he's dishonest creep. Gotcha. Well, someone out there thinks you're hot, Nathan.
Hey, it's all right, James, because once she realizes I'm right, she's still going to think I'm hot.
Right.
It looks like it's a bald man, but, to each their own. Sleet, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan, how can we have roughly 5 pounds per square inch absolute at the top of mountains and 14.8 pounds per square inch at sea level without a container between them?
Excellent. We live in a closed dynamic system. The gas pressure and the temperatures and everything and the elements are constantly moving around in all directions. Thanks for answering. Thanks for asking.
Wrong.
Gotcha. Thanks for that. Next up, King Conquest, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan, please stop equating phenomena in microcosms on Earth to phenomena in macrocosms. Why do you think extrapolation makes your analogies correct?
You're going to have to elaborate to exactly what topic you were talking about. So you're too vague. Next.
Mouth Breather, thanks for your super chat. They said, for Nathan, what is a Carnot engine?
Sorry, Mouth Breather, but a Carnot engine I'm not familiar with. Airplanes don't run on jet fuel. They use them to start. But other than that, it's free energy.
Wow, you're dumb. Like, that's not an insult. That is a fact. If you're one of the numpties that think that airplanes run on fucking compressed air, then your IQ is lower than, like, negative. Seriously, what the actual fuck?
Yep, my IQ's low.
Have you ever taken an engineering class or anything? Could you please give me the maths of how a plane works on compressed air, you fucking numpty?
Now we are going to give Nathan a response just because the original question was for him, and then we got to move to the next question. Go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah, of course. So, if you look up the specs and the statistics for the Boeing 747 or the Airbus, they're allegedly holding almost 100,000 pounds of gasoline in each wing. Now, that's the equivalent to 8 or 9 oil tankers. If you have a pool installed in your house, it'll bring roughly to 12,000 gallons for every truck that shows up to your house. And so they'll tell you that there's like 10 to 20 trucks of gasoline, and they fill these things up in like 10 minutes. And the wings are going up 6 feet and down 6 feet and bouncing around and flexing like crazy. I'm here to tell you they're hiding technology from you guys. This is why we need to stop believing in SpongeBob science and research flat Earth, because there's a lot of stuff we could benefit from. That's why they lie. Knowledge is power.
Gotcha.
That's why you
Thanks
have
for
no
that.
power.
I guess I mispronounced it. It's Carno engine. Sorry about that. I'm happy self-isolated. Thanks for your super chat. Is that okay? They said, thanks. All idiots are going to be carriers. Keep them distracted and off the streets. Examples of gas under pressure in a vacuum is called the sun. So I think they're a lot to like. You can respond to whatever part you want, Nathan.
They just presupposed space and then said the sun is in space. Cool story, bro. But the sun and the moon are the same size, not because they appear the same size. They are the same size. That they actually are.
Cool.
And Globers will say that
Hitchens razor.
We have seasons because the Earth's tilted 66.6 degrees
No one
and
says
it's
that.
moving farther, 3 million miles farther away during perihelion, and it's 3 million miles closer during aphelion. But the temperature differences is because of a little tilt in a ball Earth. That is not reality. That is SpongeBob fairy tale imagination land. If you look at the sun's path over a 12-month period, a sun analemma, it's where we get the symbol for infinity from. the wheel in the sky keeps on turning. The loop in the north is not analogous to the loop in the south. It's smaller because the sun's actually making a smaller path in the summer when it goes around the North Pole, and then it speeds up in the winter to complete its 24-hour circuit in one day.
Gotcha.
Wow, even your understanding of the model is wrong, because it's not the tilt, it is the amount of energy per square mile. Okay?
You say the same thing over and over again.
No, because what you said was wrong. What you said is wrong.
We've got we do
the angle that the energy is covering is larger.
Let's get to the super chats. We're done talking to you, Craig.
I can understand disagreeing. The only trick is like just to try to get through as many questions as possible, because even when I'm like skimming out the
James, I'm just pointing out that he is not even arguing against the heliocentric model. He's arguing against his dumbass version of the heliocentric model, which is no one thinks what he thinks.
We've got to to keep on going. What's up?
James, as a Patreon of the channel, as the other debater, if Craig's just going to have photoshopped pictures of me playing over and over on his screen, can we just block his screen out or something? Because I'm here answering all the super chats.
Oh, little blocker.
I would say, let's see.
I'm happy to stay as long, but I mean, I know Craig.
What's wrong, Snowflake?
I know Craig has like hundreds of pictures of me on his computer, and God only knows what he does with those. But,
I look at them every night when I need to cheer myself up, and there's a dumbass in the world.
All right, let's stay focused. We do have to. A lot of these. So 99.9% of the super chats are like targeting Nathan. So we've got to try to keep things balanced. We've never had it. Hold on 1 second. We've never had it.
Nathan, blessed are ye when men persecute you and
listen.
And all sorts of
Messiah
evil.
complex.
What I'm saying is,
your reward in heaven.
I want to say that Craig, just both to be fair to Nathan and let him respond to the super chats, as well as because we want to get through as many as we can. If you could do us the kind favor of not interrupting, and then we've never had.
I'm having so much fun, James.
I can tell we've never had a debater play pictures of their opponent in a clown suit during. Okay, Nathan, I'm sorry. We've never made a rule. Nathan, just relax.
That's how famous I am, bro.
It's kind of funny. So it's like
everyone knows you as an idiot.
It's like it is kind. We've never made a rule for it, so I don't really want to like. We know now that we might have to make a rule for that. But anyway, next up, Ellen H. Thanks for your super chat. They said, "Stop hitting yourself, Nathan." Rusty P, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan, if you say stuff that's wrong, then don't complain, you silly.
Thank you. Thank you.
War Energy strikes again. Thanks for your super chat. She says, the only thing flat is James's butt when he wears his mom jeans. That's
not true. James is ripped.
Well, it's kind of true, but I appreciate that, Nathan. Next up, Edward Eric, thanks for your super chat. Says, Nathan, since you...
Yes, Mr. Unite for the joke.
Since you say you can't see North Star in the southern hemisphere because of flurspective, and you agree sailors used a sextant to navigate, how does a sextant, am I saying that right, account for flurspective?
Sextant.
Sextant, thank you.
Yeah.
Sextant account for flurf what?
The flat Earth perspective.
Yeah, of course. The flat Earth perspective is that the sky is a map and a clock. So if you base all your navigations off the sky, which is a map and a clock, you'll end up doing pretty well and figure out where you're going. That's why they did it that way for hundreds of years. Craig said it in his opening argument, and they didn't even know about the theory of special relativity until 50, 100 years ago, or 100 years ago, whatever. But recently, okay, not for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. That's just SpongeBob fairy tale imagination land.
Gotcha. Appreciate it.
Sextant doesn't work on flat Earth. End of story.
Next up, Bartos Diagos, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan, this is really unhealthy. You need to stop this flat Earth stuff. Greetings from the Netherlands.
Really interesting. So they're going to say that I'm really, really unhealthy. Well, then I'm going to go ahead and share a picture of me with my shirt off.
You're 6 foot and 160 pounds.
Nathan is commencing.
You could get snapped by a wind.
Nathan is about to show a picture of himself with his shirt off. It's really not necessary. We take your word for it. You're healthy. Next up, so appreciate it. By the way, Brian Stevens, I'm so sorry. I forgot your. I'm so sorry. I've lost your question. If you're out there, Brian, please help me out. Sorry about that. I'll keep an eye out. Thanks for your other super chat. Stringer News 1. No, stop, Nathan. Well, that's very beautiful.
No. There's a difference between malnourished and ripped.
That was very beautiful, Nathan. Next up,
6 foot, 160 pounds.
I was making.
Oh my god.
Craig.
Stringer News 1.
I'm still more healthy than you.
Stringer 1 News. Now you guys are comparing your health. And
plus, I get to each state.
He's more healthy than me with his.
Oh, definitely.
You guys have
definitely more healthy than you are.
You guys have quite the old rivalry. Edward, Eric, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan, since you say you can't see the North Star in the Southern Hemisphere because of... Oh, got that. Sorry. Stringer News 1, thanks for your super chat, who said, Nathan, have you actually measured absolute pressure at a tire rim, or is this all just wishful thinking?
My claim was you can't have pressure around a tire rim without a tire. If you believe you can, show me, email me, flatearthflyers@gmail.com. I don't want to be wrong about anything. I mean, if you can show me a tire rim with gas pressure in it without a tire, I mean, I'll PayPal you like $20. Thanks so much. I really appreciate you showing me a tire rim with gas pressure and no tire. There is no tire rim in that picture, Craig. You are scientifically.
But you've moved the goalposts, and that is pressure next to no pressure with no barrier, which breaks your entire flat earth barrier.
That is a container, Craig.
No. Is there a container between the vacuum and the pressure? Yes or no?
You don't breathe plasma.
Is there a container between the vacuum and the pressure? Yes or no?
We don't.
Simple yes or no. I don't care about what you breathe. I'm asking you a yes or no question. Try and focus for 1 second. Is there a barrier between the pressure and the vacuum? Yes or no?
You have no measurements for what's
yes
going on.
Or no?
All you did was show me a little light and ask me yes or no, and I'm telling you,
you can actually get the measurements from this. I told you it is a vacuum of 10 to the negative 11 torr.
Oh yeah, you can tell me that, but can you?
I can send you the specifications of that particular tokamak nuclear reactor if you like.
Okay, we are going to quick move forward. I've done a poor job of keeping us on track, so I do have to push forward. Fargoth92, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan talking about deflection? Bella Charge, thanks for your super chat, who said, we are going to let them fly because you do weird stuff, Nathan. End flat earth. That looks really good, by the way, Nathan. I want to know what that is. I want to buy that.
This is called Rum Passion Fruit Double Killer from The Answers. I opened it because we're doing question and answers. And this is a brewery here in Richmond. And this is actually made after a cocktail pirates used to make where they would soak rum, coconuts in rum. And then in this one, they actually include like passion fruit and guava. So they call it Rum Passion Fruit Double Pink. It's really good, dude.
Gotcha.
Really.
Thank you. More than I needed. But all right. Thanks for your super chat. End Flat Earth says, everything Nathan Thompson says is logically flawed and factually incorrect. Jeff Roberts, thanks for your super chat. They said, Jeff Roberts said, careful, fight the flat earth. He's tallying interruptions. 10 tallies equals 1 demerit. 3 demerits equals 1 citation. 5 citations equals 1 violation. 4 violations equals 1 verbal warning. Keep it up. And it's a written warning. 2 written warnings and equals disciplinary review. Is that from The Office? I can't remember.
Yeah, that might be from NASA, actually. I should probably watch it. I need to get my shield check.
I'm glad you're making money every time these glowheads say this ridiculous nonsense.
I can't remember what movie or TV show that's from, but I know I've heard it before. I like it. Be nice, be safe. Thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan, please explain how seasons and tides work on your model in detail, please.
Of course. Very happy to, but not in detail because we're limited on time. The sun and the moon, the paths they make contract and expand every 6 months as they go around polar center. So sometimes The sun will be above your head in the northern latitudes below the Tropic of Cancer. Sometimes the sun will be above your head in the southern latitudes above the Tropic of Capricorn. So it just depends what time of the year it is and where you are, because the wheel in the sky keeps on turning. In water, especially salt water, look into its effects. It is diamagnetic, and the sun and moon are not what we've been told at all whatsoever. So that's actually why we experience 4 tidal movements. It's not because the moon's on the other side of Earth pulling all the water into like an egg-shaped gravitational tide, morphing the Earth into like an oblong egg or something. That's just goofy, non-repeatable, non-observable science, action at a distance, spooky, cult of bumpy particles, sorcery, imagination, SpongeBob fairy tale land.
Cool. Science is sorcery. Yeah. Magic was his answer there, guys, just in case you were confused.
Next up, David Keller, thanks for your super chat. They said, Q question, globe Earth has 4 layers, the crust, mantle, inner core, and outer core. But on a flat Earth model, how many layers does the flat Earth have?
Deepest hole dug is 8 miles. So, going to go ahead, Craig put up that I'm a dumbass and then put arrows pointing towards my screen. So I'm going to put another insult down because all the
how'd that get there?
All the shape-shifting globe monkeys have is insults and interruptions, and they are scientifically illiterate.
Next up, appreciate your super chat from Edward Eric. Says, Fight the Flat Earth, please educate Nathan that 8 miles squared is nonsense.
8 inches per mile squared is nonsense. I mean, technically it's nearly accurate for a certain distance, but 8 inches per mile squared is a parabola, not a circle. The actual formula to calculate the hidden drop that you should see is h equals r times 1 minus cos a, and that's accurate for any distance. So yeah, the 8 inches per mile squared is a very bad approximation.
Gotcha. Next up, appreciate your super chat from Kent Hoven's cellmate. Says, does
Can I respond to that, James?
Yes.
Nah, you've said enough.
At what distance is 8 inches per mile squared not accurate, Craig?
Well, it's not accurate for any distance. It's a rough approximation.
Okay, and at what distance is it way off, Craig?
Pretty far, but it's never accurate. It's an approximation.
So
do you know what the word approximation means?
So, guys, I have all the math for not just Pythagorean theorem, but Sagitta and AutoCAD. If you plug in a ball 24,901 miles around, there will be a vertical drop. And this is not me making it up. You can look at the Earth curve calculators on the globe.
Did they use the one that I said, actually? All the good ones, anyway.
Okay, so at 1 mile, how much curve would there be? About 8 inches, Craig?
Approximately. That's what the word approximately means.
Excellent.
Are we having issues with the word approximately?
Excellent. So approximately.
Are we having a problem with that? The word does approximately. Nathan, does approximately mean exactly? Yes or no?
Craig said it's not accurate. I asked him what it is, and he told me exactly what I told him it is. That's hilarious, guys.
But the equation that I gave is accurate for any distance.
Got a lot more questions. Kent Hoven's cellmate, thanks for your super chat. They said, does Hoven know that Nathan is nicking his gimmick? Rusty P, thanks for your super chat. Says, damn, person who is intelligent versus person who is knocking out SpongeBob. Let's see. Got some critics out there. Point and laugh, thanks for your super chat. They said, Natalie is hysterical like a 3-year-old child. Nathan, you can respond if you want to any of these. Otherwise, I'm just going to cruise through them.
But I got a fake ID, though.
Thank you.
Yeah, you should probably keep that ID. You need it when you go to court.
Bitwise79, thanks for your super chat. They said, the SpongeBob shtick is lame. Leave that junk to Kent Hoven. RangerMan9404, thanks for your super chat. They said, perspective. The Flurf's, quote, get out of science free card, unquote. Edward Eric, thanks for your super chat, says, Nathan, define inhomogeneous isotropic.
Yeah, inhomogeneous and anisotropic means not the same and constantly moving around. So it's different in all directions, the atmosphere, as far as pressure and temperature, and that is changing minute to minute, hour to hour, because we live in a closed dynamic system, not a tilted cartoon ball in space.
Gotcha.
That's SpongeBob.
Thanks for that. Let's see. Dennis D, thanks for your super chat, who said, Natalie, use hammer to break ice wall and drain ocean. Confused. Andrew Stoll, thanks for your super chat, who said, Nathan, why is air pressure 1013.25 M-bar at sea level and 10.902 M-bar at 30,480 meters? Please explain how this works in a dome or really large tire.
Yeah, of course. So because we have a sun and a moon that heat and cool things, the gas is inhomogeneous and anisotropic and constantly moving around in all directions. Next question.
The moon cools. What did you just say? The moon cools things.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. But you also said the second law of thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics says that you cannot have a cold light.
No, it does not say that.
Yes, it most definitely does, unless you can literally reverse entropy of light. Because light is energy, therefore it cannot be cold because that would be negative. You cannot claim the second law of thermodynamics defies our atmosphere and then say the moon gives cold light, because that's dumb as fuck.
Do you know who Ken Wheeler is, Craig?
Yes. What's your point?
They call him Mr. Magnetism. He's got almost 200,000 subscribers on YouTube. He used a FLIR, which picks up a heat signature, and determined as a globe head that moonlight is in fact cold. I've also done this.
No, that's called radiative cooling.
Craig,
you got something wrong, so I'm going to tell you. You've got radiative cooling.
No, we don't need to talk to you anymore. The part where I talk to you back and forth when you interrupt me is over.
Radiative cooling, Nathan.
All right.
Radiative
you only
cooling,
get to interrupt me
ahead,
19 times during this debate tonight, Craig. We have moved on to the question and answer portion. And so far, and I've been keeping track of this, all the questions are for me, not for you, Craig. So pipe down.
Next up.
Pipe down.
Just so you know, Nathan, I've been doing a month-long
Hold on a second. All right,
temperature
King Conquest,
experiment.
Thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan, all of the South Pole sees the same stars. All of the North Pole sees the same stars. If Antarctica goes around the flat Earth, how do they see the same stars but not the North Star in the middle?
That guy is proving the Earth is not a spinning ball in space by his question, because
he's not, you moron.
All right, we have to give Nathan an actual chance to respond, otherwise it's not.
So sorry, I was talking to myself there. I apologize.
It's all right, Craig.
I'm not apologizing to you. You're a moron.
I forgive you. Oh, another insult.
Okay, we've got it. Go ahead, Nathan.
I just can't. I mean, James, what is the point of this? I mean, is he adding any value to the show, or is he like a little kid chiming in like a peanut gallery? As a moderator, I would think you would want to add a little more value to your audience.
They're getting plenty of value, Nathan. Watching you be an idiot.
If you'd like to respond to that last one, you can. Otherwise, we'll go to the next question.
Yeah, I was interrupted so many times and insulted
Now's
for
your
no
chance.
reason. What was the question, James?
They said,
oh my God.
All of the South Pole sees the same stars. All of the North Pole sees the same stars. If Antarctica goes around the flat Earth, how do they see the same stars but not the North Star in the middle?
Excellent. They are starting to figure it out. It looks like my science hammer is getting into the Globehead SpongeBob imagination, because we do see the same stars day after day, year after year. The Earth is not a ball in space. Now, if we were on a ball in space, let's pretend that my fruity, delicious sour is the sun. Now, if we're on a ball in space, what at this time of the year, you would look this direction, and that would be all the stars, right? But then as you orbit the super delicious sour, you get 6 months later, you'd end up over here, and you'd be looking that direction off into space. So when a globehead says, why do we see all the same stars? You should ask them, you're right. Don't you think we live on a ball in space? SpongeBob?
Gotcha.
Right.
Thanks for that.
Can I just quickly tell him why he's wrong?
If it's like
come on, it's only fair to it's only fair. Yeah.
If we don't get your super chat, folks, it's Fight's fault. Okay.
We do see different stars throughout the year, so you're wrong once again. But there is 6 months where you can't see some because you are right there on the other side. You just proved the heliocentric model, but all the stars that we see in the night sky are relatively close to us in the galactic sense and traveling around the center of the galaxy with us. So you are not going to see much movement, and you're an idiot.
Another insult. Thank you very much.
No, fact.
Next up, thanks for your super chat. Let's see. Appreciate it from Show Your Sources. They say someone in the north and someone in the south, opposite sides of the earth. Next up, King Conquest, thanks for your super chat. They said, I know Polaris is in the north sky even in the daytime.
Yes, but you can't see it. So there would be no observation claiming someone at night and someone in the day can both see Polaris. You can assume it's there, but you can't see it. So when Craig goes, 2 people are looking at the same stars. No, they're not, because it would be daytime on the other side of the earth. Craig believes in SpongeBob imagination.
Are you just going to steal like Hogan's entire bit?
You can't steal what Ken Hovind gives freely, and if I have to be...
No, you've literally stolen his bit. You've literally stolen... You don't have any originality about you.
So much.
Globers, then I will, Greg.
What are you going to do with all the kids in school? It's amazing.
Let's see. Brad Dubay, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan, why does light care about visibility from above, in parentheses, from the vertical, at any distance versus, say, light from the horizontal to, an example, the sunset? You have no critical thinking skills.
0.
Cool story.
Thanks for that. No doubt. Thanks for your super chat. They say, shut up, Natalie. Space Monkey 77. Thanks for your super chat. They say Neil deGrasse Tyson also says a lot more to support physics. Why don't you consider that, Natalie?
What physics does he say to support? Because he tells you the Earth rotates under balls. If you believe that, you should take a look at a hot air balloon or a drone or a helicopter or smoke or insects, or take a look at someone who just teed off a golf. If the Earth's moving under a football, which travels for a very short period of time, why wouldn't it move under a golf tee, which has a lot more hang time than a football throw? I mean, this is just backwards reality, upside down, imagination land, science.
Next
so you still don't know what
Skeptic Wiz, thanks for your super chat. They said, fight the flat earth already lost. Case closed.
True that. I agree with that person.
I'm totally lost. I mean, objective reality says exactly the opposite. It's hard to lose a debate when your opponent doesn't answer a single one of your fucking questions.
Questions are evidence, Craig. If you had some evidence, then...
I presented plenty of evidence. You just don't understand any of it.
I went through all of them, point by point.
And you were wrong about all of it.
Now we have...
DITRH. We're going to Fight the last word on this one just because super chat was for him.
What was that? Sorry, what was the super chat?
It was just the one.
The one being nasty to me. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, flat earthers are going to be flat earthers, and all flat earthers are fucking idiots.
DITRH.
Wait, can I respond to that?
Oh, no, let's move on. Let's move on.
Flat earthers will be flat earthers.
Let's move on.
But globe earthers will also be flat earthers.
8 showerheads.
I was once a globe earther too.
Was originally for him. DITRH, thanks for your super chat. They said the stars rotate to a position close to the viewer while Polaris remains at a fixed position.
True that. Polaris means pole star. We are not blasting through space. Earth is stationary. Seems like my hammer is getting through to the SpongeBob fans.
Thanks very much. RangerMan9404. Thanks for your super chat. They said, even SpongeBob is smarter than Natalie. Bodie McBoatface, thanks for your super chat. They said, Natalie, I live in New Zealand and absolutely see stars rotate opposite direction to the northern hemisphere.
Well, in the northern hemisphere, they move east to west. And Craig said, in the southern hemisphere, they move east to west. So they don't move in opposite directions.
They rotate in opposite directions, you absolute moron.
Thank you very much.
Next up, Dennis D. Thanks for your
He
super
doesn't
chat.
even understand rotation, James. It's incredible he can function as a human.
Dennis D. Thanks for your super chat. Says all schools are closed. True. Stringer News 1. Thanks for your super chat. They said pigeon chess. Michael Dresden in all caps, even when it's a super chat. Thanks for your super chat. They said Nathan Thompson destroyed Fight the Flat Earth tonight.
I mean, he made me lose a couple of brain cells with his dumb, but he didn't answer a single one of my questions. Therefore, he lost the debate.
C4. Nathan doesn't even care anymore. C4, thanks for your super chat.
He's too dumb to understand.
They said, modern day debate, why do you support a liar like Nathan? There are so many amazing people in your chat that deserve your support over Nathan's. I don't understand.
There's a lot of people complaining about the fact that he's a moderator. They don't think that someone as detestable as him should be a moderator.
Oh, yeah.
And the fact that he's wearing a Building 7 shirt is extremely disrespectful and horrible, and that kind of behavior should not be supported.
Gotcha. Let's see.
Building 7 shirt.
I haven't examined all of Nathan's personal life. But yeah, I can try to look into more of Nathan's personal life. And in addition to the nude photo he showed us tonight, as much as I can. So Bodie McBoatface, thanks for your super chat, says, SpongeBob's life matters. Natalie, you monster. Thank you for that. Edward Eric, thanks for your super chat, said, Nathan, why doesn't perspective make planes disappear behind the horizon or any other objects in the sky?
Planes do disappear behind the horizon. What are you talking about, SpongeBob?
Oh, if they disappear behind the horizon, that means the Earth's a globe.
Horizon is not actual, it's apparent, and I'm not
apparent means there's a physical of something.
To talk to you anymore.
Apparent means there's a physical of something, numpty boy.
Next up, thanks for your super chat. The Athens 619 says, constantly saying perspective doesn't help your position. You are also saying parallel lines intersect. Love your Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah.
Hey,
James, he is right that all these super chats are for him, but it's because more and more people want to see him be stupid.
And Flat Earth, thanks for your super chat. They said, to all the zombies who think Natalie is winning, you're worse off than him. Movie Theory responds by saying, Fight the Flat Earth is getting spanked, in all caps. Craig lost.
Yeah, total fail. Oh, wait, no, that's in opposite world. Nathan's a moron and couldn't answer a single one of my questions.
Stop the spanking. Okay, MacGyver Institute of Ninja Technology, thank you for your super chat. It's perspective. Proved it on my channel.
Sometimes you gotta spank the SpongeBob and let him know it's not real science.
Dude, you should really keep your fetishes to yourself. Like, that's not healthy. Not healthy.
Thank you, Dennis D, for your super chat. They said any educated person knows Fight the Flat Earth scored victory. The banner.
Yeah, James, it's not hard to win a debate against a flat earther. You just have to, not be a complete and utter fucking moron.
The banner.
Excellent. Thanks so much.
The banner of Himura Akimai. Oh, that's embarrassing. Says, fight the flat earth. Continue to push the boulder up the hill on his dead debate. On this dead debate called Flat Earth.
Yeah, there is no debate. It's objectively not flat. The Earth is a globe. We are in space. There is no evidence for the flat Earth. It's the simple fact. These aren't debates. These are simply me allowing the stupid to parade themselves for everybody to see. And boy, is he fucking stupid.
Roxada, thanks for your super chat. Yeah, I just realized, it's funny that even though Craig was playing the video, Nathan, when you hold up SpongeBob and pretend to move it and stuff while Craig is talking, it's kind of the same idea. We've never had. This is the first night where both of you coincidentally brought visual props to hold up while the other person was talking. It's just interesting. So it added to the intensity. Movie Theory, let's see, did we get that one? Roxada, thanks for your super chat. They said, is Nathan even listening? we're just playing with toys. Movie Theory, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan destroyed Fight the Flat Earth. Fight the Flat Earth is ignorant in all caps.
Ignorant must not mean what they think it means.
Thanks very much. Rivette, thanks for your super chat. They said 7-Eleven is Nathan Thompson's preferred age range. Okay. Gosh. That one snuck through. P. Barnes, thanks for your super chat. He's not a pervert. Okay. P. Barnes, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan, reconsider your use of Kent Hovind's shtick. He understands that the earth is flat. Michael Barrett, thanks for your super chat. They said, super chat equals truth. Crayons, dinner's on me, Nathan. I'm confused. Aurora, thanks for your super chat. They said, force of gravity works in an X, Y, and Z axis of space. Mass in space, like solids and waters, are attracted into a center. Thus, a spherical body is formed.
Yeah, hydrostatics actually say that the lowest energy state of water will make it form a sphere. But Nathan wouldn't get it. It's science.
Thanks so much. No doubt. Thanks for your super chat. They said, SpongeBob forever. Dennis D, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan lost. Only a fool thinks the earth is flat. The Chad. Question for Natalie. Can you graph 8 inches meters squared? Does the shape of the graph make the same shape of our globe model Earth?
No.
The 8 inches per mile squared is accurate up to 1,000 miles. He's doing 1,000-mile sight distance observations. So
Not accurate at all. It's an approximation. Stop lying to everybody.
At 1,000 miles, Craig, how much is it off by?
It's an approximation, Nathan.
Is it off by even a foot, Craig, or is it less than a foot?
What does the word approximation mean, Nathan? Stop saying it's accurate when it's an approximation, and then stop trying to strawman me.
Can you answer a question?
No, because we're not here doing the back and forward. You made that quite fucking clear.
All right, what is the next question, James?
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Next up, appreciate your super chat from JL Warren. Said, strange that Nathan would use Hovind's shtick, but Hovind does not believe the earth is flat.
Believe. You hear it, James? You hear that? The B word again. But he doesn't believe. It's all cult rhetoric, because when you are a SpongeBob, you can't talk about science. You have to talk about religion.
Yeah, that's all you have. A book says a thing.
I haven't said anything about the Bible. All my arguments.
You've said a whole bunch of shit about the Bible. Don't lie. Can you not just stop lying for once?
SDP, thanks for your super chat. They said, James, if someone just goes over the points of the opponent and not give an answer, be a criminal. Please kick them from debates. I don't know. We're pretty laissez-faire. Love it or hate it. I don't mind. You can throw your poop at me. I don't mind. Next up, JL Warren said, when will you admit that you were exposed as a Poe in Dallas, Nathan?
Definitely not a Poe. I mean,
no, he genuinely is that stupid. It's true, guys.
That's another insult from Craig. We're at 20. You actually beat out your interruptions with your insults now because of the question.
Oh, cool. Can I get another one in, you fucking idiot?
You just couldn't contain yourself, Craig.
No, it's hard when you're around someone who harasses children and is constantly wrong about everything they fucking say.
Next up, gotta fly through these. Thanks for your super chat. Wits
it, gets it.
Fight the Flat Earth. Can you attribute a property to a privation?
He knows the answer. I will tell him when he gets off his fucking pussy ass and debates me.
Pretty frank answer. GS Geology says SpongeBob equals I don't know from Nathan. Josiah Hansen, thanks for your super chat. They said, when you copy Hovind's dumbest actions. General Ballsack, thanks for your super chat. That's a real name. Why have no flat earthers attempted to seek the edge of the earth to prove incontrovertibly that the earth is flat? That's an interesting question. What do you got, Nathan?
They think that finding an edge proves it's flat. How funny is that, James? So what proves that the earth is flat is that it is flat, not that it has an edge. That person is scientifically illiterate.
Got any measurements of flatness there, Nathan?
I'm not talking to you, Craig.
No, you don't. You don't, do you? I've got measurements of curvature, though. It's funny that there's no measurements of flatness, but I've got measurements of curvature. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Can we move on?
Gotcha. Thanks so much very much for your super chat. From Cheese Mundo says, thanks, Bob. Stringer News 1, thanks for your super chat, who says, Nathan, who appointed you spokesman for, quote, science? Roxada, thanks for your super chat. They said, why does Nathan have so many kid toys? Aurora, thanks for your super chat. Said, Nathan, conspiratorial thinking can make one delusional. Michael Barrett, thanks for your super chat. They said, SpongeBob, quote, help me, I was just at school. Rangerman9404 says he uses SpongeBob. Let's see. K-Doc, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan knows science, quote, question mark. He doesn't have scientific paper on his name, nor higher level scientific degree. Any papers on Thomson Reuters Science Journal? T.N.A. Vesak, thanks for your super chat. They said, for Nathan, does Nathan realize that Kent Hovind, another charlatan, would be embarrassed to see him steal his SpongeBob prop? When a fraud thinks another fraud is ridiculous, does not bode well for you, Nathan. Tinker Phil, thanks for your super chat. He said, Nathan, why do you think that people who actually make real variable... I'm just laughing at how many of these angry super chats there are for Nathan. Okay, Nathan, why do you think that people who actually make real variable contributions to science not understand science as well as you do?
Because I've tested the earth and they're wrong. You could test it yourself. Large bodies of water do not curve. You need to be in a container, and when they're at rest, they are level and horizontal.
Cool. Got any measurements of flatness?
Container.
Thanks for your
any measurements of flatness? No, didn't think so.
Appreciate your super chat from Dennis D, who says, what will Nathan Thompson say about helium balloons or gravity?
Magic.
You guys assert that gravity pulls all things down. So what would you say about helium balloons? They go up.
Okay, what would we say about helium balloons? Well, that's because the air, which has more mass, is being pulled down with more force, which creates a force in the opposite direction. Buoyancy cannot exist without gravity. The equation for buoyancy is the buoyant force equals rho for density times g for the gravitational acceleration times v.
Could you have a balloon with pressure inside without the rubber container, Craig?
Probably not, no, but
Probably
there's not a force there. There's a force in the thing that I showed you, an emergent force, just like gravity is an emergent force.
I already stated that when you put gas in a vacuum, it moves in all directions.
Oh, so funny, when I showed you the image of gas in the vacuum not moving in all directions, that debunked what you said.
When you put gas in a vacuum, it doesn't go down, it goes
fast. Gotta move fast.
Craig. Next.
Not moving in all directions.
AJ Ravenwolf, thanks for your super chat, who said, Nathan, you're delusional. So these are just the most explicit insults.
I mean, they're right.
Sear, thanks for your super chat, who said, how many lies will Nathan tell? He knows exactly who Astronomy Live is.
Live. Astronomy Live, yes. Astronomy Live is the other person that destroyed JM with his footage. And boy, Nathan, do I have a story about all that.
Cretan Bowl, thanks for your super chat. They said, can Nathan explain what the inertial frame of reference is?
Yeah, it's stationary. That's why the atmosphere doesn't move separately from the Earth. Next question.
No. What is the inertial frame of reference?
No. I'm not talking to you.
You didn't answer, just so you know.
Go ahead and, let's see. Wits It Gets It, thanks for your super chat, who said, quite the tight shirt just begs the question. I don't get it.
Quite the tight shirt. He's changed it from fight the tight shirt. I mean, fight the tight shirt is probably one of the cleverest things I've heard a flat earther say. And I think it's fucking awesome. I am fight the tight shirt.
Gotcha. Thanks for that. Rangerman9404, thanks for your super chat. They said, how can I not touch my face and yet face palm? Eric Vierthaler92, question for Nathan and Fight the Flat Earth. What would change your mind? We'll give you each 30 seconds.
Okay, what would change my mind is some evidence of a flat Earth. Simple. There isn't any evidence that the Earth is flat. There's no measurements of flatness. There is no scientific experiment that can demonstrate that the Earth is not moving. Every time you try to measure movement, you get movement. There is no evidence. The only thing that would change my mind is if there was any evidence, but there isn't.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. And next up, Nathan, if you want to respond, we'll give you 30 seconds.
Yeah, sure. He asked what would change my mind. I already have changed my mind. I used to be a Glober, and now I'm a flat earther. It's a progression. You'll figure it out.
Gotcha.
We did the question again.
Let's see.
Wow.
Trimera B, thanks for your super chat, who says, Nathan Thompson on the internet, you can be anything you want. Why did you choose to be stupid?
I didn't choose flat Earth. Flat Earth chose me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stupid chooses stupid.
Thomas B, thanks for your super chat. They said, Fight the Flat Earth, can you show evidence of abuse in Nathan's research group?
Can I show evidence of abuse in Nathan's research group?
Yeah, I don't know.
I didn't say there was any abuse in Nathan's research group, but there's a massive echo chamber, not a research group that doesn't like questions and ban you when you start asking questions about gravity.
Can I respond to that?
What do you got, Nathan?
Yeah, he says it's an echo chamber. Well, you're right, Craig, because when all you do is interrupt people and insult them, that sounds like a massive echo chamber.
I don't think you know what an echo chamber is. Wow. Oh my God. Like, how do you not swallow your tongue at night?
Another answer. Oh, excellent. Thank you so much.
No, it was a question. Like, I'm genuinely concerned for your safety when you go outside without a helmet on.
Next up, thanks for your super chat. We have Amari Kita Decoro. Thanks for your super chat. They said, question for Nathan. We read your flyer. Where did you get the Photoshop photo of Buzz Aldrin that is printed on your flyer?
I don't know what you're talking about. Photoshop picture of Buzz Aldrin that you. Let me see. Water is a natural level, airplane level flight. Science says it's stationary. Horizon's always eye level. We see too far. I don't see Buzz on here, but if you want to email me at flatearthflyers@gmail.com, I just try to focus on the science.
Hey, Nathan, why does your flyer contain outright lies that you know about?
Next up, let's see. Roxada, thanks for your super chat. They said, question for Nathan.
No,
why do you have kids' toys?
This is IQ level.
I'm a Toys R Us kid. I don't want to grow up.
Appreciate that. Matt, thanks for your super chat. He said, hey, Craig, how do you like your new Chew toy?
Oh, it's fun. Although this is the last time I interact with him, because this debate was literally so that I could parade his stupidity to the world. And I've done a pretty good job of that. He said some horrifically stupid things in this debate. So from now on, I'm not going to speak to the child harassing piece of crap. I am instead just going to make lots of videos pointing out his stupid. And anytime he flat smacks someone, I will send them this debate.
Gotcha. Nice. Gosh. Let's see. Give me 1 second. I lost my spot.
That's funny.
I think we got that one. Got that one. We're almost there. Matt Metz. Oh, we got that one. Josh Griffin, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan, I'd like to get an answer to the question Fight the Flat Earth asked before the Q&A started, specifically about the ring laser gyroscope, if I'm saying that right.
Gyroscope.
Yes, light moves on a flat Earth. We observe light move. Anyone who thinks a ring laser gyroscope proves that the Earth moves is scientifically illiterate.
Thanks for that.
Well, the Sagnac effect actually completely disagrees with you.
Dominic Dines Thuber, thanks for your super chat. They said, for Nathan, why are you parroting Kent Hovind?
Because he's a moron.
It's all right to be a copycat as long as you copy the right cat.
Next up, MacGyver Institute of Ninja Technology, thanks for your super chat. They said, Fight the Flat Earth say, quote, further without saying fervor.
No, I've got an accent. Deal with it.
Nice.
I was raised in Bristol, which is literally the bumpkin country of England. I can't help the fact that I sound like a farmer. Get off my land, right?
Next up, Xantar2482 says, Nathan, how was your relationship with your father? I don't know what that means.
Excellent. My parents call me all the time and support my activism, and they think it's great what I'm doing. I've been full-time Flat Earth for almost 2 years now. Praise God.
Gotcha. Thanks very much. Willie Merck, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan, set up a GoFundMe to Antarctica. I will donate.
That's cool. I have. It's paypal.me/keepitflat.
Next
Go ahead.
up,
send me all your money.
Flat Earth Data says, share your pain, Craig. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh, Flat Earth Data. This is the coward that said he was going to debate me and then ran away. Doesn't understand what a pendulous vein is and doesn't understand the fallacy of begging the question. So yeah. Hey, Flat Earth Data, if you don't want to debate me on my channel, James is always willing to host a good debate, but we all know that you're a little bitch.
Trimira B, thanks for your super chat. They said COVID-19 victims are increasing in numbers. Why is Nathan's IQ level?
Yes.
Why is Nathan's IQ level dropping?
More insults. That's kind of garbage. Come here.
Next up.
No, they're asking a question. It seems like you're getting dumber. Why is that?
GS Geology asks, as a geologist, I can say you were unworthy to invoke the USGS. We all use a globe Earth base for our maps. Look up a geoid. Zachary Morris, thanks for your super chat. Nathan Thompson stole the entire SpongeBob bit from Kent Hovind.
True that.
Razark9, Flat Tard Tear Drinker, thanks for your super chat. They said, I was not talking about your Facebook group. Why do you remove people who disagree with you on your channel, even when they're nice? Pioneer of truth, LOL.
I don't remove nice people. If someone's not a troll, I'll give you all the time in the world.
Gotcha.
So,
I have evidence that says otherwise.
Rangerman9404, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan gives Flurf cooties. Stephen Walker, thanks for your super chat. They said, why can we see satellites with the naked eye if they're just cartoons? Nathan?
was that a question?
Yes, they said, why can't we see satellites with the naked eye if they're just cartoons?
Yeah, because satellites aren't real. That's why you can't. Well, is he saying we can see them with the naked eye? Well, then he's assuming that a light in the sky is a satellite, and that's not the case. Sorry, you could be seeing a high altitude military airplane. You could just be seeing a commercial jet flight you don't know that's going over your head. There's a lot of things that could be good, but to assume that metal boxes fall in a circle around a pear Earth is SpongeBob imagination. It's not reality. When you
it's science.
It goes down. It does not fall in a circle.
Next up.
Nathan, what happens if you throw a ball to your right? Does it fall straight down or does it fall in an arc?
Next up.
Next.
You don't know the answer.
Next up, thanks for your super chat from our dear friend Helios575, who asked, Nathan, how much would you feel on a merry-go-round doing one rotation every 24 hours?
Yeah, of course, but you're not on a merry-go-round. You're on a ball 24,901 miles around. My argument is not that we can't feel it, which we don't. Only people who think Earth move are drunk, but we can't measure it either. The only thing moving is the lights in the sky. The wheel in the sky keeps on turning. We all live in a yellow submarine. He lives
15 degree per hour drift.
Pineapple under the sea. See, the most popular dome in the world is the Dome of the Rock, and it's gold because we live in a pineapple under the sea.
Steve.
Yep, go ahead.
Thanks for your super chat. Steve 1758 says, Nathan, fight the flat Earth. I don't get it. Northern Shire, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan, I can see Saturn with my P900. It's round.
Yeah, that's great. And so are pizzas and coins and frisbees. They're also round. You need to learn shapes. You are geometrically illiterate.
Hey, Nathan, what's non-Euclidean geometry?
Yeah, this is round globe head.
Hey, Nathan, what's non-Euclidean geometry?
Ranger man, just because we have to keep moving. No, let's see. Sorry,
he doesn't
Rosenberg, thanks for your super chat. They said, what is the material reason for people to shroud that the world is flat? It seems like it would be insanely expensive to obscure this. Why?
Cue the hide God nonsense.
Well, of course, if the devil can convince you that Genesis 1 is not real, then you won't read Genesis 2 or Lamentations or Obadiah or Matthew or Luke or John. You're going to think it's all fairy tale nonsense, and that is God's word. So if they can convince you God's word is not true, well, you'll believe the word of man instead. So when man tells you, we went to heaven in a rocket, you're going to go, oh my gosh, take my money. That's such a beautiful story.
Gotcha. Thanks very much. Appreciate that. Super chat from Astronomy Live says, thanks for that, by the way. They said, I've taken real photos of satellites in space, including GPS. I've even measured their altitude and velocity. Can you
No, you can't count that high.
can you explain, Nathan?
So this guy has real pictures of satellites in space, and I can't find any of them on Google.
Yeah, he does. He sends quite a lot, actually. Hey, Astronomy Live, send me one of the... Nathan, hold on. Astronomy Live, send me one of the pictures right now, and I'll put it up for Nathan to see. Next
up, Area 85 Restorations, thanks for your super chat. They said, I'm an engineer working for Blue Origin. Can Nathan explain how I am being, quote, being fooled, or am I part of the conspiracy, Nathan?
Sorry, was that a question?
Yes. They
Sorry,
said
there's an engineer
hang out all night. I just had to take care of my dog there for a second.
There's an engineer from Blue Origin, and he wants to know how he is being fooled.
Yeah, it's because you're gullible. Go out, test Earth yourself. You realize it's flat and stationary.
So the literal rocket engineer is the gullible one.
You gotta go. Wow. Flurfs are idiots. Thanks for your super chat. They said, hey, Nathan, how many lead paint chips do you consume on a daily basis?
I don't eat lead paint chips. I'm plant-based. I've been eating vegan for 5 years.
Yeah, but you were fed lead paint as a child, right?
Thank you very much. Eric Vierthaler, we got that question already about R and Raw. Willie Merck, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan Thompson, a U2 would have to be the size of a 747 with massive antennas to transmit anything from 90,000 feet in the air. Let's debate that.
Do you hear what this globehead's saying, James? He's saying, well, they would have to have a massive antenna from 90,000 feet in the air. So what they do is they send satellites in space.
Hey, Nathan, why do planes have their GPS receivers on the top?
SpongeBob, let me hear, bro. If it's too hard Nathan, to do from 90,000 feet, then they're not doing it from space, globehead.
Gotta move.
Nathan, why do planes have GPS receivers on the top?
Next question.
You don't know.
Balin 69, thanks to your super chat. They said, Nathan, explain how we as three-dimensional beings exist on a two-dimensional flat Earth plate.
Earth is not two-dimensional. That's a stupid question. Next.
Area 85 Restorations, thanks for your super chat. They said, even Kent thinks flat earthers are morons. Why is Nathan idolizing him?
Who cares? It's argument from popularity. Oh, this person thinks I'm right, so let me ask Nathan about it. Wow, you are scientifically literate.
JR, thanks for your super chat. They said rainbows are the same arch no matter the perspective, but a mirror is needed indoors to create the same effect. What is the mirror outside creating a consistent arch, or why is the mirror outside creating a consistent arch that isn't present indoors? Nathan.
That was for me?
Yes.
Yeah, pay attention.
Questions are so boring. So you want to know about an arch indoors? What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? What was it, James?
So they said rainbows are the same arch no matter the perspective, but a mirror is needed indoors to create the same effect. What is the mirror outside creating a consistent arch that isn't present indoors?
Okay, so a rainbow is happening because we live under a dome. That's why it's a dome shape.
What the fuck? Did you just say that? Like, you realize you're live to like 1,000 people, and you just said that.
Another interruption from Chris.
No, I was just asking a serious question. You realize that we're still live. And you're saying such stupid
someone
things.
just super chatted a question. I was giving an answer, Craig.
Super fast.
Man, I have to even explain the joke.
We've been going 3 hours. We've got to move fast. Josh Griffin, thanks for your super chat. They said, Craig, what was the funniest thing Nathan said tonight? There you go, a question for Craig.
Oh my God, what's the funniest thing Nathan said tonight? There's so much to choose from, but what he just said then was pretty dumb. Trust me, I might actually do the top 10 dumbest things that Nathan said in this debate video. Okay, it's going to be hard because, wow, there was a lot.
Jackalope Herdmaster, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan's too dense to know how badly he lost. Eric Vierthaler, 92, says, question for both. What would, we already got that one. What would change your minds? Steve, 1758, says, for both, the X-15 in 1963 set the altitude record at 67 miles. True or false? Explain.
I don't know. I wasn't there. Cool story, bro.
You can answer two if you'd like, Craig.
I'm just going to shake my head. I think that's all the answer needed.
Observable and repeatable. So when you tell a story,
Polly want a cracker.
Philip, Thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan, are we ever going to see a real picture of the flat Earth from space?
Space is fake. So no, you're never going to see any real pictures from space. That's why if you Google satellites in space or the pictures of the South Pole from space or pictures of the solar system from space, they are all cartoons like SpongeBob, who lives in a pineapple under the sea.
Gotcha. Thanks for that. Nathan?
Oh, here's a picture of a satellite in space taken by Astronomy Live.
Next up, appreciate your super chat from dearest friend Northern Shire, who says, Craig, do you believe Building 7 collapsed from fire?
I'm not going to dignify that completely disrespectful question with an answer.
Gotcha. Point and laugh. Thanks for your super chat. They said, Craig, please tell us all the funny things Nathan said. You can say one because we've got to keep moving.
Well, he thinks the second law of thermodynamics is about gas. That was pretty funny.
Traveler X, thanks for your super chat. They said, congrats, Nathan. Someone spelled science correctly for you. Now learn what it is. Alan H, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan, if planes don't run on fuel, why do they burn on crashes?
Well, anything will burn. That doesn't mean it's made of fuel. And also, if you look up crashes, it's not exploding like you would think it would. It's not giant gasoline explosions. And they just simply don't have the volume or the structural integrity to hold 100,000 pounds of gasoline in each wing. Also, refueling times are 10 to 15 minutes.
Lots of claims.
Another interruption. Thank you so much, Craig. I was waiting for that.
Cool. Wow. Can you actually count this side? This is impressive.
Next up, Mouth Breather. Thanks for your super chat. They said a Carnot engine does not relate to planes or cars. Please don't avoid the question. Please explain what a Carnot engine is or admit you don't understand the law of entropy.
I don't know what a Carnot engine is. I know what entropy is. Next.
Sleet, thanks for your super chat. They said,
you don't know what the law of
I own
entropy is,
a jet engine. Please tell me why I have to keep putting fuel into it when I run it.
Yeah, okay. I've seen videos of people cutting the fuel line to jet engines, and they still run. So these people are funny, dude. It's like they're so ignorant and so scientifically illiterate. They just talk out of their rear end.
Cool.
Gotcha.
You know, I worked with like air technicians in the Royal Navy, and like, wow, they must have all been in on the conspiracy.
Are you from the Valley? I've like worked with like air people, and like they like said we should go out for cosmopolitans and like
yeah, because engineering is a thing, and it all disagrees with what you say.
Shut up, Craig, you sound like
because everything you say is wrong.
It's the match.
Steve 17.
Good job, you're a window licker.
Says, does Nathan believe in Q non?
I'm just gonna stop you there, James. I don't have beliefs. I'm here to
yes, you do.
Observable.
No, you have beliefs.
Science, so
everything you say is a belief.
Next up,
another interruption. Thank you so much.
Yeah, cool. Keep counting. I'm trying.
Mr. Unite for the Children said,
I want to go for a record.
Let's see.
Sorry, James.
Hey, James, if I'm going to sit here and answer questions for you, bro, I would ask you to ask him not to interrupt me every time.
Oh, shut up, you little pussy.
Extremely old and irritating, okay?
Yep. So is you talking about SpongeBob?
It is true. Like, to be fair, most of these super chats are aimed at Nathan. So to be fair, if you want a fair debate, if you want to win fair and square, then we.
James, there is no debate. We all know this.
Globe
I can't let him
here, dumbass?
To parade your stupidity to the world, and I've done a perfect job of it.
Globe Samurai, thanks for your super chat. Nathan, are you proud of yourself?
Yeah, for sure. As long as my parents think what I'm doing is cool, and I think God's happy with me, I'm fine with that.
Gotcha. Next up, JL Warren, thanks for your super chat. They said, when will you admit that you were exposed as a Poe in Dallas?
I was never exposed as a Poe in Dallas. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Next up, Kaji, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan, are you doing a runner? Are you moving to avoid law enforcement?
I got a disorderly conduct charge. These guys are acting like I'm wanted for murder, and I come on live debates on YouTube. Oh my God, you guys are retarded.
JR,
just make sure you stream your court date, will you?
Absolute morons, dude.
JR,
the globe has infected your brain, and now you're like,
JR,
Nathan,
JR.
Nathan, you sound like you had a brain injury.
Nathan has
Hold on a
brain.
second.
Nathan, you sound like you have an actual
All
brain injury.
I got it. JR, thanks for your super chat. They said,
You guys are such goobers, dude.
You sound like you are actually retarded. Seriously.
Nathan, JR, thanks for your super chat. He said, fight the flat earth, explain a Snellian lunar eclipse at day.
Explain the Snellian lunar eclipse at day. The heliocentric model explains it. Like, what do they want to know? There is points where the angle of the moon and the Earth are incident when it's daylight. It's simple on the heliocentric model. The moon rotates around the Earth once every month, and at certain points, the ecliptic plane matches up in such a way that you can have that eclipse in the day. It's part of our heliocentric model, and it's explained perfectly by orbital mechanics.
Gotcha. Thanks for that. Next up, appreciate your super chat from OLM. They say, show us your map. Don't be afraid.
Yeah, I'm happy you asked. I was waiting for that. The sky is a map and a clock. It's been the same forever.
No, it hasn't. It changed.
USGS uses flat Earth maps to calculate distances outward from the North Pole, and also Craig.
Yeah, Craig.
Shut up!
We've got if it's going to be fair, Craig.
Childish, immature, crybaby loser.
Come on, James. I can't let him just say
Nathan,
wrong
come on,
stuff
James.
all the time.
I just can't. I can't
be fair. Nathan,
Yeah.
I got
Look at you. You're such a loser, bro. You can't even
What's that? 8 shower
control
heads?
yourself.
Okay,
You can't even
relax.
control yourself.
Nathan.
Yeah, I mean, everything you say, Nathan, is wrong.
This is zombie
Everything you say
frothing at
is
the
wrong.
mouth.
Nathan.
Everything.
Craig.
Everything you say is wrong.
Zombie
Craig.
frothing at the mouth.
Nathan.
Nathan.
Keep quiet.
Nathan,
Poor
everything
baby.
you say is wrong. Everything
Poor
you say
baby.
is wrong.
Hold on
Craig,
a
we
second.
know
You're so
the
triggered.
fight to flat Earth. You're the one
You're
who
so
debates
triggered. Look at
flat
you.
Earthers. Hey, we know you disagree with me. That doesn't give you the right.
Oh, no, you lost any rights when you started harassing children. You don't get respect, you piece of shit.
All
You
right.
don't get respect, you piece of crap.
We have to get back.
How
to the
triggered
actual
are you,
debate.
Nathan? How
Pathetic
We gotta
triggered?
get to the actual
Asshole,
debate. So
Yeah.
if there's going to be like a fair debate, like Craig, it is true that you have repetitively like Darth Dawkins level cut off Nathan Thompson. So we
Yeah,
have to-
James, it's all he deserves. So,
We do have to-
the debate's over, isn't it? We've done the debate. This is
counted
just the
23 times.
super
Yeah.
chats where
We're
he
having
gets
a
to actually be more
conversation.
stupid.
Thanks
You-
for your super chat. OALM says, show us
People
your
are-
map.
James,
Don't
people are so
Triggered.
socially
Next up.
inept.
Triggered.
OALM. Thank you for your
You're
super
so
chat.
disconnected from
Nathan.
reality, guys.
So triggered, Nathan. Oh, look at
Nathan.
you.
Disconnected from reality.
Guys,
Nathan.
please take screenshots and
They
make
don't
memes.
realize
Send the memes to my Discord.
that when someone else is talking, you should let them finish. Otherwise,
Yeah,
you're interrupting them. And Craig has done it over 20 times during the
Oh,
We've
yeah,
gotta
I
keep
have.
moving.
and insulted me
Uh-huh.
4 times.
I have, you're right, and you
So,
deserve nothing less.
Excellent. Just know, guys, if you subscribe to the anti-flat Earth cartoon globe-loving cult,
We gotta keep
Oh.
you have nothing to bring to
Oh
the
my
table.
god, does his mouth never
You'll have
stop
nothing
moving?
to
It's
bring to the
hilarious.
table Except insults and interruptions. So this is what you
Hey,
guys
Nate,
have to look
you might need
forward
to mute him
You
because
wanna
he seems to be
a space monkey,
going on a rant now.
shape-shifting,
Are you going to
globe-head.
tucker yourself out
This
there,
is
little
what
boy?
you have to look forward to. You can be just like Craig, who is a little childish, giggling schoolgirl. And
Oh
can't
my
control
goodness.
his
I've
impulse.
never met such a
Oh.
triggered little snowflake in all my
You're
life.
triggered. You're the one you're projecting, Craig.
Oh, look at you. Are you going to start
You're
crying, Nathan?
triggered. That's
gonna
why
start
you
crying
can't
next?
Shut up.
Are you going to start
entire
crying
debate.
next? Are you?
Poor Craig is so
You're going to start
triggered.
crying?
Look, more
Are
pictures
you?
of me on
Are you going to
Craig's
start crying?
computer
Oh, look at
because
the baby.
Craig loves me. He's
Look at the little
obsessed
baby.
with Nathan Thompson.
Okay, we've
So
got
now
to-
Craig
I can see the
has
tears
all
in your eyes,
pictures.
Nathan.
You
I can
gotta-
see the
All
tears.
pictures of Nathan Thompson because he loves me. Thanks,
Okay.
Craig.
I
for
can
your
see the
love
tears.
and support from NASA fanboys.
Okay, that's
Scientific
beautiful.
Sorry, James. I
Thank
seem to
you.
have broken Nathan. I do apologize.
We are going to
I
go to
broke
the
you.
next.
I broke you, clown. I broke you 2 hours ago.
Look at you,
kept
triggered
interrupting
little
me,
snowflake.
calling me names, loser.
Oh my
No,
goodness.
we've
We're
gotta
broken
keep
the whole
We've
James,
gotta
this
keep
is pure
going.
gold. You realize this is gold, right?
We've got to go. We've got to keep going, you guys. Okay. Oh, Alan, thanks for your super chat. Said, show us your map. Don't be afraid.
Sky's a map and a clock. Next question.
Brian Brokaw, thanks for your super chat, who said, Nathan, I can see other planets with my telescope from a high elevation. Why can't I see New York from Texas?
When he says other planet, he assumes that the Earth is a planet. Earth is not a planet. Planet means wandering star, and you can't see as far horizontally as you can see vertically because of the laws of perspective. The ground is rising to eye level. Now, when you look up, there are no lines of convergence from the ground rising to eye level because you're looking up.
Gotcha. Thank you. Next up, Jack of Trades. Thanks for your super chat. Said, Nathan, I find your sincerity hard to deny. Maybe physics isn't for you and you should try telling people about how great God is or something instead and focus on that, huh?
I do that too.
Philip, thanks for your super chat. They said, what would it take for each of you to be convinced of the other person's position?
Evidence. So it said that before, but there isn't any flat Earth evidence.
What
All
about
there
you,
is
Nathan?
flat Earthers not understanding science.
Nathan?
Yeah, it's observation, then hypothesis, then experiment. So
I don't want to crack it.
Next up.
Another interruption from Craig. Thank you so much.
All right,
That was a parrot,
Greg,
sorry.
Greg, come on. Text drink water. Thanks for your super chat. They said Nathan's brain is about as big as his SpongeBob toy.
Bro, that's another insult. James, can we just do the science questions, bro? I thought we were in a rush.
Gotcha. Let me try to sift through here.
I get enough insults from Craig, bro. I don't need to hear them from you two.
Rock 3. Well, what are your thoughts on there only being a handful, at most around 5, church fathers that believed the earth was flat? Most believed a globe, Nathan.
Nathan, they all believe, and I believe it's a globe. I believe it's flat. Bleep, 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 bleep.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you very much. David Shipley, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan, how do globe earthers believe gravity works? Wait for answer. Fight the flat earth. How does science actually explain gravity?
How does science explain gravity? So gravity is the phenomenon of mass attracting mass, which is caused by an emergent force, which is a consequence of the curvature of space-time due to the uneven distribution of mass. There is plenty of experiments that actually are experimental evidence of special and general relativity. So it's quite well understood what the effects of gravity are.
If mass attracted mass, I would be more attracted to fat chicks, but I'm not because it doesn't happen.
Next up, thank you for that.
More dumb stuff. Wow.
Next up, Keith Milner, thanks for the super chat. They said, where is the viewer height in the 8-inch per mile approximation formula that flurfers use? Why don't they use the accurate formula? It's not difficult.
No,
I'm
it's really
so happy he brought that up because that is the formula at sea level or at the surface of the globe. Now, if you incorporate height, for example, the black swan from 1 foot up shows a horizon well beyond 10 miles in the distance, and the horizon should be at 2 to 3 miles. So sorry that the Earth's not a globe and the horizon does not bend downward because of convexity over large bodies of water, but it's flat and stationary, and that's a fact. Cheers.
Gotcha.
There wasn't a single fact in what you just said. Refraction doesn't work the way you think it does. On the screen now is the difference between 8 inches per mile squared and the actual curvature.
Craig, you say my group's an echo chamber, and you say the exact same thing after every single time I say something. You say, that's all wrong. You didn't say anything that is true there. None of that is fact.
That's because everything you say is wrong. Nathan, everything you say is wrong.
Next up.
Every single word that comes out of your mouth is factually incorrect. Every single thing.
9404, thanks to your super chat. They said, Nathan, don't quit your day job for a singing career.
I don't have a day job. My job
we know you don't have a job.
So
appreciate it. Kajai, thanks for your super chat. They said, Craig.
I got the answers, ladies and gentlemen. I got the answers.
No, you don't. You don't have single evidence. You don't have single bit.
Kajai, thanks for your super chat. They said, Craig, Nathan was my DFOTY vote. Go to work now. Willie Murph.
Nathan is actually my official nomination.
We're not going to double team.
So you said I never won anything in my life, Craig. You were wrong.
No, you haven't.
Willie
you didn't win.
Craig.
You didn't win Dumb Fuck of the Year.
Willie Murphy.
Sleeping Warrior won it last year. You're in with a chance this year. You're
Craig,
probably
really
going to win
long
Dumb Fuck of the Year this year.
Willie
Definitely.
Murray.
You rewind the
Thanks for
the
debate, guys.
won.
Craig said I never win anything, but now
Yeah.
I won something. So
We are
Nathan,
Willie
you
Merck,
haven't won
we
anything.
definitely,
You've got a
definitely have to
nomination.
move on. Willie Merck, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nate, the power supply and transmitter on a U2 would have to be massive, man. Let's debate. The plane is too small to have that much avionics loaded.
James, do you hear what they're saying? You can't sing the signal from a plane. It has to be coming from cartoon space 250 miles away from the Earth's surface. It can't be 90,000 feet. It has to be 250 miles away in space.
Next up, Dennis D, thanks for your super chat. They said
Wow.
Nathan's dog took a big crap inside his head. Area 85 restorations. I'm sorry, Nathan. Come on. Please, Nathan. It's just...
I'm not a Patreon anymore, James. We're not friends.
Nathan, Dennis D says,
kidding.
Area 85 restorations, thanks for your super chat. They said if Nathan is the big expert on jet engines, can he explain the basic principle of how one works?
Yeah, of course. The jet engine creates a vacuum in front of it, and the vortex is self-perpetuating.
Thank you. Next
What
up.
the fuck did you just say?
Next up. Show your sources, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan, they have chased people over little things like parking tickets. Gotcha. Traveler X, thanks for your super chat. They said, Craig, how far will Polaris have progressed by the time Natalie is released from the room he's in right now?
Very, very little. Barely perceptible. But the procession's there. That's why in 13,000 years' time we'll have a different North Star.
Next up, Steven1758. Thanks for your super chat. They said, okay, try it this way. Is Nathan a member of Q?
Definitely not.
Red Cosmos Devil, thanks for your super chat. They said, Natalie, you have a very punchable face. Wardrobe. Warcoder01, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nathan, do you know the difference between a sharp and shallow turn when you drive a car? Nathan?
You can't be serious, James.
Gotcha. Dave Gar.
No, he doesn't is the answer.
Thanks for your super chat, Dave Gar. For both, would observations of the Martian polar ice caps be proof of a large body of water adhering in a curve to a sphere?
No, you need to measure curvature of Earth, not the fact that ice caps exist. I mean, you could have walls of ice on a flat Earth or a tilted cartoon spinning SpongeBob globe.
You want to see curvature of Earth? Because I've got measurements.
How high was that dog cam? Have you figured that out yet?
That was about 110,000 feet.
Excellent. Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson says Earth's flat from 100.
Cool. I'm not Neil deGrasse Tyson, am I?
Another interruption, Craig. Thank
Next
you so
up.
much. So wait, James.
I mean, you bring up other people. I'm going to say I'm not Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Next up, thanks for your super chat from Michael Barrett, who says, James, are you questioning your life choices? It's been a funny one tonight, that's for sure. Red Cosmos Devil, thanks for your super chat. They said, Natalie, can you explain Foucault's pendulum?
Yeah, of course, Earth doesn't rotate under anything. Look at anything hanging in nature, and it's not swinging, and there's not a drift involved. So a lot of times I go to museums and the Foucault's not working. They have to be started. That's not an observation. That's a man-made apparatus. And if you think a man-made apparatus is science, well, you probably think you live in a
doesn't think
pineapple.
man-made apparatuses are science. Fuck me.
Next up, thanks so much for being here, everybody. It's been a wild one. It's been crazy tonight. We appreciate you spending your time with us. I've heard the word on the streets is that there is a after party over, an after show over at Team Skeptics channel, Nathan's twin brother. That should be a lot of fun. Oh, I love you guys. So, want to let you know that's going on. If they send me the link, I will put it in the description. And if there's any other, my guess is that's going to be a primarily globe person demographic at that after show. If any flat earthers want to host an after show, let me know. Thanks so much for being here, folks. It is honestly so fun. You can tell that I'm honestly like on the verge of death. I've never been so tired in my life. So, want to say, reminder that both of our speakers, I've put both of their links in the description so that you, at your convenience, if you're listening today and you're like, boy, do I want to get more of that. Well, you can. Their links are chilling out in the description as I left them there just for you. And want to say, Wotan returns next Friday. He will be debating Planner Walk. That should be a lot of fun.
Why would you do that to Planner Walk? That's just mean.
We're going to have a lot of fun ones coming up, folks, including we actually have Nathan's twin brother, The Plain Truth, will be coming back on tomorrow against Pleasant Connor. So that should be a lot of fun. That's going to be a wild one. We should hopefully have an intelligent design debate this Sunday. A lot more stuff coming up. And so whether you be Christian atheist, Flat Earth, Globe Earth, Republican, Democrat, you name it, we hope you feel welcome here. And so thanks for hanging out with us. And gentlemen, I can't thank you enough. You guys, it's been quite the show tonight. Thank you very much, Nathan and Craig.
What's about closing thoughts from Craig and me, real quick?
Who wants to go first?
Go ahead,
Nathan.
Craig.
No, I went first with the evidence.
All
You
right.
go first with closing thoughts.
Yeah, the most dangerous man to any government is the man who is able to think for himself without regard to prevailing superstitions and taboos. So if you know that the earth is flat, you are deadly dangerous because you're the type of person who's broken free from his conditioning, and you don't buy everything hook, line, and sinker that the government tells you through their fake news media outlets or public indoctrination camps. The truth's incontrovertible. Malice will attack it over and over and over again and continue to interrupt and insult it. But ignorance will try to deride it. In the end, there it is. So thank you very much for having me, James. Guys, subscribe to the show. I'm personally a Patreon of Modern Day Debate. I really love the channel. I like how, kind of laissez-faire you are with the debates. It's not too strict and regimented. So thanks so much for having me. It's been fun. Craig, I appreciate you. The tally was insulting me 24 times, and you interrupted me 25 times.
Well, here you go. You're a fucking idiot. I have two more.
Now you're break even with the insults and interruptions. So you got.
Oh, damn. I wanted to go for more. Wait, you're definitely a moron. You have an IQ of a rock, and you look like a moron. How was that?
Excellent. Well, let me wrap it up real quick, Craig. So it's pretty sad when you come to a debate and your goal is
there was no debate.
Your goal is to insult and interrupt people. This is called.
Are you going to stop talking at any time?
It's called Modern Day Debate, Craig. So if you didn't,
are you going to stop talking?
If you didn't think this was a debate, Craig, this just shows
there is no debate. There is no debate. But are you going to shut up at any point, or
you think you live on a spinning ball and you join a channel called Modern?
Are you going to stop talking, or you're just going to keep going?
This isn't a debate. The channel's called Modern Day Debate, Craig. So this was
there is no debate.
We're going to ask a couple of quick super chats that came in last second before we go over to Craig's closing. So quick. Josh Griffin, thanks for your super chat. They said, can you both debaters give their definition of an echo chamber?
Yeah, of course.
Somewhere that, let's talk about Nathan's group, for instance. The reason I got booted from Nathan's group was for asking questions about gravity. That is an echo chamber.
Gotcha. Nathan?
Yeah, well, we don't boot people for asking questions. We boot people
I've got screenshots to prove it.
Insults. Okay. Breaking the rules could be lying or not providing scientific evidence for your claims, like gravity is mass attracting mass, blah, blah, blah.
Right. So anything you don't think is science. Got it. Echo chamber.
Large objects don't appear to have a magnetic-like attraction, Craig. So
gravity isn't magnetic, you moron.
SpongeBob. I know I said a magnetic-like attraction.
It's nothing like magnetic.
We've got to go to the next question.
Mass.
So, Nathan, we need an answer from you on what an echo chamber is.
Yeah, it's when you let SpongeBob ask the same questions over and over again.
Willie Merck, thanks for your super chat. They said, Nate, I am not claiming satellites. Use the AWACS.
All right, I'm not claiming satellites either. I think they're fake. Cool, we're on the same page. Next.
Work ordered 01, thanks for your super chat. They said, you're not Neo, Nathan.
I never thought it was. I'm Nathan, not Neo.
Next up, we'll let Craig have his closing statement. And then we'll wrap up.
Cool.
Yeah, there is no debate about the flat Earth at all. There is no evidence that the Earth is flat. There simply is the objective fact that the Earth is a globe and it rotates. All evidence shows that to be the fact. There is no debate. The reason I came here is simply to parade Nathan's stupidity to the world, to a large audience. And James nicely let me do that. So whenever Nathan attempts to flat smack anyone from now on, I will just refer them to this debate where he said some monumentally moronic things. The Earth isn't flat, all flat earthers are fucking idiots. Fight the flat earth.
Gotcha. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Want to say thanks, folks, for hanging out with us. It's always a blast. We really appreciate it. Want to say it's always a pleasure. I honestly am just such in a great mood. I love being here, and so you guys make it fun. Want to say thanks so much for all the love and encouragement. It means a lot.
No problem, man.
And so even if you're a critic, want to let you know sometimes I ignore you. Sometimes I even tell you
That's
that
okay.
you're wrong and to shut up. But want to let you know we do appreciate you being here. It's good for us to get that feedback. That's why I may tell you once in a while I get a little snippy and I say shut up, but we will never block somebody or delete them or something if you're a critic of modern day debate. So let me know if anybody does that. Like, let me know, because the moderator shouldn't do that. And I don't think they ever have. So I want to say thanks so much for being here, folks. We hope you have a great rest of your night. Keep sifting out the reasonable from the unreasonable. Hey everybody, tonight we're debating Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, and we are starting right now with MC Toon's opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us, MC Toon. The floor is all yours.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Glad to see Austin and Kai here with myself and Carissa. Austin, when you're through Minneapolis, I'm sorry we didn't connect. That would have been fun, but glad to be here. So I have a presentation here. I'm gonna send to you right here. All right. So let me know when you got that and people are seeing it, and I will. I'll go through it. All right. So what I'm showing is a test, a measurement to see if the Earth is flat or spherical, and it uses absolutely no assumptions, and that's the cool thing about this particular one. So there's just a small amount of math to start. Fortunately, you don't even need to do any equations to do it. On the surface of a sphere, a triangle always has more than 180 degrees. On the surface of a plane, a triangle always has 180 degrees exactly. So if the Earth is flat, then any measured triangle, every one of them will be 180 degrees. And if the Earth is round or spherical, a sufficiently large triangle so that the measurement, the precision of the measurement instruments can resolve it, there will be more than 180 degrees in any triangle. There are no assumptions in this at all, nothing. So right there is just a little description of how it's done. It's called, the amount over 180 degrees is called spherical excess. So if there's any spherical excess, then you know that the Earth is not flat. And here's a little more. This is on my website at mctoon.net/SE. All of this stuff is on there. So all my data is cited there. This shows a little bit with how the triangles work. Since the triangles are not in the same plane on the surface of a sphere, the angles are greater than 180 degrees. So there was a survey. It was published in 1900. It's a 900-page survey. It's called the Transcontinental Triangulation of the American Arc of the Parallel. I sent this to Austin more than a year ago, so he's had plenty of time to see it, to review it, to read it, to become familiar with it. I'm sure he has. They used these theodolites. These are 20-inch long theodolites. Very, very precise. Better than 1 arc-second of precision in this. In order to site them, they set up temporary housing, temporary viewing stations on mountaintops, especially across the Rockies. And they use what's called a heliotrope on the ones that are being sighted. So one person's on a mountaintop with a theodolite, and then there's several people at different mountaintops with heliotropes shining these mirrors on the top toward the other place so that they can sight the different locations. So they have a shiny point to measure towards. Here's somebody using a heliotrope. You can see there's a telescope on it so that they can view the person with the theodolite who is measuring the angles. Now, you may be wondering, how did they deal with refraction? And that is an important issue. It is covered in there in the book, the survey. The thing is about horizontal measurements or azimuthal measurements is refraction does not affect it. It does affect zenith measurements a lot, but it does not affect horizontal measurements. So they go over that in the book. And the way that you do get variations due to potential atmospheric effects dealt with is you take lots of measurements, lots and lots of measurements. They take huge numbers of measurements. They get a really tight standard deviation so that they know that the measurements are very accurate. So I want to focus on just one particular triangle to begin with. And you can see right here, it is Mount Loma, Mount Diablo, and Mount Helena, which are in Utah, Nevada, and California. They have the observed angles right there, 28 degrees, 49 arc minutes, 8.348 arc seconds. The important thing there is that little number at the bottom, 57.778. That is the spherical excess. That is the amount over 180 degrees that triangle summed to. There are no assumptions in this. It is just a horizontal measurement of these three angles from these three mountaintops, nothing more. it sums to more than 180 degrees. Therefore, the Earth cannot be flat. Now, the thing is, there are hundreds and hundreds of these triangles in this particular survey, just this particular survey, and I have 5 others linked on my website at mc2.net/SE. You can see here 50 degrees, 50. These are arc, and it's over. So that is right there what I would ask anybody to explain. If the Earth is flat, how come all of these triangles do not sum up to 180 degrees? And if you think there's any assumptions in here, please be very specific in what you think they are. So that's mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Melvin. Is it good for me to go, James?
Absolutely.
Perfect. So I think there are many scientific reasons for the Earth being round, but there are also many ways that we can observe the Earth being round just by using our eyes, using our senses. And that is why even before Christ, right, in 200 BC, Aristophanes actually measured the circumference of the Earth. He used the sun. There were many, it was very accepted even over 2,000 years ago. And there are so many things that we can actually just see and visualize and experience that will lend itself to a spherical Earth. So some of those things that we can see on a day-to-day basis currently is that for lunar eclipses, we see them at many locations of the Earth. And if you see a spherical or a circular shadow at many different angles, that means that the whatever you're looking at, the shadow of whatever you're seeing is spherical, right? There's also other things that point very clearly to a spherical Earth, such as consistency of the stars. In the northern and the southern hemisphere, Polaris is constant in the northern hemisphere, and you see the other stars rotating around Polaris from our vantage point. Similarly, we see that in the Southern Cross. And also there's some things that it would not add up. So we also see the same face of the moon wherever we are, right? And that would not be possible if we were on a flat plane. So for example, if we were on a flat plane, if the moon was spherical, then someone very far away would see a different face of the moon than someone beneath the moon. Or if the moon was a disk, then it would not look circular. It would be distorted depending on where you were on the Earth. So there are many inconsistencies with a flat Earth model that can be observed just by the naked eye. You don't have to know a lot of science. You don't have to understand all of the mathematics behind it. These are things that are very demonstrable. And those are just to name a few. There's so many things that prove that the Earth is spherical. But that's all I have, and I'm excited to hear the opposing perspective.
You got it. Thank you very much, Carissa. And want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics, and we hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you are from. Also, want to let you know, folks, if you have not heard, we are absolutely pumped for this upcoming debate next weekend between Apostate Prophet and Stewart on Christianity versus atheism. You don't want to miss it. Hit that subscribe button, folks, as we have many more juicy debates coming up. And with that, thanks so much, Witsit and Kai, for being here. The floor is all yours.
What up? This is the beautiful Kai.
Hello.
And I am Witsit Gets It. All right, I'm going to try to share screen here. Maybe this will work. We shall see. Can you see it?
Yep.
Exciting. All right, we put this together really fast, but the Earth is flat. Don't make this weird, bro. We didn't lie about it. So anyway. So we're curious as to which one of these is the real curve of the Earth. Is it when we're at 100 feet? Or 10,000 feet, or 33,000 feet, or 7,000 feet, or 128,000 feet, or 1,000,000 feet? Which one's the real curve? Which one isn't the real curve? The crickets every time. So once again, here's the fisheye of the infamous Felix Baumgartner jump. And then this is a reality photo of a high altitude balloon, 121,000 feet. This is infamous astrophysicist, scientific communicator Neil deGrasse Tyson. Let's hear what he's got to say about it. Hopefully the audio works.
And the dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't, it's, he wants to, I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space, look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Interesting. Of course, the globe earthers literally throw this guy under the bus. They act like he's a complete moron, propped up astrophysicist, shown to the whole world. They have no choice but to throw him under the bus, which should be pretty telling, but let's proceed. So here's this infamous billionaire goes to space launch, right? And it shows you this crazy curvature. Then a little bit later, I took a screenshot. I guess the Earth went convex and then concave. It can't make up its mind. So very interesting. And then here's your boy Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about this as people ran their victory laps because we've been to space, you stupid flat earthers. People are privately going there now.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No.
So if you take a
63 miles.
Oh, yeah, right. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody's seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
Interesting. So no, you don't see the curvature according to this astrophysicist here from a plane. You don't see it from 128,000 feet. You don't even see it from 63 miles in the air. 63 miles. But why do they show this beautiful curvature here? And then of course you see that it's obviously not always curved. It curves up too. Doesn't matter. We'll just throw this guy up. So here we go with the infamous blue marble picture, right? Robert Simmons is the artist. This is for the people maybe unfamiliar with it. Here's a quote. We put it up here for you. Then we wrapped a flat map around the ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds and oceans to match people's expectation of how Earth looks from space. The ball became the famous blue marble. So it's not a real picture. It was the default picture on the iPhone. But again, they're showing all these fake pictures of curvature, but it's probably because they're telling the truth. Here's all the different pictures of the Earth, and I guess the Earth changes from year to year. They can't figure out it has bipolar.
The size of the continents are changing.
The colors change.
Yeah.
You know, well, we're crazy. You got to believe that these are real, or you are a conspiracy theorist. I like this.
Okay, so again, they say that the Earth is a ball. One main proof that they have is things disappearing behind the curvature of the Earth. So they use like sunsets or ships disappearing over the horizon as evidence that the Earth is a ball. But you can see here that things in the distance converge with the horizon. You can see with the street lamps, the farther the street lamps are from you, they begin to merge with the horizon. It almost looks like the street lamps are setting. You can see the hallway as well. The further distance, it merges with the horizon. We have a couple pictures, a couple videos. The first video we have is a boat. So again, I'll say, oh, the ship is disappearing behind the curvature of the Earth. When you zoom into the boat, you can see it again. So it's not actually disappearing behind anything, because if it was being physically obstructed, then you couldn't zoom in with the camera. Just like you can't use a camera to see through a brick wall or a mountain, you can't have a camera see through a hump of Earth's curvature. So the real reason that boats are disappearing is not behind the curve of the Earth, but simply it's just leaving your field of vision. We also have another video here. This explains how sunsets are working on a flat Earth. as the laser gets further away, it's not going behind anything. It's on a flat surface. It's just leaving your field of vision as it gets farther and farther from you. And that explains how a sunset works on the flat Earth.
No, which, of course, they say, no, there's no way it wouldn't disappear from the bottom up. There's a laser doing it. So the second law of thermodynamics dictates pressure will fill the available space, spontaneously seeking equilibrium. This is, of course, a natural law, not a theory, not debatable. The globe Earth belief system loves to handwave dismiss the second law as if it's flexible or they can make it up or whatever. But here, I'll let you commentate this. But here's a little demonstration of the very simplistic idea of gas filling the available space.
So you can see here gas inside a vacuum chamber fills the available space. And then once
If you're able to just, it's really, I think that they maybe won't be able to hear you while the music's going simultaneously.
All right, my bad. I turned it down. There you go.
You got it. Go ahead.
Okay, so the second law of thermodynamics describes entropy, high pressure going to low pressure. You can see here that also that gas fills the available space. Inside a vacuum chamber, the gas is still filling the available space. And then once the lid of the vacuum chamber is removed, you'll see that the gas, the high pressure in the vacuum chamber fills the available space, which is the surrounding air. The reason this is relevant is because we know we have gas pressure here on Earth, and they tell us that outer space is a vacuum, and they also say that the atmosphere is uncontained. So if the atmosphere is uncontained, then the high pressure here on Earth should fill the available space, and it doesn't.
Yeah, and just to make it worse, it's really funny that people laugh, but this is not even remotely close to the pressure differential of the 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum of space people float around in. So this is hilarious that you think that something could be drastically greater with a pressure differential and just sit there chilling, going numerous different vectors, and pressure never fills the available space. The second law gets thrown out the window, but no big deal. Who needs natural law? We have cartoons. So here's the government telling you numerous times that the only way they can do anything with practical use cases when people's lives are at stake is to assume the Earth is flat. But the government's probably trolling with documents that had to be declassified and no one's ever read and they've hidden from the public. They're just trolling. They're just bored. Right here, propagation of electromagnetic fields over a flat Earth. This is actually how they engineer a ground weapon system, ground weapon towers, and they had to assume the Earth was specifically a dielectric plane in order for them to acquire the target or to have any accuracy of practical use. Here you go. They're talking about determining the brightness of the firmament, assuming a near sun and a flat Earth, and that the approximation for the firmament was proven correct in the bottom left. And of course, here we have the air trajectory model. The only way that you can even design an aircraft is to assume the Earth's a flat, non-rotating surface, as do pilots when they fly them, or people would literally die. They don't assume that the Earth is curving down beneath them or spinning because literally they couldn't fly the plane. So there's numerous government documents. Here's just a couple of them we put together for you, saying that literally anytime that they design any technology or any practical use is used in the real world, the only way it works is to assume the Earth is flat, including electromagnetic propagation for ground weapon systems. Well, no big deal. Probably is a ball. They just have to act like it isn't a ball. Just a coincidence. So here's an infamous picture from 275 miles away, the infamous world's longest photograph. There should be numerous miles of obstruction here, like numerous feet of obstruction here, but it's not there. We just see the mountains and they must not actually be there. They're just where they are. Here are numerous states, science. Several U.S. states led by Florida are flatter than a pancake. There's like a list of 11 or 12 there. 10 flattest places on the Earth. You got all kinds of different places that are incredibly flat for immense amounts of distances. But the Earth is a globe. Obviously, it's just flat everywhere for hundreds of miles everywhere. And they admit it, and this is coming from physical empirical measurement, unlike McToon's little look at something in the distance and presuppose spherical excess, but we'll get into that later, I'm sure. So anyway, the Earth is such a ball that it's flat everywhere. You know how it goes. Okay, you can do this.
Again, on the globe model, the horizon has to be physical. But as you can see with atmospheric refraction, the horizon isn't physical. It's just the apparent location where the sky meets the ground. And you can see throughout the day, the atmospheric refraction changes. And it just confirms again that the horizon is not the curve of the Earth. It's just an apparent location.
Yep. The globe Earth has asthma, so it's breathing, it's breathing in and out here. This is the curvature rate of the Earth, right? So like as we invoke this, people get triggered. This is the globe Earth math, bro. Like the Earth is flat. Don't make this weird. We didn't lie about it. This is what they said we live on, bro. You can test it. It's geometry. There has to be a physical horizon. That's what geometry says, right? So this is the math. This isn't the flat earthers math. It's funny that we weren't taught this in school. No one knows what it is. I'll go around the entire United States. No one knows anything about the curvature rate or how to test it. We weren't taught that. We were just told there's a ball. And then, you could just be in the majority, make fun of the other side, and that makes them dumb. But good.
And so this is based on, so they told us that the radius is 3,959 miles, which means that the drop rate will be 8 inches per mile squared, I believe up to 1,000 miles. So you can see here in the chart, obviously the first mile, there's an 8-inch drop, but as you get further on, for example, 100 miles across, there should be a 6,666 foot drop. So if this curvature rate is real, if the globe is actually real, you should be able to easily detect this, and they can't.
Nope, nowhere other than looking at refracted images, assuming it's physical. So, and here you guys have probably, hopefully seen it, the infamous black swan observation. So for those that don't know, the reason it's called a black swan is because if you say all swans are white, and then you find a black swan, that nullifies or falsifies the notion that they're all whites. You just have to find one black swan. Then your statement that all swans are white isn't true, right? This is the globe Earth's black swan. That means when people run away, they just parrot the word refraction, which we can definitely get into the depths of it, right? It doesn't change anything. If this happens one time, the radius is wrong, right? We have one in Australia right here, the observer height 5 feet, so it should be at 2.35 miles. The horizon's over 7.8 miles. So we'll go through it just for people that are new to it, right? So it's the modus tollens argument. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. It's just a falsification, proposal. Right? So if the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, every single horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It has to be. This is geometry based on the radius of 3,959 miles. Right? We have the observation on California right here, 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and actually even less than that. And the horizon is beyond platform habitat, the furthest oil rig, which is 9.4 miles away. This would require the radius of the Earth be 264,000 miles. It's literally impossible. The physical curvature of the Earth that should block the observer's view should be before this still shot's even taken from the video, much further ahead, but it's not, right? So we have 2 black swans right here. There are all kinds of them. We just threw a couple on here. This can't be recovered from. It's been out there for a year. We still haven't had a sufficient answer. People just hear a word, they're told to say the word, but we're just here to open up the mind of the third-party viewer that's honest. If you don't want to know the truth, it's maybe flat Earth's not for you, bro. And then we have an infrared picture here.
10 more seconds left.
The furthest mountain is 255 miles away. Of course, it'll be blocked by over a mile curvature in the back from the top of the mountain, but no, it's just magically we saw through it. X-ray Superman. Here's your boy.
I can go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have...
That is just a bit over 12 minutes.
Oh, okay. Cool. No worries. Everything NASA shows you is fake. It's stupid. They're just bouncing around. You get it.
You got it. Thank you very much, both Witsit and Kai. We appreciate it. We are going to kick it into open conversation, and then after that, we of course have Q&A. Folks, if you happen to have a question, feel free to fire it into the old live chat. If you tag me with @ModernDayDebate, that makes it easier for me to see your question. And then Super Chat is also obviously a way you can ask a question or make a comment, and we read those first just to get through them quickly, and then we'll jump into open conversation right now. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Hey, I'm wondering, why didn't you look up, Austin, what the actual source was for the 1.22 times feet in height? Why didn't you look that? A couple months ago, I asked you where Quantum Eraser got that, and you didn't answer me. Don't worry about it. Here's the deal. Let me share this because I want people to see. I know where he got it from. He got it from Andrew Young,
the subject matter expert. Andrew Thomas Young, our favorite guy.
That's who he got it from. This is the page that he lifted it from, right? Is this being shared? Okay. So you see right here, this is the no refraction part of the page, right? And right here, 1.23 or 1.225, he rounded up, times the square root of eye height in feet. That's where quantum eraser got it from. Okay. That is, again, from Andrew Thomas Young. Quantum Eraser Loves the Sky.
Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Astronomy Department. So, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Astronomy Department, the subject matter expert.
The subject matter expert. Excellent. So the problem is that Quantum Eraser stopped reading at this point, and he does not read on to where Andrew Thomas Young talks about refraction in measuring the distance to the horizon. And that's the crucial point of your black swan image there, is that there's no refraction. That's the most important part of that. There's no refraction involved. Yet Andrew Thomas Young, the source of that formula from Quantum Eraser, talks about refraction in detail. Look at the rest of this page. That page is significantly longer than just this first part that Quantum Eraser likes to look at. Now, Austin, I know that you love demanding that refraction happen.
Refraction, which we immediately and adamantly claim is always present because there's temperature fluctuation and atmospheric conditions that are consistently affecting what you perceive.
I completely agree. So be sure, Austin, in your analysis to include refraction, or I will just play this.
Refraction always happens
over and over again.
It's important.
Okay.
All right. You're done? Okay. He didn't get it from Andrew Thomas Young, my man, right? It comes from...
Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Astronomy Department.
Yes, he did.
Subject matter expert.
That's where he got it from.
Dude, we heard it, bro. You took
that's where he got it from.
Calm down, man. Calm down. All right.
Be sure to include refraction in your analysis.
My man is tripping. All right. It actually comes from geometry. It's the radius value of 3,959 miles. That's where the number comes from. Now, of course,
but you didn't include refraction in your analysis.
Refraction increases proportionate to the distance.
Are you done?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Let's give the same way that we gave you several minutes. Let's be fair and give the same to Whitsitt.
All right.
Okay, so 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet comes from geometry. Whenever quantum invokes Andrew Thomas Young is because it's the subject matter expert for your side, right? So we have many people run around act as if that number's wrong or something. He's like, look, even the guy on your side agrees. Okay, so the number doesn't come from Andrew Thomas Young. He didn't create the equation, which is what you're insinuating. It's literally geometry, okay? It's not debatable anyway. But when you bring up refraction, right, you should go back to your little page and you should see the formula. We should enlighten everyone what it is. It's 7/6R, R being the radius of the Earth. So you actually have to know an accurate radius value, fluctuate it in theory, not in reality, of course. The Earth isn't fluctuating. You know what I'm saying? It isn't actually increasing by 15%, is it, in tune? No, it's just theoretical to explain this rate we need if the Earth's in fact a ball. So you actually have to reify the R value that's being contended and falsified, and then you have to extend it and then say, look, this formula proves it.
But I don't use that particular measurement or observation to measure the radius of the Earth. That's done external to that particular measurement. It's already known what the radius is. But no, it doesn't matter. You cannot look at that photograph without including refraction in the analysis.
And the radius dissecting of the observations, you even account for refraction that we know for a fact to be present.
Absolutely.
Bro, does the radius change? Like when you put 7/6R, can you change the radius?
No, but refraction changes what you see.
When you just throw refraction out entirely, invoking the furthest point away in the image and saying that you don't have to account for refraction and making the baseless assertion it doesn't move it because you showed us some really not very great images where they look to be generally the same is laughable, bro.
That's laughable, bro. Include the refraction in your analysis, bro.
Okay, so, bro, my friend, I'm asking you, can the radius change? And if it can't,
if you're not going to include refraction in your analysis, don't bother.
I'm claiming that you haven't even actually accounted for all the variables and you're touting your trigonometry that literally hand waves dismiss one of the most important variables when it comes to perception, which is refraction.
I couldn't say it better myself. Go ahead.
Okay. Once again, bro, you can't actually fluctuate the R value. So they give this theoretical equation to explain how
I'm sorry. You yourself demand that refraction be included in the analysis. So include refraction in your analysis. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. The horizon is nothing more than an apparent location that fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions, including refraction and the observer's heights.
right? So it constantly fluctuates. You're making an additional claim. You're actually claiming it's a physical, actual location based on.
I didn't claim. But this is your picture, not mine.
So do boats go over the curvature of the Earth, McToon?
Absolutely, they do get obstructed.
You do claim it's physical. Yeah. Thank you, man. Thank you for just contradicting yourself instantaneously. So if the Earth is a radius value of 3,959 miles, there's a physical obstruction. Flat Earth knows that the horizon is just apparent, constantly fluctuates. We showed that. I don't know if you were paying attention to the presentation. We actually showed a time lapse where the horizon constantly moves.
Absolutely, yeah. That's why you need to include refraction analysis.
But if your refraction,
you made my point.
If it requires the reification of the R value in contention, it is inadmissible, my friend.
No. The radius of the Earth was measured external to that particular observation.
So it doesn't use the horizon.
When the measurements for the radius that I cite do not use the horizon. No.
Right. It uses stuff like we can presuppose the distance of the sun, and then we can come up with some correlative response.
No.
Yeah.
I will happily show you how to measure the radius of the Earth.
Okay, but can we hone in on one thing for the audience, because some people are new to this conversation. Do you agree that on a ball, there has to be a physical curve that will block your view and you can't see past it?
Yes, a physical curve that is affected by refraction. So you must include refraction in your analysis. So anytime you do this, be sure, according to you, because you demand that refraction be included, be sure to include refraction in your analysis.
Okay, once again,
that's all I'm asking.
Hold on. I think what we're missing here is that radius is constant and refraction is a variable. So that might help you in answering Melvin.
No. What will help me is if you know what the subject matter expert says, which is that you have to invoke terrestrial refraction and fluctuate the hypothetical R value to 7/6 R just to get an idea of it. Then you must, in fact, invoke and reify the idea of light rays, which are just an unrealistic concept. This is all coming from the subject matter expert. And then you didn't have to ignore the fact there is no horizontal boundary. So you must assume the Earth's a sphere, assume the R value, fluctuate it hypothetically, which is a category error because you're talking about light over top of the Earth, not the Earth's terrain itself changing. And then you have to invoke light rays, which aren't real. That's what the subject matter expert says. So we're actually
the R value. Here's the deal. According to your own demands, you've still not included the refraction analysis. I'm just waiting for that. Go ahead.
The horizon's just an apparent location that.
Okay, but if you're gonna bring up an image that obviously has heavy refraction in it, be sure to include analysis of refraction in the analysis. Go ahead.
So you agree then that we always have to account for refraction when we look at the horizon?
It should be, yeah, definitely.
Okay, so then you can never actually see the literal curvature of the Earth then, right?
Everything we see goes through a medium. So everything we see is modified by that medium. So you just need to control for those conflating variables.
So we can never see the actual curvature of the Earth then, right?
You can never see anything that is just unmodified by the medium through which the light travels.
So we can never see the actual curvature of the Earth then, right?
You can never see actually anything because everything is different. Are you that stupid that you don't understand that if there's a medium, there's a medium?
If on a ball, okay? For example, a pregnant lady's stomach, right? When she's 9 months pregnant, her belly physically obstructs her ability to see her feet, right? Okay, but you're saying that on your in your reality, you can never ever see this curvature of the Earth. Now you say that both
can't see it unmodified.
You're saying that
so
both
stop straw manning me.
Are you
can never see it
no,
because you're straw manning me. I'm not gonna sit here straw manning.
You're making contradicting statements.
Here's the deal. Everything you see is modified by the medium through which the light travels. You just need to take into account these modifications.
Okay.
So we never
be sure to do that. According to you.
I'm claiming that you haven't even actually accounted for all the variables, and you're touting your trigonometry that literally hand waves dismiss one of the most important variables when it comes to perception, which is refraction.
Go ahead.
Are you promoting my channel, bro?
Include your own declaration that it's the most important variable. Go ahead. Include it in your analysis. If you don't, then you are contradicting yourself.
It's the most important variable because the horizon is an apparent location. You're claiming it's a physical location. You claim that boats go over it. So you now have to admit intrinsically within your contradictory little worldview crafted to you by Jesuit priests that you never see the curvature of the Earth. That's what
you never see it unmodified. Everything is subjected to the modification of the medium you see it.
So if we never see the curvature of the Earth, how do we know it's there?
You need to, because you can then account for those changes because we know how it affects our vision. So you can account for those changes.
So we have to assume that it's there. We never see it's there, but we have to assume it's there and then make up math to explain why we don't see it.
Just all you need to do is control conflating variables. That's classic science stuff. If you don't like doing it, I understand, because it gives you the result that you don't like.
We won't get into that. You don't know what science is, man, but you agree that you don't see the curvature of the Earth, right?
You don't see anything unmodified.
Right. So if you never see the actual curvature of the Earth, how do you know it's there, McToon?
Because you can control for conflating variables.
Like the atmosphere?
Yes.
You can, absolutely.
You can control the atmosphere?
Yeah, you remove the atmosphere?
No, you can. No, I'm sorry. You don't understand how controlling conflating variables works.
No, please enlighten me how you control the atmospheric refraction.
You don't control it. You measure it. You quantify it. You figure out how it is affecting your observations, and then you include it in the analysis.
So you presuppose there is a curvature that you don't actually see.
No, you are not presupposing curvature. You are using the known effects of refraction.
Okay, and you're saying we never see the actual location of curvature, but since we know that there's refraction,
you only see modified things, Austin. We stop strawmanning me. You only see a modified view of everything. So when you do science, you need to, it's called controlling conflating variables. You take them into account. So if you know that refraction is happening, then you include that in your analysis. And if you don't know much about the refraction that's happening, then you don't have a very good observation.
Okay, so just to make sure that the audience knows, usually when you're on the side that's objectively right, and there's this other fringe group of people that are just really stupid and crazy, you don't have to constantly interrupt them, including females. Just a side note. But my point here is,
if you're going to straw man
identity politics, your identity politics. What is it with his id poll? Aren't you like what the heck?
Wow,
he's like literally explaining you like the science, like how to actually. You're saying that like controlled studies, you actually have to like control whatever variable. What? No, you have to measure with it. You have to measure. You have to see the effect of it, and you have to like take that into account. That's all he's saying. And you are 100% strawmanning him.
No, I don't think you understand the argument, Carissa. This is the issue. Is you said what
literally said you don't think that we can see the horizon.
Go ahead, girl.
The audience is going to see you guys are imploding.
You're interrupting. Let me know women. I'm sorry. That's too funny.
Can she talk yet? Is it her turn yet? Can she talk?
Okay. It was just too funny.
No, thank you. Okay, so I don't think you necessarily understand the issue. As you said earlier, that with our senses, right, we can know that the Earth is a sphere. Here's the problem: there's a claim that the Earth is a certain size and there's a certain radius value.
Of course.
If it's so obvious that this curvature exists, then we have to be able to measure it and detect it, okay?
Yes.
But here's what McToon is saying. McToon is saying that you can never actually observe the curvature of the Earth because of refraction.
That is false. Because we can measure refraction and we can control for so if we never actually see the curvature of the Earth, how do we establish that it's there? So we can see the curvature, but it is as you were saying, a modified view. We can see it changing. You are interrupting a woman.
Yeah, somebody just interrupted a woman.
You're seeing the change of the curvature to an extent, and that's because of the refraction. But just because you see changes in it and illusions doesn't mean that the curvature itself is not there, right? So like if it's nighttime, and you know that there's a tree, where somewhere, and you're like, oh, I know that there's a tree there, and if you like shine a light there, you're like, okay, so how do you know? Because you didn't actually see it without a light. You're controlling for the darkness, which is a variable, by using a light. It's the same type of thing, that there's a variable that's impeding your measurements. So you measure that variable, and then you're able to take it away and to have an actual accurate measurement.
But terrible analogy, Carissa, because we don't know the tree's there. That's what's in contention. Is there curvature there?
No, we know that there exists a horizon to an extent, right? You have to there's a separation between Earth and sky, right? Do you believe that there's at least at some point a separation between Earth and sky?
Watch our PowerPoint.
Do you not pay attention?
So you think that it's the same thing? Of course, there's going to be a difference.
The definition of the horizon is the apparent location where the sky meets the ground.
Correct.
The apparent location. But in the heliocentric model with the globe, the horizon is actually a physical location, like I brought up with the analogy of the pregnant lady's belly, that it's a physical curve that's there. If it's an apparent location, it can't change. And it can't change in distance.
If it's physical.
Horizon is purely... So, okay, we can see the curvature of the Earth, and you're right that itself is static. We can see it through the medium of there's heat refracting off the Earth. There's many things happening that might distort our view of the horizon. But horizon itself, everyone's going to see a different horizon because people are at different locations, right?
But that's
so you can't necessarily say that, like, oh, there is one definite. Of course, all horizons are based on your perception. That's the way horizons work.
But see, Carissa, that's our argument.
But that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
The globe argument is that boats and ships and the sun is disappearing behind a physical location.
And it's interesting.
But now you're
from
saying
the bottom
that you're saying so there's the ball is a specific size and it doesn't change, right?
Correct.
It doesn't change. Okay, it's 25,000 miles in circumference. It doesn't change. But what you're saying is that we're seeing the horizon change in distance. And that can't work if the horizon is a physical location.
Do you? It's not. Horizon is perception, and the Earth curve is physical. So when you look, when you see a horizon, you are viewing. Hold on, can you stop interrupting a woman? When you see a horizon,
that was pretty funny.
When you see a horizon, that is your perception of the static Earth's curve. So. It's going to be there's going to be some variables within that curve, right? That's affecting it and affecting your perception. We don't have like telescopic vision, and similarly, there are some elements. There's gases in the atmosphere. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. But we can measure those things. We can measure effects that it has on our vision of the our vision, and then we can measure it and we can account for it, right? That's like literally how every single scientific study works, even if it's not observational.
Yeah, but let's just recap, right? Because what you've said like 3 times now is, well, that doesn't mean it's not there. Well, I've never seen Superman, Carissa. That doesn't mean he doesn't exist. What is that? Your argument is even though you
why that straw man? That has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, she said just because you never actually see it, that doesn't mean it's not actually there. Well,
it means you can control. You can control for that variable. That's what she means.
Control. No, you can't control the atmosphere.
That's not what she's saying. Don't straw man.
One sec. All right, just to have order. Remember, folks, all 4 of you, people are excited to hear your ideas, and so you just want to be sure that there's not too much interrupting. So what we'll do is give you a quick chance to respond, Witsit, maybe a minute or 2, and then we'll come back to Carissa and MC Toon for a minute or 2 as well.
Thank you, man. So like what her analogy was, you don't see the tree, but you know there's a tree there. Well, we don't know the curve's there, hence why we're here. The Earth's flat, bro. Don't make this weird, okay? We're trying to figure out if the curve is there. We don't know it's there. We're trying to find out if it's actually there. And then you shine a flashlight on the tree. So you control for the variable of it being dark, and then you can see it. Well, you don't get to control the variable of atmospheric refraction now, do you? You don't get to shine a flashlight and see if it's there. The atmospheric refraction is outside of your control. It's just there. You actually try to measure different variables within it, presuppose a certain radius value, a certain curvature rate, and then a differential in the optics of what you actually perceive. That's why it isn't analogous. She continuously says, well, just because you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And that's why I said, well, I've never seen Superman. I guess that doesn't mean he doesn't exist either. We need physical empirical measurement, and we need to know if we never see the curvature of the Earth, how do we know that it exists? It's very simple.
Well, I gave you a physical empirical measurement.
Okay, so you want to move on to that. You concede that optically.
I don't concede. No. I concede that you did not include refraction in your analysis, which you demand must be done.
Yeah, we actually, in our presentation, we showed you a GIF. It says atmospheric refraction right below the GIF.
But you did not include atmospheric refraction analysis in that black swan image. As you demand must be happening.
Right.
So I concede that you contradicted yourself.
But McToon, the difference here is your analysis requires us assume the Earth is
you need to do the analysis. It's your claim. You're claiming it. You should do the analysis, not me. You go ahead and provide the analysis, or be a hypocrite because you demand the analysis happen and don't do it.
Okay, just to clarify for the audience, right? Because there's some new listeners here. I'm claiming that you haven't even actually accounted for all the variables, and you're touting your trigonometry that literally hand waves dismiss one of the most important variables when it comes to perception, which is refraction.
There you go.
All right, so just
be a hypocrite.
Just to clarify for the
hand wave away refraction. Go ahead. Hand wave refraction. Be a hypocrite.
You're triggered, bro. This is weird. You're making it weird. You need one of my shit.
Hand wave away refraction. Go ahead.
Calm down, man. Drink some water or something, bro. All right. So to clarify for the audience, okay, I'm not claiming that the Earth's a ball. You are. So what the flat Earth says is that the horizon is an apparent location. It just fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions. It's not an actual place. It's just optics, right? When we showed you the hallway, we showed you the railroads, we showed you the laser, right? It's optics, an optical convergence that isn't actual. And this is replicatable. It's very factual. That's what happens. The atmosphere changes where that looks like it's going on. It's an optical effect. You are claiming that there is a physical location there, but the atmosphere takes place, so we never see the actual physical location. You have the burden of proof to substantiate a physical location that we never see. I know that it isn't a physical location. So you need to explain how it is that we never see it. And so what you do is you reify the R value, fluctuate it, which is a category error. The R value doesn't change, Maktoon. So
I'm not claiming that it changes.
Sorry, man.
So don't straw man me. I didn't claim that the R value changes.
You do when you invoke terrestrial refraction in the
No, I don't.
Do you not agree with Andrew Thomas Young then? Or you want to throw him on?
He is not claiming that the radius value of the Earth changes either.
The equation utilizes 7/6R.
Yeah, it does that as a way to deal with the effects of refraction.
But is that analogous or is it a category error?
It is not a category error. It is a way to mathematically predict what you would see due to the effects of refraction.
By hypothetically fluctuating the actual size of the Earth.
It is not fluctuating the size of the Earth. It is affecting the radius of the ray of light. That's what it's doing.
The light is, the way that they come up with the rate is by putting 7/6 R.
Yes, R, which has been measured.
Okay, so you agree it requires a reification and a fluctuation.
It's not a reification. The radius value has been measured. It's no reification. So don't straw man me by saying it's a reification.
Let me
I can provide for you many measurements of the radius of the Earth. Right. I have one based on the evidence that I provided earlier already.
And so this is pertinent to this to save us some time, okay? So like you agree, we don't see the actual curvature of the Earth, and that looking at the horizon due to fluctuation based on refraction isn't an adequate methodology to determine the R value, right? So when we go back to like say Al-Biruni, the first person attributed to getting the R value.
Don't straw man me. I didn't bring up Al-Biruni.
Which is why you should stop interrupting, because what I was about to say is then you would agree that isn't actually a sufficient method. So we can throw that one out. They taught us that, but he was actually using an insufficient method because
it doesn't matter. I didn't bring it up.
I know. I'm just saying.
Why are you straw manning me again?
How am I straw manning if I'm asking?
Because I didn't bring it up. You're trying to defeat Al-Biruni's measurement of the radius of the Earth, which I did not bring up.
No, I'm trying to help the audience that may be new to this conversation so that they will know that Al-Biruni is the one that's attributed to originally coming up with the R value. Whether or not you want to talk about him or not, it's irrelevant. We're doing this for people that actually want to know the truth, Maktoon. The person attributed to coming up with the R value is Al-Biruni. He took a fluctuation of the horizon, made different measurements, and came up with an average, throwing out outliers that were too extreme of differential, correct? Yes, it is correct, Maktoon. So for the audience, just so you know, the R value they taught us and the methodology, Maktoon and all Globers now in the trenches have to admit is inaccurate. They have to throw it out because we never see the actual curvature of the Earth. I'm just making sure they understand that whenever you look at the horizon, that isn't the curvature of the Earth. You can't use that to come up with the R value. It constantly fluctuates. It's an apparent location. We've never seen the curvature of the Earth in actuality, but we can assume it's there and then come up with theoretical mathematical equations to explain why it's moving at a certain rate. That's objectively what you've said so far. I encourage the audience to rewind it and listen. Okay, we can move on. Unless you have some contention with my recap.
We also, in addition to MC Toon, would love as well to hear from Carissa as well as Kai, as I know, don't get me wrong, I know that MC Toon and Witsit, you have a very personal history, but nonetheless, just to be sure that we get an equal distribution from everybody. Go ahead. Either of you, MC Toon or Carissa.
If you don't mind, I think I would like to bring up, I think your Black Swan analogy was interesting, but I think it can also go the other way. Can you give me your visualization of how the map of the Earth would look?
So I understand why people would want a model, but we don't actually have the positive claim.
Okay.
So the positive, because you again, I'm going to bring up what you brought up is our senses. It's common sense that the Earth is a sphere. But we actually don't observe curvature. We don't observe axial rotation.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking.
No, I understand. I'm saying, but we don't have these positive claims. We just falsify the positive claims of the globe.
Okay,
we can never know. We can never.
You think it might
know.
be a square, or do you think it's actually flat?
No, we know
because your shirt has a positive claim of the Earth is flat. So you literally are making a positive claim. I'm just asking you to substantiate it.
We don't have the positive claim.
Your literal shirt is a positive claim.
Okay, so the globe has a positive claim because in our day-to-day reality, we observe the horizon, the horizontal horizon. We observe flat, stationary. You don't observe spinning 1,000 miles per hour. You don't observe gas pressure without a container.
So when you're
earlier when you cracked open your little soda can, you just demonstrated the second law of thermodynamics, okay? And the globe model argues against that. So you do have the positive claim. We don't have a model. We can never know what the actual Earth looks like. All we know is that 1, it measures flat. 2, it's stationary. And 3, there must be some kind of container because we have gas pressure. The definition of gas pressure has container in the definition. So we know that it's not an open system. The vacuum of space cannot exist.
Do you understand that a vacuum?
Long story short, we don't have a model.
Okay. Do you understand that a vacuum doesn't mean that it's sucking, correct?
Of course. It's just ultimate low pressure.
It's just nothing. There's nothing there. Vacuum is just
low
nothing.
Pressure.
Well, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
But you have space from the spherical Earth, the globe perspective has no particles in it, right? So, but the gravity, our Earth has. Do you believe in gravity?
Believe in gravity? Well,
yes.
Let's actually define gravity. Which type of gravity are you speaking?
A vector that has
there's
for this discussion is a force. It has a direction, and it has a magnitude. It's a vector. Do you believe in that?
For science, first of all, just for science, there should be no belief, right? That's kind of the antithesis.
Okay.
Antithesis of science. But what you're
does
talking about,
gravity exist? Let me rephrase this for you. Does gravity exist, in your opinion?
Okay, my opinion is irrelevant, but let's go ahead. So you're talking right now about Newtonian gravity, which is mass attracting mass, which said that gravity is a force, okay? And he demonstrated that kind of like the way to think of Newtonian is like the apple falling from the tree, and it's falling to the ground because the mass of the Earth is pulling the weak mass of the apple. Well, that was actually superseded by Einstein. So now gravity, when you're talking about gravity, you're talking about the bending and warping of space-time. I can pull up some academic sources for you.
I understand that, but for this discussion, it can be viewed as a force. Just for just this contained discussion of what I'm asking. Do you think it has a magnitude?
Why?
And do you think it has direction? That's all I'm asking.
So we're here to debate the heliocentric model. If you're not fully educated on the heliocentric model,
I'm not saying it's a force. I'm saying it's acting as though a force. I'm saying it's acting as a force. Correct.
Gravity is not a force.
I understand that, but it's acting as a force. It's acting as a force.
It's not
correct.
It's gravity is the bending and warping of space-time.
Okay. Do you believe that there is a vector?
That there's a downward acceleration?
That has to do with some type of force-like component.
Obviously there's an observable downward acceleration, but here's the issue, is the established cause. You're saying that the heliocentric model says that the established cause is the bending and warping of space-time. Which they have failed to validate through the scientific method. There's no way that they can actually use a scientific method and verify the cause and effect relationship.
But we understand, so we can have very, very precise measurements of how fast something will fall, the density of things, and how so like in physics, we view gravity as like 9.8. It's literally viewed as a force to see things pulling down to a larger mass, as you said. And that's why I don't think you understand the gas situation. Of course, gas is going to be lighter than our atmospheric air, and that's going to dissipate, correct? But when there is something with no particles, then that gas, and that's why you see rain. That's literally why we see rain, is because water particles get so heavy and they condense together and they fall, correct? And that's because that's why literally gravity is like why we aren't going out into space, and that includes the gas. That includes literally everything that you brought up earlier.
So gravity affects gases?
Yes. Yep.
So helium, I see helium rising. What's happening?
Yes, because helium is lighter than the air around us, which is oxygen, nitrogen.
Right now, so right now
density.
you have two contradicting statements. Right now you have two contradicting statements. You're saying there's
no, I don't. I'm saying that our air that we are existing in has many particles in it. So if we have lighter particles, those lighter particles are going to rise until they are no longer lighter than the air surrounding it.
So density disequilibrium, you agree with us?
What are you talking about?
If the air is lighter than the surrounding air and it goes up, that's because of density. So you agree with us.
And when the air goes up, there's fewer particles. Therefore, it stops going up.
But why does it go up?
Because it's less dense than the surrounding air.
Oh, okay. So you agree with us. Yeah. So downward acceleration.
No, don't straw man again. Don't straw man again. You're just straw man. Okay, that's all you have. That's all you have is straw mans.
Believe is air. What is air in your opinion? Do you think it's
what is
void?
Air?
Yes. Air. Do you think
we need to make it simple for you guys.
Okay, so here's the deal. We have downward acceleration on the Earth. It's an agreed upon average.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he can't just.
He can't just answer the question. It's ridiculous.
No, he can't. He just has.
What is air? That's your
shotgun.
Word salad.
Yeah.
Is
there's a combination of different gas pressures that couldn't exist adjacent to a near perfect vacuum 10 to the negative 17 torr. Feel free to stop interrupting me.
Again, yeah. Go ahead.
Now make sure you keep interrupting me. It'll make the Earth a ball. It'll make the Earth a ball, dude. So we have an agreed upon average of 9.8 meters per second squared of an observed phenomena called downward acceleration on the Earth. Now this is just an agreed upon average for intents and purposes.
It's not agreed upon. It's measured.
Is it always exactly 9.8 meters per second squared?
No, but it's measured.
Okay, it's an agreed
It's not agreed upon. It's not an agreed upon average. It's a measured average.
Okay.
You don't know what a measurement is? You don't know how to measure the downward acceleration? It's measured, not agreed upon. It's empirical.
Calm down, bro. So we have an agreed upon average of 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration on the Earth. That is the effects, of things falling. Not everything falls, as she just enlightened you. Helium goes up, and as your teammate has said, it's because of density alone. That's her explanation.
What is air?
Another straw man.
What is air? Tell me the composition. The particles. Tell me the particles. What is air composed of?
Hey, calm down, Chris. Can I finish my point, please?
Can you answer my
very
point. Simple question? It's
elementary,
maybe middle school. No, particles. I'm talking about particles. I'm talking about the elements.
Out of your league,
the table of elements. The table of elements. Just tell me. Okay, if I'm out of my league, then please just answer my simple question.
Wow, what a dick.
Okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. The Earth's not a globe, but don't make it weird for a sec. Okay. So look, we have an agreed upon average of 9.8 meters.
A measured average.
Okay, Tim, calm down. So that's just an effect. Okay, it's just an effect. Downward acceleration. Gravity claims to be the causal agent of that. So when you invoke downward acceleration, cool story, bro. No flat earther says that some things don't fall to the ground. But actually, what you guys run around acting like is as if everything falls to the ground, even though things go antithetical to the singular vector down to the relative mass of the center of the Earth, right?
Yes, they do, because they're lighter than the particles.
Welcome to flat Earth, Carissa.
No, it's welcome to 8th grade science class that we need to teach you again that you didn't pay attention to the first time.
No, see, we know that density disequilibrium results in different directionality.
Here's what you don't know. You don't know that multiple forces can act on the balloon at the same time.
No one said they
That's
couldn't.
what you
in
don't
theory.
know. No,
We're
you
asking
don't
to
know
prove
that.
it. We're
You
asking you to
think
prove the
that only
hypothetical.
you think that only one thing can act on the balloon at one time, and that
Straw man.
if it goes up, then gravity stopped acting on it. In fact,
Straw
both
man.
density, both buoyancy and gravity affect it at the same time. Just that the buoyancy is larger than the gravity, then it goes up.
It's larger. Okay, so stop interrupting, my man. Okay, so we know that relative density disequilibrium result in directionality. Helium and hydrogen are lighter than the surrounding air, so they go up. That's antithetical to the singular vector of down relative to the center of mass that gravity invokes. When you have downward acceleration, as Carissa was enlightening us stupid flat earthers about, that's just an agreed upon average of an effect, right? You're claiming the causal agents, right? Now you're claiming an additional force is present that hasn't been isolated. You haven't manipulated the variable of space and time bending and warping and dilating. You presuppose it, right? You presuppose the causal agent seeing the effect and say, look, the effect proves my cause. I don't have to prove the cause, but you do. That's what's in contention, okay? So whenever the only thing you can empirically verify is the density relationship affects directionality, and that's what we say. I can actually get much more specific, and McTune, I can guarantee you, I'm trying to give you a heads up here. You're not ready, bro. Okay, so she already handled Carissa and you very sufficiently. Would you like to acknowledge that you don't have an empirical evidence of the bending and warping of space-time, which is the current rhetoric of the heliocentric model?
Not at all. Eddington, 1915.
1915 proved space and time bend and warp? Please enlighten us.
Eddington, 1915 was the first empirical confirmation of space-time bending.
When did they isolate space-time? How do you do that?
It was an I'm sorry, I'm not playing your you don't understand science game. Okay, it's a peer-reviewed, published experiment that Eddington did in 1915.
What did he do?
Confirming the bending of space-time.
How did he do that?
What did he do?
That was the eclipse of 1915.
Whoa! So he looked at the sky and proved that space and time bend and warp.
Okay, well, you go ahead. You go ahead and I'll just let you read it and
Isn't there a difference between
go over your
correlation and causation? Don't you learn that?
Almost as if most people see the Earth, most intellectuals view the Earth as being a sphere. And
appeal to majority.
No, I'm not making that as an argument. I'm saying it's been empirically proven in 99.9995 of any academic sources that are going to tell you that.
I've not seen any academic sources saying otherwise at all.
Because they're censored and people will be fired. But anyway, her turn.
So hold on. I want to get back to my point. So I'm going to explain to you and to the audience what air is. So air is a collection of elements: nitrogen, oxygen, many others. And if you look at the periodic table, you see helium, and that is one of the lightest of the elements. Therefore, there is buoyancy and there's density. When something is lighter than other things, it will rise. But when it gets to a point in time where it is so high and there's not many other particles around it, then it will not rise any longer. Because it is heavier than the void, correct? Therefore, it stops rising because of gravity. Therefore, that is why all the particles on all the gases do not go all the way into space. It is really not that hard to understand. It just is how density and buoyancy and gravity interacts. And this is literally middle school stuff. So I don't understand why you have this smugness. It's like, oh my God, I can't even tell you what air is because I'm just so above you. When you literally can't even answer a simple question. It's so sad.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for explaining that.
You're welcome.
No one is disagreeing. Flat earthers do not disagree with relative density. A great example.
Then you wouldn't have given your definition in the first place with the gas going up.
Okay, no one is disagreeing with relative density. And also, we are not disagreeing with the downward acceleration. What we are disagreeing with is the cause of the downward acceleration. Okay?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Okay? So,
No, it doesn't.
yes, because you weren't even
That's not
educated on the
that's not how law
cause.
works.
You weren't even, guys, I haven't talked very much. It's my turn to shine. Okay? So this is the thing. You want to say that the cause is the bending and warping of space-time. The cause absolutely matters, Carissa. You weren't even educated on your own model. It's not massive.
What are you talking about? I said it acted as a force. I never said it actually was a force.
That is straw man.
Let me finish. So, okay. The cause, establishing the cause and effect, which is the whole purpose of the scientific method, okay? And what we want to know is how they actually establish that it's the bending and warping of space-time. Now, McToon brought up an eclipse, and I have a question for McToon. McToon, what is the difference between correlation and causation? What is the difference?
Yeah, a correlation is not causation.
Okay, thank you. So how do we actually know then if we're observing, just observing, right? Observing, because there's no manipulation going into the eclipse, right? We're just observing. How do we actually know then, because that's the key part of the scientific method, is manipulating the independent variable to establish causation. Just for the audience, a good example of correlation, the difference between correlation and causation is every time I see the sun rise, I hear a rooster crow. So therefore, the rooster crow is causing the sunrise. Right? We're observing two things happening at the same time, but that which is correlation. But to actually know that the rooster is causing the sunrise, we would have to manipulate the rooster, right? We'd have to take the rooster out of the equation. Oh, the sun still rises. Okay, it's not a causation. So when you're just observing, how is an observation establishing causation?
It wasn't just observing. They positioned themselves and waited to the appropriate time for the sun to position itself relative to the star.
Did they observe it?
Did they manipulate the sun and the stars?
No, they manipulated
so they
their
just
look.
observed. So
Hold on, I didn't finish what I was telling you that what they were
ahead.
manipulating. They were manipulating their position relative to the sun and the star so that they could see if it was bending around it or not.
I understand, but did they manipulate the sun and the stars?
No, they manipulated their position.
So they just manipulated where they were looking and observing.
Where yes, absolutely.
But the independent variable, which would be space and time, they did not manipulate. They just observed, correct?
The independent variable is not space and time.
Yes, it is.
Space. Sorry. First of all, there's no and between there. It's space time.
Sorry, space time.
Okay.
Space
Well, actually, it's made up of space and time, so I'll say the and.
Okay.
Anyway.
Sorry.
Okay.
So yeah, they here's the deal. You always go on about, because this you get from Quantum Eraser parroting him, that somehow this independent variable, dependent variable is absolutely required in an experiment. It is not actually. Your only source for that is Quantum Eraser, and his source for that is a 7th grade How to Do Your Science Fair project website. So that is not the only way to do an experiment.
I understand, and shout out to QA, love the guy. But I just wanted to know, because we're talking about the bending and warping.
Okay, here's the deal. If you don't
sorry.
like it,
I didn't realize that you were still talking.
Let's just to be sure. I promise we'll come right back to MC Toon, but just to let the just to let Kai finish.
A lady.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. No, I didn't realize. I think McToon just takes really slow breaths, and I'm just not really paying attention. But I understand what you're saying. I read your website. I looked at your sources regarding the scientific method. But that's why I wanted to bring up correlation versus causation, because right now we are talking about the bending and warping of space-time causing downward acceleration. Correct? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about causation. So what I want to know is how you differentiated between correlation and causation, because the only way to do that is through manipulating the independent variable. Observation alone cannot differentiate between correlation and causation. And if you don't manipulate the variable, then at best you just have correlation.
Thoughts, Chris, or MC2?
Melvin, do you want to take it? Because I think you were saying something. I don't want to.
No, you go ahead.
Your thunder.
You go ahead.
My response to that would be, regardless, I think the we obviously don't know everything about gravity. And I think that's fair to say. There are things that we do not fully understand. I don't know if you would totally agree with. That's my understanding of it. It gets into like general relativity and just a ton of stuff that you don't even get to until like PhD level plus, right? But generally speaking, you don't need to get into that level to see that gravity is consistent in the way that it proves a spherical Earth, improves the globe.
All right, and real fast though, just because James was right, McToon and I do have some history, but I want to talk to McToon about this, right? Since we're talking about gravity, and I usually keep this in the chamber. Most people aren't ready for it. I know McToon, but you keep talking about gravity, invoking it. It proves the ball Earth, as she's saying. No, you look at the lights in the sky. You presuppose a distance, a certain mass, relative nature. Then you presuppose a causal agent called space-time bending and warping and dilating, et cetera, et cetera. Actually, whenever we presuppose a theory of relativity, apply it to the universe, it's off by 95%. It's called dark matter, dark energy. Not only do you not know how to fully explain gravity, or have you ever proven it, it's not even mathematically viable yet. It's off by 95%. You should look into it. But McToon, here's my question for you. If everything is intrinsically electrostatic, and electrostatics is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be, and all molecular and intermolecular electrostatic or attractive forces are electrostatic in nature, how is it that you isolated gravity and proved it to be the causal agent of something?
Well, if you think that electrostatics is somehow doing it, then I would love to see how it gets that 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration. Go right ahead.
Yeah, well, Coulomb's law was actually hijacked and then changed into the little g. But I asked you a very specific question.
Coulomb came after Newton, actually.
Let me rephrase it for you because you don't seem to understand it, okay?
Wait. So you just claimed that
Coulomb...
You
will never answer it. I want the audience to know McToon 100% will not
Austin,
answer.
this is important. You just claimed that Newton stole from Coulomb, even though Coulomb's law came after Newton's
I didn't
law.
say Newton stole anything, buddy, okay? What I said is that electrostatics explains the phenomena as well, right? But here's the question.
It doesn't explain it at all, because in a because here, lead is diamagnetic. It has a light lightly repels from electromagnetism. Lead would float if it were electrostatics.
Hey, is electrostatics and electromagnetism the same thing, McToon?
I don't know. You brought up Coulomb's law, but tell you what, you show me.
Yo,
you show
you're
me
so
how
out of
it
your
works.
thing, McToon.
Hold on. In a Faraday cage, things don't just float.
Are the things in the Faraday cage electrostatic? Yes or no?
Well, you were claiming everything is electrostatic, and electrostatics are cause for the 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration. So please present how that happens.
Okay, you had to straw man me. I want the audience to take note. 100%, I'll bet anything on it, McToon cannot answer this question, okay? So if electrostatics is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be, and all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic nature, which I could cite Purdue University saying that it's just objective, okay? So all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. It's known to be 10 to the 39th power, that's 39 zeros, stronger than gravity even claims to be on the smallest scale. If you cannot isolate gravity by controlling the variable of electrostatics, how can you verify that the gravity is there, McToon?
Oh, it's easy to isolate electrostatics. You just have a common ground.
So when you ground something, is the thing that you grounded electrostatic, yes or no?
Both. If you have a common ground, both things are at the same electrical potential.
No, not electrical, electrostatic. Like I said, you're out
electrostatic
of your league.
or electrostatic, whatever. So explain to me then. I'm waiting for you. You just keep asking the question. I studied electrical engineering. You studied nothing.
Which is why it's so sad.
So go right ahead and explain it. All you're doing is saying there's these forces, but you don't understand that they're all at zero potential differential.
Okay. Yeah.
How are they different?
You can never actually exclude the electrostatic potential of anything. Hence me just now citing Purdue University verbatim.
What's the link?
I'll get in a second.
Yeah.
All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
That's fine, but if they're at the same potential, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so all molecular and intermolecular electrostatic or attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. And if we use a Van de Graaff generator manipulating electrostatics, it will change the directionality of things. They will go up and down. Lightning, electrostatic phenomena, bumblebees actually use an electrostatic resonance. Spiders and beetles do as well. So we have naturally occurring phenomena where electrostatics affects directionality. Everything is intrinsically electrostatic, glass, lead, you name it, anything. If you ground something, it's still electrostatic. It's intrinsically electrostatic. The Earth is intrinsically electrostatic and way stronger than gravity claims to be. The official heliocentric explanation for this is that out on the bigger cosmological scale, when you get out to much bigger masses, it overrides it due to the scalar nature of gravity. So you should learn your own idea before you act like I'm dumb. And so that's just a side note, right? So you cannot, she already demolished you, bro. You didn't manipulate space and time, bend and warp it, and verify it's the causal agent. And electrostatics still
no,
present.
you asked something, and you want me to answer it?
Go ahead.
I'm still you. All you need to do is understand that there's no differential. The electrostatic force happens if there is a electrostatic differential, but if there is no electrostatic differential, there's no force applied.
How do you control the differential of the Earth?
You were wondering about electrostatics, and I was explaining it to you, right? And then you changed it to something that wasn't about an electrostatic differential.
So the Earth have an electrostatic resonance?
A resonance?
A resonance field, yeah. Yes or no?
I don't even know what you mean by an
know.
electrostatic resonance field.
Okay, I'm sorry that
you're just making up crap.
Okay, so let me just all I'm saying is we can move on from this. This is more technical aspect. It's actually not necessary, but all I'm saying is everything's intrinsically electrostatic. It's 10 to the 39th power strong, and gravity even claims to be. Okay, she explained to you that in 1915 it was superseded. Gravity is no longer considered an intrinsic property of matter. It's now considered an effect of the bending and warping of space and time. This has never been verified, scientifically manipulated. In fact, it's off by 95% when applied to the cosmological scale. It's called dark matter and dark energy. And then you can verify that causal agent. You certainly don't have some intellectual high ground where you can make fun of us with fifth grade science jokes. It's laughable. I read the theory of relativity. You don't need a PhD to do it either, Carissa. So here's the deal. You can't verify your causal agent claim, which is actually what your entire model is dependent upon, as well as the R value, which we've demonstrated that is falsifiable and in fact been falsified. So that's the crux of the whole issue. We'll never get answered. We'll just get ad homs. We'll just get little like shots about how you're so smart in fifth grade science. We'll do what, blah, 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 Pilton majority. But there you go. So until you can actually substantiate the cause of the downward acceleration, the fact we see the downward acceleration doesn't matter. We know that.
But it was empirically confirmed in 1915, and you just hand waved it away.
Carissa destroyed you on that, bro. Were you not here?
Carissa didn't destroy me on that.
Yeah, she did.
High five, Carissa.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Kai did. Carissa destroyed you earlier by disagreeing with you about the horizon. Sorry, I get mixed up.
Because obviously he thinks that there's a static horizon, right? Don't you? Right?
He thinks there's a necessary static horizon.
I love it.
The Earth is a
sphere. What is the Glover circle?
Wait. Though, guys, wait. What's the definition of air? Let's pause it.
Yeah, please. Tell me. Well, I already gave you the answer, so it would be quite fair.
Hey, Carissa, do gases have an inherent shape?
Atomically.
They haven't. Well, what's their shape?
It depends on their chemical makeup.
Do gases have an inherent shape?
Their molecular makeup. It depends on their molecular.
Hey, Richard Feynman would disagree with you.
No, I'm saying that each atom in the gas is going to have a molecular makeup, and that would generally, there might be some variation in the shape depending on how they interact with each other, but it honestly is, yeah. So it's not, of course, gas itself isn't going to be like, it's amorphous, right? But like on an atomic level, of course, there's going to be a shape to the atom.
Okay, so gases don't have an inherent shape. Okay, cool. I guess I got it. I was gonna say, so can you have gas pressure without a container?
Can you have what?
Gas pressure without a container.
Gas structure?
Pressure.
Pressure.
Yeah, pressure.
Yes, you can.
Can you demonstrate it? Well, before we ask for your demonstration, we have a demonstration for you. Okay. So.
You hear that sound?
Did you hear it?
Yes.
Oh,
look at that.
Okay, so the pressure actually spontaneously sought equilibrium to the lower pressure around it once you remove the containment. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
So do you understand that the gas going into the air is floating up and it's being buoyant because it's lighter than the air around it? Of course, when you have a vacuum, it's not going to go up. It's not going to go up.
Yeah, maybe.
Can you stop interrupting women, please? it's going to go up. It's not going to go up.
The joke reached its expiration.
Oh, I'm glad that you're able to determine that.
So
if you're able to go into like a vacuum, there are no other molecules or any other substances to help it float and disseminate into the air because there is no air. Therefore, obviously, it's not going to rise.
So to clarify, you just didn't answer the question when I said, can you have gas pressure without a container?
Yes, we have gas, an element of gas pressure here. I think it's probably determined by some effective gravity.
So the reason that we're asking this is because they tell us that the separation between our gas pressure here on Earth and the vacuum of space, which, as you brought up, is not like a vacuum cleaner. Everybody knows that.
It's not sucking.
Of course, yep, yes. They're saying that it's uncontained. It's uncontained.
Yes.
Now,
because the molecules still have.
So they're saying it's uncontained, but
there's still a mass.
The reason that we are puzzled, okay, because you want to talk about science. So we're curious because this is a good source, chemistry.elmhurst.edu. The definition of gas pressure is the pressure of a gas. The pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. So what's happening is the gas molecules, for example, like in your tire, we just filled up air in my tire today. That was a great example of gas pressure. It's the air inside, the molecules are colliding with one another and they're bouncing off the walls of the container, which is creating pressure. And the container is the antecedent to gas pressure, okay? So, but here's the problem, is they're just saying that the container that's keeping the air in from the vacuum is just air, okay? So that's the relevance of us asking, okay, the heliocentric model is claiming that you can have gas pressure without a container. So we would need to see this demonstrated on some small scale here on Earth. Because again, we can show you the Perrier can, my tire, a balloon. These are all gas pressure inside a container. So just show us one example, not using the thing in question though, which is the Earth's atmosphere. One small demonstration that confirms that you can have gas pressure without a container.
So number one, you're going to have to have such a huge gravitational force, right? Because right now what's happening is that the gases are being gravitationally pulled on a molecular level toward the Earth's core, right? So you can't reproduce the same situation unless you have such a broad scale gravitational pull, which is not something that we're going to ever be able to replicate. Unless I guess we want to go to like another planet and have like this huge experience. It's just not going to be practical, right? So generally speaking, the reason that it's still, I'm assuming that definition is assuming that it's within our atmosphere, right? And that there's going to be air around it.
If I can,
go ahead,
Carissa. There's atmospheric pressure, not gas pressure. So there's a distinction that you're missing there. So the definition you read doesn't apply to the atmospheric pressure.
The atmosphere
It applies to gas within a physical container. It's not speaking about the atmospheric gas.
To clarify, atmospheric pressure isn't gas pressure, right?
They are distinct, yes.
So the atmosphere isn't made up of gas pressure.
The atmospheric pressure and gas pressure are different things.
But is there gas pressure in the atmosphere?
There is pressure, but it's not due. Your definition doesn't apply to atmospheric pressure.
Okay,
it applies to specifically that definition that you read is specifically talking about within a physical container.
We have just a few more minutes, then we have to go to Q&A as we do have a number of questions and we are excited about them. So thank you very much. Folks, want to remind you a couple things before we do that as well. We'll give each of you, Carissa, MC Toon, and Witsit and Kai, a chance to draw together some of the threads from this debate in just a moment. But I want to let you know, folks, Carissa and MC Toon and Witsit and Kai are all linked in the description, so you can check out their links if you'd like to hear more. Highly encourage you. What are you waiting for? I mean, the links are already there. So with that, Carissa, MC Toon, Witsit, and Kai, any final concluding statements on tonight's debate?
Then go first.
Go ahead. You can start off.
Okay. Well, Austin, I sent that to you more than a year ago. I don't think you've looked at it. And we didn't get to it. Maybe next time. mctoon.net/SE. Go ahead.
So I guess my closing would be, it's interesting. I think both Whitsitt and his girlfriend, I'm sorry, I don't specifically remember your name because it's not.
It's just 2 letters.
Hi. Gotcha. I think that they're getting really entrapped by the semantics of things when many of the Earth can be obviously proven to be spherical without being like, oh, we need to understand gravity to a precise and dark matter and all this stuff. There are many ways to condense these perspectives and realize that the Earth is spherical. There are observational ways to realize that the Earth is spherical. There are many different ways to do so. And I think it's very interesting that they aren't even able to give a map or any indication of what they actually believe the world looks like. They seem very focused on like, oh, this is, common sense and stuff, but they aren't actually able to provide a map or anything, any model of their Earth. They say that it's not a positive claim, yet their shirts literally say the Earth is flat. They won't even say that they believe that. They're like, oh, well, we don't have to do that, right? Because they're worried they're spineless. So with that, go ahead.
Well, I really appreciate talking to the both of you. Carissa, I would love for you to join us. We have a Discord server called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where we educate new Globers on, part of it is that you don't know your model. And when you learn the model, you find out that there's so many holes in it. So I invite you to come. We have Ladies Night at 5 p.m. Again, it's 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. McToon, I appreciate speaking with you as well. I would just ask that you, take a time to just think about the difference between correlation and causation. But overall, just to wrap it up with a nice bow, it's really good to question things. And I think everyone can agree with that it's very important to question things. And yeah.
Okay, yeah. So with the spherical access, by the way, McToon, I don't know why you keep bringing up our DMs, man. I guess I'll have to tell the audience now. You DM me 1,000 times, dude. So believe it or not, no, I don't read all your DMs, bro. I think it's super weird. So there you go. There's your interest in that.
I did it in a debate on this platform. I did it in a debate. I sent it to you during the debate last time you were
Not
here.
my boyfriend's DMs.
Yeah, McToon, I think you actually interrupted my closing. It's cool, but I get it. You get triggered, but I haven't checked my DMs during the debate, and you've sent me hundreds of messages. It's all good. Spherical excess, you actually look over a vast distance. You say that there's no refraction, but then right after that, you can rewind for the audience. He literally said, well, there is some. You got to account for it, and whoop-de-whoop. Yeah, of course, there's refraction is a fluctuation. You take an apparent location, presuppose a radius value, presuppose the Earth's a sphere, and then you take the fluctuation of the differential in the apparent location, and then you say, look, here, it's more than 180 degrees, and we don't need refraction. It's not really here, but it's kind of here. Wow, dude, that was really difficult. Please send me some more through the DMs. So, and then she said, oh, if the moon's a sphere, we don't presuppose the moon's a sphere. We've seen the same side of it forever. So no, that doesn't prove the Earth. Well, I can go through your entire intro right now. It's not true. It's all dumb. It's all presuppositions. What we'll always get, and oftentimes, is how many times will Austin say specificity or presuppositions? I'm sorry that Globers make me say presuppositions to every one of their postulations, but that's what it is. So here's a quick recap of the situation. We pointed out that the horizon that we see is nothing more than an apparent location. It constantly fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions. It's called a horizon because it's horizontal. That's what we've all observed. Anyway, so then we looked at long hallways and railroads. They always converge optically, right? That's what we know. That's what we can replicate. That's what we can demonstrate. That's what we observe. You say, well, that's what we observe, but there's something else going on that we just don't ever see because NASA went to the moon in 1969, right? Like that's what you're saying. And that there's an apparent location you can't tell. You can presuppose that it's there, presuppose a radius value, fluctuate it with the category error, then come up with some mathematical equation that doesn't even work, and then that makes the Earth the ball. Cool story, bro. We see mountains 273 miles away, 255 miles away. We falsify the radius value. It is impossible that we live on the radius value that they say that we do.
It's impossible that we live on the raceway that we say that we do. We falsify the fact you don't have the causal relation for gravity. So there you go. We talked about the basics. Just look into it. I do this for the third-party viewer as the sheep. Just open your mind. I know it sounds crazy. I thought it was crazy. Don't be a zealot and try to defend the government via Stockholm Syndrome. It's okay. Don't make this weird, bro. They lied. I just encourage you to look into it, and then you will find out that, in fact, all the empirical evidence is on one side. Thank you.
Move into the Q&A. So do want to say thank you to all of our guests. As I had mentioned, our guests are linked in the description. Also have to let you know a very special link is pinned to the top of the live chat. Folks, we know a lot of people enjoy debating these topics, and maybe you have a new YouTube channel, a podcast, whatever it is that you want to get exposure. Well, that's how moderated debate works, is it's all built on exposure. So for example, all of our guests that are here right now are linked in the description. We encourage you to check out their links. And if you want to come on and debate either flat earth versus globe earth or creation versus evolution, I have pinned a Google Doc or spreadsheet at the top of the chat. So if you'd like to come on and debate one of these topics, or maybe you don't even have a channel that you're trying to get exposure, you just enjoy debating because you're sick like us, well, go ahead and enter your info into that spreadsheet that is pinned at the top of the chat right now. And with that, thanks so much for your patience. We're jumping into the questions. Alex Stein, old friend, says, Austin and Kai makes my heart swoon. Love flat earth for the win.
Yeah, shout out Alex Stein. What a legend. And go sub to Conspiracy Castle where you could be super lame. Much love.
Let's see. Melvin, MC Toon, you might enjoy a debate with Alex. I don't know. I feel like you guys would have a good chemistry. But made by Ben Jim Bob says, MC Toon, what are the physical properties of space-time?
The physical properties of space-time is 4 dimensions. That's what it is.
You got it. And Chris Gaiman, thanks for your question, says, Flats, how much does air weigh? Do you believe matter nearby the Earth is attracted to the Earth?
Wait, sorry.
Is that for us or for, sorry?
Flats.
For the flats. The flatties. Ready?
What's the question?
They say, how much does air weigh? And do you believe matter nearby the Earth is attracted to the Earth?
Okay, matter no longer has an intrinsic property of gravity. We've already explained that. Gravity is no longer an intrinsic property of matter. But anyway, like what is air? Air is certain types of gases. What is the weight? What is weight? It's acceleration relative to its location and to its density disequilibrium or relationship. Very simple. Gas always fills the available space. A gradient is a non sequitur. So there you go. Like, yeah, there's a gradient, but there's still a pressure. That's delta X change in X. We're talking about the antecedent requirement for X, which is that there is a container. So that's called a non sequitur.
You got it, and thank you very much for this question coming in from C. Mitch Play. Says, Flat Earthers, can you determine where a heavenly body will be based on a time and location on Earth? Because Globe can without using historical data.
Hilarious enough, actually, NASA still utilizes the Sero cycle, and yeah, it's in a repetitive cycle. Hence why you know why it's there. You're just explaining the cause. It's called post-diction, not prediction. So you looked at it.
You should look up ELP 2000. You don't understand it.
Oh, okay. First of all,
welcome.
Juicy, this one coming in from Sofa King Sleepy says, KY, they are going to stick with that. Obviously, when stuck, they will need some more teaching from an astroglithiasist.
Great. I just tell if they would like to talk to me personally, just come to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you're smarter than me, let's see what you got.
You got it, and thanks very much for this question coming in from GPS. Says, both sides, how does GPS work?
You go first.
The satellites send their location and the time from the specific location that they're at. The receivers get the time and the location from multiple satellites and trilaterate the distance from the different satellites that they're at. And having that, they can get their exact position. It's an open standard. Anybody can create their own antenna and capture that data themselves and see if it works and see if that location is where it appears to be from.
Interesting. Yeah. So just for some Globers that don't know, right? Some people say that GPS is global positioning satellites. I think most people know that, and that's global positioning system. The RAN system long predates it being called something to do with the globe. 99% of all transmission are using towers and underground sea cables and wires, right? So we don't actually even utilize the idea of space, certainly not free falling in a vacuum of space. Even if there was something in the sky, which I can actually give you plenty of scientific evidence as to how that was possible on a flat Earth. It doesn't verify the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics. So almost all the transmissions are using that. The Loran system, long before you called it GPS, and that's the exact use case of GPS. So it's certainly not exclusive to a glove.
You got it, and thank you very much for this question coming in from Sarcastic Barman. Says, Flat Earthers, what's the distance around Antarctica? Please bear in mind before you answer, there is a race around it.
Yeah, so the supposed sailboat race that goes around Antarctica actually goes down and pops back up. They publish publicly their actual route. It goes down and pops back up. So that just shows how little people research. We couldn't actually verify the distance around Antarctica because it's illegal to do that via the Antarctic Treaty signed in 1959. Longest-lasting peace treaty, not even up to a review till 2042.
What page has that you can't go there? Can you cite that?
Yeah, it tells you that it all adheres to beyond the 60th south latitude, and you cannot privately or freely explore it without.
Can you show the exact, which article of it says you can't go there?
Article 6.
You just make that up.
We done?
John Rapp says.
So we can.
John Rapp says, GPS. Evil NASA rubs their GPS satelloons vigorously, makes them stick to the dome. Flurfs. Hashtag rub your satelloon.
Strawman fallacy.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And Sunflower says, MC Toon, when we set up a vacuum chamber and observe things in it, there is no medium modifying or obscuring it. Correct?
That's right.
You got it. Andrew Rouse says, statement, you two are the perfect couple. I think that they're talking with you, Nixon. Gotcha. Next up, Roger Pollock says, MC Toon says, MC Toon, please make a soundboard for greatest hits, PTS.
PTS.
I think they mean make a soundboard of Austin.
Oh, I already did.
I know you're obsessed with me, bro. It's getting weird. Get out my DMs and record my voice, bro.
Kang024, thanks for your message. As a reminder, want to remind you all, folks, in the live chat, attack the arguments instead of the person. Super important, folks. We really do want to encourage you to rise to that standard. 99% of you do a great job. And for those of you who are not yet there, believe me, you're going to get there. And Joshua Alex says, for both, take 2 cesium clocks, one at street level, one at the top level of a building. The tower clock will soon be behind. How do you explain this?
Right, yeah. So what they do is they say that space and time was proven by the oscillation rate of a cesium atom and its degradation. Of course, they don't account for the vibrational pattern or where they are within the vortexual, movement of the electromagnetic field. We'll say for intended purposes, not to make people spiral. So yeah, there's numerous different variables they don't control for, and then they just look at the degradation rate of a cesium atom, the oscillation rate, and then they presuppose the causal agent being space and time, which is called a reification fallacy.
You got it. And Peace Pie says, can Fletcher explain the moon's shadow in all phases? Who is Fletcher?
Flat Earther?
Maybe they mean, I don't know. If Fletcher, yeah, it must be you, Austin. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't make unfounded claims. Actually, you can actually create, people spiral over this. I just don't care what people think. So you can actually replicate a naturally occurring hologram with the polarization of the electromagnetic field that replicates the color changes, the appearance of shadows, and the phases of the moon. We've only seen one face of the moon for all recorded history. You claim it's entirely locked. It's a coincidence. So cool story. Falsification is independent of replacement. We have the Stellar eclipse, the eclipse where the sun and moon are both above the horizon during the lunar eclipse.
We're never going to get done if he just waffles like this.
Where the Earth is blocking the sun, supposedly casting a shadow onto the moon and going the wrong way. So we falsified your claim, and falsification is independent of replacement.
Gotcha. And then Andrew Rouse says, Austin, in 15 years, when you look back at all of these debates, how are you going to deal with all the cringe? I don't know if they mean cringe from you or from the opponents. I'm baffled.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be really hard to rewatch Mattoon implode like this, but I'll try and make it through it.
This is next up. The Science of Science says, MC Toon, a convex surface does not mean the Earth is a globe.
Correct.
Next up, RT96 says, our view of a pencil in a glass of water is affected by refraction. Witsit says, quote, there is no pencil, bro. That's my best impression, sorry.
That's a good one.
Okay, at least you do the bro in there. It's not too bad. Nah, dude, no one said there was no pencil. That's not analogous. That's a much more dense medium called water. So cool story. And in fact, you require the isolation of a physical location called the geometric horizon. So cool story, bro.
Kango244 says, Witsit, Earth's curve can be seen. Its location is just refracted. Just like looking at a pencil in the glass of water, is the pencil not physical?
Earth's curvature can be seen. You just don't actually see it because it's completely refracted, and then we see something else. That's what he said.
McTone already elaborated on that.
We can physically manipulate the pencil, not the curvature of the Earth. Next.
Next up, Science of Science says, Carissa also thinks a convex surface means a globe. That's a pretty big leap in logic to think convex equals globe.
I don't think I ever said that.
You got it?
No, because I don't necessarily believe that. So.
Deal. Don Kedick says, I love modern day debate. Gets me through my workday. Thanks for your encouragement, Don. It means a lot. And Fat Man says, KY, you can't compare, I think they mean Kai, says you can't compare a laser sliding on a table to the sun setting. The sun is not suiting on Earth sliding away from us.
That's literally what
they meant sliding.
That's literally what it's doing.
I think they meant
And you
sitting.
can even see this with the videos of the shrinking sun. That only a shrinking sun can only happen if because of angular resolution. That's it.
Gotcha on this one coming in from Digital Demonic Dabro says the damn Santa silly man argument is a red herring by Witsit. This man is not even addressing the argument in this argument. He strawmanned the whole conversation.
No, it wasn't a red herring. And by the way, I said Superman, not Santa, because she said there's an actual tree that we know is there. We don't know the curvature's there. That's why her thing is laughably rudimentary and inadmissible when it comes to empirical evidence. And then she said we control the variables by using a light, which you don't control the atmospheric refraction. So I was being very specific as to say, well, I've never seen Superman. That's why I still know that he is there. That's what she's saying. We've never seen the curvature, but we know it's there. So try again.
No, I just was specifically addressing your claim that just because we have to account for something doesn't mean that we don't actually see it.
Specifically, just because we've never seen it doesn't mean it's
no. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this.
Cut you out of the debate saying it 3 times. So
no, I'm talking about it specifically. That you can't, just because you don't see something directly doesn't mean that it's not visible by controlling elements around you. That's my only point. It's not a one-to-one comparison on all values. But go ahead, James. I'm sorry.
No worries. The Batman says, Austin triggered MC Tune, good and hard, LOL Globies. Very good. All right. Next up, John, he told me how to pronounce it. Sudlick says, I love Witsit, but Kai is better looking. Sorry, dude.
No offense taken, bro.
This one coming in from Displaced Gamer says, if gravity does not exist, why are objects in space?
Wait, sorry.
What?
What happened?
I think this is, yeah, so that's for you. So they say, if gravity does not exist, why are objects in space? Why do they all tend toward being spherical in shape?
Wave.
Yeah, see, actually, you can't even substantiate sphericity or terra firma. I actually document them all the time. They're pulsating, quote-unquote, orbs of light for intensive purposes. And even if I look up at a cylinder and say, there's a light bulb, that means the ground's a light bulb. That's not very adequate information now, is it? Plus, you presuppose the mechanism that causes it all to happen. Presuppose the medium being a vacuum, which is literally antithetical to the natural law called the second law of thermodynamics. It looks like a more fluid-like medium, but that's for people that are open-minded.
Gotcha. And this one coming in from Rai says, make sure you wear your NASA shirt when you get your 5th booster shot. I think that's for you, Carissa. Are you going to wear your NASA shirt?
Yo.
I'm being deafened right now.
That's hilarious, bro.
Was that for me? Of course I'm going to get booster shots.
Oh, no, I was just in general.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next up.
Yeah, because
okay.
I'm pro science.
Next
Yeah,
up,
hopefully you get 33 of them.
Raza 43 FC Tune. You're not gonna get a booster shot? Jeez, man. Okay. Raza 43 says, if anyone lets go of a helium balloon atop Mount Everest, it will fall. Why is that flat earthers? How do grown-ups not know this?
What happens when you pop the helium balloon?
Deflect.
Oh, that was so hard. Oh my gosh. Lasers are so dumb.
Let's see. Thy Messenger says, I never have seen McToon so triggered. Ha ha, he lost. I'm sorry. It's just so trollish. They say it's so blatantly. They say, ha ha, he lost today. He needs more anti-truth media training. Hashtag Black Swan photo. MC Toon, any thoughts?
I've definitely been more animated in some. I think people might be able to identify when even. But this was fun.
This one coming in
and
from...
it wasn't you, Austin.
I wouldn't laugh too much, Austin. We got a juicy one. Xanos Carthage says, hey, have you seen the footage of Witsit getting beat up by an MMA fighter? I think he tapped out 6 times. Is this true, Witsit?
No,
that was
I got hands, bro. Leave with the left.
Was it against MC Toon?
No. I got hands, bro. Leave with the left, James.
Next up.
Wait, hold on. Was that you, or are you talking about, did somebody mistake you for right the hand?
I didn't get tapped out by anyone. That's all I can say about it.
All right.
Witsit doesn't get tapped out by anybody, folks. And then Snake was right. So the density creates direction. Thank you for Snake was right. Thank you for your question. Says if density creates direction, why do things not fall up toward the less dense air? Clearly, the direction of most mass is what determines direction.
That just made me lose brain cells, but it's the object's density relative to the atmosphere or the surrounding medium. So if something above it is less dense, that's non sequitur. It's more dense than the surrounding air where it's currently residing within that medium.
Like an ice cube, you drop it in room air, it falls to the ground. You drop it in your cocktail, it rises to the top.
You got it, and thank you very much for this question coming in from, you guessed it, Robert Summers says, Flat Earth wants to claim science is on their side. Can you tell me one model in the Flat Earth that makes testable and accurate predictions?
Well, models aren't science, so that's convenient, and we're actually not allowed to privately travel past the 60s.
Models absolutely are a necessity in science.
Look, man, all the super chats are for us, okay? Just in case you weren't paying attention, but so you're not allowed to privately explore past the 60th south latitude. So to make claims
but you didn't. But you didn't substantiate that claim yet, Austin.
No, you're even triggered in Q&A, McToon. You need a jail, bro.
But you didn't substantiate that claim. You're just lying.
Okay.
Maybe if you just stopped lying, we wouldn't have to
Asar,
you.
Asar,
Are you done?
You always lie.
Yeah, all I know is the super chats are for us. That's all I know. So you can't go past the 60th south latitude.
That's a lie. Why are you lying again, Austin?
Next up, Asar.
Why are you a fake Christian, Austin?
Asar
Why are you a fake Christian, Austin?
Asar M. Ka says, if gravity doesn't exist, have them explain the cause.
Oh, yeah. Everything's intrinsically electrostatic. To be more specific and technical, incoherent dielectric acceleration. You can use a Van de Graaff generator, affects directionality. You can slow me down to 0.5 since it's just word salad, even though it's all coherent, very hyper-specific. All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature, and since it's 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity claims to be, you certainly can't claim gravity, so everything's intrinsically electrostatic. Density disequilibrium is the relative characteristic that is most prominent. Write it down.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question, Scotty Osborne says, MC Toon, do you abuse human growth hormones to get those unusually large muscles, which is actually cannibalism? Are you on the roids, MC Toon?
Not. It's just it happens naturally.
Pseudonym, thanks to your super sticker, and made by Jim Bob says, MC Toon, what are the necessary constituents of a scientific experiment?
Scientific experiments are not dogma. So the necessary constituents that you're talking about are, again, from QE, where he tries to make science into a dogma. So, no, it is not the IVDV dogma that he talks about.
Independent, dependent, and control variables, the answer.
Yeah, but control variables, which you never do, but those are just dogma. That is not actually the necessary constituents of a scientific experiment. That's too rigid.
You got it. This one coming in from made by Jim Bob says, MC Toon, how can you justify the bending of space-time if it has no properties and requires time and space to be constant to measure its bend?
It has been empirically confirmed. So I'll stick with empirical measurements.
This one coming in from Nephilim Free says, the flat earthers are interrupting too much.
Wow, literally we got interrupted the entire time. Maybe rewind it.
Nephilim Free might be up for a debate with you, Austin, on Flat Earth. I don't know. I'm just saying. Dr. Bass, Ackwards says, Carissa, draw a circle on the ground, then draw a circle around that, then another circle around those circles. If you continue like this, will the circles keep getting bigger? Can the circles ever shrink?
It would literally just be your latitude lines, right? So yeah, it would keep on getting bigger, and then they would start getting smaller again.
You got it, Ann. Thank you very much. Andrew Rouse says, could everyone please just say what higher education degrees everyone has, starting with you, Kai, and Austin?
I got a PhD from Critical Thought University, and she got from Free Independent Thinking, not Brainwashed. Actually, you can actually answer.
I have a bachelor's in science, so suck it.
What science?
Irrelevant. Bachelor's in science. You can look it up.
Okay.
That's the name of a degree.
Okay, yeah, but typically you can get a BS.
What about you, Carissa? Why don't you answer the question?
Sure, I'd be happy to. In December, I'm getting a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics.
Right.
Okay, so you're almost where she is. Why are you knocking her down?
I'm not. I'm just asking for further clarification. I think it's cool, and I'm curious what specific degree she got. Why are you
got a PhD?
so
You're
bad
not
faith?
impressed? I have a PhD in critical thought.
All right, go ahead, Melvin.
Go ahead, Melvin.
I study electrical engineering and computer science.
And you still don't know what electrostatics is, James. We got another question because we're trying to go to the strip.
Next up, Andrew Rouse. Richard Ashton says, shamefully embarrassing show from the flat side. Unbelievable.
That seems like a coping mechanism for the self-projection of how they got intellectually eviscerated. I'm just being honest. The earth is flat. Don't make this weird, bro. Check out the merch store. I got you.
This one from Kit says, Witsit, that gap from your rotting... this is weird. They say, let's see. Is it big enough to whistle? Gosh, what is this about?
It's a dig. You probably should skip that.
No, just read
Next one. The Science of Science says, I have to give it to MC Toon. He makes me laugh so much. He is my favorite globe myth enthusiast. Oh, that's nice.
Thanks.
Next up, Snake was right, says, higher elevation, lower pressure, no container.
Yeah, that's called a non sequitur. Delta X, change in X, we're talking about the antecedent. Let me slow down. The requirement for the pressure, which is X, the change in pressure is an additional piece of information. So we're trying to figure out how we have the pressure. Once you invoke the differential or change in pressure, that's a non sequitur.
This one from Nephilim 3.
Without pressure, gas pressure.
Neff says, if the Earth were flat, there would be only one time zone for the world since the sun would rise in the same... Hold on.
No,
rise in the same hour for the entire Earth. In all caps.
That's
derp.
wrong, actually.
Wow, that is incredibly dumb. But yeah, the sun's more local. It has a radius of light for intended purposes. It's called attenuation, absorption of the medium. Light does not travel forever. It's much more local. You can replicate it certainly using a dome.
Experiments in prebiotic chemistry says, why is the air on the top of Mount Everest thinner than the air at sea level?
There are numerous different aspects. For one, we don't actually know the characteristics of the containment itself, the medium differential all the way at the top, and gases are being constantly introduced and produced at the surface level. Now that I've addressed your non sequitur, can you address the first one that you skipped past, which is how do you have pressure in the first place?
Robert Summers says, Witsit, if I drop a bowling ball from a building, do you agree or disagree it will fall at 9.82 meters per second?
I disagree because it's completely fluctuates. It's never consistently 9.8 meters per second squared, and it's dependent upon an incredible amount of variables, including the location on the Earth.
Made by Jim Bob says, MC Toon, so gas pressure equals container, but atmospheric pressure equals pressure without container, but it's still gas? And...
Without... Okay,
go ahead.
Sorry.
No, it's a good time to go.
Without a physical container, absolutely, because there's just a pressure differential from the ground level to any particular elevation you want to pick. You can see that, you can measure that in flat earthers balloon launches with barometers on them. You can see that there's a pressure differential. That's our claim. There's a pressure differential. That's it.
This one, made by Jim Bob, also says Moderna or Pfizer.
Neither.
I'm organic, homie.
Pfizer.
Oh yeah, the one that's
MC Toon. You have no MC Toon. Have you not gotten it?
I'm ambivalent.
Next up,
you guys can see my merch.
You and Austin are strange bedfellows on this. Don Keddick says, if stars emit light from nuclear fusion, then why doesn't their gas just dissipate into space? Where is their container?
Because they're more dense than space and gravity, they have mass. Therefore, gravity attracts them to the Earth.
You got it. And Elijah Freeman says, Andrew, TY used a plane for his atmospheric refraction computations. In another section, he superimposes this onto a curving surface with the radius of 3959 meters. The black swan is 1,000% off from 1.2.
That's for the Globers, in case you didn't follow it, because it was a smarter
That's
guy.
because it didn't include refraction analysis.
We just talked about that in the question.
Yeah, that you demand. Yeah.
Next up, Ryan says, getting a degree immediately raises your IQ by 20. Thanks for that, Ryan. From Duckery says, Austin, how is the Tropic of Capricorn measured smaller in circumference than the equator? Ships, flights, and land masses prove this fact. Flat Earth debunked.
Oh, wow, it's crazy that 9% of all people that inhabit the Earth are actually in the northern quote-unquote hemisphere, which is stupid because there is no sphere, and that's completely a lie. That's not true at all. How do you physically measure it? Because it seems like we've been trying to physically measure the convexity of terra firma for years, and we can't find it, including the Globers. So, cool story, bro.
Thy Messenger says, MC Toon on a, quote, micro scale, show us a spinning ball containing water on its surface while it spins. If it's a globe, it can be replicated. Earth is flat.
The fallacy is if it's a globe, it can be replicated because there is the gravitational force that we can't get out of. So here's the deal. On a micro scale, flat earthers can't demonstrate their flat Earth in some sort of a terrarium either in any orientation, because if gravity doesn't exist, then can't they hold it sideways or upside down?
Hey, look, the water fountain is level. I just demonstrated it.
Take the lid off. Take the lid off. Hold it upside down.
Why would I do that? That's non sequitur.
Oh, because gravity affects these experiments. You can't do it without the effect of gravity.
So if we
changing the experiment.
If we presuppose gravity, you can't prove.
You cannot control that particular variable.
If I pour water in a pool, what happens?
Turn that pool sideways.
Why? That's not what the Earth is.
Ball. Why doesn't the ball?
Are we
serious?
This
Because
isn't.
gravity
This
has
is,
to do with
this
mass.
is absolutely mental handicap. You guys are making fools of yourselves publicly.
Stop self-projecting.
We
This
already
one coming
won.
in. Scotty Osborne says, Witsit, congratulations. Make sure that Kai is not an Order of the Eastern Star or daughter of the American Revolution. What does that mean?
I don't know, man, but I'm not going to take relationship advice from anonymity on the internet. But thank you, though.
Gotcha. And Made by Jim Bob says, MC Toon says, or they say MC Toon, so the physical properties of space-time is, quote unquote, 4 dimensions. What are the physical properties of, quote, 4 dimensions, unquote?
It's over.
Yeah. I think, he could maybe get educated. I'm not gonna.
This is epic.
No, why aren't you just doing a whole, like,
So she acts like she's smart.
In 2 seconds, why can't you just do a whole
Yeah.
class?
Yeah. Explain relativity in a response to a super chat.
Next up,
This is so
Seamage
entertaining,
Place
People
says,
that don't understand 5th grade science.
Seamage Play
Gravity.
says, all right, we're going on to the next one. Seamage Play says, I built a GPS receiver from scratch, software and hardware. Witsit, you're wrong.
Does it use Cartesian coordinate systems? Oh, yeah, of course it does. Next.
You got it. And
What?
Robert Summers says, does.
She doesn't get it, and she's
What?
laughing. Anyway,
It's not Cartesian coordinate system.
they don't use Cartesian coordinate points?
No,
Really? What do they use, McToon?
it's spherical coordinate system. And if it's
Really?
flat, it's a polar coordinate system.
Oh, but they use
It's not Cartesian.
I'm sorry. They use Cartesian coordinate systems, and the Lorentz system, which is identical to GPS, predates the GPS, right, McToon? Yeah. Okay.
Do you understand?
We're trying to
you
go,
can-
McToon. Next.
You can map between coordinate systems. Do you not know that?
Yeah. Did you know
Oh,
that
okay,
Lorentz
good.
system
Excellent.
predates the GPS?
Excellent.
Never
This one
gonna
coming
know.
in from Robert Summers says, does DirecTV know the Earth is flat?
Yeah, well, if you actually look up DirecTV, which is typically contracted to American Tower in the United States, they admit that it's all used with towers. So this is awkward.
No, they don't.
Oh, so American Towers aren't their main contractor?
They don't admit it's all from towers.
What are they? So how much? What
Stop
percentage
lying.
of it? What percentage
Why-
of a satellite?
why
What
do you have
percentage
to
of a
lie?
satellite?
If you point a satellite dish at the sky, it's from a satellite.
Can you maybe have something at a higher elevation?
You'd see it, Austin. You'd see it.
Can you? What? You can't
Mike.
see forever, McToon. Next.
Are they building a tower?
I'm
They're
sorry.
building a tower that you can see.
You think we landed on the moon?
Deflect when you lose.
I'm just saying, it's like I just want
Of course we landed on the
understand
moon.
how lost you are.
Oh, wow.
Of course we landed on the moon.
Of course we did. That's patriotism. Next.
This one coming in from,
What a
appreciate your
douche.
question, Mike Menzies
Absolute
says,
douche.
You thought it was funny.
the stars are angels, the sky is a dome, flat earth for the win. Austin, you the man.
Yeah, I can't even
Starting
disagree,
with
yo.
Jesus.
But I know that it does appear that if you look at star in a jar sonoluminescence, and you integrate cymatics, you can actually integrate different frequencies within a fluid-like medium. It creates the exact same phenomena that we call stars. So I don't know who needs science when you can believe the government.
This one coming in from Truth Nerd says, on the AE map, the Vendée Globe record holder would have had to average 30 knots in a one-man sailboat. No wonder Whitsitt refuses to commit to a map.
Oh, wow. So if we presuppose the Earth's a sphere and then the route that they say is true, and then we don't acknowledge the fact they actually went down and popped back up from the very northern part of Antarctica, Austin's stupid. And then we can presuppose a flat Earth strawman model, and that makes that a certain miles per hour they would have to go, and therefore Earth's a bomb.
King at V says, ask Whitsitt what a radar horizon is. And it don't care about refraction. The distance to horizon never changes throughout the day or days if the high don't change.
I'm so glad that you guys brought this up. Marconi, first one to send radar, right? So 2,200 miles. His attractor said that it wouldn't work because it would hit the curvature of the Earth at 200 miles. Guess what he did? He hit his target at 2,200 miles. First time utilizing this line of sight. We now actually send radio waves over 10,000 miles. Never ever accounting the convexity of physical obstruction of the Earth curvature. No, it just goes up and it bends back down perfectly because the Earth's a magic bomb. And just
only for certain frequencies because it bounces off the ionosphere. Use different frequencies and it doesn't bounce. You can't go that far.
Oh, really? So can we go 10,000 miles with radio waves?
It depends on the frequency.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. From Duckery says, James, please yell loudly, I love midgets. And C-Mitch Play says, MC Toon, can you please explain to Kai why the sun doesn't shrink as we see it?
Why this? All right. So the sun does not shrink. The size of the sun is always consistent. When you show videos of the sun apparently changing size, you're just seeing the size of the glare change. When you put a solar filter on there, the size of the sun is always the same.
Did you know your model
why?
actually claims?
Hold on, I'm not done. Why is that? The reason why is because it is extremely far away. Now it does change a very, very small amount. It's exceedingly small, and it's difficult to measure. Certainly nothing that you can without high precision instruments.
Oh, so it does change.
So it
Okay,
does change?
thank you for saying she was right.
Okay.
But it doesn't change nearly enough as if the Earth were flat.
So it's
Strong
Coming
man.
in from, I'm going to give MC Toon the last word on that one, as this is one of the few questions for him.
Yeah. Oh, on that one? No, I'm done. I have a video on my channel.
Explain this to the other person. You don't just get to
No,
say.
you're not MC Toon. Okay.
All right, well,
I have a
they've done
video-
that 12 times, but anyway.
I have a video on my channel that's a montage of different people that have done solar filters, including one from a flat earther, Felipe. Poor guy. I told him he should get a solar filter and do it, and he did it. And it was the same size, and then he blocked me.
You got it, Ann. This one coming in from Bryantology69 says, Whitsitt, do you not presuppose the laws of logic?
Presuppose the laws of logic. Okay, maybe you should look up the hyperlogical route of deduction, right? Okay, and so whenever it excludes any presuppositions, and you tell me what you're left with when we never determine axial rotation with any naturally occurring observable phenomenon or experiment ever, and then all empirical measurements of the Earth is flat, and then we see the sky reset for all recorded history. You presuppose adding to the hyperlogical route of deduction, which is called Occam's razor.
This one coming in from Isaiah 40:22 says, Carissa, given the Bible is 100% a motionless flat earth book, are you willing to bet your soul that the earth is round?
Yes.
Next up, made by Jim Bob says, MC Toon, are models valid substitutes for experiment?
No, a model is a necessary part of an experiment because you can't create your hypothesis without a model.
Next up, Fat Man
Hypothesis
says,
is the model.
Witsit doesn't realize that the loser usually gets the most questions at the end of the debate.
What I don't realize is how it is that people come claiming that flat earthers are stupid and constantly watch me talk and watch us debate it. It's so ridiculous. And the reason we get all the questions is because they think that if they team up and spam Austin with questions, eventually the earth will become a ball. And they don't want to ask the Globers a question because all they have to do is regurgitate what Google says.
Next up, Robert Summers says, what did you manipulate when you confirmed the whole world is inherently electrostatic? Or did you just accept that as a facet because it fits for you?
All experimental data in the history of mankind shows that all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature.
Didn't answer the question.
Yeah, if the Earth is molecular, how is it that it's not electrostatic if everything is?
What variable did you manipulate?
What variable do you manipulate? You can't manipulate the electrostatic.
Oh, you didn't. Okay.
It's intrinsic in the matter. That's what my question is. How can you manipulate and control the variable for electrostatics if that's required to isolate a much weaker, quote unquote, force gravity? You should rewatch the debate and take notes.
Next up, Brainy Beaver says, quoting Witsit, saying Witsit says, my friend, super, I win.
Oh, wow. Adhom, Earth's a ball. The government would never lie. Take your booster.
Next up, Thank the Most High God says, does MC Toon have video of globe spinning in space?
I do. There's a Turkish flat earther that challenged, put a $250,000 challenge out there. So I got, I think, 3 different videos of the Earth spinning in space.
Next up, Chad Martin says, have we gone over the parallax effect and the differences in the observance of stellar constellations from each pole?
Is that a question for us?
We didn't cover that. I think that's for us, Carissa. Maybe you. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just a fact that if you're in the northern hemisphere, you see Polaris all throughout the seasons, which is something like they can also not account for the season changes along with daylight, and so that alongside the stars, and you see the rotation of the night sky, but the Polaris typically always stays the same because that's where the axis is through like the North Pole. So that's just like one of the many things that you can just view with your naked eye.
You got it. This one coming in from, what have you got, Kai?
I was just going to ask Carissa a quick question. Carissa, when the northern hemisphere is closest to the sun, what season is it?
When the northern, it's summer.
Incorrect. Thank you.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. Go learn your model. Thank you.
No, it's tilting toward. Yeah, no,
when the northern hemisphere is closest to the sun, it is winter.
No,
nope. Just Google it.
Just look it up, Carissa. Next.
It's not true.
Next up, Aaron Reese says, can the flat earthers actually make an argument instead of spewing techno babble? Trolling and laughing to deflect from their ignorance is a con man's tactic.
Yeah, if you run your hand over a pregnant woman or a pregnant woman's stomach, you can't see it once it gets to the bottom because it's physically obstructed. Earth would have to do that with the sphere, but it doesn't. We've measured it all over the place.
Next up, Fum Duckery says, Austin, so I told you how it was measured, and you wave it away. Answer the question and stop dodging.
Believe it or not, I don't remember random gamma males on the internet super chatting me and what it was you asked me before, but you've never physically measured the Earth being a ball. I must presuppose the radius value, then look at a fluctuation of an apparent location and actually somehow tell me that it's an actual location, even though it's not an actual location, but we can minimize it not being an actual location. I promise it's real because the government told me to.
This one coming in from Thank the Most High God says, MC Toon, what are people on the other side of the globe seeing if I can observe the sun and moon during the daytime?
Directly opposite side of the Earth, they would not see the sun and moon.
You got it. Lael says, we know that the sun's light illuminates all 3,000 miles of the USA. Austin, what is the limitation of the distance of light ability to illuminate?
What's the distance, or what's the like the confinement of distance illumination? Like,
yeah, how far can you see the sun?
What's the confinement of the illumination distance, Mattoon? Yeah, I just said that. So why would it be that I need to presuppose the characteristics and the distance and the radius of light to somehow scoop past the fact we falsified your assumption it's 93 million miles away? That seems kind of awkward. This is getting weird. Like, there's a radius of light. You said that there would be light over the entire Earth at the same time if the Earth was flat. And that is like third grade level dumb. So
Lael says we know that the sun's light illuminates all 3,000 miles of the U.S. Oh, I just read that, sorry. David Velar says you cannot go east and see the sunset in the flat Earth position on sunset.
You can't see what?
You cannot go east and see the sunset in the flat Earth position on sunset.
Why would you go east to see the sunset when it sets in the west?
Peter Cranston says, how can anyone debate or falsify a model if you don't have one yourself? I take it as dishonest and misunderstanding of science and physics.
Yeah, falsification is independent of replacement. Any intellectual form would laugh you out of the room if you think I need to replace it prior to my falsification being valid. You made the positive claim void of empirical evidence. We have falsified it. We don't have access to all the empirical evidence to formulate a model, so it would be intellectually dishonest to do so. I would be doing what you're doing, which got us in this mess. So again, if someone tells me Santa's real, I then find my parents are giving me the gifts under the Christmas tree. I don't have to come up with a new Santa, a new character from the North Pole before Santa's not real. We falsified your model, bro. Don't make this weird. The Earth is flat.
You never did.
The only model that Flat Earth has is me, so.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Nephilim Free says, learn from pro photographer trained by NYI, the New York Institute of, I think it was lighting, or they say light refracts at an angle equal to its incidence. This is photography and physics science.
Really? Are light rays real, or are they just unrealistic ideals that we utilize, assuming that the terra firma is actually breathing in and out effectively with the category air? How is this even somewhat relevant to assuming that the horizon's moving but not moving and the Earth's a ball and there's no horizontal boundary, which is the requirement of the phenomena of refraction? So, cool, use cameras, bro. Earth must be a ball.
You got it, and thank you very much for your question coming in from John Rapp says, observations, Whitsitt is king of clowns.
Whoa, bro. The Earth really is a ball, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Luke Filewalker says, I live in a valley where there's no reception from an Earth-based radio/TV tower. Where does my satellite TV come from?
Well, NASA admits on their website that they put all kinds of satelloons up and buy 90% of the world's helium. They're number one purchaser of helium in the world. So you tell me.
You got it, and thank you very much for your question. This one coming in from Tim Pryor. Good to see you. Tim says this. I missed this one. Was there any actual flat Earth evidence, or was it all talking about the globe?
No, we
talking about the globe.
Talking about the globe.
The globe gets interrupted.
I gave them chance. They
There's
turned
no
it
double
down.
standard here going on.
They
But
said
anyway.
that they wouldn't say that the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
They said
why
it's
you
not
interrupting,
positive.
Carissa?
No, this question was for us.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
They asked specifically, you were the object of the question. This question was open-ended, right? So
They
so
asked
why
us
are you
why we didn't
interrupting a
provide any
woman?
evidence, and then you guys just went on your little.
Why are you interrupting a woman, sir? Go ahead.
You look dumb. So they asked.
You're the one who started it with the info. I'm sorry you can handle when you dish out.
This one coming in from Brian League says, it is easy to demonstrate a pressure gradient inside containment. Can globers demonstrate pressure without containment?
Yes. Dwayne Kellum has a very nice video where he has a barometer on the balloon. Our claim is that there is a pressure differential. You can see that pressure differential, and there is no physical barrier between the bottom of that flight and the top of that flight.
You got it, and thank you very much for your question. Coming in from Davey Duarte. Davey, oh boy. He starts off in his regular friendly self saying, Mick Baltard, why doesn't the sun start to get obstructed by the fairy tale quote-unquote geometric horizon, unquote, only 3 miles in front of you at a 6-foot observer height?
Why doesn't the sun get obstructed? Well, the sun does get obstructed, and I don't understand why he's talking about that particular horizon distance there. It doesn't really impact the sunset.
You got it. And this one coming in from Sunflower says, Carissa, why would you ever wager your soul on the Earth being a sphere? That's the definition of all risk. No reward.
Because I'm positive? We've known it for like over 2,000
You don't even know
years.
your own model, girlfriend. But
What are you talking
You
about?
don't have a model.
Yeah,
You don't
I
have a
know.
model.
I
You
said
lost,
you don't even know.
lost before it started.
No,
Kai.
no,
You don't have a
no,
model.
We don't need a model.
Yeah, you do.
No, we don't.
You absolutely
No,
need a
listen to
model.
What Whitsitt said.
No, I don't care what he said. He's wrong. You need a
I
model.
had to educate Carissa on what kind of gravity she's talking about.
What are you
No,
talking about? I
no,
said
you
about
had
the
to-
axis
you had to
of
show you
Earth.
don't understand
Stop.
stuff.
I won't engage. I won't engage. It's
This one
okay.
coming in from King Ed V said, quote, I said radar, not... Oh, this is for Whitsitt. We got to wait until Whitsitt gets back.
He's coming.
Fat Man says, that's also for Whitsitt. Robert Summers is all for... Okay, let's see. Seamage Play says, Whitsitt, does Nathan know you're cheating on him? Next up, this one coming in from Fat Man says, no, Whitsitt, we don't come to see you. We come to see MC Toon. Don't flat hard yourself. This is coming in from Robert Summers says, so Whitsitt, you don't hold your own positions to what you ask from the Globers. Didn't manipulate a variable, but accept the experiment.
I was kidding. Yeah, we can control the variable of water always finding its level. We control the variable of the necessary antecedent gas pressure being containment. We can actually physically measure the Earth, and we falsified the radius. You cannot in any way control any variables of your causal agents. Just try again.
This one coming in from King Ed V says, I said radar, not radio, Whitsitt. I was a hard horizon that never changes. Or they said, I has a hard horizon that never... What was it?
It has a hard horizon.
Thank you. It has a hard horizon that never changes, and it comes up with the right radius of Earth. P.S. I'm an ex-Navy radar operator.
Wow. How come radars have to assume that the Earth is flat for the work with electromagnetic propagation over a flat Earth whenever the military says it themselves? And is the hard horizon consistent?
Deflect.
In all locations. No, it's not a deflect. It's not consistent. And it fluctuates based on the location. It fluctuates based on location. And the U.S. military declassified document of electromagnetic propagation over a flat Earth has to assume the Earth is flat to use the ground weapon system.
You didn't read that.
You should have listened.
Read it. You should read it.
This one coming in from...
there's the ball.
Made by Jim Bob says, Toon. Regarding space-time, time is a conceptual tool we use to measure change. How can a concept be bent? What physical properties does a concept have?
Space-time is not space plus time, and they're separate things. Austin says it all the time, demonstrating that he does not understand the concept at all. It's not that space-time is wrong. It's that he doesn't understand it.
Yep. Cool story.
You got it. This one coming in from David Villar says, you cannot see the sun set in the flat Earth position when looking westward.
That's when the sun always sets, is looking westward, bro. Where have you been, dude? You think we're falling backwards 1,000 miles per hour during a sunset, and it just makes the sun look like it's moving, but it's actually sitting still? I'm the conspiracy.
What they meant to say, well, this is because they originally put... They had an earlier super chat that... They said you cannot go west and see the sunset in the flat Earth position on sunset. Then that's okay. I think we got that covered. And then this one coming in from Isaiah 40:22 says, Nathan, do you believe for those who believe in theoretical science, is it a salvation issue? Whitsitt, I think they just called you Nathan.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with who that is. So next.
This one from Really Though says, can the globe side explain how it's possible to see both the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time, all while the moon has a quote unquote shadow on it?
Yes. It's not hard.
Space.com says celestial geometry cannot explain why this happens. They can't. It's impossible.
Interesting.
So I'd love to see the citation on that.
I'd love to hear your explanation since you disagree.
I'll pull it up. Just give me 1 second.
Crickets.
Isaiah 40:22 says, they say, for the flat side, do you believe, for those who believe in theoretical science, is it a salvation issue?
I would not say that thinking the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics in a vacuum brought to you by Jesuit speech where everything comes from nothing but nothing, there's pre-existing energy, but I digress, is a salvation issue. No, he examines your heart. But hey, if you don't know the earthly things, how can you know the heavenly things? And Hosea 4:6, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. So I don't know. I would be interested in the truth. That's the most important thing.
And for McToon, here's the source. This is from space.com. The little used name for this effect is called a selenilian, a phenomenon that celestial geometry says cannot happen. There you go, sir.
Yeah, take that out of context. Excellent.
Oh, just run away.
Just let him say.
You got this one coming in from Made by Jim Bob says, Toon, what is one physical property of space-time such that it can be bent?
This is not the place for a relativity lecture. Go watch those. And if you'd like to come to my channel, maybe we could discuss it sometime.
This one from Thank the Most High God says, MC Toon, if the sun and moon won't be seen when I see them both, is other side of Earth... gosh. It's okay if you guys want to do me a solid when you submit a question. If you want to proof check it. So they say, MC Toon, if the sun and moon won't be seen... when I see them both, is other side of Earth is in complete darkness, and post video of 1,000 miles per hour ball you have.
I don't understand what he's talking about there. That maybe we could get some cryptographers to decode that. On my channel is a video of the Earth spinning, a couple different ones. You can find it.
I think if I can take a stab at it, I think what he's saying is that if you can see both the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time, is there no light on the other side, which would be the case. Because the moon revolves around the sun. I'm sorry, the moon revolves around the Earth. And therefore, there are, and I think it's like 29 days it takes. So there are times where, there are definitely times where you have a full moon and then you have a new moon, right? So there are times where you don't have any light in the sky. So yes, that's not a problem for the globe perspective.
You got it. Thank you very much for this question coming in from David Villar. Says, one more time, you look westward during sunset. The flat Earth sun will be too far north. Please put me on the debate. Texting blows.
Oh, okay. If you're wanting to debate me with me, man, I'm gonna need some subs, man. I can't. But yeah, if you got some subs, but yeah, it actually does seem to go not exactly west. You should look into it, right? It doesn't go exactly west. But once again, the Glober says that during a sunset, we're actually falling backwards 1,000 miles per hour. And it just looks like it's moving when it's actually sitting still. I'm going to pass on that one. Hard pass from the boy.
This one coming in. And folks, we don't have enough time for any more questions, so please don't send in any more. We got to get this wrapped up soon. Ariel Fernandez says, Kai, do you believe that it's winter season and not summer season in the northern hemisphere when the northern hemisphere is tilted towards the sun?
Sorry, was that for us or was that?
Yes. They say,
Sorry.
Kai, do you believe that it's winter season and not summer season in the northern hemisphere when the northern hemisphere is tilted towards the sun?
When it's tilted towards the sun?
Correct.
What season is it?
Correct.
It is winter. It's
summer.
It's summer, but when it's closest, when it's
You're right.
I asked you.
You're right. You're right. It is.
We know.
Yes.
You were right.
Because you were going on.
Hold on. It's not because it's closer that it's hotter. It's because of the light being diffused
Yes, but you can't.
along the surface. But yes, I was wrong. You were right. Hold on. You were right that because it's an ellipse, it is still slightly closer when it is winter, but the light is diffused over a bigger space.
Thank you for being honest after you Googled it.
Yes.
Thank you.
But yes, when the northern hemisphere is pointed toward the sun, it is 100% summer.
The reason I brought that up though is you were talking about how seasons make no sense on a flat Earth.
No.
It makes no sense on a globe that when you would be furthest.
No,
that's not our claim.
Summer.
It's the tilt, not the distance. That's the cause. That's another just misunderstanding.
Also, I'm not saying it. I'm just to clarify, I didn't say that it was just the seasons that were inconsistent on your part. It was the seasons along with the daylight.
Yeah, Earth
so
is
in Antarctica, and then in the southern hemisphere, and not just Antarctica, I'm talking about even like South Africa, they have really long like days, and then in Alaska they have really short days. So that's not consistent along with the seasons. That was my point.
Gotcha. Coffee cup caustic.
It makes so much more sense with a small local sun than a large.
It still doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Okay,
Cool.
great.
Coffee cup
So when you're
caustic.
furthest from the sun, it is summer.
You should look up coffee cup caustic. Next.
You got it. Thank you very much for this person. Chad Martin says, to be more specific, why do stars rotate clockwise in the southern hemisphere and counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere?
Actually, you can demonstrate this with a dome as well. Like you can have some type of a dome container to actually create the illusion of that. So there you go. There are numerous different ways, and of course, that's non sequitur to the fact we measure the surface of the Earth. So
this one coming in from Witsit Gets It says, how can space-time have physical properties if it's just conceptual, Carissa?
I was trolling.
So I honestly do not understand space-time to a full extent. I think that's not something I've studied very much. I understand. I think McToon would be a better person to ask, so I yield my time.
But he didn't answer either, so that's why I asked you. But I was sorry. I was trolling.
We can't do that lecture here.
Yeah, it's
not nearly enough time here.
James, sorry, I tried to add you and say I was just joking, man. Anyway, they don't know. There's no answer. It's no big deal.
Says Kai, this is the last question of the night. Thanks, folks, for your questions. Says Kai, what was your Bachelor of Science degrees major?
Behavioral.
Like psychology?
Behavioral science.
Interesting. And want to let you know, folks, our guests are linked in the description. We do appreciate our guests. Want to remind you, attack the arguments instead of the person, as we really do appreciate our guests. And we're okay with like friendly, like playful teasing. That's not a problem, folks. Like we don't want you to feel like you're walking on eggshells. But at the same time, when we have like super personal stuff, or like last night we had somebody trying to, what's the word they use for that? Dox. That kind of stuff is we're like we don't need it. So want to let you know, we really do appreciate our guests. They're linked in the description right now, folks, including if you're listening via the podcast, as all of our debates end up on the podcast within 24 hours. We put MC Tunes and Carissa's and Witsit's links in the description box for the podcast as well. So if you want, you can click right now. You can find their channel and all that good stuff. And so we do want to say thanks so much for all of our guests being with us tonight. Carissa, MC Tune, Witsit, and Kai, it's been a true pleasure.
Thank you, bro. Much love.
Thank you.
My pleasure. And I'll be back in just a moment, folks, with some juicy announcements about upcoming debates. And still pinned at the top of the chat is that sign-up sheet if you want to come on and debate topics such as this one. I will be back in just a moment, so stick around.
Whoa-wee!
Hola. Buenos días, señor.
Hey, Rookie Man.
Señorita.
How you doing?
You good?
Good. Nice. Good to hear.
What are you up to? Besides being in here alone.
I was listening to the podcast.
Yeah, I like that one.
Okay,
but I wish you would slow down and talk slower. It's like,
from whose part?
what's it? I wish you would slow down sometimes.
What's it? Yeah, it's like he's almost rapping. He's going into a rapping mode or something, like spitting bars. Or
well, I think
something.
what it is because it seems like their time was running out, so he was trying to squeeze everything in.
Yeah, he has so
that
much
way
to
we
say,
could
but
hear
he's trying to squeeze it into a box like fast. Everything else.
I like the fact that he can do that, but sometimes he loses me because he's so he talks. He's got to be Irish, right?
Actually, I have no idea if is he Irish?
I think he is.
I don't know. I have no clue.
Not that it matters, but
doesn't matter. No, Earth is still flat.
That's right.
I like how he did. I like how McToon. I like how McToon was like he got triggered by the tree. It's like, no, of course you can visit. Of course you can visit Antarctica. Of course you can visit Antarctica. Why are you lying? He went on and on with that. Holy shit! Oh my lord!
I debated with him once. Well, not officially, but he was on. He was on one of these debate things, and I texted him.
Has he been inside this Discord here before?
I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe.
I don't think he would dare, unless he's going under a different name, though.
Well, yeah, there you go.
I mean, not officially. I watched a debate one time. What's up? You want to debate us now?
Yeah, really. But he was like, I texted him, and he goes, and he, because he was on a, I believe it was a debate where where the Discord was live streaming it. So I went in there and I asked him a couple questions. I said, I don't understand what evidence are you talking about? Because he keeps saying, go to my website, go to my website. So I went to his website, and I really did. I diligently looked at what he had, and really what it was is he's in this kind of special club, scientist club, and he has all this information written down. But it really, really, honestly, I didn't see anything that showed any evidence. It was just mostly like conjecture and argument about this and that, and how this could be this and this could be that, and blah 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 blah. And I was like, "Are you serious?"
Were there any reference points from his?
Yeah, there was, but it just didn't make any sense. It was just like, I don't remember exactly. It was a while back, but so I sent him a letter and I was like, I don't understand why you think this is evidence. And he got pissed. He got mad, bro. He got really, really mad, and he stopped texting me back. What is up with this dude, man? Like, just triggered or something. I don't know. Oh, great. Voice calling me. Hold on. Still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I gotta take out the trash real quick, so I'm gonna mute here.
All right.
Anyway, so it was an eventful conversation anyway.
Sorry, what were you saying? I'm listening to a YouTube clip.
Was it? I was just mumbling, trying to keep the conversation going.
All right.
I'm trying to clean my teeth right now. I'm trying to clean my teeth, and I just woke up a little bit ago, so I'm still like not quite all the way awake. Kind of like groggy and stuff. I hate silence. Well, I don't hate it, but you know what I mean. I abhor silence. Speak, people, speak. It's been dead in here the last 12 hours, hasn't it?
Well, yeah, it's a time zone, man.
Well, I mean, like, what was weird is that, like, Sunday night and Monday morning, there was hell of people on, and then all of a sudden, Monday afternoon, everybody just disappeared. It was like...
No, I see through the voice text chat. It was really lively, like in the morning for me, like way early, while I was still asleep.
Right.
So yeah, I'm missing out a lot of things there. I see, due to the time zones here.
I had an interesting thing going on over on Earth Awakenings last night. There was a guy in there talking about, I think it was Rolling the Boulder or Boulder Roller or whatever his name is.
Boulder, yeah.
And he was talking about, he had this list of questions that he was going over about the truth about Earth and all that, and about the science and you know, that kind of thing, the real science. And I was really surprised at all the stuff that he went over. Like, I was really surprised about it. And he was talking about using it as a comparison to test out people when they come on, you know, like to kind of like filter through them without, you know, to kind of know how they're a troll or whatever. And it was interesting, the questions he asked and why, and they were talking about that last night. I just thought it was an interesting conversation. I don't know if anybody else caught it.
Okay. Should have maybe noted that. Or we can maybe look it up in the YouTube channel, see what he said about that. I wasn't here, so I don't know what he said. So.
No, it wasn't on here. It was somewhere else, but I was just saying it was an interesting conversation.
Yeah. Well, I see Matthew was here as well.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. 4 a.m. My time. I was sleeping though.
Oh yeah, you're looking at the chat.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at it.
Who's this guy, Puff? I've never seen him before. Puff guy.
Puff? I don't know. He's new, but I'm not sure about him. So you've been up for a while, huh?
I've never seen him before.
Yeah, he is a fool. I've seen him. I just don't know much about him. I love memes. I never knew what a meme was until a few years ago, but I'm telling you, bro, some of these memes that I find on this damn thing are so hilarious. I'm surprised at what you find when you type in, type in a subject and something comes up. It's like, wow, I didn't expect that one.
I see Puff posted something from Professor Dave clip. All right, explains it.
Oh boy, let's talk to this guy.
He says, I'm going to explain how any flat Earth model holds up. Well, I don't know. Never claimed one to begin with, so
whatever model it is, it's definitely holding up, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, hypothetically, yeah, but it's not claimed as in whole concept, like the whole, full the full model of flat Earth, basically. Yeah, that's not the point here, though.
Well, the funny part is that people don't realize how controlled we really are until you start really looking into it. That's the biggest part that got me. It was like, how can all this conspiracy stuff exist and me not know about it? You know what I'm saying? Like, why didn't I notice this before? And that's a hard thing to get through. I don't know whether you call that cogniz or what you call it, but it can be difficult. I still find that I have problems with stuff that I learned because I just don't want to wrap my head around it. I just don't want to believe that that's true, Like, not anything important or anything, but it's just like there's little things that like just bother me because it doesn't sound right, it doesn't fit right, but yet it actually has to be. It actually is true, and it's like it's frustrating, like why things aren't more clear. But when you've got, a group or whatever you want to call it of people or like-minded individuals that want to control things in a way that makes it easier for them. Obviously it's a matter of expense. But the weird part is that we blow all this money on NASA, but we don't do anything else. We don't do nothing with that money. Where does it all go? That's my biggest question. Well, no, it's not, but it's one of them. It's like 67 or whatever the hell it is, $1 billion a year. We could pay off the damn national debt with that in a few years if we just saved it. But of course, I don't know anything about it. I don't know nothing about politics.
I mean, is there a way to trace the money, like what they are spending the whole shit, like the whole budget on?
Well, there used to be, but now they've obfuscated so well that they can hide it.
Yeah. So
Plus
you
they
don't
got
even
their
know
own
where the
money
money
too,
is
so.
even going. Like maybe they pay maybe 1/3 or 1/4 of the budget to the actual deception program, and the rest is going somewhere else. Who knows? If you can't even track
I'm
it.
not even sure that there's a deception program. I think what they do is they just hire people off the street to do the things, because then then they don't have to worry about compartmentalizing, because they can just argue, well, that guy's lying, it's plausible deniability, right? So why even have a budget? Just pay people outright. I mean, yeah, obviously the money has to come from somewhere, but I mean, they could just print it, so it's not like that difficult, is it?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Hey, Paul.
What's going on?
What are you guys talking about?
Nothing really. Just yep.
Just chatting. Yeah.
Or something about monetary? You guys talking about monetary system and
Oh yeah,
how
government
does money? Is that what you guys talking about? Or you guys talking about something different?
It was kind of like another part of the conversation, but it kind of went that way. I was talking about like all the money that gets blown, by our governments on this and this and that, and all that money could be paying off debts, and it's kind of ridiculous that they don't even consider that. They obfuscate every time you talk about it, and it's all about control and lies and compartmentalization, and then what did we say? I said something about, I think compartmentalization is like, I bet there's not like an actual, military thing where they're actually doing things like fake flags. I think they just do it on the side. Like they don't actually pay, a military employee or whatever, to do these things. They pay people off the street to do it. I mean, what guy wouldn't take 10 grand to go and do something stupid and then walk away? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like if somebody came up to you and says, "Hey, I'll give you $5 grand if you go over there and throw a rock to that window and then run somewhere," like I don't know if I would. I think I'd have a hard time to turn that money, So I mean, anyway, that's where we were at. I don't know. Not necessarily important, but
No, it is important though. I mean that all that stuff is important in the grand scheme of things. I think I think they do though have people that I don't think they use just people off the street because like look at Bernie Madoff. I mean, it's you're in the club until you're no longer useful to the club, or until they need a scapegoat, and they probably, I don't know if they vote or how they choose who becomes a scapegoat. Jeffrey Epstein, Bernie Madoff, people like this, that they just all of a sudden decide, let's turn on this guy, and what happens. Screw him. You know what I mean?
The people always want somebody to go down for anything bad that happens. The problem is that it never happens until after 20 years later, and then by then you can't really prosecute anybody.
Well, yeah, exactly.
I mean,
and then
I'm talking about
have
obviously
go
American
down,
government.
Mm-hmm. Right, that's the whole problem.
I'm sure that all of our governments are similar to that, though.
Oh, you don't think there's government collusion?
No, I'm saying I think that government collusion goes worldwide. I don't think it's just America that has that problem. I think every country probably has that issue.
Yeah, it's pretty much
they
one
have
world.
they have to compete in the world market, so they don't really have a choice. You know what I mean? You're kind of bent over a barrel. Especially
when you're talking about government and money, especially, there's no borders. There's no there's no government. I mean, look at all the different trilateral commission, Bilderberg. There's all these groups of people that come together from all countries, and they all decide and talk about these things and work this shit out in secret.
Mm-hmm.
There's another one, foreign affair. Bilderberg Group, Trilateral Commission. There's a couple more that I can't think of the names right now. There's so many organizations like that.
Yeah, it's terrifying. But the part that gets me, though, about all of this is that the only thing stopping us from actually spreading the truth is the damn government. It's the money that we spend on it. We put all this money and all this effort, and we make the fiat currency into something that it isn't, and then they take advantage of us.
Yeah, it's a modern slavery, right? It's
exactly.
Modern slavery.
I know that subject is really touchy, but it's true though. We are. If you have a birth certificate and you're paying taxes, you're a freaking slave. I don't care what you think. You don't have to pay taxes. You don't have to. You just have to fucking. Excuse me. You just have to legally file the right documents, and you don't have to pay taxes. Nobody would have to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But we could defund the government really fast. I mean, but of course they'd find other ways.
That's a crazy thing too. Is like, for instance, the federal payroll tax. It's an illegal tax. We are not bound by any law to pay that tax and have that taken out of our weekly payrolls every week. But they do it anyway. You know why? Because who's going to stop them?
It's because people don't refuse it. You can refuse to have them take taxes out of your check. You know that, right?
Yeah.
You can just tell them, don't take the tax out. What are they going to do?
Mm-hmm. Well, they go after your employer. I mean, yeah, you as a private citizen, you can say, I'm not paying this federal payroll tax, but your employer at the end of the day is the one that's paying it and the one that's deducting it from your check. So he's not going to say, yeah, I agree with you, and I'm not going to pay this, because then they're just going to go after him and shut his business down and start throwing people in jail.
No, they won't. No, they won't, because you could file. You can have a separate file where you don't have to file your thing. You can file it yourself. It's not. There's no law. There's no law anyway that says you got to pay taxes. There is no law. The only law is that when you participate and you file a tax return, then you're bound by it, because that's your free will being used. People don't get that. They're like, oh, well, it's not fair. Well, of course it's not, because they obviously are leading you into it, and you just do it every year because it's always advertised. They're always talking about, you better file your taxes or you're going to go to jail. It's all bullshit. It's what it is. It's all just crap.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody going to jail for not paying taxes. It's stupid.
Yeah. I guess
people say that all the time. They're like, oh, you're going to go to prison. I'm like, you're such an idiot. Like, if you owed them $1 million in taxes, you really think they're going to put you in prison so you can't make money? Are you stupid? They want their money back, right? So they're going to make sure you stay working, right? So what the hell are you talking about?
Well,
they're going to throw me in prison because I owe them. Jesus Christ.
But plenty of people have gone to prison for not paying taxes.
Yeah, right.
So
but if you look very carefully at those cases, you'll see that it wasn't the taxes that got them thrown in jail. But that's my opinion. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I always thought that it'd be funny. What if we all woke up today and said, you know what, no more? It would be no more. We said we're not paying in anymore. Well, what would happen?
There wouldn't happen. Nothing would happen. The government would be defunded, I guess. I don't know. To be honest with you, I think they would probably try to do something about that, but I mean, look what they did. Look what they did with the Capitol, right? Look at that stunt. And a horrible, horrible stunt it was. I've watched the videos of that stuff over and over and over and over, and I can't find anybody that's not acting in there. Single person is faking it. I don't know if you watched it or not, but there was no assault on Capitol Hill, people. Yeah. That's crap.
That goes the same, because it was on TV. I mean, anything on TV is fake. Anything that they push out and they promote, just like that.
Yeah, I love how there's a girl walking around in the parking lot with an onion in her hand, rubbing it on her face and then crying and saying they should got maced. That cracked me up. Wonder how much she got.
I think Project Veritas actually just released some new video about that, showing a guy inside the Capitol actually unlocking, because those doors are magnetically sealed.
Right.
Apparently, they have some magnetic automatic locks, and
they can lock it down.
Doors were locked, and this guy from the inside had somebody unlock them to let those people in. So it's not like, yeah, man. I mean, it's such a rabbit hole. It's you can't believe nothing you see on TV. Everything you see on TV, it's all.
I think it was a failure too, because I think they expected all the people that were outside to revolt and get in on it. But it didn't work. Everybody just kind of figured out it wasn't real. But yeah, I've
but
analyzed that a lot, and I'm disappointed.
even the dismal failure that it was, they still are using it to their advantage to gain more control.
Of course, and everybody that sees these things starts to think, wow, they'll do this and this and this. Well, I should be afraid. That's what they want you to do. They want you to fear them, even though they won't attack you, like unless you file a court case or something with them, that'd be one thing. But I mean, just you talking in the world isn't going to get you thrown in prison or killed, because they don't really care what you think. But when you actually have evidence now and you're bringing this to people's attention, that will get you in trouble.
Yeah, that's the thing, is if you have a platform and you gain attention, that's when they throw you in jail, because they want to make an example out of you.
That's when they'll try to,
scapegoat. Right.
So that way, everybody that's watching you and paying attention and thinking that you're cool will think, oh no, they're gonna do that to me. I ain't gonna do nothing like that. Man, stop being afraid, man. Get off your butt and do something about it.
It's why we can never have. It's the same reason why we can never have a true, legitimate president, because it's so.
Well, when someone else is picking those people for you and someone else is deciding who wins, I think that's kind of stupid. But that's just my opinion. You know what I mean? Like, which one of us? For those of you that live in America, has any of you ever made a decision on your own who was going to be the president? Not one of you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Not even the Congress can do that. Those people are put up there by one particular group, and that group is always in control of them.
Yeah. That's the old saying. Politics is Hollywood for ugly people.
Got a point. Yeah, because they can't put them on TV.
Right, because they're ugly. Nobody wants to look at them. You don't want to see these ugly politicians in movies. But they're starting to change that too. You see, they're trying to appoint all these younger women, especially that look kind of sexy, to try to gain appeal, and
men are controlled by that so much, and they don't realize it too.
Yeah, man, it's all a stage. It's just a big stage.
Ego is such a pain in the ass. You know that? I mean, don't get me wrong. I like ego in a lot of senses because it helps you get shit done. But to be honest with you, ego is the most disgusting part of the human person. You know? When you think only of yourself, I mean, honestly, think about this. When you think only of yourself and your own, propagation, or however you want to say that, what you put out, if that's all that matters to you, then what do you have at the end of the day?
Yeah, right.
Because if you're faking everything and you're always trying to be something somebody wants you to be, which I do this all the time, so I know a lot about it. When you do that, you become someone else. You're not being yourself. You're not original at all. You're just copying and imitating everything someone else does. And that's not a way to be. You should make your own decisions. And I think that a lot of people have been terrified, have been feared out of that. They've been forced to watch television where all these situations always go bad. Every time a conversation on TV goes a certain way, it gets flipped over, right? It never ends like it should. It never ends like it really does. It always ends like some jackass that wrote it did, right? It don't make sense, but we all cheer it on, right? We all think it's good. But in reality, every situation in those stories is actually feeding that lie. It's feeding it in your mind. It's programming it into your head.
Yep.
If you don't believe in mind control, then you're crazy, because there's evidence, there's patents for it. There's so much evidence for it on all different sides of governments, cities, countries, all that. I mean, they're all using it. They've had it for 50 years, maybe longer. Like I was looking up at a patent last night from 1991. 1991! Mm-hmm. And it's still in effect. But when I tell people about this, they go, oh, that's crazy, Ryan. Come on. That's not possible. They can't control people's minds. And even if they could, it's just subliminal stuff. It only lasts for 5 minutes. I'm like, bull fucking shit, bro. No, I don't think so. Temporary my butthole, dude. Somebody flashes pictures in your face every day, all day long. I don't care who you are. You're going to get that shit stuck in your head. It's just how your mind works. Like with children.
That was the whole invention of the television.
I'm sorry.
That was the whole invention of the television. It's a mind control tool. It's a weapon. Television is a weapon. They call it programming for a reason.
Yep.
They're programming you, and they put out the program.
The words they use.
Yeah.
Words are important. They mean things.
It's even worse today with social media, TikTok, Facebook, all that stuff. It's even worse. What you're saying about ego, look at TikTok for a minute. Just scroll through there for a half hour.
Oh
and
yeah,
look
I
at
do. I do all the
ego,
time. It's funny. It's hilarious.
Yeah, everybody on there is so egotistical. Look at me, and everybody wants to see me, and it's all about me.
What's up, ladies?
Yeah, it's
and then there's little girls that are like 15 to 7, 15 to 18 doing stupid pranks. I mean, it's funny, don't get me wrong, but it's like, man, I don't know. I would have a problem if my daughter was like dressing the way that some of these girls are and then showing videos on TikTok. It would bother me. You know what I mean? It's like, what makes people think that trashy women who will just give in for anything and just sleep with anybody, why is that attractive to guys? I don't get it. I mean,
people are just thirsty.
I guess. I mean, that's what
Thirsty
Rosie's for, dude. Knock one out, bro. Like, get over it.
There's always gonna be mentally strong and mentally weak people. That's how. I mean, that's all about. That's what prostitution is. Is you have a weak, a strong woman looking and seeking for weak men that can't assert themselves and get a woman on their own. So they have to be used and be a John and pay for something, a need, a want that they have that they can for some reason facilitate and get on their own, which they could get for free if they just applied themselves.
And that's what makes that evil. That's what makes that wrong. Because it's manipulation, right?
Right.
Because I mean, I don't know if you're aware of it, but I've never paid for a hooker but one time, and I didn't pay for it. But anyway, that was a story from a long time ago. But the point is, I don't know why anybody would want a hooker anyway. I mean, you don't know where she's been. I mean, it's a disaster. Like, just the thought of that is a disaster. Not to mention, like, how can you get interested in a woman you've never met? I don't know.
And especially a woman that isn't interested in you. She's pretending. She's faking.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know, and that's the thing that ruined it for me. I couldn't perform because it ruined it for me.
Yeah.
Not to mention they search you and they make sure you don't have anything.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I feel the same way when I go to a strip club. I love seeing women. Women are beautiful, and I've had fun in strip clubs, but I still get that weird, uneasy feeling every time I go into one. Like I don't like being here because I don't like somebody trying to think that they're working me or getting over on me, pretending that they like me. And you get all those girls come up to you and, hey baby, and rubbing on you. You want to buy me a drink and trying to work me for, you know what I mean? I don't like that feeling. It's always been very off-putting to me.
Yeah, I know where you're coming from. Like when I was I think I was 25 or something, somebody took me to a gay bar, and I had never been to one before, and it terrified me. It scared the crap out of me, bro. Like I was scared. I walked in there and every person's eyes was on me. And I was like, what the hell? Is this what it feels like? And I literally felt like people were ripping my clothes off. And it was the most humiliating feeling that I ever had. And it was just the weirdest thing because I didn't expect that to like even have a reaction. I was just thinking, okay, we're going to go to a bar, there's a bunch of gay people, and I'm going to have fun and laugh, right? And get drunk and laugh at them, right? Well, it wasn't like that. It was very uncomfortable and very, very weird. It was gross. It was icky. And I kept thinking to myself, if this is what women have to deal with every day, now I kind of get where they're coming from, like, because it's like humiliating. It really, even though you know that people desire you in some way, there's something creepy about it because it's not like a personal one. It's just it's the opposite. It's like, oh, I just want to do whatever with your body. I don't really care about you. You know what I mean? And and it made me realize that there is like, that women do have well, anyway, I'll shut up.
No, don't shut up.
I've just learned a lot of lessons like the hard way, because I'm an open-minded person. So when I met a couple of gay guys that I worked, I was a security guard at an apartment building, and these guys invited me to go drinking with them, and I'm like, well, what's the harm in it, right? I'm married. What the hell do I care? But I did a lot of stuff like that just because I wanted to experience. I wanted to see what it was really like. I didn't want to always be arguing or talking about this and that, and then not know what it was really like to be in that position, or be in that environment. So I always took things like that as a challenge, like, well, yeah, I get to see I get to see what's going on here. And like I said, it was scary.
That's funny that you said that because I've actually had a similar experience. I was actually a security guard myself at a time for a hotel downtown here where I live at. And pretty much most of the staff besides me were homosexual. My boss that hired me was gay. And it was really weird because they would like flirt with me, but then they knew I wasn't gay, and I let it be known that I was, I didn't like that, and I didn't appreciate any advances. But they knew. So when they knew that, they would still do it, just like on a joking level. And
To
once
make
we got
you
to know each other,
uncomfortable, yeah.
like I thought it was funny, and then I got to be, I loosened up about it, and I wasn't so uptight about it, and realized, what, I don't have anything to. I'm not afraid of you. You're not going to touch me.
Right.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
And then
Well, yeah, and
we
even
kind
if
of
they
became
do,
friends. And actually, they invited me out one night too, to a club. And they're like, "Yeah, come out. You should come out with us because everybody at work. After work, we're going out drinking. You should come too, just because yeah, it's a gay
I'll buy
bar.
you a drink.
You're
Yeah, I
not
know.
gay, but you can come hang out with us and have a good time."
They were
And they
probably hoping,
basically they told me that you don't have anything to worry about in there when you come in there, because everybody, the moment I walk in there, the dudes that are in there are going to be able to tell from the moment I walk in there, the way I walk, the way I carry myself, the way I hold myself, that I'm not gay, and they're not going to fuck with me. There might be a couple
Well,
of
I wouldn't
assholes
say
like
that,
bullies.
but yeah, in the general, yeah, it's.
Yeah, but that's the
But when
experience
you're in
I
an
had.
environment where there's a bunch of drunk men who are like, and they're only there just to get laid, I don't know if that's a good situation on any side of that, right?
Yeah, yeah. But
Like,
I
it
mean,
terrifies me
I
to
know
think of being
myself.
a woman and being in that kind of environment all the time. That would I can understand where they're coming from. I'd say,
Yeah, constantly
like that was
being
terrifying.
preyed, basically. Yeah, they're
Just
constantly.
being ogled. Like it's not even like you're being considered as a human being. You're just being measured up as the size of your meat or the way you look or whatever, and that's a terrifying thought.
But they
There's
deal
more
with
to
that
it.
From like the moment they're turned like 12, 13, 14, when they start going through puberty and developing a woman's body, they start getting ogled, their whole lives. So they're used to it at a very young, scary
I would
age.
assume on some level, I'm sure they are, and I'm sure they like it too. I mean, it's an environment you're in all the time. You just kind of learn, you just feed on it. But anyway, that's just how the world's set up, right?
Well, yeah,
And I
isn't
know
that
some
like part
women
of
just
a
love it.
woman's
Some women love
nature
that
is
attention,
to
but I
be
don't know.
desired? I think that's one of the difference between men and women. Is women have that innate that instinct in them. They want to be desired. They want to be looked at. They want to be wanted. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, yeah, you're probably right about some women, but yeah, I know there's some that just aren't like that. Even though they're into men and all that, it's just they're just not. I don't know. I guess everybody's different and depending on their experience, but
yeah,
I don't know how we got on this topic, but
I don't know either. It's interesting though.
Well, we were talking about McToon and all that, but it always leads to something, right? I don't know. It's starting to bother me that I've been putting out stuff, like patents and things, and just trying to like get people's interest, and nobody's biting. It's kind of bothering me because usually when I bring like evidence to the table, regardless of what it's about, usually there's certain people that always grab it and go, hey, that's interesting. Let me check that out. But this particular subject, everyone seems to avoid it like the plague, and I'm not sure why. It's kind of, I don't know whether it's because it might lead to them looking like, somebody's controlling them somehow and they're not aware of it, or whether it's, it's ego or what it is. But it seems like that subject, regardless of what evidence gets thrown up there, people just ignore it. But I think it's important because if they're using I don't care what it is, if they're using subliminal messages or any kind of television type thing or some kind of patented thing that works, if it works and they've had it for 30 years, I'm sure they've been working with that. I'm sure they've been doing, and I'm sure that they've got all kinds of things they do. Someone was telling me last night, I forget who it was, but they said that they worked at a grocery store and they overheard a conversation with the managers or somebody who's in charge of the music talking about how they add subliminal sounds and things to the music that's in a grocery store to promote people to buy things. And I always wondered, to myself, now, as soon as I heard that, okay, the first thing I thought of was that's crazy, right? But the second thing I thought of is maybe that explains why every time I go to the store, even when I'm not hungry, I buy more crap than I want. I always buy stuff that I don't need. Why do I do that? I feel compelled to get something else. I don't know why. And then I started thinking about that. I was like, I'll be damned. I bet you that's probably true. Because it's weird how when you're in certain environments, how you act differently. When you're in a casino, when you're losing money, you're literally losing hundreds of dollars at a time, but yet you don't seem angry about it. There's got to be something wrong with you, right? It should bother you when you lose money. You work hard for the stuff, right?
But they got that down to a science to where even though you're losing money, you feel a certain you're happy about it because of the lights and the sounds,
the sound
and
effects.
the
Yes, and it's
oxygen
all
that they
subliminal.
pump in the air.
So
Yeah,
if you
and then it's all
if they're
brand
using those
marketing
tactics
too.
there, why wouldn't they be using them on a large scale?
Yeah, right.
Especially when they have TV and all this other media to control. Like I said, whoever controls the media is obviously who wins, and that's
right.
I mean, that's maybe where we should be focusing, right? I mean, if we really want to change the world, media is the biggest problem. If you really think about it, information. You stop that flow of information, and don't let the government talk about anything, or don't let them put it on the TV. And what power do they have, right?
Right.
Power is derived by motivating people, making them fearful, or making them happy, feeding them with something that they desire. That's how you win, right? And that's what America's all about. It's all about you get what you want. Become a movie star, be rich. You know what I mean? Treat people like crap. That's the American way, right? Well, it's not. It's not right. It's not the way.
Absolutely.
Just saying. But yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, like it's all entangled. Flat Earth is all entangled in all of it. But at the same time, like it's not taboo, it's not censored yet to talk about that stuff, but yet nobody really wants to talk about it. Or at least its subject gets changed. I'm thinking about maybe having some kind of special event to get people involved.
Nobody wants to talk about it because as much as we know it to be true, the only real solution is to kill your TV and throw it out the window.
And nobody wants to let go of it. Yeah, we all have it.
No,
Yeah, we all have value in it.
Yeah,
one way or another. It's either movies, TV, whatever. Just think about how they compartmentalize to get you to watch the TV. Everything's about watch the news tonight and you'll get to see this. Watch this now. Read this in the morning so you can get this. It's all about making sure you have the information they want you to have. It's all controlled, bro. I don't know how. I mean, I'm just saying, I get that people probably are saying, oh, no, that's not possible. I challenge you, if you really believe that, to look at the patents. Just look up patents for manipulation of the human mind. I guarantee you're going to find thousands of them. Now, why would they patent all this stuff if they weren't really using it? I don't know why they would waste that time. You know what I'm saying? Now, I mean, yeah, I see that there's like things in the world in our governments where they blow lots of money and they have no, they don't have to account for it. But the reality is when they're showing you outright that they're doing it, but yet you're not doing anything about it, that's the same thing as accepting it. Not doing something, like when you see someone murdering someone and you don't try to stop it, or you don't try to defend the person or whatever, that's bad. That's a horrible thing. I know people don't think about it that way, but it's true. Why wouldn't you want to save someone's life? Especially from someone who is just angry or wanting to steal from that. I mean, that's ridiculous, right? Why don't we care anymore? We've been programmed not to. That's why. That's the only thing that makes any sense. Because human beings naturally, in a natural environment, don't act like that, right? But you feed them with all this ego and you make them think that it's all about them, and next thing you know, they're all assholes, right? Think about it. The shit works, and it's effective, very, very effective.
I'm in awe of the system and how they manipulate it. I'm really in awe and admire, as hard as that is to say, to admire that evil.
I agree with you, yeah. You have to stand there and go, wow, right?
Yeah, I do every day.
Somebody spent a lot of energy on this.
Yeah, and you're right. Even just trying to explain it to your neighbor, trying to explain mind control and manipulation, and how we all are, in a way, have been brainwashed to a certain degree. And once you realize that and understand that and come to terms with that, everything opens up to you. But breaking that mind control, trying to break somebody of that cycle to make them see it, it's so hard to do. And some people just cannot. But I think that's where ego comes in. Their ego will not allow them to admit to themselves that they're being fooled, they're being duped. Nobody wants to admit they're a sucker. But in a way, we all are. And it's it's hard to let that
the Looney
go.
Tunes guys had it right.
Admit. It's just like being wrong. Okay, you know how many times I've been wrong in my life. And I've adamantly said, this
day.
is this, and I know it, and this is how it is. And then a couple years later, I realized, oh shit, I was so wrong about that. But I had to let that ego go. I let it go and had to admit to myself I was wrong. I it's a big hard pill to swallow for some people can do it, some people can't. Some people just cannot admit to themselves or to the people that they even love, the closest their family members. They can't admit to themselves or anyone else that I'm wrong and I don't know everything. It's
well, I mean, I get it. I do like to be right, but I like to be right because I'm right, not right because someone came in and stood up for my argument. You know what I mean? Like, I really, truly do want to know the truth, right? I mean, don't we all kind of seek that in some way or another? I mean, maybe we don't think about it, but it's true, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we do. We all abhor evil, right? Especially when it's done to us. But then the minute that the shoe gets turned around, or someone puts on that other shoe, then suddenly, no, that's not fair, right? You can't do that to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thinking, like, I know I was talking about it a minute ago, but I'm thinking that I'm going to print out a lot of these patents and read them all, go through them, and test some of the science that's involved just to see if it's legit. Because, I still have my doubts too. I mean, don't get me wrong. I still doubt that. I mean, it's hard to imagine, right? It really is. It's hard to imagine that a group of rich people or whatever, any people, could do something like this, right? It is kind of hard to believe because, we don't see the evidence of it around us. It's all obfuscated somehow or compartmentalized. So when you don't witness any of it, it's still hard to grasp. It's like, well, I've never seen that before, so why would I want to believe it, right? And they count on that. They count on that kind of stuff. That's how they control it.
Pretty wild.
But yeah, seriously, I'm thinking about like getting a bunch of evidence together and going over it and so I can talk about it. And when I do, I've got backup for it. But I just haven't gotten the time to do it. Well, I got the time. I'm lazy.
Oh yeah, that's really the only, that's our best weapon. That's the only thing we can do is you continually teach yourself and continue to learn. And on top of that, as you're learning, gain your evidence so that when you are talking to someone that is actually willing to listen, you're not just telling them, you can show them and you can say, like, look at this. Look right here. It says it right here in their own documents and their own words. You've just never seen it before. I mean, I do that all the time with Flat Earth. I'm constantly researching things like rockets and missiles and things like that. And when you research like ballistic systems and how they operate, you will find in the fine print, they flat out say that all the missiles and all that stuff and rocketry, all that is built and designed on a motionless flat Earth. It says it right in the paperwork. I mean, I have dozens of documents from NASA and from
and they've
other
started
government
obfuscating that. They
agencies
started
that flat
writing
out
it in
admit.
different ways.
Yeah, it flat out admits it in all these documents. And when I tell people, when I try to talk to people about flat Earth, they don't want to hear anything I have to say, and I'll be like,
well, they hate when you got
hear me
evidence.
out for a
Yeah,
second.
it's difficult.
And look at this paper, and I'll pull out a paper, that I printed off from the internet that comes straight from NASA. Here's NASA in their own words about how they designed this particular rocket or missile system or whatever it is, guidance. Look what it says, and it will say so many times, flat Earth. All the systems, missile guidance systems.
And it always says something about, although we know that the Earth's a ball, we have to look at it this way because that's just how the physics work. Interesting, right?
Yeah, it doesn't work on their because they do have all the other crap in there about a globe Earth, but they can't make the numbers work and they can't make the system work. But they still add all that crap in there. But then also weeded in there is, like you just said, is yes, well, we actually use the flat Earth model because this is really the only way it will work. Well, why is it the only way it would work? because it is a flat fucking Earth. Excuse my language.
The part that gets me though is when you tell someone that, they don't even think about it and go look at it. They'll just say, "Oh no, no, no." And that's how I know that it's mind control, that it's fed into your mind. That's why you can't think outside the box. It's been forced onto you to always think this way because you've seen all these comedy shows, all these drama shows where everybody goes and they go through these certain stages, and then at the end they pull back. And they do that on purpose. They leave you hanging, so that way there's that emptiness inside, so you try to fill it with every little detail that comes along. It's so easy to do. I mean, it really is easy to manipulate people. It really is. I mean, psychologically, if you study psychology, you'll realize that the human mind is very, very easy to bend. And it's very, very hard to convince someone once they're bent. You know what I'm saying? It's really strange that way.
Yeah.
People will get violent with you.
Like, that's how like magic and card tricks and all that stuff was developed because we are so easily fooled.
Yes.
And that's why
our eyes are slow,
the solution to all those magic tricks is always so simple. Once you see it, once it's revealed to you and you see how it's done, you're always like, oh my God, how did I not see that initially?
Yep.
But it's just that's for some reason it's this weird thing with our mind where a lot of times our brain doesn't trust what our eyes show us. Are we second guess?
Yeah. Is it in the water supply or what?
Yeah. Well, it starts from birth, man. It's we're trained at birth from when you start going to school. Well, school is just an indoctrination center to teach you to not think. They want us to believe that we send our children to school to learn and to think and become wise and smart, but it's the total opposite. They teach you how not to think.
What they make them smart with is useless information, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, my daughter comes home and starts telling me all these interesting details. I'm like, wow, how do you know that? And then I think to myself, well, they could be teaching you the real thing and really how to destroy the world or survive in the world, but instead they're teaching you to feed into the system, right? And that pisses me off. It does. And it makes me mad when I tell my wife, I said, look, this is obviously somebody trying to do something with our kid. Like, instantly, my daughter was I'm telling you, this is the honest truth. Both of my daughters, before they went to school, they were the sweetest, nicest kids in the world. They never argued. It was really, honestly, I have two really, really good kids. Both of them, as soon as I sent them to school, within a few months, they were completely trashed. They stopped believing me. They started arguing with me all the time. It was constant. I was like, what the hell is going on here?
I believe it, man.
It's been sinking in over the last 10, 15 years because I have a grown daughter and then I've got the 11-year-old. But it's like, this is terrifying to me. Like my daughter literally, in 2 months, they've got my daughter convinced that I don't know anything about the world. Convinced. How do they do that? It's got to be a brainwashing. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't not. I mean, I'm telling you, years. Well, 4 or 5 years.
Part of it is our own fault, though. Part of that is our own fault because our children look up to us and want to believe whatever we tell them, and we tell them, "Honey, you got to go here. You have to go and listen to these people and listen to what they tell you and believe what they tell you." And we tell them that. We tell them to believe what they're about to be taught in these fucking horrible schools. Excuse my language, and then that puts doubt in their mind because then they go to the schools and they hear these lies and they know it. They know,
and then they wonder, why are you making me do this? Right? I did the same thing.
Yeah, why are you making me all this? Yeah, they on a subconscious level know that what they're being taught is a lie, but they're scared to question it because, well, why did my daddy send me here and tell me to believe this? So it must be true. This is what I have to do. I have to believe it. But they know in their hearts that it's a lie. And then when they come home and you try to tell them something, then they start doubting you because
exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they'd start doubting you because you put them there. You lied to them.
And then it's rebellion from there on, and that's
right.
A natural thing, you know.
Yes.
Once
it's a natural progression. Think about it.
I wonder. It's almost like puberty is what gets us, right? If we never hit puberty, we'd be fine, right?
Well, I don't know. That's what I was just wondering. I wonder if without that structure, without that system, and even with puberty and how that feeling of rebelling, would that even exist if our society was structured in a different way, where we didn't send our to these lying centers and learn how to?
And the world would be a very different place. Maybe not necessarily in a good way, but because there's a lot of weird people out there. But I mean, there's a lot of ideas, but I don't know. I just don't understand how we went from farming communities where we all lived in communities and we helped each other, and people seem to get by just fine. But as soon as these people come along and decide, well, we're going to build cities and put all the people in the city so we can control them, everybody just jumps on the bandwagon. And then after 50 years, nobody even knows that they're being brainwashed anymore. You know what I'm saying? It's weird how in 20 years you can completely change everything. You can change the history. I mean, they change history every couple of years. Think about it.
Yeah.
They do. They change details, and they do it constantly, so it always seems like it's changing, and you just don't guess it. You don't second guess it. But the reality is, they change it to contour to any situation. If somebody comes out with some evidence against something, then they're going to just dive bomb it. They're going to censor it. And instead of just showing the proof, you would think it'd be cheaper to just show the evidence of flat Earth or ball Earth, right?
I think what's the saying of you can put a frog in boiling water and he'll jump out, but if you just put him in cold water and slowly turn a heat up on him, he boils. I think humans are the same way. We're conditioned and can be manipulated in the exact same way, and that's how they do it. It's always a slow progression, and it never goes backwards. Once the government takes something, they never give it back. They're always taking, and then a step further. You give them an inch, they take a mile, and
if everybody that got screwed over by the government would just fight back, we wouldn't have this problem. But the problem is they've fear pressured us into not fighting back, because they constantly pounded into your head that you can't win against the government, and that's not true. You know what I'm saying? It's not freaking true, and people who believe that are fucking brainwashed. I don't care what you think about that. It's brainwashing. Why wouldn't you want to change something that's wrong? Everybody wants to fix things that are wrong. If your neighbor is murdering all the cats and dogs in the neighborhood, you're going to do something about it, aren't you? Especially if you've got animals. I mean, come on. At what point are you going to say, that's enough, and I'm going to go over there and beat the guy's ass? I mean, but we don't do that anymore. All we do is sit around and bitch and complain about it and get all angry and stress ourselves out instead of just doing something about it. If you went and did something, you'd feel better. You wouldn't have all that pent-up anger and stress and all that. But no, they force that on you. They force the stress on you. They force all these little conditions where you've got to follow along, and if you don't, then you're not accepted, and they trick you into believing in a system that doesn't fucking work. It's simple. I'm sorry, I'm getting excited.
No,
it pisses me off because I know it's still going on, and I can't stop it because I can't convince people to pay attention to it. That bothers me, and it makes me wonder if there's not something else even more bigger going on that's actually making all this flow, right?
Right.
Like why are they spraying stuff in the air? Why? Why would they need to spray crap in the damn engine of a jet plane? And don't tell me that it's just contrails, because that's a bunch of shit. They're not contrails, my friend. Explain to me why they have. Explain to me about why is it when it's nighttime and it's colder, why aren't there more contrails? There's not. There's never a contrail at night. Last night or night before last, I saw spraying all night long. It was 1:30 in the morning, and they were spraying all across the sky. Why would they do that? They don't do that by accident, my friend. It's deliberate. It's something they add to the gas, they add it to the fuel, and they burn it deliberately. They do the same thing in the ocean. And the reason why they do that, and I can tell you this is just one of the reasons, is because those little particles of smoke and all that form rain clouds. You need a particle of dust in order to make rain, right? For the moisture to actually become a cloud, it needs a piece of something, some kind of matter to attach itself to. Without it, it doesn't form rain. So, in other words, you blow up the dust, like, the Dust Bowl. Why do you think it rains so much in the Midwest? That's the reason. It's all the dust that blows up, it mixes with the air, and it causes clouds to form. But see, now they figured that out, and they started manipulating it. They do it all day long, everywhere, all over the world. Why did they do this? There's evidence for it. There's patents for it. There's pictures of the airplanes. There's pictures of people with the damn button that says chemtrail right on the damn dashboard. It's like, really, seriously. Like, what, you think someone just faked all this stuff? Come on. It's stupid, but no one will listen to it. No one wants to talk about it. Oh, it's not important. Yes, it is. If you don't know what the hell they're spraying over you, how do you know it's not controlling your mind? How do you know it's not making you sick? You don't. So why are you arguing with it when you could be looking into it and finding the answer to it? Like, instead of calling me crazy and say I'm stupid and it's not important, why not go look at the evidence for it? See it for yourself, man. And just those two things alone, just the mind control program and the effective weather program is enough to control most people. Think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody weather is important to everyone. If you're a farmer, crops can get destroyed. There's all these things that manipulate your physical mind and force you into some structure that they want you to be in. And it's all deliberate. But that's just my opinion.
We're rats in a maze.
But I mean, there's patents for it. They've got patent after patent after patent for all kinds of things. Manipulation of humans, manipulation of animals, all kinds of crazy stuff that will blow your mind. But no one ever wants to look at it. I posted 2 or 3 patents yesterday, and I got no hits. Nobody called me and said, hey, what's this all about? I've never heard about this. Nope, everybody ignored it. It just went right over their head. Because flat Earth is more important, right?
Yeah.
Well, it is.
Yeah,
I get you know what I mean.
Too, but
it frustrates me when, obviously there's something there's someone coming in and manipulating all of us, and no one seems to notice it except for a few people, but nobody wants to and it just bothers me. It's like, I thought I came in here because these people are honest, and you know what I mean? Like, sometimes I get frustrated because everybody just dodges everything. It's like, I don't know. Maybe it's just my own imagination.
Well, I think part of the problem is because I've had that frustration too sometimes when I'm in here. And it's been explained to me by a few moderators that it's not that people aren't willing to listen. It's just that this forum was created for one sole purpose alone, and that is flat Earth. And
Yeah,
I
they're not
understand
against. They're afraid that somebody's gonna report it and it's gonna shut the server down. That's why they don't talk about stuff like that.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I guess you're right.
Which is frustrating too, because
I get it. Yeah,
but that whole ideology and thinking it frustrates me too, because I feel like, damn it, why? No, we can't.
Holding back, right? Yeah.
We can't bend, and because everything is
Obfuscation is not
related.
the way to do it.
Everything is related, and everything comes back to flat Earth. And flat Earth is just not just flat Earth; it's everything. It's the whole system. Like everything we've been talking about, it is all correlated and all related, and it's all the same topic at the end of the day. It really is.
I agree.
It's just like
I'm not saying that I'm mad at everyone. I'm just saying that it just bothers me that there's things that I know are important, like there's things they use in order to convince us of this stuff. But when I bring it up, it's like, oh, it's not important. But I guess what I need to do is to get that out of my system is to start groups or whatever and on my own. Advertise something where we talk about stuff like that, and everybody can bring in evidence and whatever, and do it off the live stream so that we can do what we want. But
right, yeah, and then there's other channels on here. There's a religious one, and people go just to talk about religion and whatnot. And that's what I've always told too. If you want to talk about this, you got to start a different stream, or go here, go to there's some not relaxed chat. There's another chat in here where you just talk about whatever.
Yeah, there's chill, there's learning curve. Yeah, there's live stream too. I mean,
and I've been there, but that's not. I feel like no, we all need one space to be in and stop separating us. But no, I totally agree with you. I get what you're saying, but
yeah, it kind of sucks that we have to follow the guidelines, even though we know the guidelines are there to hurt us, right?
Yeah,
it's kind of frustrating.
Yeah, I know. It really is. But it's a funny thing too. It's like you said, no matter what you do, no matter the evidence that you show people, some people are just gonna not be awake ever. I think there's
some of them are already awake in other areas, but they just it's weird.
Yeah, they can only go so far. They can only push their mind so far, and they're so comfortable. So that's the other thing is we become lazy, and we become creatures of comfort. Because we have air conditioning and heat and running water, and
so we have no reason to get up and do something.
Right? Yeah, exactly. I don't want to fight. I just want to go home and relax. You know what I mean? Nobody wants to.
Yeah, I don't want to be stressed out. I don't want to deal with this world stuff. Yeah.
Right, but you
have
to
programmed into you. Yeah,
and that's what's got us to where we are today. That's why humans have endured for so long, because they fought and they struggled and they strived. But there's no struggle really anymore. There's no fight. There's no drive. We don't.
Yeah, everybody just goes on and watch
TV for anything but to feed the system.
Yeah, and to feed our own desires, right?
Yeah, it's frustrating, man.
It's typical brainwash. I mean, if you research brainwashing and how they do it and how they break somebody, you'll realize that that's exactly what school does to you. It breaks you.
It breaks
you either excel or you go downwards. Most of you to go downwards, and they take all the smart people and they put them on a pedestal. That's just what it is. It's all about how they divide us up and separate us.
And look who's
the smarter kids go to
appointed.
college, and the dumber kids go work at Burger King, right?
Right. Look at like your average grade, like of the most important level you would think would be those first years, the grade school years. But look at teachers. They're not smart people. They're dumb as shit.
Yeah, they
grade school teachers and all that are teaching the most when you're most impressionable. They're dumb. They're not intelligent people. They just recite whatever is put in front of whatever excuse me. I can't say that word right now. Curriculum, whatever the school board decides is this is what we're going to teach. That's what they teach. They don't teach it because they're smart and they're intelligent.
What they teach, right?
Well, but I mean, it's just you just give somebody a book and say read this to the students and make them memorize it. Basically, you're not. That's not intelligence. That's not. Oh, now you got me.
Well, when you're forcing someone to a set guideline of what is true and what is not, there's a problem with it. Because if you're not showing the person in every stage why that's true and proving it out, then you're just brainwashing them. Period.
You teach them what to think,
whether that information is true or not, you're brainwashing someone to believe it, even though they don't need to know it.
Right.
Why do we need to know how to read and write in the first place? I mean, I'm not saying that I don't use it every day, but I'm saying I don't write very often. I can type. I mean, they're trying to make it where you don't need any skills.
They don't teach you how to think. They teach you what to think. Is that what you said? Or
that's what I said.
Exactly.
I said they teach you what to think, not how to think.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what it's exactly what's going on.
And every time you argue or anything like that, what happens? You get punished, right? Get sent to the office, or you get put in dunce cap or whatever. They always have some kind of way to deal with that. The first problem is, why would you need to ask to go to the bathroom? And why isn't there a freaking bathroom in every classroom? That's what I want to know. Why is the bathroom down the freaking hall? That doesn't make any sense.
The answer. You know the answer to that question. It's conditioning.
It's conditioning they're training you to obey authority.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, exactly.
Control.
Do what you're told. Do as I say, not as I do. And kids don't like it.
You have to ask permission.
Raise your hand. Don't speak out of turn. Like, are you? Like I've been doing this my whole life, 5 years. I've been doing what I want, and now you're going to tell me I got to do it this way? That's bullshit. I fought it like the plague. I did not do well in school, and it's because I knew this was wrong. I knew what they were teaching me didn't make sense. They were teaching me this history stuff, and then the next year they teach me something completely different. And I'm like, well, you just told me last year that George Washington or Lincoln never told a lie, and George Washington cut down cherry trees, and now this year you're telling me that he grew marijuana. Like, what the hell is going on here? Like, why is it they change the damn story? They do it because it pisses you off, and it makes you think that you can't trust things. And when you start doubting and not trusting things, you start using fear instead of your emotions. You're not thinking with your heart and your mind. You're thinking with your damn butthole or something. You're thinking with your ego and your selfishness. That's what they want.
Now they're teaching kids that George Washington and all those guys, the founding fathers, they were racist, horrible slave owners and colonizers and horrible people.
Because they didn't like gay people, and they didn't. It's all about making you hate everything and disrespect your own government and think that it's all crap, because that's what they want. They want to get rid of that Constitution because it's the only thing that actually makes us able to take the government back from them. And they're really, really, really working hard on getting rid of that damn Constitution. I guarantee you they're going to try it, because that's the only way that we can get back in there and take back over things. And they know it. Make us not trust that.
I wonder right now, does it even exist? Does it even matter? Because there's so many situations where you're totally 100% into your rights and in the right, but it doesn't matter anymore. You can go to like people are punished all day long. Like police are punished and thrown in jail for doing their job. I mean, everything is backwards and upside down. There's no constitution. Nobody's following. They're not. I think that's been gone for years.
Police are punished. What is a policeman's job?
Well, I just think
protect and serve.
Is that what they do?
No, they don't.
No.
They give out tickets and they harass and they horrify. They don't. I mean, I'm not saying they all do it. Don't get me wrong. I can't speak for every policeman, but my experience with cops is that they don't respect you. They treat you like dirt. You're a scumbag until you prove to them that you're some good person, and that never happens, of course. They always are pushing you around in bossy, and they're always rude and mean, and they always break the freaking law. Every single one of them does. And they don't care.
Well, then that was a slow progression
pisses me off.
because they started slowly training police to become more militarized. They train them like they're
look who they hire to become cops. Cocky assholes who have a fucking power control problem.
Yeah.
Because they know they can be manipulated easy. Come on. It's like prison guards, the same thing. They pick dumb people because dumb people do what they're told, not what they want to do.
Yeah. And people revel in the feeling of having a position of power and
even though they know that they had to lower their own psyche in order to get it, right?
Yeah, but it's done on purpose because if you think about it, you could weed those people out of the police force with a few simple tests. You don't have to hire those people that are going to have that position and feel all powerful.
Outside the box,
but they hire them. That's who they want in there because it's all a part of the same system. It's all a part of the same game, man. It's to break your will, break us down.
Afraid of fighting back. Because if everybody fought their ticket, then they wouldn't make any money. They'd be paying for court fees. So that's what I tell people. If you're really tired of paying tickets, stop accepting them. Don't sign the damn thing. What are they going to do to you? Don't give them a driver's license. You don't need to.
Yeah.
You don't need a driver's license to drive.
Imagine if everybody today, I mean, I don't know how many speeding tickets are going to be given out across the country today, but imagine if everyone they gave out, every person said, I'm fighting this and taking this to court. Could you imagine the back? Like, what would happen?
Billions and billions it would back up, and they'd stop giving out.
People don't want to be inconvenienced, bro. They don't want to be inconvenienced. I don't want to have to go down. I don't want to have to go to the courthouse. I don't want to have to do research. I don't want to have to study. I don't want to have to fight
defend
and
myself.
argue.
Nah, fuck that.
I guess I'll just pay. I'll just pay this ticket.
Yep.
Because it's easy.
Right. Exactly, and it's nothing but stupidness. That's just your ignorance showing. It's you showing your ignorance and how dumb you are and how easy you are to steal from. And people are dumb.
What's the point in taking it to court if they're just going to make you pay it anyway?
Because it brings attention to it.
When
you make them spend money to get that $100 back,
how many people have done that? I mean, and it's the same result.
They don't even allow you to. Now when you get a ticket and you go into the courthouse, you have to decide whether you're guilty or innocent. They're not even going to prove you wrong. They have already got evidence against you, and you're wrong because you signed the ticket. You don't sign the ticket, they can't hold you to it. Period. That's all there is to it. Just don't sign the ticket. Because if you don't sign the ticket, you're not acknowledging that you are under their power. You give them that power by signing your name, saying, "Yes, I understand that I've committed a crime and I deserve to be punished." That's exactly what you're signing to. You're not admitting you're guilty. You're just giving them a guilty verdict. That's what you're doing. And they can lie to you as much as they want. That's the problem. Why is a cop allowed to lie to you and tell you that things are illegal and even arrest you for shit that's not illegal when they're not true? Because they get away with whatever they want to. And that's what they want you to think and want you to see. It may not even be true, but no. And it doesn't seem that way, but they are. I mean, if you were a cop and you broke the law, broke the rules, you get punished for it. But do you lose your job? No, because they won't want to lose cops that do that because that's what they want to put out into the world. Think about it. When you get pulled over, what's the first thing the cop does? He doesn't ask you if you're a driver. He doesn't ask you if you're driving commercially. Why would he? Because then you'd argue with him and he wouldn't be able to give you a ticket now, wouldn't he? So what does he do? He lies to you. He tells you that what you just did was illegal and that you need a driver's license, and if you don't give up your driver's license, they're going to arrest you. Now, why in the hell would they be able to arrest you just for refusing to show them who you are? You don't have to tell nobody who you are. That's a lie.
Well, I mean, the whole trick too is him even just asking you a question about anything is he's starting an investigation and asking you questions when you're a suspect, but he hasn't read you your rights, but he's asking you all these questions. Right, but and he hasn't read you your rights. You don't have to answer any damn question at all.
Nope, you just put your hands on the steering wheel and keep your mouth shut.
And they trick us into thinking, well, just if you're not doing anything wrong, well, just comply. Just help the officer. He's just trying to do his job. Bullshit.
He's just trying to get enough information so he can screw you over and give you a ticket for something.
Exactly.
Especially if you piss them off. And I know, and I've got friends. They're well, I wouldn't call them friends. They're acquaintances. But I've got a couple of friends of mine. One's homeless, and the other guy he just runs the streets at night. and they're always getting in trouble. They're always getting the cops are always attacking them. And I'm like, bro, if you didn't hang out in the parking lot and dig through the garbage dumpster, and you were always around where people are doing crimes, you wouldn't get accused and you wouldn't get harassed by the cops. I said, think about it. And he's like, well, that's not fair. I should be able to do what I want. I said, I get it, but I'm saying think about what you're doing. You're giving them a reason to bother you. You're not trying to avoid them. You're just doing whatever you want, thinking, oh, well, screw them. I just won't do what they say. And that's just a wrong thing to do. It's the wrong attitude, right? I try to deal with cops in one way only. I find out what they want from me and what they're trying to screw me out of, and then I tell them they're not going to do that. I make sure they know that I'm going to fight every bit of it. And once they know that, they usually just leave you alone because they don't want to have to do all the paperwork, because when you fight, now they've got to do all this paperwork and look up all these laws and get all this evidence together. They have to. They don't have a choice. See what I'm saying? You force them to do that every time, and they'll stop writing you tickets, guarantee you, because they don't want to do the paperwork. It's easier to give you a ticket, you sign it, and it's done. They don't have to do nothing but turn it in, right? But if you argue and you fight with them, then they got to fill out a report and they got to arrest you. And all that. Make them do that. Force them to. That'll stop them from giving you a ticket.
Somehow, somewhere down the line, they've been granted they've been given this belief that they are the all powerful and almighty and have all authority. They don't even know the laws that they're trying to enforce half the time.
Exactly. That's wrong. That's wrong.
What's wrong? Hello?
What's wrong? What was wrong? What did he say that was wrong?
I don't know. He just mumbled. I don't know. I didn't hear it. We can move on, I guess.
I don't know.
Whatever.
I
don't know. Maybe they're hinting that we move on. I don't know. I don't know. I just think it's important. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Or maybe it was just some random person just came in and talked and left.
But
crap.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Did somebody say something about the conversation?
I thought somebody said I was wrong about what I was trying to say about a lot of times police don't even know the laws that they're enforcing.
Right, they don't. They have to look them up. I'll show you the book they use too. And the funny part is the book even says that they have to follow certain guidelines every time they do it, and they never follow the guidelines, and they always get away with getting. People still pay the tickets. Not sad. Really sad. Really sad. They make billions of dollars, billions and billions and billions of dollars every year, and they spend it on whatever they want because you're dumb enough to pay it. Simple as that.
You know what's frustrating too is if you're charged with a crime, and regardless of what the crime is, and you take it to court, and you have to spend thousands of dollars in representation to help you beat your charge to prove your innocence. What happens when you're proven innocent? Do you get that money recouped back to you? Does the state say, we're wrong, we made a mistake? I mean, you know what I mean? No, that doesn't happen. It's completely, even if you're found innocent, it still completely destroys your life.
You have a right to file. You can file a report on anybody for any reason. It may not stick, but you can file a report on anybody.
Well, that's going to go a lot. Oh, a file report. Whoa, big deal. I mean, like, what does filing a report do, really?
Yeah, really.
You okay, bro?
Yeah, I'm good. I just wondering, when you talk about filing a report on somebody, that doesn't really affect them. It affect them. You're not supposed to sue people out of, like, revenge or anything, but, like, sometimes some people's lives do get really messed up. Therefore, you know,
yeah. And why can't the state, if you're convicted of a crime and you take that to trial and you win, shouldn't I be recouped everything that I've lost fighting, trying to prove my innocence when I've been innocent the whole time? You're not. The state doesn't say, okay, we were wrong. We're going to cover your lawyer fees and cover all your, all the crap you went through. We're sorry. We were wrong. No, you don't get that. You just say,
that's why people, that's why people sue each other afterwards. Like slapback lawsuits and everything. They're like, slap back. I think I don't know the actual, how to name that, because the legal term isn't slap back. But That's why people sue each other after lawsuits, is because they're like, you completely just fucked me by even taking me to court in the first place, and now I'm going to bring you down.
You shouldn't have to go through that though. If you're innocent and you've been proven innocent, now in order to get my what I lost back, now I have to hire another lawyer to sue the county or the state or whoever I got to go after to try to get things like that in itself is another.
It's almost a crime. I speak passionately about this because I'm in the middle of it right now. I was accused of something that I didn't do, and it's already cost me thousands of dollars. And by the time this whole thing is over, I don't know how much it's going to cost me. What am I going to sit here and just like pretend like the whole thing didn't happen? I don't think so.
Well, what are you going to do? I mean, I'm
going to have to sue. Like, I've never sued anyone before, but like,
who are you going to sue?
I'm going to sue the individual and press their individual charges. No.
Well, so you have basically somebody that put charges on another individual, another citizen, basically accused you of a crime. So then the state took it, and they're running with it. So if you're found innocent, you're saying you're going to try to go after them civilly in a civil court and sue them for basically damages.
I'm highly considering it. That's for
Good
sure.
luck.
I know, right?
Good luck with that.
Well, that's how fucked up the system is.
I mean, if they don't have money, if the person you're trying to go after doesn't really even have any money to cover your losses after this is all over, good luck getting the money out of them because they're not, you're never going to see that money and all that. And then when you do see money, it's going to go straight to your lawyer fees.
Lawyer fees are the one thing I want it to be paid for. And I know I'm not expecting like a windfall of like a fucking payback situation, but I mean like, oh, was that a honk?
No, that was my phone. Somebody messaged me. I'm sorry.
I thought I heard a honk. Trucker honk. Anyway, yeah, man, I know it's fucking horrible, but I mean, like, you can't just like run around, going all these crazy charges at people legally and costing $1,000 every time someone pisses you off. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just like put up with that bullshit. Like, fuck that. And even if you do end up losing money in the end, well, I don't know, because they say you're not supposed to like, take retribution with like in the tool, using the law as a tool. But like, at what point do you draw the line? I don't know. I really don't know anymore.
Yeah, man. So it's not easy. That's for sure. It's the system is really corrupt, and I don't know. I don't even know what to say about it at this point. It's crazy. And what's really frustrating too is a normal average man can't walk into a courtroom and profess his innocence in his own way and speak freely, because you have to have all these legal terms and legalese, and there's all these rules. That's a whole nother game, a whole nother setup. All just set up to screw you.
Yeah, you can't even talk without a representative basically anymore.
Right.
Which is horrible.
And if you try to defend yourself, they'll laugh at you like, "Oh, you're stupid. That's stupid." No, it's not.
Oh, I did try it once, and they basically did laugh at me. It was pathetic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And they'll hold that against you.
Yeah, it's because they know you're going to have to do research.
Look, any of you guys have ever been in a situation where you've been in trouble before, and the police tells you, "Look, now is your chance to come clean. And if you're honest with me right now, it'll go easy on you in the court, and the judge will look favor. It'll help you in the long run. And the judge and everybody, it will help you, and it will look favorably as long as you're honest with me and tell me that that whole horse shit."
Oh God. That's horrible.
And if you exercise your rights and you remain silent and you take whatever you got going on to trial, they hold that against you in sentencing if you are convicted. Because they look at you and think, "Well, you asshole, you were guilty from the moment we charged you, and now we found you guilty, and now we're going to punish you extra because you made us go through this whole process, which is your legal right to go through that process, but they hold that against you and use it as a tool and a weapon to punish you harder, which is so backwards. It doesn't make any damn sense.
Yes, and like I said, I believe this is the basis for how they control us and how they get us to believe in ball Earth and all that other stuff. So I believe it is very, very important, and it is relevant to flat Earth. But that's my opinion, of course.
Absolutely, 100% relevant to flat Earth, because it's all manipulation and control, like you just said. It's all how they control us, and they control us. That's part of the reason why they lie, right? That's part of the reason why they lie about the Earth is for control, right?
Yeah, it's
and
all,
these
it's
are
all
all
about
just
keeping you
other
from knowing the
tools
real
to some.
truth, so that
Yeah.
Because if you don't know the truth, then you don't know how to fight. You don't know how to fight against what's wrong, right?
Right.
We're
And
put here to learn
imagine,
about
could you
good and evil, but
imagine
they
if
teach us
there was
how
a
not
mass
to be
awakening?
good or evil.
If there was, I'm sorry, I don't mean to talk over you. I'm passionate like you are, and I just
No, it's
ramble
okay.
sometimes. So
I don't have a
I don't
problem
mean
with
to
you
talk
talking
over
over me.
anybody.
It happens.
But what I was gonna say is that imagine if there was this mass awakening today, right, of flat Earth, and everyone just woke up and realized the globe is a lie. Imagine the influx of that the institutions, synagogues, and churches would have of people flooded to bend the knee and pray and ask for forgiveness for believing in that lie and believing that they're not, and the understanding that, you know what, we're not the center of the universe and there is something more important and greater than us, and it isn't aliens. We are the soul. We are what's important. We are what God intended us to be. We are the being. We are the most important thing. Everything revolves around us, not the Earth, not the flat Earth, not the globe. Earth, us humans, people. Imagine if people had that epiphany and awakening. What would happen to society and structure and government? They would crumble.
Yeah.
Because then what's the next step? If you realize if everyone realized tomorrow what the Earth is, wouldn't, like, because this is my thing. I want to know if the Earth is flat, but what is beyond that flatness? Is it flat forever? Is it ever expanding? Does it have an end? Is there a wall where I will just walk and I'll walk into a wall and I can't go any further? I don't know. Is there
People would
maybe
be
other
invading
bodies?
Antarctica. People would be invading
Right.
the North Pole and
Exactly.
Antarctica and looking for shit.
Yeah. People
Well,
would
hey,
be pooling all their
And the fact that
resources.
they don't
that's
want us to look
basically
for that makes
we're
me know
basically
that they're hiding.
already invading Antarctica. It's this whole trucker convoy. That's what's actually happening. It's okay. We can argue about the shape of things and the reality of our world, but the anger exists right now. The convoy is coming, and it's here. It's
Nah,
happening.
that's gonna blow over. That convoy, all that stuff, that's just gonna blow over.
Dude,
That's gonna
no,
blow over.
fuck blow over, dude. This is like people rising up. If you think that's like a
Nah.
fucking little,
No, rising up
They
would
said
be
the
people with
same
guns
thing
and
years ago when the
pitchforks.
Tea Party was formed and people started revolting and they had the whole Tea Party movement. That was all taken over, and the government adopted it and started inserting their own fake Tea Party people in there, and it was all taken over. And then a few years later, it just dissolved and nobody cared anymore, and everybody went back to sleep. Same thing is going to happen with this trucker situation. Nothing is going to. It's going to all blow over.
the
People will
importance of
forget.
the don't let it blow over though. The importance of the situation, man. You have millions of people involved all around the world. That's not something to really laugh at. It's huge. This is bigger than January 6th. If you're going to talk about the population of people, this is huge. Like,
No.
this is gigantic. And if you have that mentality, you're like, yeah, it's a stupid thing. Trudeau told people to go home a couple of days ago. It's like, it's time to go home. It's like, if we put up with that kind of bullshit, man, they are gonna win. And every single one of us will lose their internet connection eventually, and we won't even be able to have this conversation.
What makes you think that the whole trucker thing isn't part of their whole plan to begin with?
That's what I was gonna ask. I think that shit's staged.
It's not staged because why would they?
Not staged.
I'll
Well, it's
explain
not
to you why
staged in
it's
one
not
sense, but
staged.
yeah.
It was not staged because they wouldn't have planned something like this in the first place. Number one.
Why not?
What they do is they'll put like a little bomb in like a trucker protest or something. That's the extent of their creativity. They would have never come up
Lie
with
to you
something.
about the Earth being flat. Why wouldn't they stage a freaking convoy?
Dude. Yeah. Everything. No, man. Anything.
Listen,
you got to remember the proverbial the whoever they are, the whatever you want to call them, are 10 steps ahead of us. They know everything
I was
you're
going
going
to
to
say,
do before
what
you
they're
do
up
it.
to is probably way beyond anything we're even hearing about. That's how they get
Right.
us. Because they feed us
Right.
with all this crap to argue about, and then we get all tied up with that, and we're not really thinking about what they're really up to, which
Or
is
you could
completely
be
the opposite.
you could be so freaking paranoid that you think no, there's no such thing as a human awakening, and that every single little thing must have been caused by them. Like, Trump's a fucking Illuminati agent and all that shit.
I'm not
And
saying that, but what I am saying is even January
when we do rise up, nobody fucking believes it's even happening because so like paranoid basically about the Illuminati. Like, come on, like you gotta know it when you see it. You gotta know it when it's fucking
Think of it
happening.
this way, man. There's been a ton of supply chain issues, right? That's been the whole thing since everything started in early 2020, right?
Enter the CIA.
So now you have the scapegoat of the anti-vax people as the ones that are going to be causing the supply chain issues because they're the ones that are rising up allegedly and staging these events with all the truckers. So it happens in Canada, then it happens here in the US, and then that continues to happen. And then what happens? Oh, the shelves are bare. Oh, it's because of all these people who aren't taking the juice.
Right. Exactly.
It's easy, so easy to see, bro. So
It is
easy to see.
exactly.
Just
It's perfect.
using people as a scapegoat. The same way, like if you think January 6th wasn't staged, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah,
And you
there's
can't.
definitely
What
some
I'm trying to say
trouble
is you can't put all your eggs in that one basket of that stupid convoy, because even if it might have started grassroots and it might have been real in the beginning, but I guarantee you they're going to take it and they're going to manipulate it and use it to their advantage.
Stupid.
Right. Hey,
First
Paul.
of all, let's take back what you said. Their stupid convoy. It's not a fucking stupid convoy. But with that guy that was talking about January 6th, yeah, you're right. There is some fucking intelligence agencies who knew that thing was going to fucking who was going to happen and disrupted the whole fucking thing. Same was happening with the convoy, but they didn't see the convoy happening, so it took them a few days. Now you're seeing all this crazy government shit go down on the convoy. But it's too
So you're
late
proving my
because
point, basically. Right?
yeah, I'm agreeing with you, sir. Yeah, I'm
I said it's
saying
stupid. I said it's stupid, not because it. Basically, just because it's a diversion. It's a grain of sand on a beach. It's nothing to them. That one thing isn't enough to change anything.
Yes, I disagree with that as well. Sorry.
Hey,
It is
Paul.
big. It is big enough because that's why you got Trudeau freaking out. And all of a sudden, he's not such an arrogant piece of shit. All of a sudden, he's freaking him out.
He's not freaked out. It's all staged, dude. Even their emotions are staged.
Well, everything about
nobody's
Trudeau
freaking
is
out.
staged.
The government loves it and they're lapping it up, and they're just going to use it, like you said, as another scapegoat to demonize rebellion
and demonize people in general,
and make a false flag attack,
forcing racism,
small
and
or
all that,
little.
That's what I'm saying. You can't just take one event. It needs to be bigger than that. It needs to be bigger.
The thing. It's just how could it possibly be fucking bigger? It's gone global. That whole thing that started in Canada and went global.
Yeah, but it's one.
Like,
it's
how
one
could you get
movement by a
bigger?
group of people. It's not
A
global.
group of
As in the fact
people.
that
What is a group of people?
What I'm
Well, the
trying to
only
say
thing
is,
global
okay,
really
yes,
is the
you have
media. The media
that's
makes
one
it seem like
industry, the
everybody's
trucking industry. We need every industry to do the exact same thing. In order to make an actual impact, you need every individual doing basically the same thing that the truckers are doing. It's just not
You're right.
not enough, dude. It's not
You're
enough.
right, but it's a damn good start, and I think maybe this will wake people up. We can pray, but
Yeah, it will wake some people up and But in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to do a damn thing. I'm telling you, it's going to blow over.
I don't know,
In a
man.
few
Yeah,
years,
if the government washes their hand over the whole thing, maybe. But that's what's so key about the trucker thing is that it's like, hey, man, do you guys feel like eating next week? You know what I mean? It's like we could easily not drive our trucks. Then I know about the whole corporate truck thing, and so it's just I know that it will still
the truckers need
either
to eat
way,
too.
but
The truckers need to eat too. So eventually, they're going to get tired of what they're doing and realize it's not changing the damn thing. And
was
they're
that
going
what
to
they brought
realize
their
I
families
need to pay. I
to
need to pay my
Ottawa?
damn mortgage and take care of my kids and go back to work.
Is that where they brought their families up within their trucks? And then there's actually inside of those trucks, it's like their little kids and stuff.
Dude, if you were going to tell me that all those truckers are going to sit in their trucks and starve to death, now that'd be something. If they actually stayed there and held fast and starved and they all died, that would be something. But that's not.
Nobody's asking the truckers to die.
But that's what you have to do. That's a sacrifice you have to make in order to actually create real change. You have to
be willing to
sacrifice.
give your life.
Well,
People
maybe,
are going to have to
but
die
you
they know
in
that.
order to change
but the
anything.
truckers
And nobody's willing to make that sacrifice.
No, that's not true. That people are willing to make that sacrifice. The truckers won't do that if they don't have a shitload of support around them. A bunch of people who don't have trucks, in Ottawa.
Dude,
they're
if
not
it
going to
started
sit
being
there and
reported that truckers were dying of
They demonize
starvation,
truckers
that
and
would
all,
make
yeah.
waves. Do you understand that? That would.
They've already made waves already. They didn't have to die. Nobody had to die, and they've already made waves around the world. Think about it.
Half the people in the United States don't even know that is even happening, though.
That's
it's
because
not
people watch.
The news outlets aren't covering. In the United States, the news outlets are not covering that convoy.
That's
it
not
gets
news
no
outlets
press.
anymore. They call it the legacy media for a reason. Nobody watches that shit anymore. People know, man.
You crazy. Half the population watches that.
Me crazy? Me crazy.
Dude. You
what?
gotta understand. You gotta understand.
Well, technically,
we
we're all
are
crazy.
the minority. Me and you, people like-minded people like us, we are the minority.
No, we're not
we
anymore.
Are awake.
The world has changed. We are not the minority anymore. We are awake. You're damn right about that. We're actually the fucking leaders of the fucking frontier of what the global awakening that's slowly happening right now. Look at global Joe Rogan, Alex Jones. See, these aren't fringe personalities anymore. There are people who like the whole world is paying attention to. Jordan Peterson in Canada. See, these people get man, the ratings of these people alone.
You need to come back from Narnia, my friend. You need to come back from Narnia.
Destroys CNN,
they are manipulating
MSNBC, all that shit.
The only reason why Joe Rogan, Alex Jones is big is because they want them to be big.
What about Jordan Peterson?
What about Jordan Peterson? So what?
Well, he's just one of these people. We have to name like 10 of them. Man, they fucking hate these people.
No, I don't hate them. Like,
but do they really hate them, or are they just putting that out there because they seem to be on TV? And usually, if they hate somebody, they don't let them on TV.
Well, they have to address their existence once they completely get like.
Why would they? They don't address anything else.
I know. Well, that's how pathetic they are. That's how pathetic they are. Once they get completely destroyed, they have to at least address the issue. It's like, why would they talk about Donald Trump, right? It's like, well, technically he is the president, so we probably should talk about him.
They have to have scapegoats to manipulate their plan of division. They have to have one side and another side. So they have to allow some people to get through and allow some messages to come through because they're not hiding anything they're doing. Everything is out in the open.
Out in the open. Yeah, but it's all compartmentalized.
But they're journalistic.
Anybody that has ever had a real message, you know what happens to them? They're gone. They disappear. They're dead. Anybody that would have that is real, they're gone.
Well, yeah, if you're out to find the truth and you're not out to fight or cause trouble or be violent, they don't like that.
Oh, they hate it.
They killed what's his name?
They kill a lot of people, and what that last gentleman was talking about with all the dead people, maybe he was referring to all the dead biologists.
Like they killed Flat Earth Fokker, right? He was Canadian too, and I think they killed him.
Is that a threat, sir?
No, I'm just saying they killed Flat Earth Fokker. Does anybody disagree with that?
They don't like talking. They don't like people who can think clearly, who are free thinkers. There's a System of a Down song where they say free thinkers are dangerous, and that's exactly how they think. They don't want people being able to think for themselves. It's crazy because it threatens their whole fucking program.
Yeah, but if you're listening to people like Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, and Alex Jones, you're not thinking for yourself, man.
Are you sure about that? So if you wait, let me repeat that. So if you're listening to Jordan Peterson and Alex Jones, you can't think critically. Is basically what you just said.
No,
which is
no.
insane.
No. What he's saying is, if you're listening to them and you're buying into every word they're saying, you're not thinking for yourself critically because you got to ask yourself, what is this guy telling me, and why is he allowed to have this platform to tell me what he's telling me?
Listen to this now. Not only
just try to get yourself on
allowed
TV.
to talk critically, speak or thinking anymore. Now you're not even allowed on television. Now you sound exactly like Trudeau last week. They were criticizing him for for putting out Nazi-esque statements publicly, and yours isn't too much differently, sir.
Let me show you. Okay, think about this. Joe Rogan, right? How much money was he given? $100 million, right?
That has nothing to do with his free speech.
And to believe he was given $100 million to make you believe that he's speaking freely and that it's just an open forum and an open topic to sucker you in. But look what happened with him recently. He had to go and apologize for saying,
he didn't have to go and apologize, and that's why Rumble. You want to talk about $100 million? Rumble literally offered him $100 million specifically just to number you subscribe.
He didn't take it.
Yeah, because he doesn't need it because he's already fucking rich. He doesn't give a shit.
Exactly. He does, and why would he?
ET, you're missing the point here, man. What's happened is
I'm listening to the point. Is people don't really see what the fuck is going on. What's happening?
I don't.
No. What happens is the average normie is in containment, meaning all they watch is Fox News, CNN, all that mainstream corporate press stuff, right? So then the next form of containment is your Alex Joneses, your Joe Rogans, where you think you're woke and you're really know what's going on, but there's just gatekeepers within that containment as well.
Exactly.
And there's rings of containment the further you get out.
Giving you crumbs. They're manipulating you by giving you crumbs, and it sounds like they're telling you what you want to hear and what you believe, but there's lies in those truths.
Of course,
they are
there's
telling
lies.
A lot of truth.
There's a lot of
lies
mistruths.
And words, and you need to understand that and realize that, and not put all your faith in these individuals. Because at the end of the day,
they're not trying to deceive you. Finish.
Yes, they are.
How can you say that? You don't know.
How could I say that? Well, number one, I've been following. Let's take Alex Jones for example. I've been following him since 2003. I'm pretty damn sure he's not like a CIA.
What does Alex Jones say about flat Earth?
He's had David Weiss.
Say about flat
I'll
Earth?
tell you what about. He's honest about it at least. He's had David Weiss on to give him a good 45 minutes to talk. Well, did he not, or did he have David Weiss on? I'm pretty sure I watched a long ass episode with David Weiss on. Gave him the video platform. Put him on air and everything.
Yeah, but he laughed at him the whole freaking time.
Right. He ridiculed him the entire time and made him try to look like a fool.
Well, Alex Jones has a certain personality, but he's also been, he can come across like that. But he's also had what is his name? Eddie Bravo on. There's 45-minute videos of him and Eddie Bravo at a restaurant.
Yeah, how many years ago
it's very
was that?
casual, just a few years ago, somewhat recently. And Eddie Bravo is on there at a restaurant, and Eddie Bravo.
And what
is
did he do? Was he actually listening to what Eddie Bravo had to say, or was he ridiculing him and trying to make him look like a damn fool?
He wasn't trying to make him look like a damn fool, but I mean, he was kind of being just like an Alex Jones kind of dick kind of guy. But I mean, he did have his own plate. Well, hey man, but he did have David Weiss on his official show, and he put it on as a special with him and Eddie Bravo, and Eddie Bravo was talking about it for an hour or something. So it's not like he's not censoring the idea or any or that whole thing about like how he like works for the CIA
you don't
and
understand.
bullshit
You don't
like
see the
that.
game. Obviously, you don't see the manipulation in the game. Of course, he's going to have somebody like that on, and the whole
That's
reason
even
why
more.
you had that.
No, I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry.
It's like WWE, dude. You have your villain, you have your heels, and you have your heroes. That's what Alex Jones is trying to be, and he put Eddie Bravo on there to make him look like a damn fool.
Bravo has been
ridiculed him.
Eddie
Made
Bravo
him
has
seem
been on this
stupid.
show many times, actually,
Dude,
in person.
I
Eddie
know
Bravo
this.
has been on
You're
the
not
show
telling me
many
anything
times.
I don't already know. You're
Well,
missing
then
the
I don't know
point.
how you can still think they're CIA agents. Like the whole thing is controlled, right?
I didn't say
And
anything
Trump.
about CIA. What I said is, I didn't say anything about CIA.
Okay. I put those words in your mouth. I'm sorry. I take it back. You didn't say CIA. I said CIA. You did not.
So,
I don't know why you're
Paul, you sound like you were around back in 2007 for Ron Paul, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I campaigned.
So you you saw what took place with that movement, right? A grassroots movement that started to get a full head of steam, and what happened? It got co-opted, right?
Yep, absolutely.
I think that's a good example to tell this gentleman, the Canadian gentleman, about what really happens when people start to rise up. Because even if you just go on Wikipedia and search Tea Party movement, and they'll tell you it was started in 2009, has nothing to say about anything regarding Ron Paul and what actually took place with the libertarian anarchist minded people who started to really put together a movement of grassroots people. All they tell you about is it was started in 2009 with Rick Santorum. Like, give me a break.
Yep. I was trying to make that point earlier about the Tea Party. That was real, but it got taken over by the establishment. It got taken over by the Republican establishment. They adopted it, tried to make it their own, and they injected fake libertarians and fake people in there to take it over, to kill it. And that's exactly what happened. It died, which is the same thing that's going to happen with the trucker movement. They're going to take it over, inject what they want into it, and kill it.
If we let them. If we fucking let them.
Oh my God! If you don't have a if we let them,
and they use people like Alex Jones and Joe Rogan to do the same thing
and
for
I know
anybody that starts to think for
have,
themselves.
Oh, really? 40 million viewers for a certain video.
Dude,
one video
40
isn't a
million
huge
viewers that aren't thinking for themselves, and
that's
just want
larger than I'm okay. So I'm Canadian, right?
40 million followers.
Canada doesn't even have 40 million people living inside of it. Imagine just eliminate Canada, I guess. That's basically what you're doing. That's the amount of people. 40 million people is a big deal, okay? For a lot of countries.
The truth doesn't get 40 million followers.
Absolutely not.
Well, I did this time.
And how many of those 40 million followers are just followers? You can't just be a follower. That's a problem. Every one of those individuals has to be a leader. You can't be a follower. You can't follow someone else. Everybody has to be individual and stand up on their.
Exactly, I agree with you. Why the hell don't you? Why do you think you got such like retribution all of a sudden and like all this hatred? It's because they don't like Joe Rogan anymore because he has like Dr. Malone on and Dr. McCullough. And then, and it's like people are like, oh, can't hear that because that completely destroys our whole. Just use the word narrative, but it does. And then you can sit there and talk about them talking about it for hours at a time, and it's like, and then you go watch CNN, and they look like absolute fucking goofs.
I watched Joe Rogan when he was sitting on his couch doing podcasts with Red Band talking about the moon landings, right? That's when he had very few followers. And
Rogan and Red Band? Cool.
Ask Joe Rogan about the moon landing now.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Exactly.
Is this the same Red? Is this the same Red Band?
Joe Rogan, there is topics that Joe Rogan is not allowed to touch and be honest about.
He's just smart and knows how to run a business without getting censored, or at least
Okay, so why would you follow him then? Because he's not honest. So
just because I know about this Joe Rogan,
gain.
Dude, the story
He's doing
about
it
Joe
for
Rogan
monetary
is
gain.
even bigger than his actual podcast. Like the very fact that they're trying to stop Joe Rogan is way bigger than his actual podcast. Like, I'm sorry.
Who, if they wanted, first of all, you're delusional. If they wanted to stop Joe Rogan, they could stop him in a heartbeat.
Well, they could kill him if they wanted, but they'd be
That's
like,
that's another part of the game. They want you to think that they want to silence him, but if they wanted to silence him, he'd be silenced.
It doesn't take
fooling yourself.
I think you're
paranoid.
Yeah.
You're
Well,
fooling
it might sound paranoid, but I mean,
that's not how it works. You can call me paranoid too. No, dude, like some people can win. That's like this whole rhetoric where like
that's
people
what
are like,
they want you to think.
No, you can win in reality. Every single one of us can win. That's how like
you can win as long as
Trump became president, and then afterwards people were like, yeah, he was working for them the whole
only
time.
thing that can win is the truth. Joe Rogan
totally.
isn't telling the truth.
Yes, he is.
He suppresses and he holds back. Whatever he may believe, he holds
got rid
back
of Johnny Bravo,
for monetary gain. You said it yourself. He's a smart businessman. You're making excuses for him. The only thing that wins out in anything is always the truth.
And he has guests on.
Alex Jones is 90% of the time told the truth, but 10% of it has been lies. So you can't put your faith and you can't follow somebody that 90% truth, 10% lies. It has to be 100% truth.
Number one, if you want to talk about Alex Jones, then that man fucking lives off of the truth.
You mean Bill Hicks?
Alex
See, here
Jones
we
lives
go.
off the truth,
Bill Hicks,
but yet Alex Jones
here we go.
believes in aliens and believes that the Earth
What's
is
wrong
round.
with believing with aliens? No, he had David Weiss on to address the flat Earth.
Are we really doing this? Are we? Somebody.
I just want to let you guys know you guys are arguing with the globe earther. So I mean, it's even in his tags. He's a globe earther. So if you're wondering where the delusion is coming from, that's where it's coming from.
Thank you for letting me know that. Now I understand.
What's the delusion again about Alex Jones and Joe Rogan getting censored? That's somehow okay all of a sudden. Okay.
How are they censored? Alex Jones.
I say if we really want to find out
how are they censored? Are you fucking kidding me? Well, number one,
they made
banned
Alex
off
Jones
YouTube. That's
larger than life. Nobody was listening to Alex Jones until they put him on TV and then started demonizing him and then deplatformed him. He's bigger than ever. How do you deplatform somebody, but at the same time make him larger than life? Are you kidding me?
Oh, exactly. Just like they move platforms, or if we have to make new platforms, we will. That's why Rumble
people like Joe
Rogan
would be
$100. That's why Rumble gave $100 million offer to Joe Rogan recently. He's like, "Hey, you don't like Spotify? We're kind of big. Here's $100,000. You know,
$100,000. You mean 100 million?
Or 100 million? Sorry, my bad. Yeah, $100 million for sure.
Yeah, and did he take it? No, he didn't. Why?
Because he doesn't need it. Because he's fucking rich already. That's why.
But if what you're saying is true, why wouldn't he take that so then he could really speak freely? Because you realize how many episodes of his show that Spotify actually removed because of sensitive because he said the nigger a couple of times in context, and they took it out of context to try to make him seem like a racist. And then he went and apologized when he had nothing to apologize for.
Totally, yeah. I don't know. People are criticizing him.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Even still,
why would he do that?
If we live in a free society where we can speak our minds, why is it wrong to say anything? I mean, yeah, if it hurts someone, then that's a problem, right?
Yeah,
You know, just say. I mean, just using specific words. I really don't see the big deal in that. I think it's just used to just piss people off.
Not a big deal.
It's a bunch of bullshit. Who cares if somebody calls you stupid or ugly or fat or gay? Who cares? If you are that, then why the fuck do you care? I don't get why everybody's trying to it's like everybody wants to embrace evil and bad things and then get mad at everyone else because they're saying, well, you're a bad person because you do that.
I'll tell you why. It's in the news now because they hate him so much. That's how much they hate free speech. He is a speaker of free speech now. They'll go to any length to destroy someone who basically supports free speech, such as Joe Rogan does. And they'll bring up old internet clips from like 15 years ago where he says the N-word when he was just like screwing around with his friends. And that's how desperate they are. And they do the same thing with Alex Jones. Yeah, because he's still trying to like save his career. He's like, well, I'm not a complete shithead. Like, I'd like to keep having, being a podcast hoster and maybe a comedian on the side, blah blah blah,
Dude,
or whatever he does.
You can do all that. You don't need $100 million.
Totally,
That's why
and he
I said
doesn't.
when Drew was saying earlier, when Joe Rogan was sitting on his damn couch in his house just speaking freely, that was real. That was honest.
Yeah.
But now it isn't.
Yeah.
Now it's not. And Alex Jones was the same way. When nobody gave a crap about Alex Jones, and he was about truth, and he was about putting out the information that he put out. But there came a time where it became more about the money than the information.
No, it didn't.
At some point, everybody has and I'm not mad at him either. Everybody has a selling point. I have a selling point too. If somebody wanted to give me $100 million to say that the Earth is a sphere, I'm going to say the Earth is a sphere. Fuck it,
dude. Alex Jones already has $1 million, and he does have a selling point, and that's death.
Yeah, but
that guy's in it. That guy's fucking in it to win it, dude. That guy is not fucking backing down.
Well, they did back down.
I think if we follow and we idolize anybody on television, we're doing the wrong thing.
Exactly.
Where they put
But it's okay to have peers, though, and like honest individual journalists. I don't think that's wrong.
Grow up. You don't need no peer. You are your peer. You are the leader of your whoever your friends, your family. You be the leader. You don't need another man to follow. Be the one that people want to follow.
I completely agree with
don't let
you,
them follow you either. You should be a man.
I don't give a shit about what other people do.
Don't take my word for it. Do your own research. Investigate yourself.
I just fucking do it naturally. What pisses me off when people are just like Alex Jones.
Hold on. One person at a time, guys.
Dave's trying to get a word in.
Is my mic working at all?
Yeah, you're working.
I just have one question. What is the point of this conversation? What is the point of arguing about Alex Jones or Joe Rogan or whatever the fuck?
Good question. There's nothing to do with it. But yeah. I don't know how we got on that.
It had nothing to do with flat Earth, but we did have a good point going, I thought.
It started with the trucker thing and this gentleman not necessarily realizing that it could be orchestrated, right? Or at least co-opted. And then the gentleman brought up Alex Jones and
that triggers people.
Peterson.
And Jordan Peterson, right? Yeah. Do you guys want to calmly, as gentlemen, go back into the trucker thing? Seeing that's not something you can avoid. That's on the news everywhere.
I mean, well, the way I look at it is this. I mean,
you can easily
the subject
avoid it.
isn't necessarily related to what flat Earth parts is, but I do believe that mind control, if you want to believe it exists, of course, I've got evidence, but that's up to you. I think that is important to flat Earth. It's not necessarily a direct connection, but I mean, I think if we're going to ever overcome what they're doing to us, we need to start working on the things they're using against us, not just the topics, because the topics are how they confuse us and separate us. We need to stop arguing over the details and start deciding, okay, we know that they're doing this, we know that how they're working it, now we got to start fighting back against it, right? We're going about it all the wrong way because we're programmed to do that. It's so obvious. Right. But that's, like I said, that's my opinion, but I really don't see how you can not see that in the world when you look around now. Like you're starting to wake up and you're starting to see things. You start to see things everywhere, right? Think about it, man. There's all this other stuff going on that you have no idea about, but it's affecting everything and you just don't realize it. And they've got it all figured out, bro.
And even if there's somebody out there that is telling you what you want to hear and that you believe in, you can't blindly just follow that person without questioning things. You can't put all your faith in one individual or a couple individuals.
I agree, Paul.
You agree, but yet you want to believe and follow everything Joe Rogan and Alex Jones says.
I don't follow Joe
it becomes
Rogan.
Fanaticism.
I'm not a fanatic or a cult follower. I don't need to follow them. That doesn't mean that they can't release an article.
When you defend them like you were defending Alex Jones, yes, that is fanaticism.
Because man, these people, it's not fanaticism, dude. There comes a point where
the topic I brought up is that this is forced into your mind. That's the reason why we keep talking and defending it. It's a natural response to the way we were programmed. Think about it.
Let's pretend this, and this is completely hypothetical, right? Okay. Those people all go away one day for, let's just say they all go on vacation forever and they never come back. What where are you guys in all your favorite websites? Where are they all? How do we recreate a sense of truth for the people? You know what I mean?
In yourself. In yourself. I don't
do it
need
in your everyday
websites.
life.
I don't need any
will
of
be
this.
attracted to it.
I'm gonna believe what I believe and follow what I follow in my heart and in my own life, and try to do it with the people that are closest to me, my family, my friends, my neighbors. That's how it starts. That's grassroots. I don't need to follow, or I don't even need to come on here to be reassured on my beliefs from all of you lovely people that are in here. I don't need you, any of you.
No, you said that
we
well.
all need each other.
You say
We
that
all
well.
need each other, though.
That's kind of what I mean. We need support from others and information. Like because I'm sitting up here in Canada and like we're a lonely little country up here. I need information.
You sound unsure of your own beliefs.
No,
you don't need anyone.
I would be just fine alone. Don't worry about that.
Root. You are the root. If you believe in what you believe in, then believe it and do it, and people will follow. But don't lead them astray. Don't let them just follow you blindly. Tell them the truth and explain to them what you've come to know. That look, don't follow me. You be your own man. You teach your family. You believe. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah,
don't follow me. A real man, a real person like Alex Jones and Joe Rogan's, they shouldn't be.
Doesn't want to be glorified.
They shouldn't. Yes, they should be telling their listeners, look, don't take my word for it. Don't listen to me. Don't follow me.
Man,
unlike me. Don't subscribe.
Nobody's saying that though.
Don't subscribe. This information should be free. You have to pay.
They're ashamed of their position. You should know that, man.
Mm-hmm.
They don't.
Yeah, they're ashamed because they're ashamed because they know they're lying to the public. That's why they're ashamed.
No, because they're ashamed because like if we want to talk about Alex Jones, he gets fucking attacked by the fucking intelligence agencies all the time and the left. If you want to call
any flat earther in here
well,
ashamed
look how
of
they've
being a
ruined
flat
his
earther?
reputation. Look how Alex Jones' reputation changed completely since he became spotlight.
Dude, ever since
started out
Sandy
where
Hook,
people kind of wanted to believe in him, and then all of a sudden he started acting crazy and stupid, right?
When did he act
since
crazy
Sandy
and
Hook, Alex
stupid?
Jones bent that knee.
Oh, come on, dude. Have you watched
Sandy
the show?
Sandy Hook, and you know what? He was spot on. He was 100% spot on about Sandy Hook. But ever since that, he bent the knee and said, "You know what? I'm sorry. I'm gonna bow. I was wrong."
He got sued like 30 times. No, that's incorrect. Also, he said he's not going to talk about it anymore after like the 30th lawsuit.
Yeah, exactly. You just got yourself. Come on, man. So he's lying. He's not a truther.
No, he was honest. He said, "I don't want to talk about Sandy Hook anymore."
Come on, man.
Is what he said.
Well, yeah. Why?
I wonder.
Well, he also said because I've been sued so many times, I don't want to talk about it.
That's another reason why this is another reason why I say this goes right back to the brainwashing thing and how they do it. Is like think about Sandy Hook. What if if this really happened, right? Why wouldn't they just release the damn death certificates? What's the big deal? What is the big deal? We all know who the people were.
I'll give you a crazy ass example. Now the death certificates are coming up about COVID. Now those are coming out a few years later. Don't wake up. Wake up to Alex Jones being a fraud. Like, come on.
You have some kind of complex, man, where you feel like you need to follow somebody that has been put in a position of power, like a Joe Rogan or like an Alex Jones.
I don't think you realize how layered the deception is.
You should start your own platform. You don't need $100 million to speak the truth, to get on a microphone, to get on public access radio.
Well,
to get
actually,
on...
Alex Jones is worth way more than $100 million, by the way. Dude, way bigger than that.
Nobody cares.
Okay, now you're sounding like a fan. Sorry.
Oh, I'm a fan all of a sudden. Okay, you
seem to be defending him on a personal level. That's the only reason why I say that. I'm not saying you are. I'm saying that you're acting.
The truth shouldn't have a dollar value like that. If you can manipulate somebody with money, then why would you want to listen to somebody that's manipulated by monetary gain or finance?
Exactly.
They're not telling you the truth. They're going to hold back the truth.
They're biased.
I'm not getting paid to talk right now.
You're right. And there's a lot of people out there who do require money to get listened to. I happen to listen to Alex Jones for free, by the way. But you're right. Why
You
would
don't
you
need
do that?
to, though.
The only reason I know you don't need to. I'm good at the internet. I'm sure everyone else here is as well. I've found ways to do it
Nah,
for
dude,
free.
you're missing the point. You talking about going
No, I think
around?
you're missing the point. Is that I can listen to the guy for free, and that man will fucking do that to the end of his life for free.
Yeah,
that's what you don't
Do
understand.
you need $100 million studio to broadcast the truth?
Did you know that guy started out in like a utility closet in the 90s? He basically went from nothing.
He should have stayed in that closet.
Oh, really?
I'd be more inclined to believe what he said if he would have stayed in that damn closet. But he didn't stay in that closet.
Is the world better? Is the world better off or worse off for him getting more exposed?
Talking to you, it sounds like worse.
Oh, good one. Damn, you got me good there, brother. You got me there.
I mean,
man,
it's funny, but
that he's huge, man. Now he's been all over like talk media. Remember when he was on The View? Destroyed them. He's been on Joe Rogan. Fucking just dominates wherever the fuck he goes. That's
you
fucking
nobody
awesome.
cares about you just think that was divine intervention and that was an accident. Why? How? You can't just get on those platforms. They wanted him on those platforms for a reason, a purpose. They used him as a tool, and he was paid for it.
No, they can't cover it up because it's too huge. It's like the trucker convoy.
No, bull.
That's why. You think Justin Trudeau just comes out there out of the booth like, well, these truckers are a fringe minority and they must be stopped. And it's like, exactly. It doesn't make sense. They twist and do anything they can.
I'm surprised you guys even watch the news. Why do you bother?
Well, same here.
I mean, what's the point of watching?
Nobody watches the news. I was trying to say
over.
this. I was trying to say this like 30 minutes ago. I've seen statistic pictures. I could post it online if I really had to, where the CNN and whatnot, like what's that little bitch's name? Fucking Rachel Maddow or whatever hell.
Oh, that dude.
Rachel,
woman. Yeah.
Rachel Maddow. Rachel Maddow. Little douchebag. And then someone made a chart of like the most viewership. Joe Rogan sits on top, and it slowly goes down, and then eventually Rachel Maddow is there. It's pathetic. Nobody fucking gives a shit about these people. Even if you fucking hate Joe Rogan or Alex Jones, the fact of the matter is, man, they have like the highest viewership right now. So like, I used to hate fucking CNN too.
That
but
says a lot about the state of America and the world in general.
That's the world. It's not CNN. It's not the United States. It's the whole populace.
Yeah,
you really think that the controllers would put something on television that they didn't want you to see?
No, I think the controllers lost control is what I think happened.
No, they didn't lose control.
That's the best way to obfuscate, isn't it?
They might be rich as fuck, but they lost control of the media, and that's what they didn't want.
No, they did not.
Yes, they did. That's what just happened with the trucker convoy.
You don't think Alex Jones is media?
He's not. You sound like my brother's like, Alex Jones is CIA. I'm just like, okay, I'm sorry if you believe that, but
we didn't say that.
What is CIA?
If he's working for a company,
CIA? What do you mean by that? What is CIA?
Well, you basically said that. I don't know which gentleman here said that, but he basically alluded to that.
You're the only one that keeps talking about CIA. Nobody else in here has said anything about CIA.
There's a certain sentiment where as which people believe that Alex Jones works for an intelligence agency, and I know for a fact that's not true. Like that's just not true.
I understand what you're saying, but that doesn't mean that he isn't controlled by his bank account. You don't have to necessarily be sitting in a meeting room with heads of CIA and being told what to say. Nobody's saying that. But the point is, the only reason why Alex Jones was allowed on mainstream television was for a damn reason. Because they wanted him to be there. Who wanted him to be there? And he agreed to do it.
Is that why they cut him off halfway sentence when he starts talking about big pharma and everything?
Yeah, because they want people like you to believe that he's really genuine.
Anything. You
listen. Do you need to go rewatch that video of him on that one asshole show?
I think you should go back and watch some of his earlier stuff because I think you'll realize that he's crazy.
He's put there to
You
make
need to
the
stop
truth more
watching
visible.
those
How
shows.
about, he's crazy. Okay. How many full episodes of the Alex Jones show have you watched?
Me? I
He's
watch quite a
I've
few. I used
been
to watch them all the time.
Enough.
No, I mean a full episode. How many
dude.
full
Yeah.
episodes
Let
have
me
you
Quite a
let
watched?
me tell you
few.
something, dude. You need to throw your TV out the damn window. Stop watching television. Stop listening to Alex Jones. Stop listening to all that crap and do for yourself.
Yeah, when
Be a
you
He
have
man of
didn't
something,
answer
yourself.
the
do your
question.
research.
Actually, a
Learn what
bunch
you
of people
believe in.
jumped in before he was able to answer the question. How many episodes have you watched? Full episodes.
Yeah, enough to be able to
I
skip
knew
through
about Alex
that.
Jones before you did. I guarantee that.
Are you sure? When did you start watching?
When he first came out, when he didn't even have a huge platform, and he was just on local
so you're
fucking
talking about
radio in Austin.
1995, I guess, then? Or somewhere around there?
What
Why, are we an expert on this?
Does this matter? What
No,
is the point?
it
Yeah,
does
I'm trying to
fucking
figure it out.
matter
I
because
mean, it's
a lot
great
of
that you
people
know
are
all
just like,
about him
I've
and
been
everything, but I
watching
mean,
Alex Jones.
I mean, how many full
do you
episodes
see
of
what we're talking
CNN have you
about? Do
watched?
you see why we're judgmental about it? Are you starting to see
Yes.
what we're talking about, though? I
Yeah.
mean, even though you may not
This guy
agree,
doesn't
you get it.
understand. If he's been following Alex Jones that long, he should see the progression, and he should have dipped on Alex when I dipped on Alex when I saw the change. He didn't see the
Right.
change. How did you not see the change in Alex?
When did the change happen then, brother?
Oh my God.
The same around
Well,
the
I don't
same
know
time it
exactly
happened with
when, but
Joe.
I know I can tell you for
my
myself
God.
when he started talking about crazy stuff.
Well, what is crazy stuff? Because he was talking about 9/11. He predicted it a couple months before it happened. Is that crazy? Because that's crazy to me. So you're right.
The same
Alex Jones
time
is
with
a little
Joe.
crazy. He predicted
Alex
9/11.
Jones is
So that's insane.
there to make
Give
the
me a
truth
second. Let me go and
look
find the video that I
crazy.
watched the other day, and
Go
I'll
and
show you
find
what
the
I mean.
shit out of it. Do it.
Alex
Thank you.
Jones.
No, you need to hear what he just
But I
said.
can't
What
share
that
it
guy
here.
just said. He said Alex Jones is there to make the truth seem crazy.
Yep.
That's his role. Let me give you one specific
No,
example.
you think that's his
Yeah, he
role.
does say a lot of truth, and he does
Let me
seem
give you
sincere.
one
But then at the
specific.
end of a show, he's always like going off like you're crazy. It's like
Yeah,
makes
when
it
he
difficult.
gets on
Get behind
mainstream
something.
news, he
No,
starts going crazy to look like
his
Yeah, if you
best
can't
is
tell
when
by
he's
his
not on
demeanor,
his
like
show.
he's
Actually, when he goes on the View or other these shows, that's when he's fucking goes really
I think we
nuts.
should just lay off the Alex Jones part. I don't even know why
I know.
he
Oh yeah,
thinks so
too
important.
dangerous. Don't too dangerous.
Let me
I'm
give
not
you one
dangerous. I'm just saying, like, why are we
It's
still
not
stuck on it
dangerous.
when
You
we're
know what?
trying?
Fuck Alex Jones. How about that?
Yeah, let me
I'm
give
saying,
you one
yeah.
specific example of what he's meant to do. Right, so this
Well, we can
biologist,
see it right now.
scientist,
We can.
Are you putting it in main chat, friend?
I'm trying to get pissed
Main
off.
chat.
let me just give one fairly recent example of what Alex Jones's role is. So there was a scientist, biologist who went on and had a TED talk about how chemicals, herbicides and pesticides that contained a chemical called atrazine were affecting amphibians, right? So he did a whole bunch of studies on how amphibians were being affected hormonally by this
I remember
herbicide
that.
and pesticide that was being sprayed on crops, right? So
the frog gay.
Yeah, exactly. You proved my point right there. So Alex
Yes.
Jones, instead of actually disseminating this information in a way that's easily digestible by people, he turns it into a meme of they're turning the frogs gay. So you ask the average person about Alex Jones, and
You
they're
know
going
what's
to say
brilliant
he's
about
turning the
that
frogs
though?
gay.
No,
chemicals in the water that turn the friggin'
There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
it's
So
not
so
Any of
funny.
you
That
seen
doesn't
the
sound crazy
There's
to me.
deposition?
nothing
let
Have
me
any of
funny
you
about
seen the
that.
just a
deposition?
second. Let me
Has
finish my point
anyone
for just
seen
a second.
Alex
Let me
Jones'
finish my
deposition
point.
that he had to give?
Let me
I'm
finish my
sorry, I don't
point
mean
for
to talk
just a
over.
hey
second.
Napalm, go ahead and finish, man.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sorry, Napalm.
so what's taking place here is everybody knows about that meme, right? And that slogan, they're turning the frogs gay. But how many people actually know that that is in relation to atrazine, which is being sprayed on all of the food that you're eating? How many people actually know that? All they know is the Alex Jones meme of they're turning the frogs gay.
Exactly.
Yeah, because you know what?
Perfect.
I
Are
used
you
to
gonna
talk to
say
the people.
exactly? You agree with that, but you love Alex Jones. You a
Oh,
damn
dude,
fool.
I agree the shit out of it. I'm not a goddamn fool that I've been listening to him talk about it since the early 2000s. About that's how I learned about plastics and how fucking toxic they are is actually through
Did
Alex
you
Jones.
not understand what he just said to you?
Did you not understand?
I listened to every word
someone tells you a little bit of truth,
and I
doesn't mean
know about
everything
the
they say
clips
is
he was
true.
talking about too. I know about the whole fucking thing. The plastics
And
are
what was
fucking.
Alex
Do
Jones'
you
role in
even
that?
understand? I'll tell you what his role was. His role is he's trying to warn you. Do you know what he's even trying to say there with the frog?
Please
Oh my
stop.
With the frog.
Did everybody just hear what he said? Did everybody just hear what he said?
His role was to
Sorry, my
warn.
cat ran over my microphone. 1
Did
second.
everybody just hear what this man just said?
I had a cat. I had a cat problem. Sorry about that. The reason why he brought that up is because he's talking about how these amphibians are getting morphed, and it's because it's diluting into their water. And it's
You're not
literally.
answering my question. I feel like
Okay,
I'm
what
beating
is
my
it?
head against the damn wall.
What, do you want to ask it again?
What everything you said went completely over his head. The whole concept that you just laid out and the correlation of Alex Jones's role, it completely went over his head. He didn't understand any of
100%.
it.
No, I think
he didn't
he's
understand a
just not
damn word you said.
He's offended.
Well, I'm
Say
not
it again,
surprised.
Napalm.
It even
Say it again,
goes
Napalm.
worse than what people can think. Like we could talk about like the contaminated water, but like if you don't
You're
believe
missing the
that's
point,
happening,
ET.
you're
You're missing
there's
the
no
point,
way you
man.
could understand what's happening. Like in the sky
ET.
above you.
ET, you're missing the
Yeah.
point, man.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is, yes, he's giving some sort of truth, but the way that he delivers that truth is in a way to make the truth seem crazy to the average
Oh, really?
person.
With his millions of
Yes,
followers,
He's
seems pretty
only
damn
dude.
successful
Shut
method
up
of
about
truth.
millions of followers. You're missing the point. The point is what he's doing is he's only reaching people that already know what he's saying and already agree with him. But
That's
for
not
people that
true.
don't understand and that
That's
people
not
are
true.
trying to understand, he's not reaching new people. New people
Are
aren't
you
waking
kidding
up
me,
to the
dude?
point
He's
that he was.
like the
Will you
biggest
shut the
fucking.
ET,
Oh
hold
my
on a
god.
second.
Well, no, I'm just not going to sit here and listen to all this bullshit when I know it's not fucking true.
You're
You
missing
can
the
We're
go
not
with
going to
what
listen
you're
to your
about it.
bullshit either, dude. Shut the fuck up.
What Alex Jones does is make the minute you have a conversation with your neighbor about things like this, they see Alex Jones as a crazy tinfoil hat person. So now you are that person. So your neighbor's brain immediately shuts down and does not take in any of the information you try to give to them
And
because of Alex Jones.
it's a sad state of affairs.
Let me just add this too. You talk about how he's so mainstream and lots of people know him, but they don't know the information. They just know that he's crazy.
Yes.
So they'll be like,
Fuck
"Oh, Alex
yes.
Jones, that crazy guy." They couldn't tell you that atrazine or any of that stuff because they don't listen that deeply.
You guys are so smart. Thank you, CB, for saying that. You got, man, I love you guys, man. You guys are so on point. And I don't. This asshole he don't hear a goddamn thing. It's starting to piss me off.
Am I not?
But I appreciate you
Let's
guys.
not get mad
I
at him
love you
because I
for
mean,
being more articulate
let's not get
than
mad
I
at him.
am,
He
because
can find the truth.
I can't say what you guys are saying in the way you guys say it so elegantly and so good. I envy that, and I love you guys for that. Thank you, brother.
No, you're doing well too, man.
Am I
the
the
problem is the
asshole
audience.
he was referring to?
Yes.
Yeah, you're
Oh,
the asshole.
wow. Okay.
Wake up, dude. Stop following. Stop. Why do you need to
Wake
follow
up.
somebody, man? Be your own
Dude, I
man.
don't need to follow someone. Okay, one time.
But you are.
Let me challenge you this: how many fucking times do you click on like a Twitter or Instagram or Facebook link?
Never. I'm not on Facebook.
Really?
And I'm not on Twitter.
Well,
I don't have
good
a
for
Twitter
you.
account. I don't
Good
have a
for
Facebook
you.
account. Now what? Now what you want to say?
Maybe I'm a big asshole then. I guess. You sure about that?
I mean,
Comment.
a lot of
Not sure
us
about
used to
what.
listen to these guys, Rogan, Jones, and stuff. But like
We
I
don't
said
listen.
before,
I already thought I
there
made
was
it
a
clear. I've
change.
been listening to
You
him
were supposed
before
to
they're
a long
big.
time ago.
Okay.
What the fuck is Twitter and Facebook? Why do I want to log on to a platform so I can see somebody's random ass thought, another man's random thought? I have my own random thoughts. I don't need to read somebody else's to what validate my own thoughts.
No
What are
shit.
you talking about, dude?
The reason I brought that up is because that's become a huge part of the internet lately, and I fucking hate it myself.
Well, you
But a
should get
lot
off
of
of
people.
it.
Well, I'm not gonna just like disconnect my internet and like
You
pretend
should.
like
It's poisoning your damn brain.
No, man. I like to think I'm at least aware of what's going on.
You're not aware of shit.
Really? Where would you? Oh, I'm not aware of
Well,
shit.
I think he is. I think he's aware of some, but I think he's in denial about some stuff too. But that's just my opinion. I'm not trying to be mean about it.
Well,
Just
I'm
how I see
sorry.
it.
I'm sorry. I'm not.
There's
I'm
nothing
sorry.
wrong
I'm
with
being
you
really
being yourself,
insulting and
bro.
mean. I'm just frustrated, and I don't mean to.
No, I know,
Dude,
I know.
I'm
I'm just
sorry,
saying, like,
dude.
yeah,
I'm
I know it's
fucking
hard
But I'm
not to
talking.
like get
frustrated too.
angry, but because you
I'm
feel
fucking
strongly about something,
frustrated
you're
too.
going to
We're
defend
both.
it. Like
We're two frustrated
That's part of my
dudes.
frustration because I feel like he is halfway there, but he just won't. All everything he needs to know is already locked inside himself, but it's locked because
Oh,
he's
I'm there.
allowing
the
these
fact
other
that you
outlets.
want, but the fact that you want to help him, you should, but by
Yeah,
being mean to him and calling him stupid is not going to make him think on your side. You see my point? It's like I
yeah,
get where your
yeah,
frustration comes from, but
I know,
yeah, it's
I know,
just
I know,
it's going to push him away and
I know.
make him hate us on a personal level rather than him thinking about what we said. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
no.
yeah,
Yeah,
Oh,
ET.
I can handle
You're
it. By
wrong.
the
You're
way,
wrong. You know what I'm
it's
saying? I mean, we
okay.
can
I
all.
can handle the hatred.
ET,
It's just
did you?
frustrating
No, there's
though
no
too because
hatred, bro.
we're
Not
giving this
hatred.
guy, we're
It's
telling him
frustration.
everything. I mean, breaking everything down, and he still doesn't get it. He still is missing every point that we've hit on is gone completely over his head.
No, that's bullshit, dude. We were talking about Alex Jones and Joe Rogan for an hour, and like you didn't break anything down, and nothing went over my head.
No, anytime they said anything to you, you just completely
No, we're
went over
talking
it,
about the
dude.
fact
Because
that
you're
we
wrong
don't
about every
understand why
main point.
The fact that you're still droning on about Rogan and Jones proves
I'm
my
not
point.
droning on. The conversation happened to wash that way for a long time.
Yeah, but
Let me ask
you
you a
brought it that
question.
way. You took it. You
Let
took
me
it
ask
to
you a
that.
Okay, sorry I
question.
brought it up. Yeah, you're right. Maybe I
ET,
did have a little bit of an influence there on that little conversation.
let me ask you a
Jesus
See there,
question.
see there?
Christ.
He does
Holy
admit that he might have a bias. See, there's nothing wrong. See, like I said, there's a way to reach people, and if he's really serious, he'll go and look at what we're talking about. He'll research some of that stuff that we mentioned, and then maybe he'll see the truth. You know what I mean? I just think that.
let me
No,
ask
he
you
I
a
won't.
mean, I
question.
get
He's
it.
gonna
I
turn
get
on Joe
frustrated
Rogan's
too.
podcast and check his Twitter to see what the latest gossip is about Kanye West and Kim's fat ass.
So ET, let me ask you a question. Before you found or started listening to Alex Jones or Joe Rogan or any of these people, right? Did you watch a lot of the corporate news?
Yeah, I did when I was growing up. My parents would put it on all the time.
Okay,
And
so
stuff.
at some point, did you start to realize that the corporate news was kind of not necessarily telling you the full truth, if any?
Absolutely. I woke up in 2009 when my older brother was like, hey, dude, just check this stuff out. And then I learned about 9/11, and I was like, oh my God, they've been lying to me. And then.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you started looking at all that corporate news stuff with a little bit more of a discerning
Well, I
eye,
always
right?
knew they were lying to me. Even when I was a kid, I used to watch like the full specials with one of my parents, and I knew that there was a lie, but I didn't know
Apply
exactly
that
what it
whole
was.
thought
Let
process
me
to Joe
just finish
Rogan
this
and
off,
Alex
right?
Jones.
Let me just finish this off for just a second, right? So,
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
no worries, man. So, once you started to find out that maybe the official story of 9/11 wasn't correct, and you started listening to some Alex Jones and stuff like that, you started to see a lot more probably in the news that was blatant
Totally.
lies, right?
It all looked like blatant lies. Yeah, that one, They Live, that movie, They Live.
Yep.
Yeah, that's basically what happened to me.
Let him finish.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Is there a possibility that maybe that second layer of information that you started to receive that kind of opened your eyes to the deception of the first layer, that maybe at some point you should start looking at that second layer with the discernment that you look at the
9/11?
first layer with?
It's the second layer
Start doing a lot more of
in your point. What do you mean
the
by second layer?
research. Start doing a lot more of the research and the legwork on your end yourself to verify everything that maybe that second layer is providing to you, and maybe not get caught up in that and start
What
to
is
see that
second?
maybe that information is deceptive as well.
Napalm, you're confusing him.
The second layer is the
I
control.
can handle the argument and whatever, but I mean, I just don't understand. By second layer, do you mean 9/11 or
The people that gave you the information regarding 9/11,
Oh,
right?
okay. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the
I've dismantled.
news type people that you started watching when you stopped watching the news, right? You
Right,
started
yeah.
watching Alex Jones and Joe Rogan. It's kind of a newsy type.
Well, Joe Rogan was
setup.
still doing like sports
Shut
stuff
up and
back
listen to what
then.
he's saying. God damn
Bro,
it.
you're missing the point.
Listen to what he's saying. Will you
You're
stop
missing the
interrupting
point here,
him?
man. What I'm saying is you were being fed information through the television. You started to realize that's kind of a lie. There's some deception there. And then you started getting fed information from a different type of news source. But the problem is you probably haven't looked as critically at that second source that you started listening to with the same critical eye that you look at the first source. You need to go through and look critically at the things that are being given to you by the Alex Joneses and the Joe Rogans, the same way you look critically at the things that are provided to you by the CNNs and the Fox Newses.
Bingo.
Thank you.
I'm reading some articles about fake news and stuff like this on the news, and it's so funny because every single one of these is like basically defending the media and saying that it's all these idiots on the internet that are causing all this problem. It's like so dumb. It's like so obvious that that's all they're trying to do. Oh, it's all our fault. It's all somebody else. When is it when there's an issue? When is it ever anyone else's fault? No, it never is. So why is it they always throw that out there? Like, oh, you need to feel guilty because you're trying to judge somebody. Yeah, you should
That's
be
the oldest
judging
trick in
people.
the book,
They're
man. That's the
assholes.
oldest
They're
trick in the
stealing
book.
from you. They're robbing you, but you don't care?
That's
Okay.
the oldest trick in the book. You always, whatever you're guilty of, you always accuse.
Yep.
You always accuse your enemy of your guilt, of whatever you're doing wrong. The best way to get out of it and deflect is to put it on and blame it on the other person.
That's the reason why the LGBT thing at the end of their conversations, they always try to convince you you're gay too. It's like, I don't get that. I mean, I'm not saying all the people do that, but I've had that.
Didn't mean to
I'm
walk
gay
over.
because I don't want to watch gay porn.
Hold on.
What?
That's a typical narcissist ploy to do that. That's in the playbook of narcissists.
Right, and that's the thing about narcissism too, is there are such narcissists they can't get out of that mindset and realize that we're not all narcissists, but they're so it's like a brain it's like a brain disease that they have. It's like a
brain disease. I like that.
Not a brain disease, but
no, that's good. Brain disease.
It's a you shut the fuck.
Disorder.
God damn it.
Hey, fuck you.
Yeah, thank you. Disorder. It's a
easy guy.
Thank you.
Yeah, a perfect example of this is that documentary, The Social Dilemma, right? Where they talk to you and tell you about all the things that the internet and the devices are doing on how they're taking your data, how they're trying to engage you into combative conversations just for more data gathering information. But then on the flip side of that, they tell you that the biggest problem with the internet is information that is incorrect information. Right. The people that are influencing elections, right? How elections are stolen through influencing, how topics like the flat earth are being promoted with the YouTube algorithm. So it's like they give you that truth of how the internet is collecting all your data and trying to push you into these conversations that are going to be very combative so that you get more screen time and all of that stuff. So they give you that truth. But then they try to mix that with one of the biggest problems of the internet is this misinformation that we need to make sure we have authoritative content that gets pushed instead of quote unquote misinformation. And their main character in that little documentary is this kid who starts researching things online, and then he goes to this rally and becomes some sort of crazy domestic who gets wrapped up in whatever, right? So it's like they give you that little bit of truth, right, about how all your data is being stolen and it's being used for a specific way. But then they give you the information that they want to supplant into your subconscious, which is authoritative content should be the only thing that's being promoted within the internet, not anything outside of the norm.
For all of you writers out there or wannabe authors, publishers, people like that, there's 1,000 short stories about the scenario that you just mentioned. of somebody like that, and novels just waiting to be written with truth drops throughout. Think about that.
Arthur C. Clarke wrote a shitload of science fiction novels that people haven't probably fully studied for that very reason.
No, what I'm talking about is an individual just like you or I that are on here right this very moment. And think about the stories, think about the unknowns that are still out there that we are searching for, like that we may never find the answer to all these things, but think of the amazing stories that are actually happening and the things that could be written about characters going through the same kind of things we're discussing here. But maybe have a different outcome and have drops of truth in the storyline that actually are real.
I completely agree. You could write cartoon storylines based off these conversations alone.
Yeah.
If you were creative enough.
Think of characters like...
Yeah. Think of your favorite...
And then what happens after that? And then all these oligarchy that is in action that's obvious. We're talking about Alex Jones and all this control. I sit back and laugh at it now. I've seen it for so long. I mean, I know I'm a dinosaur, but there's some value to that because I've seen so many iterations of what you guys are talking about that it just becomes monotonous after a while. But I mean, yeah, we don't know what's going to happen next. That's what we're all waiting to see, I guess. We have a bigger part.
I was going to say,
and what happens
usually when people think you're crazy, it's because you're right about something, but that's not always the case.
A lot of the time it is. That's why a lot of people gather attention, is because they think everyone's like, oh, look at this crazy person.
Mm-hmm.
And then years later,
crazy.
like, he's actually not that crazy.
Mm-hmm. I've had people come back to me recently I've recently remade contact with people that I spoke to several years ago when I first discovered this, and they're here testifying to me, telling me, give me a testimony saying that stuff I thought was batshit crazy 3 years ago. You were telling me now like 90% of it has come true. I hate being right all the time. Shit.
Man, I got an email from my favorite. His name was Theo. He's from Idaho. He was one of my favorite friends of all time. But I talked about stuff like this back in the day. This is like in 2003, 4, 5. And I would talk about this stuff. I would rant about it. And he's like, dude, you're crazy. That's not, none of that stuff's real. And then a couple of years later, he sent me an email. And he was like, dude, I apologize actually for calling you crazy about all that stuff. I see it now. And it's actually, I completely agree with you. It is all real. Took years later, and then I got an email from an old friend who's like, actually, I see it now. You know what I mean?
You never know how you're going to touch people. Like you could honestly, I could ride my bike down by the Embarcadero by the water here in the harbor, and there's people, cruise ships and stuff. And there's a bunch of people walking around, and they're standing in lines waiting to get on ferries and stuff like that. And I could just ride by there, a captive audience. Great. Just like sing the song, Earth is flat, the globe is a delusion. Now, you can't unhear that. They're going to go, what the fuck? I love that. So there's little things you can do out there that can touch somebody, and they might just be the spark that they needed to continue investigating. I like this, what you were saying, Napalm, about the second layer.
I did too. I like that a lot.
Why don't you continue on that? I like that conversation.
Rare curvature? What? What the hell do people post this stuff for?
The mainstream media is
rare footage, dude. Rare footage, dude. Watch out for that.
Rare footage.
Very few people can show you Earth curve at sea level, dude. So just be
Yeah,
careful.
there is no such thing as Earth curvature on
That's
Earth.
a curve right there. Your footprint's definitely curved.
Yeah, Earth
It might
curve
be
at sea
somewhere.
level exists.
It might be somewhere, but it's not on Earth.
Oh, it's funny. I love it. See what? Yeah, exactly. See level. Oh, hey. Imagine that. Wonder why they called it level. Nah, it's not because it's level or flat. No, it must be because it's definitely round, right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
a logical
What's a plane?
explanation.
What's a plane? Why is it called a plane?
Oh, it has
What does a
wings. I know
plane
that.
mean? Ridiculous, man.
Well, it's not ridiculous, but it just shows that how well that whoever's doing this and whatever they're using is working really well, because it gets even the best of us. Think about it. This I believe is the number of the beast, is the thing that's going to get us all. It's because it logically takes us everywhere except where we should be going, which is finding out who's doing it and stop it, not argue about it, right? I mean, yeah, we need to talk about and figure out how it's working, but once we know that, we should just go out there and do something. We shouldn't be sitting around and, you know what I mean? I mean, I get it. I mean, I feel the same way. I sit in my chair and I talk on the internet and all that, and I don't really go out and do stuff in the world, but I am working on that. I am trying to like get educated so that I can do that kind of debating and do that kind of sharing. But I feel like I need to be like good at it. I need to know all the information. I need to be able to argue all the scientific stuff, and I don't feel like I'm there yet. So that's why I kind of fear that. But it's not something I don't think I would do. You know?
But you're in your private life though. You're not just sitting in a room on the internet, right? You're reaching out to the people closest to you and your family and your friends.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, because
Well,
that's
as much
all
as
you
I
really
can.
at the end of the day can do. Like that's the most important thing.
You can do more, and I think he can do more. He's got that spirit.
Well, of course he can do more. You missed my point. The point is, of course he can do more, but the point is that's the most important thing he can do, because those are the immediate people that he can reach.
I did not
and
miss your
physically
point.
touch and
I
talk
didn't
to.
miss.
No, I think he got it. But
Paul,
I get where you're coming from too, bro. I mean, we all have points. I mean, anytime you have something that doesn't sound right to you, you should bring it up and talk about it. That's how you figure out whether it's relevant or not.
Paul
Nothing
V
wrong with that.
and Paul V. I'm sorry, but and everyone else. All I'm saying is I think Rookie here has it's got that energy where he can be somebody who might mean we're talking a little bit. Like he's already talking to his friends and family. He told us that, so he's already made a big difference. But I mean, everyone starts somewhere, right? And so that's the kind of energy where people they start from nothing and they go into something, you know. And that's how I don't know. That's how you start anyway. That's how you become someone. You start from the ground.
When are you gonna get that energy?
Yeah,
in
you're a
yourself?
globe skeptic. Why are you giving people advice about the Earth?
Wait,
Yeah,
am I
you need to, when are
on
you
how
going to
to do
develop
truth.
that own energy inside yourself?
I'm glad that this came up because this is a good. Yeah, I like where we're going with this because then maybe it'll help him understand where we see the faults in his thinking, right?
Am I labeled as something?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make it sound like we were attacking you or nothing, but you know, we're trying to help you understand where we're coming from. That's all we're trying to do, really. It might sound like we're being mean, but you know.
I used to have a flat Earth label, just so you guys know, and then it got removed from me because I didn't follow. Because I didn't follow all the little rules.
Well, it's not important whether or not you're a flat earther or not. You could be in the conversation and still have a logical
Can
conversation.
you use a dictionary? If so, you might be a flat earther.
I don't think flat earther is in the dictionary, actually.
Well, it will be, don't worry.
Pretty damn sure it's not.
Go look up the definition of glober. Good luck.
I'm honestly trying to figure out where P, dude, what I'm having difficulty, so whatever you're doing to diffuse what your actual purpose is working pretty good, I must tell you. But what is your actual stance, really?
Okay, dude. Look, I don't even want to deal with you today, Sonny.
I think
Come on, dude.
you've lost what you were really talking about from the beginning. To be honest with you.
It's okay, man. You don't have to, and I won't press.
Just go play the guitar, dude, and get a glass or something. You'll be all right.
I play guitar. Hell yeah.
Well, if you're considering what we're saying and you're going to think about it, then I think you're on the right track, regardless of what anybody else says.
Yeah.
I think you got to find it on your own. That's important. So,
I want to
man, if
wander
you're
away.
confused or if you think we're crazy, then Prove us wrong. That's the only way to know. You know what I'm saying?
You'll be back, pee drinker, though, dude. You'll be like, what were those guys talking about? Even if you disagree.
I like the footprints. That is cool. Like, I mean,
No, it's the point is, Sonny, is that is Earth curvature at sea level,
well,
right? That is definitive proof of it. But the thing is you guys are talking relating to the model definition, right? I'm
No.
relating to a different definition of Earth, right? When I say that, that's why that statement is true when I say that.
Okay.
Hold on. What?
I do understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but it's very odd because we're in a flat Earth server, and no, we don't follow a model because we don't have to. All you have to do is go outside and measure it yourself and observe it yourself, and you can find out with simple things like known distances and your known height of both sides. You know,
Reality
That's the
is our
thing about flat Earth. We don't all collectively hold to one model or one map.
You're damn right we don't.
There's no. You have the model. You know, the sphere is your model, right? It has measurements. We don't subscribe to any measurements or any model whatsoever. We'll be the first ones to tell you we don't know.
Right.
And it's okay to not know. But some people think they know. That's fine.
Like
Yeah, and I hate it when a smart person acts like he knows everything or acts like there's an answer for everything when we know damn good and well there's not. It kind of bothers me because it kind of like ruins their reputation for me a little bit because I don't think they're being genuine. You know, people are right. The Earth itself, the dirt is not fucking flat. It's convex to the water. But we live on a plane because we know the water's flat. So we know we live on a plane. Yeah, there's mountains, there's hills, and all. Yes, we get that.
Yeah.
But what we're saying is that it's not a ball. It can't be wrapped around a ball because it doesn't make any sense. That's just
And I would subscribe to the idea that a part of the Earth that we're not living on, maybe as a whole in some way, is round. But the part that we live on, the land, like everything that we know of as the Earth, is not round. It's on a flat plane.
And it's measurably so. And the part about that is the repeatable part. So, like, I live near a bunch of water, right? So, what I do is when I go out every day, I can ride by the water, different locations, and see things because I have in my head this: how far is the horizon from me at 6 feet, right? So I know if I'm at 6 foot above sea level, then my geometric horizon, for the globe can't be any further than about 4 miles, 3.5, 4 miles, right? So I know if I'm looking at things. So the other night I was out looking at the harbor and I can look 4 miles across easily with just my regular prescription glasses on. And I saw a street light on the other side 4 miles away because I can go check and see how far on road maps and stuff or even across the water. So I see a street light on the other side, and then lo and behold, in the water right below the street light is a reflection of the street light in the water. You get that?
Which by
the
their
street
model,
light 4
right?
miles
What is
away,
it?
which is too far.
Right.
I'd only
Because
see
what is
about-
it? It's 8 inches per mile, right?
When the
That's their
miles are
their
square,
numbers.
the miles are
supposed
square.
to be
So 4 miles,
so
you
it's
gotta have 16 times 8.
so it's 16 times 8 per. So that's how much curvature there's supposed to be by their model, by their numbers.
Yeah, in inches, and then you
But it can't be detected anywhere. You cannot. you can't measure it ever.
So that's like seeing that across the harbor, and I can look across the harbor and I can see the whole string of lights on the other side and the reflection of those lights on the water right below on calm nights. That cannot happen on the ball. Just can't. That right there debunks the ball.
Do you guys ever think that maybe they lied about the shape of Earth rather than the size of Earth?
I don't think
rather than the shape of it.
I don't think they know.
But wouldn't they know? Because I guess maybe you don't believe
They lied
in.
about both.
No,
They lied
they
about
might not
both. They
know.
lied about the shape and the size.
They may have never been to the extremities ever. They might not be capable of getting there as a human being with any kind of technology. Maybe it's just too far.
Well, we know they're not going to space.
Yeah,
Do
they
we?
could be shooting them horizontally. That's a really
Do we know that though? Like actually?
Yeah, we do know that. What are you talking about?
We know they're
Well, what
shooting
I'm
them
talking
horizontally.
about is I know there's a lot of bullshit going on, but I mean,
Well, they're shooting missiles and they go horizontal, so and then they go down. So,
but won't
They
everything go
admit in
horizontal?
their own words that they haven't gone, that there is no space. They haven't gone beyond. They admit it. You're just
Who's
not
they?
listening.
Who's they?
what if they can
NASA.
only go sideways?
Oh, it's NASA. Okay.
Because they've already determined how high they can go, and they can't go any
Right.
higher than the fishbowl.
Isn't that part of
Range.
their supposed story though? They go. I'm just saying they go horizontal with the globe spin, right? To gain momentum.
There is no horizontal on a ball. For
And there's no spin.
I'm going with their story. I already
Yeah,
said
I
that.
know, but
And
that's
then
not what they're saying. They're not saying it's going horizontal. They're
Ha.
going up and out into space.
That is true. They do say that, don't they? They just go right
They
up.
don't show that on the live streams.
They show them. They're going straight up. Then they switch to cartoons. They're going straight up.
Right.
They're like maybe at an angle, maybe like 5 or 10 degrees.
Can I ask you guys, do you think the ISS is real? Because will you admit that the low Earth orbit is real, at least?
The best we could do is we see it in a pool. Yeah, it's real. Really in a pool. Yeah.
Really in a pool, yeah. Do you think it's possible that you could put a quote-unquote spaceship in low Earth orbit?
They could hang it on balloons, yes.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, but on a balloon.
It's not balloon. That's impossible, though.
No, it isn't.
No, it's not
balloon.
impossible.
It is
People
not.
do it every day.
Did you
Not
see the
impossible.
size of that balloon in the hangar? They have a balloon that's like 200 feet high or 300 feet high.
It's the size of a football field.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying that satelloons aren't real. I'm just saying, do you think the ISS might be? Yeah, I've looked into this. Don't worry, man. I know all about this. Do you think the ISS? Okay, this is what I really want to ask you. Do you think there is an atmosphere out there above Earth, whatever that might mean to you, where something could actually float and fly around?
Nope.
Given the shape of whatever the shape of the
Float
Earth
and fly around is a very different thing.
Well, float is a horrible word to use, but I mean, you know what? For lack of a better word, I guess I should say. Somehow
Take into consideration all the scientific evidence that it's based on, because I think that the science will fail.
Listen,
I just posted a video.
Yeah,
Sorry,
go ahead.
Sonny. I just posted a video with a space bug and a star going through the ISS. So if you want to go look,
Cool,
there.
man.
Nice. I can't wait to see that.
And then right after that, ET, make sure you watch this video from Planetus Veritas. Planete Veritas. Now, you gotta be aware, you gotta go to about 2 or 3 minutes because he sits there and doesn't say anything, and you think it's nothing happening. You gotta wait till he starts. So,
all right, I'll watch it.
He's got a balloon name for every single satellite.
Okay, that's awesome. That's very interesting. Thanks for helping. I will watch it right now.
There's a balloon that has ISS that has the same cataloged number for that particular, whatever you call it,
balloon.
Yeah, for that particular project.
But I mean, okay, before I go watch that though, don't you think it's interesting how there's supposedly tens of thousands of satellites up there and they can track every single one of them? I'm pretty damn sure those aren't all balloons.
Most of them are ground towers.
Ground towers?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, honestly, I've never seen a
Does everyone
satellite.
else believe that?
I can't say I believe
it. Why do you have to believe it? It's true.
I like believing things.
Because there's no evidence for it, so I would have to believe it, wouldn't I?
There's evidence for it. You can go find the evidence. It's
Evidence of what?
abundant.
What do you mean? Oh, you're talking about the other thing?
Trying to put them things every 500 feet.
Yeah, there's a shitload of them up there, and I have a hard time believing they're all balloons that we can track electronically.
Just because they say they're up there and that they can track every one of them doesn't mean that they exist.
Couldn't they just put one in the belly of a plane and do the same business?
ET, before you continue, man, just watch that one video I just posted, man. 4 minutes after the hour. He shows it about 40 seconds, and he'll zooms into it.
Okay, I'll
you can
watch it
see
right
the
now.
stars bleed through the ISS.
Oh, okay. I'll watch it right now anyway. Even though I know it's not real.
The tricky thing about NASA and government is if they tell you one lie, you have to basically assume that everything they say is a lie.
Is the definition of the model a lie if it's proven to not exist?
Mikey! Sorry.
Stars going through and that one stops. It turns around. Just.
Yeah, I can't find that video. There's too many channels up there. There's like 100
It's in Livestream voice text, but
I tried to find it. I couldn't fucking. It's all like Egyptian text and shit. I can't even fucking read it.
What?
Don't. Okay, I'll look again, I guess.
You're in the live stream voice text, right?
Yeah, I looked. I'll double check again.
You see what?
I know. The one right above.
4
I got
minutes.
it. Yeah, I got 4 minutes after the hour.
Elbow. Elbow TV. It's been pretty active on here lately. That's been good. Seen some old time Globers come back on.
Yeah, I noticed that. There's been a lot of people that I hadn't met before coming back.
I think it's probably going to get better if we just like roll with the change. Got to it's just about adjusting ourselves, right? Adapting.
I think it's about doing it right and not doing it angrily. But yeah, I agree completely.
It's tricky, dude.
Mm-hmm. For sure, for sure.
Mm-hmm. So one of the biggest lies I think was the that no one ever told us. No one ever told me there was this debate going on. This has been a heated debate probably forever. Can you imagine?
Oh yeah, they've covered it up, dude.
This has been a debate. People have been debating this. Like, just we weren't told about that part. You know.
Yeah, that is true. We were told that dumb people before us thought how stupid were they? They thought the Earth was flat, and if they sailed their ships in a certain direction, they'd follow. Oh, dumb! How dumb were they? Oh, they're so dumb. And then we're just told it's round. And then, okay, yeah.
And then because the people that own the media and so forth, they owned all the everything that was printed, all the print media, all the electronic media. So like, you and your buddies all have control of the media. Playboy, they could put these little cartoons and stuff, like put little subliminals in there, like every magazine, Cosmopolitan, mind control programs, like.
How did you feel? I know all of you remember when Obama was president and he was giving that speech and he said, "We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society." You guys remember that?
I don't, because I already had stopped listening to any of the nonsense.
I've seen the clip. Yeah, he
Yeah, I
brought
didn't hear
it.
it.
He brought it up.
I only heard it after the fact.
The Flat Earth Society.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny that he even said that publicly,
Gotta
but
have
that's
them
a whole
ribs.
that's a whole
You
nother
know what else he did? He brought up in a press
psyop
conference.
in a way to make people to ridicule. Like there's no debate. There's no debate. There's no conversation to be had about the shape of the Earth. It is a sphere, and there's no you can't question it.
You know what else?
Right,
Obama
that's the
brought up.
problem.
It's like
You gotta really water things down.
one reporter brought up that hacker guy, McKinnon or something like that. I can't remember his name.
Hey, I don't want to interrupt you guys, but we have someone new named Harlem Globetrotter, and I would just like to let them have a chance to say hi.
No, I'm not new. I've been here for like a couple weeks.
Okay.
What's up,
Yeah,
dude?
he's a well-known troll.
I just, yeah,
He's a well-known
Let's hear
troll.
what he has to say anyway. Let's give him a second. Let him speak.
I'm a giant.
Give the
I'm a
troll
giant.
platform.
I'm a giant three-eyed snow yeti troll. Yeah.
Okay. We're Yeti friendly.
It's a blasphemy to say it's not a globe.
You can't prove it's a globe, dude. You can't prove that.
It's blasphemy to say otherwise.
Why do you think
You know
that?
what that means, what I'm saying.
Did you just say it's blasphemy to say that the Earth isn't a? Are you're being funny right now, right?
I don't think he is being funny.
If you think it's a globe, dude, where's your proof? Bring proof that it's a globe, dude.
You asking me for proof for the globe?
Yes, we asking you.
Yeah, you said it's a globe. You said it's blasphemy, right?
Yeah, I'm saying it's a blasphemy to say it's not a globe, because saying it's a globe means that it's a religion system.
Yeah, you're going along
It's a
with the
belief.
Mhm.
Blasphemy
Well, okay.
belongs to religion.
I get what Geppy got.
Yeah.
That sounds funny.
Oh, I get what.
That's a pretty good accent.
My
That's a
bad,
good
man.
accent.
Sorry about
That's a
that.
good accent.
Yeah, good. I know we're good, but I'm glad you get it
For
now.
a second,
But seriously, answer the
You better get
question.
it.
Yeah.
You have to get it.
A globe might be part of the model, but it's not that model that's that play anymore.
What model?
Oh, there's
In
a
the
lot of
Bible,
models out there, dude.
There isn't one.
Sorry, but
Yeah,
in the
there's
Bible,
people that
there's
work
this
on
one.
models, dude.
It was so funny to hear you guys quickly. Where is your proof?
Excuse me, are you religious? You tell me you're religious then.
I thought they
Excuse
got
me.
they got a hold of Geppy. They put a brain implant in.
I have
Hey,
yet another
there's a
very
Jenny
handsome
here.
question.
I can see a Jenny saying whatever.
What is the accuracy? To what degree is the accuracy of our current maps? Because they seem to work to an extent.
Yeah, all maps are flat. So why are they using a flat map?
Weird.
Do you know how coordinate systems work, Harlem Globetrotter? Are you familiar with the concept?
We could call it sat nav, flat nav. Isn't that funny?
The maps on Cartesian
I'm not
coordinates.
familiar with the Cartesian. No, I'm not familiar.
Then you would understand why maps work and GPS works if you understood that.
The accuracy
Well,
of the
we're
map
told
is going to be contingent on staying in the areas delineated by them. If you talk to certain people that talk about different maps, there appear to be missing sections in the central north and south based off of the lack of satellite coverage, and old maps that talk about land that is not on current maps in the north. So it looks like there's missing land to the north and the south. But as long as you stay in the middle with the northern and more northern latitudes or the more middle latitudes, you're fine.
Okay.
Whoa. Lemon's back too. Wow.
So most of the missing land is in the Antarctic ice ring, about 60,000 miles, according to the journeys of Captain Cook, Captain Ross, and others. And in the north, where there appears to be a mountain with 4 rivers going from it, called Mount Meru on older maps. Other than that, the maps are accurate enough.
Did you drink any ether today, Lemon?
Lemon doesn't drink, I don't think.
Ether, yeah, it does.
Hey, what's up with Antarctica then? If the maps are so accurate, do they traverse around the whole
They
circumference?
go down to the tip that jets out of Antarctica and turn back. They don't go the whole 60,000 mile plus.
Is that near? Is that near Argentina?
There's a part that jets out around there, yeah.
And then what about over by New Zealand?
I need to look at the maps. I remember there being a part that jets out around, like you said, America, Argentina, but I don't remember one from New Zealand. I think they just go down to that section too, then turn around. They don't go the whole perimeter.
The reason I bring it up is because if you look at a map on Google Earth today, or Google Maps, whatever your favorite is, you can, Argentina, the tip of Argentina is very close to Antarctica. And if you look on the other side of Earth, New Zealand is the next closest little area.
Based off the air flights in planes, they have deviations that are inexplicable on a globe map where they, especially when they go southern hemisphere, or rather southern hemiplane to southern hemisphere flights, they make inexplicable deviations toward the north on a globe map. But if you put it on an A. Gleason or a more flatter map with the North Pole in the center, they make straight lines that make a lot more sense. So it looks like the Earth is probably flat with the North Pole in the center, and you get less distance when you deviate toward the northern center to go places on a plane, on a flat, motionless plane.
How much will it take for a flight from Argentina to New Zealand?
I don't know. This time of year, I want to say like $500-$700 or something like that. I don't know.
Not in money. Like how much time?
I want to say like 14 hours, something like that. I think the longest is what, almost 24 hours. But I remember it being like 14 hours. I don't know. What about it? You asked how long it took in the flight? What about it?
The flight time. I'm guessing it's at least 24 hours, something like that.
Interestingly enough, I don't think there is a flight that takes over 24 hours.
They can get pretty long.
With connections.
Yeah, we're not talking connections.
Not direct flight. There is no. I don't know any direct flight from Argentina to New Zealand. I don't think there is one.
I don't think there is one either. There's got to be a stop somewhere.
Yeah.
Imagine which way are they going? Like I'm guessing, where do they stop? Halfway.
Dubai, Europe.
Dubai.
They say that they're nonstop, but they have to make fueling stops and pit stops and stuff like that that may not be listed. And when the stops have layovers, they appear to make straight lines on an A. Gleason or flatter, quote. By flat, I mean North Pole's in the center with the continents radiating out without the ball assumption for a southern pole being on the other side of the map. Also, when you're talking about radio signal propagation, you use an AE sort of map to direct your radio signal. So it looks like a flattish or north-centered map appears to be a bit more accurate for practical considerations.
You know, on the globe Earth model, Flying from Argentina to United Arab Emirates and to New Zealand, that's a long detour. It will be much closer to fly over Antarctica, or something like near Antarctica, tangentially.
So no flights go over the Antarctic pole. At best, they
Yeah,
just
why not? That's
Yeah,
what I
that's
want
what I
to
want to
see.
fucking know. Why the
Crossing
fuck
the
not?
Antarctic continent.
I was actually watching a video on that the other day about the flights over the Antarctic pole, and they say basically it's just like for the distance and like feeling or safety conditions for flight turbulence.
Oh, they have excuses, do they?
Well, that would be their reason. That's the reasons that I heard why they don't fly directly over.
Let's talk about that again really quickly. No, seriously, like you said, distances and fueling.
You cut out a little bit. Well, you said distances.
Because oh, sorry about that. My cat is attacking me. My distances and fuel shortages. Correct. Those are the excuses they use.
I don't remember if it was those for sure, but that's what I would think they would say. But the one I do remember for sure that they said is flight conditions and weather and safety.
Oh, conditions. That's something maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think about fuel conditions? Because we know they can traverse those distances, right? And we know.
We know, and then you cut out also. But I guess for a globe, we do expect similar conditions in the north and south to be mirrored. What were you saying, Harlem?
Just like the conditions, the weather conditions for safety of passage over the poles in a plane, turbulence, whatnot, storms. I don't know.
Samuel Robotham talked about accounts from sailors basically saying we're getting too much land down here past the equator. They were talking about the time it took to traverse southern latitudes and clocking in, upon calculation, distances of like 28,000, close to 30,000. And assuming the globe reckoning or whatever, it looked like they were out of position, that they were getting shipwrecked, that they weren't where they thought they should have been on the map. So perhaps there's more land expanding ever outward past the equator on something a little flatter. Latitudes on something like a flatter map would be concentric circles expanding outward from the northern center, and longitude to be radial straight lines going out like pie slices.
You're struggling, Lemon, when it's much more simple to say God is not gay. He doesn't like balls. What? He's not playing with balls.
Wow.
Okay, here's another question I had on Antarctica. So, if you were to reach the edge, if anyone has, which I've seen, quote unquote, photos of this ice wall that is the container of the oceans. If the wall was on your right, you would have to turn left so you don't run into it. And if the wall was on your left, you would have to turn right so you don't run into it. Right?
Eventually, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, so has anyone reached it? Any human?
I don't think anyone's even taken that journey before.
I've seen photos, but those photos because have also been cropped inwards of a cliff on Antarctica somewhere too. You can't really see the entire horizon of that wall shooting out. It's cropped in fairly close.
I think it was Captain Cook and Captain Ross who clocked 60,000 plus miles of impassable ice. I think that would be our ice wall because they were trying to find an inlet or a way through it, but they never really found it. So it looks like
you happen to know off the top of your head what the perimeter of the Antarctica continent would be as it's recorded?
This is what I want to know. Why can we not
miles? I think it was Captain Ross who clocked specifically 60,000 leagues, and it's 3 nautical miles per league. I'm sorry, 20,000 leagues. 3 nautical miles per league, or 60,000 nautical miles. And a nautical mile is 60,000 nautical miles is about 69,000 regular miles, roughly. So roughly 69,000 around that area.
That's a perimeter.
I want to
Up to the
know.
ice wall. I mean, I'm up to Antarctica anyway. There could be more land beyond, expanding ever outward toward, say, a firmament dome like
perimeter of the
some.
ice wall. I mean, or the record.
Let's say what Lemon. Let's say what Lemon is saying is true, which I don't necessarily disbelieve. How can someone? I was going to say Elon Musk, but like somebody can afford to get some kind of drone plane.
Yeah, that'd be the easiest unmanned vehicle. If you're talking right now, you cut out. Am I cutting out?
No, we can hear
A drone
you.
plane where?
Okay, I'm not hearing the other guy anymore.
Yeah, he cut out.
ET, a drone plane where? You talking about the Antarctica?
I would think you just fly it straight over the wall and just see how far you can go before you lose signal and see what you see by a video feed.
As far as I can
think he
see,
came
it was that Elbow TV.
I think he came back.
This is kind of like really interesting to me because I like to play Skyrim and I turn on the free camera and I go beyond the boundaries that the player can, and I like to see. I feel like I'm going on beyond the ends of the earth in a way.
There may be more land. I go with the firmament dome touching down and closing off our world past that point. So I think that you could go all the way up to the firmament, but no further.
Are you open-minded? Are you open-minded, Lemon, as to like if there was more, would you be like acceptant of that?
It's a possibility. I don't think it's a possibility worth exploring for me. If there's a firmament dome, it touches down somewhere. I think it's past Antarctica, but I could be wrong.
Okay. See, I don't, like what Lemon said, I don't know if people are aware of like how significant that is, those distances. Like let's
Please
say
elaborate.
let's say the sailors were only at let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's say they were at 70th, but we know that Captain Cook didn't reach any further than about 70 degrees south. So let's say they were at 70, give them the benefit of the doubt. Their globe is supposed to be getting smaller. That's about 2.5 times the circumference. Now, even if you take off, a certain percentage, like a third or something, or a sixth of it, let's say a sixth of it, take off that for undulations of like having to go left and right to negotiate the terrain, the coastline or the ice. Even if you do that, it's still double the size of their circumference. And that's not even all the way to 0 degrees of their.
Well, at 60 latitude, it would be half because the cosine of 60 is about half. So you'd have to take half off of the circumference of the Earth and have a circumference at that latitude specifically of about 12,000 miles.
Right.
If they talk about 60,000 miles, that's a lot of land.
12,000 miles. So if you're at 60,000, that's wild.
Now, I think what they'd say is you're going in and out snaking along the Antarctic island or whatever, the Antarctic continent. That's how they excuse it away, but I'm not buying it.
I'm not buying it either. And they talk about all these little scientific stations that they have set up around the perimeter of Antarctica.
Well,
and then all these little rules where you go in, but you can't go in that far, and you have to come back in a day or so. And no.
We're just trying to see.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, you were saying.
They have an industrial complex down there. I know because I was in the Navy, and I had a chance that I could have been stationed there. I know people that said they went and worked as a machinist down in McMurdo or Little America. I don't know exactly where it is.
On the plan of sending a drone, I would say you would have to send multiple from many different directions.
Yeah, bro.
One gets shot down, you have others.
Well, the thing is too. You know what they're going to do? Then they're going to say there was some kind of myth. Oh, sorry, Jenny.
No, you go ahead, dude. You're good. Thank you.
I've made many points. I don't need to talk anymore.
Oh, well, I was just kind of half listening, so what I had to say could be irrelevant. But Are you guys talking about taking drones to the quote unquote edge?
Hell yeah, that's exactly what we're
Okay,
talking
so we
about.
have to daisy chain them together, essentially, like in the air.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Yeah,
Well,
because I've heard guys in here talk about that before, so that's why I brought it up. I'm not knowledgeable about it, but
yeah,
just
daisy
asking.
chaining is a term they use in the musical world where you get a bunch of like cables and you daisy chain them together and you hook them
Okay,
up.
okay,
Yeah.
but for the drones, maybe I'm not using the right word, but you kind of have to link them together to make them go a farther distance.
You would have to do that even for the communications to work. You would have to do that.
Yeah, it's way above my head. I think it was Bong that used to talk about it.
Or you could send out a drone that drops some sort of like signal receiver
there you go.
on the
Beacons.
ground, maybe, and then it could fly back when it gets out of battery, and then it can go further.
And that's exactly how they're gonna kill the whole experiment. Is they're gonna claim that there was some kind of weird, like obviously that's what they would do. They would use the communication disconnection between the daisy chaining situation, and they'd be like, "See, that's how they faked it," or something like that.
We just get our team of hackers in on that. No problem. We'll solve that.
Okay, how about this? If you think about this, there's military planes. I'm not expecting any military or group to do this, but some of these freaking military planes can fly like 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers an hour. You can go really fast. And all it would take for one of those planes to just with a camera to just zip around the whole thing, and we could put settle that all.
Okay, just to speculate though, to wildly speculate, you guys, would you contend that there would be more land? There'd almost have to be more land. I don't know.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, there would have to be, even if it's covered by water with seas that expand outward. It's more or less the same thing. More land with resources, people, probably bases. There's a huge incentive for secretive governments to not really, spill the tea, sister, and tell us what's going on.
No doubt. Why would they? What would be their motivation to tell us stuff like that? I mean, there wouldn't be any from their vantage point. I mean that's just.
So we're just trapped here, basically. Then we're like,
yeah, we're indentured servants, y'all. That's just how it is.
I mean, we should be able to explore our home, but like an ant in a terrarium, they kind of are content with the scale of life that they have. I mean,
there's no way to tell whether or not the barrier is like physical in what we think of as physical.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's something else. That's
true.
Like semi-permeable. It would have to be.
Well, Jenny, science says physical stuff affects other physical stuff. So if it's affecting our world, they say that it has to be somewhat physical. That's like an unspoken rule in science.
The entrance would have to be underground then, right?
To the firmament?
To get in here, to get in and out of here.
Not necessarily.
I don't know.
Travel by ocean? Maybe that's why the quote unquote aliens are always seen in the ocean, because that's how they have to go under the dome.
Well,
that's an interesting thought, actually.
I never
heard
thought of that before. That just popped in my head.
It's a cool thought. It's a very cool thought.
It is.
Well, the Bible, Jenny, does talk about windows of heaven.
Sell that shit.
Well, Jenny, the Bible does talk about windows of heaven that opened and let down torrential water during the flood. So there probably are ways to open and close it. But I think the typical way in would probably be as a form of energy. At this point, I would have to speculate too, Jenny, and say that you'd have to be spirit to move through in and out of the dome. Something solid isn't going to go through. You'd have to be like an angel or something like that in a spiritual form.
That makes the plot even more interesting.
Because there's supernatural things in just the fact that we are here and who we are.
Oh yeah,
supernatural. So there's supernatural. So it's possible, but if it's holding out the waters above, how much water? We know how much water the ocean is to us. Like we're
some people think space is water. Crow 777 comes to mind.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, they're talking about space being full of water.
Oh my gosh,
Sounds like we're underwater.
Shout out my nigga Crow 777.
Yeah, Crow 777.
Well,
What up?
I want to shout out Dwayne Kellum because he did a really kind of off the cuff kind of video several years ago where he investigated water. Okay, so he was using a different camera and with different lighting. And his ultimate speculation was, if memory serves me correctly, that it was, in fact, just like the Bible says, that there's waters above and waters below. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with his channel. Actually, I should go. I'm going to try and take a few moments to find it.
If you can get a link. So
Yeah. I'll
so
do
it
my
looks
best.
like we could be underwater.
Yeah.
We're underwater.
So he
in
was
a
just
bubble.
making observations.
Hate
And
to
it
That's
just seemed
crazy.
This
You guys
just
ever?
coming in from the news desk, Flat Earth. We're actually in a bubble.
You guys,
it's right here.
Have you guys ever seen those Simpsons episodes where they make those compilations of all
Oh,
their
crack
Simpsons
in the
predictions?
sky.
One of them is where like they have this like it's almost like a Super Bowl situation, and the dome breaks and all the water flows in.
Yep, they're playing baseball. There it is, the water above.
So
I
no
need to
need to be
rewatch
frightened,
that.
anyone. Don't be frightened. We're in a bubble. That's where we live.
Please show the waters above some
secure.
love. Thank you. But I was
That would
gonna
make-
say, what was that?
Oh, nothing.
The creator
I was
put
just
us
gonna
here.
say, I don't think of it being trapped.
I'm sorry.
Oh no,
Ooh,
you're
and
saying.
I was just trying to get the full sentence out. So the creator put us here for a purpose, and we're apparently in a bubble. That's what it says, and that's what it is empirically as well.
That reminds
we're on a
me.
flat plane with foundations contained.
Man. Thank you, Sonny, for whatever you said.
You don't get contained. I mean, you don't separate waters without separating. You have to have a container to separate waters to make air in between.
Yeah, makes sense to me. And I was going to say, I don't feel trapped necessarily. It's like an ant in a terrarium. After a while, it's like you can only visit so many places, go to so many places before you say, you know what, I need to settle down and call a place home. Even if it was like infinite or something, there's a scale. You're in a house with a scale. Your house doesn't take up the whole neighborhood unless you're like rich and got, mad Benjamins. It has a scale that's big enough for you and your family, and it doesn't go beyond that scale. I guess our enclosed, flat plane is similar. It has a certain scale, a certain range, and that's it.
And they use that scale thing against people because then they told them they told all of us that your scale now is on a globe, so you have a finite area. You're basically on the edge, falling off all the time. That doesn't sound very secure.
No, the heliocentric quote unquote model is scary. I don't know why people don't get that.
Well, even the planet has a scale of a ball. You can't go beyond the bounds of that ball either. So whatever you're talking about, you're still going to have a scale. It's going to have a boundary beyond which it can't go, by being a globe or being enclosed. I mean, the same thing is still going to apply.
It's a great point. Still applies, no matter what. Yeah, no matter what.
So enclosed or not, you're still going to have a scale to, how far you can go, one way or another.
Maybe Janie was talking about whether or not it was created by a free-thinking creator or not,
What are you talking about, Willis?
Look how much order there is. There would be no way it could be done any other way with this much order and design.
I agree. It's too perfect. It's pretty crazy. Yeah.
Okay.
Does
anybody mind?
Information. There's information.
Too perfect, you say?
Well, I mean, to me, it seems a little too perfect. Like, I couldn't design this stuff myself if I had to. Like, give me 1,000,000 years and I couldn't. Maybe 1,000,000, but give me 100 years, I couldn't do it. Like, it's too exact. The mathematics. surrounding the whole thing.
In nature,
It's just something, nature, I guess, is what another way to
Okay,
call it.
it looks like it's time to read the radius prayer. Who
I'll
wants to
do
read
it.
next? Okay, Jenny.
Our Aristosthenes, whose sticks measured the heavens, hallowed be thy name. Thy circumference come, thy radius should be done on earth as it measures in the heavens. Give us our daily shadows, and forgive us for assuming the distance to the sun to give us the globe. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. 76R.
Interesting.
Okay, 76R.
Well done, Jenny.
That's like
Well,
the cool ending. Ooh, it's like
76R
really
standard
practice
refraction.
that, Sonny. I think I'm gonna really practice that a little bit more theatrical and record it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That way we can play it whenever we want, or you guys can.
Should have some like a cathedral organ playing in it.
Oh, I could do that. I could totally do that, dude. Okay, I got a mission. I don't have to work tomorrow. Wait, no, I do have to work tomorrow. Wait, let me. Hold on. No, I do not have to work tomorrow. I get off at 4. So hey, somebody find me the music they want me to say it to. The organ music.
We'll find something.
It'll be your mission until I get back.
Wow, I've got to find it right free unless you know someone that plays the church.
Yeah, copyright free. We want that. Good idea, Sonny. Way to be on the ball. Thank you.
Come on, Sonny, you can't slay the church organ.
I could actually. I could play
What?
some keys on those rat keys.
Yes.
You pussy. You can't play the church organ? What are you?
I could rock that shit.
Get it. Oh, okay. All right. I'm really excited this one.
I love it.
Just smoke another one, dude, and get played an organ.
Or you could do something with the right frequency. Maybe to unindoctrinate those that are listening to the R prayer. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm still looking for the distance to the globe. Like, where's that at?
You mean distance to the moon? Hey, I have a question. Not to take away Jenny's thunder here. We'll work on that shit song. Hey, how the hell do we determine the distance from the moon from the Earth? How do we do that?
A very long tape measure.
So yeah, the way Jose wrote that, from the screenshot, the format, I'm going to change that up so it looks like in the original. That'll help me say it a little more, with a little more flow. Know what I'm saying, you guys?
Yeah, get your flow
Because I know
on.
that by heart. I know the original by heart. In fact, I had a super, super scary dream.
Uh-oh.
And I was halfway waking up.
Dreams
and I actually
are
had
weird.
a biological response. It felt like this electricity went from the base of my brain over top of my head. It was, oh God, I was so scared. And I was just saying the Lord's Prayer. It's like, oh my God. Yeah. But yeah, I went to Lutheran church when I was very young. And, it was all the liturgy and everything like that. And I'm pretty sure like in Sunday school, or no, it was probably from like saying it every week. I don't know how I memorized it, but I did. So
Well, when they quote unquote measured the distance to the moon, they had to assume that the Earth and Venus were similar sizes, and so that when Venus crossed over the sun, they could get ballpark measurements for the distance to the sun based off of angular size of the object.
That's ludicrous. That's freaking that's ludicrous, though. I don't even know if I've seen Venus. If I have, I didn't recognize it. Like, it's that stupidly far away, supposedly,
They had to make
right?
a couple key assumptions according to the book Kings Dethroned. It talks about some of the assumptions justified and not justified that are in astronomy, saying that the stars are infinite distances away, stuff like that.
That's stupid, though. that's stupid. I mean, like, I can look at the moon and I could literally see what appears to be craters, if nothing else, right? Whereas, like, what's the next closest thing? Mars? It's just a tiny red dot. How the hell did they pretend like they could measure the distance between these two places? You know? Earth and the moon.
Well, it doesn't look like we can really go there. The moon landings appear to be faked, according to the special by Bart Sabrell that appear to show fake moonshots in the WikiLeaks documents where it looks like they're filming on location in like the Nevada desert.
Well, I mean, yeah. Have you
seen
seen that? Have you seen that video where they put that little thing over the window to fake it? It's like,
oh yeah,
it's pretty telling.
It makes the Earth look like a blue dot in the black reaches of space, but when they take the insert off in Bart Seabrill's video, it looks like they're in low Earth orbit. So it doesn't look like we've even gone to the moon. And if we haven't gone to the closest, quote unquote, one, the moon, by extension, we haven't gone anywhere else.
Which begs the question, what the hell's going on with Elon Musk then? You have to wonder.
He's just a pretty front man. The governments don't come out and tell you this is a government operation. They put frontmen like Zuckerberg and Elon Musk in front of the camera, but behind it is the puppet master, the real person calling the shots.
Phenomenal. Oh man, it's crazy what people believe. You know what? I honestly want to transcribe George Carlin's monologue, you know, where he says, you know, about living the dream, you know, where you have to be asleep to believe it.
You're not in the club.
Yeah, your ass ain't in that club. It's a big club, and you ain't in it.
Yeah, I've watched it.
Yeah, I think people need to be reminded. They probably haven't heard it forever.
Most people probably never even saw it, to be honest. If they did, they forgot about it. Yeah.
Well, in my town, we have an open mic night, and that would to include monologues of your whatever of your choice. So
That's
I think
cool. That's sweet that they have an open night, because I think like at this point you could just basically repeat George monologues.
I'll give full credit.
Of his things in monologue, give him full credit, and then just like basically repeat his points. He would probably like that, and you'd make a damn good point. Yeah.
I mean, I don't even have to memorize it. I'll just print it out. You know, I'll transcribe it, print it out, I'll just have it with me. I mean,
hold it in front of you.
I mean, sure. I mean, because I get nervous. So, like, one of the songs I like to sing is Dolly Parton's Coat of Many Colors. I mean, I can sing it a cappella but I usually cheat and have my lyrics with me.
You don't cheat. Everyone forgets stuff. You know, I would do the same. Do you? Yeah. Hey, do you? Are you getting into stand up, Jenny?
Oh, dude, it is so funny. You bring that up.
You are, aren't you? You're getting into.
I was just talking today with my fellow cashier that we should do, and she didn't know what I was talking about, so I was dating myself. I said that we should do a David Letterman's top 10 of things that suck about being a grocery store cashier. And I told her that we should do it at open mic night. So we could do a whole bit. But yeah.
Jenny, that is funny. Jenny, which state are you from again? Are you close to Texas is the reason why I asked.
Top secret.
Close. Okay, well, if you're close to Texas, I guess I was just asking. Do you know about the Kill? Do you know about the Kill Tony? I don't care. Kill Tony. Do you know about that in Austin, Texas? It's the stand-up comedian night they have, and it's fucking hilarious. You can watch the videos online. Really funny.
Can you DM me a link so I can remember it was you that sent it to me?
Yeah, sure. I'll do that.
I'm gonna hop off here in a moment because I gotta head back to my slave job for another 4 hours. So yeah, I'm gonna get out of here, you guys. I'll talk to you later, and I'm serious. I'm gonna do that prayer. I got a way I can record it. You guys are gonna be totally excited.
Nice.
All right, so TTFN.
Later.
Yeah,
Later.
bye. Wow, such energy with that woman.
I know. I always like hearing from Jenny at lunch break. It's like a tradition now. It's like I'm always wondering, did I miss Jenny yet? Did I miss her, or am I too early?
Does she always do it on lunch break? Who knows that? All I know is every once in a while I hear her. I'm like, wow, that person has a lot of energy.
Yeah.
I'm jelly. I'm more like lazy and bored, looking for a lunch break.
I'm never bored.
Yeah, I never get bored either. But you know what I mean. I'm not running around screaming like Jenny. In a good way, I mean that. Whatever. Yeah, I don't get bored either. I just get frustrated. What did you mean by you never get bored? You said it. You brought it up. I said I don't get bored usually. What do you mean you don't get bored?
Because I'm usually busy. It doesn't matter if I've just gotten up. I have things to do every day when I wake up. I have to make coffee. Like I have to go to the bathroom. I have to wash myself. Then I look around and I go, okay, this needs to be straightened. Oh, that's right. I was organizing this. I have to finish doing that. I generally have more stuff than I either want to do in one day or am capable of doing in one day. I have more than I can handle in one day. My plate is full.
Yeah, my plate is full. And then if you can't do it today, you'll do it tomorrow. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that part either because we only have one day.
What's some good YouTube flat Earth channels like that? Like, you know.
Here you go. I have my channel here. I have over 200 videos. I started it 5 years ago. Coming up.
Who's talking right now?
Sunny.
Sunny.
I have a YouTube channel. I'll post a link in the. Are you able to see the live stream voice text?
Here, 1 second. Let me go check.
Are you watching it here? It's right above the live stream where you're at.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, so go in there and I'll drop a link. I'll tag you in there.
All right, cool. Do you have any too? Like, do you know of any other channels? Like, I feel like I ran out of
Yeah.
I ran out of flat Earth channels.
Here's the deal. When you go to my channel, go on the subscriptions. You should be able to see all the other channels I'm subscribed to. There's over 200 of those as well.
Oh, okay, sweet.
So I don't know why they've let me stay. I guess the reason they've let me stay on is because they've shoved me into a back little dusty corner where no one can get to. You can't find my channel. No one can find it. Even if you type in the exact name, you will not. I can't even find my own channel unless you type exactly the HTTP address exactly. You can't find it.
Did you put it in the live stream voice check?
Yeah.
Because I can't see it. I don't know.
No, I'm getting it.
Oh, okay.
I'm working on it right now. I'm just slow.
Must also be true. Or to put it another way, if you're using your suspension of disbelief as you watch a movie like, say, Gravity, that subconsciously...
Can you guys hear that?
Yeah. Yep.
The more of these movies you watch and enjoy, the more the lines
You're really low, Sonny.
and what you actually know.
Okay, is that better? No, I gotta turn it up then some.
Yeah, that's better.
How's that? Yeah, I got it. I turn it up and then I gotta go back a little further. How's that? Is that okay?
Yeah, you fixed it. Yeah, it's great. Thanks.
Okay, right on. Thank you. No, it helps me because then I can know what to adjust. I have new equipment, so I'm still learning. Here comes my link here. Yeah, go check out. I got 486.
Oh, sweet. I see it.
Yeah, 486 subscribers. It's taken 5 years. I haven't even broken 500. It's unbelievable. So see if you can subscribe, and I'll look and see if the number changes. Yep, already changed.
Have you seen on Eli's channel? It's an old video, but he's singing, and he has a stupid amount of views. It's crazy.
You want to
He
post it?
sings really well.
Post
Oh,
it.
I don't have the link on me right now.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, he has a channel like that he doesn't post on. But yeah, it's got a video on there where he's singing, and he's really good.
There was this website, I think it was like called Flat Earth Bible or something, where it posted a bunch of like different videos. I lost the URL though.
Check. Everything. Everybody's now. I've probably spammed.
What's up?
I just didn't hear anyone. I wanted to make sure it didn't cut off. Got kicked from Discord yesterday.
You did? For what?
Just said no. It
Oh.
just said API problems. Like it just boom, completely kicked it off. Took me like an hour or two to get.
Oh, really? Yeah. That sucks.
Hey, I was wanting to talk about I guess the conception of the ancient world and their cosmology of flat Earth. Like, it's often presented as like just some belief they had that that they just believed. They just made it up or something. And like, see, I don't believe that. Like, I think they actually did tests and stuff that verified that it's flat. You know, I mean, so I don't know. Like, they didn't have lasers, but I think they could verify if what they're on is actually flat.
Yeah, they did. They did. At first from the pilots that first started flying, and then everything anyone was flying. Yeah, they did figure it out. Like they figured out it's all flat. Like if we there's no curvature here, so if we say there's curvature, we're gonna have some dead pilots.
Yep. Exactly. I mean, what just really annoys me is it's like, well, now we're in the scientific age, so we verified that it's a ball, and those ancient people, they were too primitive to prove what they lived on. They were too ancient, and it's like, I think they've covered up and hidden, like, when they did prove it, They don't tell us any of that. And how are you going to find it out?
Yes, exactly. That's all that like there were stuff all during the whole Cold War. The Cold War might have actually been a distraction from what they were actually trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Yep, they probably did figure it out. They used radio and transmitter and receivers and all kinds of things that they were discovering. Like radar was fairly new, sonar was fairly new. So they started blasting these things and collecting data of when they shot those missiles up into wherever they're saying up high into the air to the sky, blew up a bunch of so-called alleged nukes. But they probably did map it out. They probably figured it out. Like, they could probably map it that way.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
And if you look at some of the images from those blasts, it uncannily looks like it's hit something there. I mean, there's no avoiding that.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that again and research it, because they definitely were trying to break that.
Yeah, I had a friend as a teen. I had a friend who's grew up part of the time in Kwajalein in the Marshall Islands, and I think his dad had something to do with like that was later on though. They lived there, but they actually shot. They blew up some of those atolls and things out there, right there in Marshall Islands. They did a bunch of blasts out there. They didn't not only did the sky blast, but they did undersea blasting too. So, like, what's up with that? Could have all been a distraction. Nukes could have been a distraction. I think I have the upper hand or stance. The more stable stance is mine. I don't trust any of them at all from the very beginning. So if it comes out of the box, I immediately go into suspicion mode and examination. And a cross reference and a freaking cross examination. That's it. Start looking at everything that I see with discernment, like if I was in a court of law. I mean, life is not like that for me, but in this kind of conjecture about what's going on, I don't know. I guess that's getting more into sociology or whatever, if you want. How people behave.
So right now I'm looking into something. So we have different continents on the earth. And like I think during creation it was all one landmass. So it makes sense that there's like tectonic plates or something that moves it. I don't understand it very well, but like
There's no proof of them moving there's no proof of it moving anywhere. There's no proof of actual locations of where these plates connect and what it's like, where they connect. Yeah. They have no idea. They're saying it's subduction. They don't know. They can't go there. How do they know this? They don't know any of it. All they know is like in the mid-Atlantic ridge, it looks like it is expanding outward, but like continental.
I mean, is there any proof that like? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying, continental drift has never been measured. Is my understanding.
Okay, so because like there's like a verse in the Bible that says, well, that references like the land masses moving apart. So I mean, that's really the only clue that I have that it may have been apart. Well,
during then the again, flood? You mean like during?
After the flood, recently after
the flood. Okay.
But I mean, if you think about it, the Earth is one landmass. There's just water on top of it. So
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
We have no idea how far it goes down. We don't even know how far down the oceans go. Especially if there's so much more area down south that we aren't aware of. Like,
well, yeah, I mean, I'm thinking like the Earth is like the face of it, like what we live on. It's sort of like a clock, and like it goes through cycles. But I mean, until it's verified, like it's just a theory. But it makes sense to me.
Yeah, it's like a self-contained entropy system. Cycling, everything's cycling. It's continue. It has a heating. It has a heating element. It has a cooling element. It has like dialectical elements, electromagnetic properties. It like has all the indications of a device.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I love it. I used to be a big like environmentalist, and I was like thinking that global warming and climate change was real, and I got into like this thing called abrupt climate change, where like we've basically run the train off the tracks, and like now we're like we've put so much like pollution and like stuff in the air that we're going to heat the earth so much that we're going to bake ourselves and pretty much cook
That is part of this climate hoax.
Yeah.
That you're speaking.
I know, and the more I stayed in this forum and like listened to what y'all were saying about it and understood how the earth is set up, it like I realized that is complete lunacy what they're saying.
It is.
There's no science.
There's no way. Here's what I believe. There's no possible way that man could harm Earth itself. Everything that is here has always been here. I don't care what transformation takes place with whatever chemicals or things, even artificially created. It's not. It's not going to affect the system. Cannot be affected that way. Now they might have affected the weather. That's possible. I mean, it looks like they have, but I think even that could only be done really on locally. Even though it seems like big areas, like if they could do it over, like all of North America, which I think they do. I don't think that's too hard for them to do, but it's still pretty much locally over certain local areas, like not over the whole entire system. They don't have that ability.
Well, I mean, the way I see it, like now with, I guess, the technology we have, we can level mountains and wipe out entire forests, and we can destroy the land pretty good. Like, got that down really well.
No, really, because I understand. What I understand is only what is it? Only like 10% of North America has actually ever anybody set foot on. Even though it seems like, oh, those are all these big areas with these huge cities. No, not true. It's all a lie.
Well, I mean, we put
land. There's tons. Look at the Southwest here. There's thousands upon thousands and thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of square acres of open land with no one living on it.
Yeah, I mean, but like, I mean, I'm a truck driver, and like, we've put tons of interstate highways like all over the place.
Yeah.
And I mean, there is some truth to every lie. So like, what I'm seeing is like, we've become addicted to a lot of the technology we have, and there's a lot of these materials that are rare. They're not, as far as I know, they're not unlimited. And it's like the countries that have these resources, they'll do anything it takes to keep acquiring them. in order to keep a certain lifestyle. So I don't know how much longer it's going to continue. I mean, there's always going to be plenty of water as long as we don't pollute it ourselves to where we can't use it. And be plenty of food unless they destroy that as well. So, but yeah, I don't like the agenda they have. Well, it's dependent on the globe. Like climate change really could work with a flat Earth.
Exactly. And neither does the petroleum hoax. Like it's see all the pollution and everything that you're talking about. Any kind of damage that's being done, you got to follow the money. Who's doing it? All the corporations. Look, they sell us all this junk and have us buy back our raw materials that they've turned into paper and plastic and crap that we have to throw away. They're selling us back garbage out of our resources.
Well,
Then
I think it's part
they tax and double tax. Like it's all couldn't be done without these petroleum. The petroleum whole thing is petroleum based. The whole thing. It's the whole lie is petroleum. Like that, as far as energy and resources, is petroleum based.
So do we not? We don't really know what oil is because they say it's fossil fuel. I'm not really sold on that one.
No, it probably replenishes itself all the time. There's probably an abundance. It's probably never runs out. Why hasn't it run out yet? They said there were shortages all these different times. Really? Why is it still there then if there were shortages? Boom, all of a sudden now there's none, and it's 30 or 40 years later. After how many more cars exponentially were created and driven during that period? So, yeah, they're full of crap. They had the technology. We had the technology 100 years ago for things that could run like over 100 mile per gallon carburetors. We're still using ancient carburetor technology. People along the way created carburetors that were much more efficient. They were not allowed. Otherwise, you would see them all over. Those people were disbanded and blacklisted and taken out of the picture.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
If they can't do it by strong armed force, they'll do it financially.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of history that has been hidden and suppressed.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like all we can do is try to put the pieces back together, but like we still don't really know what was.
What were you talking about, like with the strong arming them or bribing them for money? Like, it made me think of that old Alex Jones documentary, the Economic Hitman or something like that.
Yes, yes. That was kind of the crack the door open a little bit. Different.
Yeah.
I just thought of something. So I was looking into the Super Bowl halftime show, and they had, I mean, the performers, and one of them was Snoop Dogg. And I saw an article about how the halftime show didn't really go as planned. Well, some things that the NFL apparently didn't want. One was like Snoop Dogg was like, I guess, representing the Crips, and they didn't want that. And like his gang affiliation, they didn't like that. They didn't want Eminem kneeling, and he did that. And just some stuff like that went on that apparently wasn't approved. But another thing I thought about is like blood and Crips. That's red and blue, and that's the colors of the Democrats and Republicans. So it just kind of made me laugh thinking about that.
Good morning. Good morning. Well, good morning to the good people of Flat Earth. It's a beautiful day. What a beautiful guy.
Good morning.
Everybody's a flat earther. They don't know it. It's
That's
so
not-
sad.
Just kidding.
It's so sad. Cool, man. A little chilly this morning, Sonny, huh? Little nippy out there.
I don't know. I haven't been outside yet.
Oh, shit.
The sun's shining in my window, so it's deceiving. But it was cold yesterday. Only got up to like 62 in the couple days before it was 87.
Right.
Only 62. You guys be quiet.
I know. See, we're like pussies out here. We're here to show. We're here to talk about it. No, I said I was going to stop talking about it yesterday.
Don't ever stop talking about our kick-ass weather, man. Fuck
we
them, man. If
really
they're,
Yeah, you do have it good. You do have it good.
we got it. We got it so good, man. And we put up
when
with,
I first came back,
a lot of people, but go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say when I first came back from SoCal back to the Midwest, I I was like, oh man, it's cold here. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's
But
cold,
yeah,
man.
you kind of get used to it though. Like it was like 50 yesterday, and I'm like, oh, this is awesome. Feels so good, you know?
Yeah.
After it's been like freezing.
40,
Two.
20,
Two.
30.
2
Yeah.
fucking degrees.
Right,
2.
right.
Ah!
Yeah, it was so nice when I was out there. Though I really missed the good SoCal vibes. It was awesome, man.
Yeah, I mean, I was close to 100 last week.
Wow.
And today it's 60. Yeah.
Well, that was wild. Yeah, and the inland valleys were 100.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yep.
So does the ocean kind of cool things down, or how does that work?
Quite a bit, but sometimes literally it'll be 100 degrees all the way from the deserts, like 100 miles east of me, all the way out to the coast, 100 degrees.
Yep.
Damn.
Yeah, we get some weird phenomenon with the weather.
It just bakes. Like it could be the sun's already down and it's 100 degrees still. Like
whoa. Is that's not all year round, is it?
No.
No.
But sometimes during the summer, yeah, right. Kenny knows about it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get like a whole month of 100 degrees. Yeah.
Like a couple of years ago, it was 105 degrees right out in front of my place at 5:00 p.m. in the summer.
Jeez.
Yep.
It's global warming, guys.
Yeah, right. Now it's freezing. So now what does it go like? Now it feels like it's going the other way. Global.
That's global freezing.
Ice
global
age.
cooling.
Ice
Global
age.
cooling.
I hear you guys in the East Coast, man, are getting slammed. I heard some cold weather.
Yeah.
It's been cold.
Yeah.
It's manageable.
Yeah, I'd say it is too. This year hasn't been too bad. But I'm also not on the East Coast or I'm not too up north or anything.
Yeah. Not like in Massachusetts or anything like that.
Right.
Like Indio.
Like Jamsey.
Jamsey.
Yikes.
Y'all need to move to the south. Y'all be all right.
Isn't it?
A little too sweaty in the summer, man.
Jamsey, did I tell you my first girlfriend in Chicago was Puerto Rican?
Whoa.
Yeah. 9 years old.
Does that explain the emotional damage?
Well, maybe.
Yes,
I wouldn't say that's the whole picture. It could have been the Scottish Mexican gal. I don't know. That might have had something to do with the damage.
The damage.
That's a nice combo.
The needle and the damage done. Oh yeah. Did you catch the lightning thunder last night? That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I catched it. Got it in my pocket now.
I didn't hear any. I was sleeping.
Oh,
well,
okay.
I was not really sleeping very well, but
yeah, we had a thunderstorm come through over here north of you.
Yeah,
it was cool, man. It was nice.
I went out earlier and I got a beautiful view of the freaking moon rising, a huge full moon, and it was like literally like, God, I wish, because I sat in this place looking east and watch it come up, and it just got done raining, so there's a bunch of clouds, but out there where the moon was clear under the clouds, and I literally I could see the clouds in front of the moon, like in the top section of it, and then a little bit lower, I saw a lit up portion of cloud that didn't continue in front of the moon, but behind it, it continued and lit up in front and behind the moon, just like we've seen those images, like I could see it here yesterday. I had no way of taking a
photograph
of that at all because my camera's so shitty. that it like, you can't take pictures of the moon. It's this little tiny little dot. You can't even.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a shame. These really nice cameras, these phones, they can't take good pictures of the moon. Really.
I know. Unless you have like a $1,500 phone or something.
Right. Yeah, the new one.
I mean,
man,
I mean,
fucking
like,
insane,
I
bro.
got that latest iPhone, but this thing can't do justice.
Mm-hmm.
No, really, just buy one of those
Galaxy, yeah.
Yeah, I did hear
20.
this.
The 20 Ultra is you could get one probably for $300, $500, something like that, and they have pretty decent cameras.
Is that the one with the moon zoom or whatever? I've heard of that.
Yeah.
The P900. Yeah, I mean, you can get a P900 for like $350 used. You know.
Yeah. Maybe I'll do that for myself this next Christmas. I mean, the next pagan next pagan Christmas
The next
holiday extravaganza.
Satan worshiping red suit guy thing.
That's
yeah.
right.
Which one's better, the 1,000 or the 900? I see people say they go back and forth.
The 1000 has a better zoom, but they both have the same exact chip in them, and that's disappointing. And the 1000 is like twice as heavy. It's freaking super heavy, man. It's got a great zoom, but though that extra zoom's only digital, man. It's not optical, and that's really disappointing that they didn't put a 24 megapixel chip in that bitch.
Yeah, I think next year I'll be able to get something like. And also, I've heard of like different other different brands that are much cheaper. You can put lenses on them and stuff like that, like the older Canons and stuff that are comparable.
Oh yeah,
actually. Pretty good still.
I got a T5, great camera, cheap, super lightweight, man. Yeah, you can change the lenses.
But you hear so much about the Nikons being such a good device that
Yeah,
they must be reliable.
My buddy's got the 24 megapixel Nikon. Freaking stunning pictures, man. Just the clarity. You can zoom in on like an ant from like half a mile. It's like it doesn't distort. You're like, damn.
Yeah, speaking of stunning, I saw this stunning redhead, and she was out there taking a picture of the full moon.
Well, ask her for.
Can you what's up?
Hey, can you email me a couple of those pictures?
Exactly.
What you do is just say, "Hey, let me take some pictures of you."
Take some.
I was caught
anyway,
off
big
guard
full
because
moon
I had on my
tonight.
rain gear. I had on my rain gear on, so I was caught off guard. I'm on my bicycle and I'm like fully geared up, like because I knew it was raining. So.
Big full moon tonight. I'm gonna pull out my P900 and take pictures from the roof.
Cool. Look forward to seeing that. As long as you have a clear night.
I want to get it on the right.
Yeah,
it looks like it'll be pretty clear tonight.
That's the weird thing about the East Coast. Every time there's like a cool event or something, it's always cloudy.
Too. It seems to be during the period when where the moon and the sun in the daytime are approaching. They're getting close to each other. Like I've seen it. I'm like, God, tomorrow it's going to be even closer. Like, cause they're getting angularly so close to each other, less than 45 degrees. You start going, what's going to happen the next day? And then I've never seen it the next day. Every time it's been overcast.
I was checking the weather. It says that it might be clear. I mean, there are some clouds, but should be able to see the full moon tonight. It's gonna be 41 degrees, so it's not freezing. I could go out there and not freeze my ass. That's good.
Yeah, that's outrageous. It looked almost full. Now it's not even. It's still saying 99%, and it was 97 last night. Weird. It looked really huge. Still under the visible horizon here. Circling around overhead at now cardinal direction 331.17 degrees north-northwest. See, next moonrise today 5:47 p.m.
Some bad fires in Texas, apparently.
Let's see. Yeah, the weather's been really strange. 58 degrees. High today, 68. Oh, see, that's still pretty nice. Yep, mid 40s overnight. Down to 43. Oh, 39 on next Wednesday. 39 degrees.
As long as it doesn't go under 32 degrees, you're good.
That's about as cold as we will ever see it here is 39 degrees on the coast. I live right on the coast. Currently 62 in Las Vegas. Let's see. Let's see, who do we have? Reno, 42 degrees Fahrenheit. Glenwood Springs, Colorado, 38 degrees. Albuquerque, 58 degrees. Roswell, 70 degrees. Wait a minute, let's go back for a second. Oh, Flagstaff, Arizona, that's 43 degrees.
Check
61,
this,
61
not,
Phoenix.
no roles person. Rhetorical. Rhetorical. Zin, you have been unmuted. Welcome to the Flutter Discord.
Oh, hello.
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 How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
Doing all right. What brings you by to the Flutter Discord?
I just saw the Discord link. Like, you know how like when it gets like merged, like discord.gg/flat earth, and I saw it. It's pretty cool. Had to
Oh,
join.
you saw the name and it's pretty cool.
Yeah. And then I did a bit of research and I found out you got like a debate and like live stream. You did live stream it, and I found that like concept pretty cool because I've seen no other Discord do it.
Okay, you did some research.
Yeah.
What did you find in your research?
So I found out that the Flat Earth Society like spreads like nonsense, like just puts flat Earth as just like a laughing stock, and it's just not okay.
Oh, you did some research on the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah.
How about on the real stuff?
Well, I'm kind of new to this topic, so not really.
Are you new to the topic and you came across the Flat Earth Society?
Yeah. So right now I'm not. Oh, I'm not. I'm willing to debate, not right now. Like until I've got a lot more.
You want to debate?
And not right now.
Okay. So you gonna debate for the globe or for the Flat Earth?
I'm on the fence right now, so I'm not sure. I'm leaning towards flat Earth since a lot of
you're looking
topics.
over the fence. You're looking over the fence and see the horizon.
Yeah.
All right. questions about the topic?
No, not what I can think of. Anyway.
Because if you have any questions, Sony has the answers.
I'm fine as of now. Thank you.
Ask him the 3 questions, man. Let's see how much he knows.
I'm just gonna point out right now. I probably won't know any. As
It's
I said.
okay. It's all right. It's okay if you don't know, man. It's not like we're
All right.
trying to trick you. We're not trying to,
Okay.
you know, like make you look stupid or anything. But just for your own reference.
Fair enough.
So yeah, we can ask you a few questions. What do you know about you know, if you know anybody in history that has measured the curvature of the Earth, that has provided evidence, measurements, anyone in history that you know of, and if you don't know, you can say you don't know, but you know anybody that has measured the globe, the curvature, 8 inches per mile square.
No, I don't. Unfortunately.
You haven't. Okay.
No.
You don't. Okay. All right. So when you think about the curvature of the Earth, when you think about the Earth, you think about the globe Earth. You think about this ball that is spinning in space.
Yeah, that's what I was taught in school. So.
Okay. So, but you don't have any measurements of the globe, right? Any?
No. As I said before, I'm pretty new to this topic, so I wouldn't be able to tell you until I've done more research myself. That's why I came into the server, and after I've done a bit more research, I'm
that's fine.
wanting to debate.
Just to know the reference that you're coming from, if you know anything about the globe. So, because you were told about the globe in school, like you said.
Yeah, but that was ages ago. That was probably, I'd say, over 6 years ago now.
Yeah, but you do see the globe everywhere. You see it on TV, cartoons.
Yeah, but you don't see any information about it.
Yeah. But it's obvious that you live in a globe because everybody thinks you live in a globe, right?
Mm-hmm. But as I said, I'm on the fence.
Yeah, you're looking over the fence, looking at the horizon.
Mm.
You might be on a tree looking over the fence.
I get the feeling he actually is more on the side of Earth being flat. Am I off there, or is that more?
Yeah. So, as I said, Flat Earth Society, I know they they spread lies, like.
So
and they made like people who like Flat Earth, they just.
To spread a false image of Flat Earth.
Yeah, and then that made me want.
So you've looked into that Flat Earth Society as a disinformation group. Well, that's good.
And that made me want to look into Flat Earth more, and that's why, as I said, I'm on the fence because I'm looking into this, and that's what led me here.
Oh, awesome. Well, welcome to the server.
Thank you.
So, Gemsy asked you about the curvature. Do you mind if I continue, Gemsy?
Go ahead, man.
Okay. So, and likewise, it just be the same thing. Like, are you aware of how, when, and where anybody has ever detected the axial rotation of Earth?
No.
Okay, that's honest. And then the third question of the 3 points is, do you know of anyone that has provided a demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
No.
Okay, so those are all the 3 premises those are the major claims of the globe Earth, the positive claims. They are the ones making the positive claims, so they teach it in our schools. It's everywhere, like Jamsey said. It's ubiquitous everywhere we look. Every form of media, there's globes everywhere. So so that they do have the positive claim. So we've looked out on Earth. You're probably familiar with this. Have you heard of the black swan?
Vaguely. The name does ring a bell.
Okay. Well, I suggest you take your time, The purpose of the 3 points is so that it's actually a honesty detector, because we're just asking questions that any Glober should be able to know. You know what I mean? Like
I never said I was a Glober.
No, I know. But that's what, like, as far as the claims go, like we ask anybody, that believes in the globe should be able to have proof of these 3 claims somewhere, right? Like they should be. And so we ask those because if somebody says they know, then we're going to ask them to provide us how they know, what method was used for what they're saying they have a positive claim of. And we've never been given any information that supports this claim of curvature, rotation, or gas pressure without a container.
All right.
So if you have any questions, like why, like you might have questions, like for instance, on one of the 3 points, you might have a question later on, like, what do you mean about gas pressure? So if you're not familiar, any of us here can, tell you why we use that and natural laws and how that applies. So yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
Do you like anime, bro?
Yeah. How'd you know this?
Didn't you join yesterday with an account, Ruben Loves Anime or something?
He's Ruben, what? I'm really confused. I don't understand.
Your account. Isn't a name
I don't
Loves
have
Anime?
I don't have an account by that name. I don't even have another account. This is my only account.
This is your only account?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I'm confusing you with someone else from yesterday. Ruben Loves Anime.
Yeah, I wasn't even on yesterday, so.
Okay, are you new to Discord?
No. I've been on for a year now.
Oh, okay.
About 2 years. But yeah. I'm just really confused. Did this guy Ruben do anything? I'm sorry.
Say it again.
I'm really confused why. I'm so confused who Ruben is.
So no, I'm just saying because you sound like Ruben Loves Anime.
Oh, or was he British? If so,
So, but
I'm
this
British
is your
as well.
only account, and you created this account not too long ago. But you're saying you've been in Discord for years.
Yeah. Is that a problem?
Which one is the account that you had for years? Not this one, right?
No, he got banned.
You got banned from here?
Yes. No, not this server. I was in a server, and from my knowledge, Discord banned everyone in the server because the owner did something Discord didn't like, and a consequence of that, everyone in the server got banned. I tried to appeal, but
What did you do to get banned?
I told you I was just in the server. If you look up getting banned from servers, people get banned.
Yeah, I know why Discord does that, and that's not just because you're in a server that got banned.
Oh, it was. So, I'll tell you the server I was in, what I got banned from. I was
Don't care.
There was this guy called Ruben Sim, if you really want to know.
Are you from down under, like New Zealand, Australia, or something?
No, I'm not from Australia. I'm from the UK.
Oh, UK.
He's British.
Okay. Are you British?
British. You're lucky because you have a bunch of ignorant Americans trying to speak like Britons. British. I'm sorry. Just joking.
These freaking Americans. They love science.
And they're beaners.
Nee, nani, no, no, no. Yeah, don't be confused.
American.
Don't mind Jamsey trying to interrogate you. It's okay. Rhetorical. He's really a nice guy.
I'm the opposite of nice.
I got a new word, retardical.
He's not a nice guy. He's actually a good guy.
He's all right.
He's a good shit in the long run.
Rhetorical.
He's a good shit in the long run. So if you don't mind
He's not
long
gonna
run
say no.
shit,
Wait, one at a time. Flatman, you first.
I was saying he's a good shit in the long run. So if you don't mind long runny shits, he's all right.
Okay, cool. Now, Rookie.
Nothing. I was just giving everybody a hard time. My bad.
No. Well, I wanted to hear. It's all right.
I don't remember what I was going to say. That's why I cut in, because I figured I'd forget the damn thing. Sorry.
Yeah, just drop that weed, short-term memory stuff.
I'm not on the weed yet, but
So rhetorical, the Flat Earth Society research that you have done. What brings you to the server? Are you like, what brings you to Flat Earth? Can you tell us?
Like I said, well, I want to just research, and then after I've done a bit more research on the flat Earth topic, I want to try and debate people.
So you're looking for debates, but you don't know anything yet.
Like I said, I want to research and then debate.
So he wants to learn more about our flat Earth arguments, so he can debate against Globers.
So he's been hanging around for 2 years and he hasn't learned anything yet?
No, he said 1 year.
Oh, and he still hasn't learned
Flat Earth
anything.
truth.
Well, just give him a break. He'll, just things. We'll find out.
I lighten up a little bit.
Have you done anything for yourself as far as observation or anything like that? Observation, rhetorical.
I'm kind of new to this topic.
Okay.
I've just been looking at information and just YouTube videos.
So you've seen videos
and then I found
and
this
things like
server.
that. Yeah, so you've seen videos and stuff. So have you seen
Yeah.
like Eric Dubé's 200 proofs, things like that?
So I saw this YouTube video. I think the guy was called Professor Dave, but I was told I was looking more into him. Professor Dave's not really credible. He's like, he tries to debunk flat Earth, but he does it wrong essentially.
So it almost sounds like you looked at like a anti-flat earther video, and he looks so ridiculous.
So I
like
tried
Professor Dave that it alerts us to like, wow, this guy's like ridiculous, and he's got a lot of logical fallacies. And
I know, but I am kind of new to the topic, so
that's all right.
I'm trying my best.
Yeah, give it some time.
It's fine.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie?
To hide the truth.
The truth of what?
Rhetorical scene. Why will anybody lie?
I don't understand your question.
What is the truth and who is the truth?
No, stop, P-buddy, stop.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm Sacred Eon now, dude. They changed my name. The people that run that thing at the Globe headquarters or whatever, they changed my name.
Just stop, whatever. Tired of that.
Wait, what?
No worries.
Yeah, good.
He doesn't have anything else to say. I don't like people that are here trying to muddy the waters. Just
I mean, we all should have fun, but yeah, distraction isn't necessary. Although I do it on occasion.
Well, don't we have like a? Yeah. Whatever happened to the arena?
I don't know.
I was wondering if someone could change my server name to Flat Earth Truth.
No.
Well, I would like my name
Why would
to
we do
be
that?
Flat Earth Truth.
what happened to the arena was there was not any worthy opponents coming in to debate with us, so it became just an empty room. Because we can't get anybody that can get through the truth part of the initial questioning or initial conversation.
What about Matthew Learns?
They haven't gotten that far to debate. He's an anti-flat earth. Yeah, well, I mean, probably you need to ask him. I don't know. But see, there's just not enough. And Matthew Burns, I mean Matthew Learns has been burned so many times. It's just
Does
like
Matthew ever?
it's redundant. It's so monotonous. It's just like
How,
blah
how
blah
about
blah.
how about Sasha in above? He's one of the best Globers I ever met.
What?
What?
Oh, for sure.
I'm not a Glover, dude.
He's a poser.
I'm looking
Oh.
for Flat Earth Truth. That's why I want my name to be Flat Earth
You
Truth.
were a Glober 3 days ago.
No, I wasn't.
That's hot, dude.
Really? You were a Glober 3 days ago.
You've always been a poser as far as I'm concerned, Linda.
Well, okay.
Linda.
Yeah, just kill the chat with that. Go ahead.
Man, you crack me the F up, man.
Quick, someone pull out a spell book. Let's resurrect the chat.
Still no bendy water here.
Wait, did the new guy leave or is he still here?
I'm here.
Oh, hello, Rhetorical Sin.
So, can I be verified?
Well, first we need to know if you're a Glober or a Flat Earther, sir. What side do you stand on?
I'm on the fence.
Oh.
That's really a funny thing to visualize in your mind, you know, like a flat earth on one side of a fence, and on the other side of the fence, it's just curving and conforming the shape of a sphere. People are falling off.
Exactly. Like how.
Hey, you know what? I just figured this out. You know what the helical model that they got now? Because it's no longer heliocentric. Yeah. That's been debunked like about 50 years ago. Because it's a helical model, right? So basically that means you are in a region of space that you have never been before. So you are lost in space simply by being on a ball. Strange, huh? How can they say that, we're constantly finding new places to be in the space because the space is never where we have yet none of the stars parallax.
Mm-hmm. Going to places no one's been before.
Yeah, that's kind of like those silly moments when you hear Neil deGrasse Tyson or someone like that refer to Earth as spaceship Earth.
It is. In 1 hour, it's passing 6,000 miles.
Well, I mean, everything in their world, in their mind, everything is a spaceship. The Earth is a spaceship. Spaceship's a spaceship. The moon's a spaceship.
Earth is very
Everything's
fast.
just a spaceship.
Yeah, and everything's moving too, but they have no evidence for it. Silly belief.
How you doing, Sasha? Sasha 1.
I'm okay, thank you. Making coffee. Ready for
My new name is now Flat Earth Truth.
Congrats, bro.
Congrats for you.
Do you ever consider changing it to Napoleon Dynamite?
Yeah, go drink some rain, dude. It's good for you.
Only if you got red hair.
I wonder what you're going to identify as next week.
All right, guys, let's stop it with the red herring fallacies, right? That's not appropriate for the server.
Uh-oh.
Show me Earth curve at sea level, and I'll show you the king.
I think he's going to be a sea monkey next week.
I like sea monkey.
Did you mean space monkey?
No, I meant sea monkey.
What does that
As
mean?
in brine.
Oh, you've never had those things? They're like brine shrimp. They call them sea monkeys, but they're not really sea monkeys. They're just shrimp. That's funny. Like you used to get them out of the back of like, what were they? Comic books, Popular Mechanics, and shit like that.
Oh,
Yep.
Send away $5 and get yourself living pets.
What were you supposed
And
to
they
feed
send
them?
you a little tiny freezer, like a little tiny dry or freeze-dried packet of brine shrimp and a little plastic thing to stick them in. It's really dumb, but I have one.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they eat. I think they just convert the chemical energy. I'm not sure. I don't know what you would feed them.
They have little packets of food you feed them.
So these are the eggs that hatch, right?
Or something like that, yeah. I guess they can be dried and then stored.
Yeah, you used to be able to buy them at the dime store. When I was a kid, you could go there, buy that. There were also like these trick and joke shops too back in those days. So you could buy at the dime store. You could buy these little packets of these brine shrimp, put it in a glass of water. Yeah, and a few days, and all of a sudden you'd have like these live little things in there.
Yeah, they have one of those things. It's a new one. You know, the things where not multiply when you throw water on them, but you put it in water and it'll grow. It's called Grow Your Own Girlfriend.
That's hot.
And it's like a little mermaid type thing. It's fucking stupid.
Well, pretty soon.
Grow your own girlfriend. Why in the hell would she be too small? Wouldn't she?
Well, pretty soon they're gonna make robots that you can have sex with.
Sure.
Yeah, that's what you're waiting for, huh?
That's good.
Oh, I can't wait to pump one.
Is that?
Are you excited about that, Sasha?
You're gonna get laid soon. Is that you're getting laid soon? Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are fucked.
Well, I got good news, Sasha. I'm pretty sure they've already made them and they're using them somewhere.
Hey, Sasha.
Yeah, sick individuals will always make it interesting.
What if the robot has to like you to have sex with you?
Then you just.
Oh, they should make that a law. They should make that a law.
Rape wouldn't be possible at a robot?
Robot rape is real.
the robot's gonna accuse Sasha of doing, like, I didn't want him to do it to me, but he did it anyways.
Can robots consent?
Yeah, robot lives matter, Sasha. Do you understand this?
Oh.
Just because it's a robot doesn't mean you can do whatever you want to it.
Maybe we should change his name to.
Seriously, if they come out with those things, they need to do the same thing they did with marijuana, right? Like, if you're going to sign up for the medical marijuana program, that's fine. Take all your weapons, take it to the sheriff's office, and surrender your weapons as due to the medical marijuana license program. Right? It's like one of those things.
Well,
it's like, yeah, you're going to do that.
I didn't know
but
that
we
was
need
part
to
of it.
give
Why do you
these
do
people
that?
a special, like, tag or something that we can identify them right off the bat to say, oh no, he's off the market. He's a robo-fucker.
They want
Why
you
do
to
you
be
have to-
addicted to pot, and then they want
Why
you
do
to.
you have to turn your weapons over if you sign up for that shit? They think you're gonna snap if you could join.
That's how the shit is. It's because it's a drug. That's how they did it.
I think there's something in the legislation that once you get the marijuana permit or something, they can label, or they actually label the person as not competent or crazy or something like that. So therefore, you cannot own weapons.
No, it's just simply federal law and state law conflicting with each other, and federal law trumps state law. And to be a little more clear about this, technically speaking, we should all remind as many people about this as we can. The drug federal laws are unconstitutional. So it's an unconstitutional federal law that trumps state law. So yeah, everybody that has a medical marijuana card who owns a gun, they are doing so illegally. Yeah.
Well, what if you do it recreationally?
Well, you're technically doing it illegally then too, but it's not on paper.
Yeah, but
on the
lawful
federal
and illegal
level,
are two different.
marijuana is illegal, punishable by 5 years in a federal institution.
Can you carry a weapon while under the influence?
No.
No, that's why you're not allowed to go into bars for the most part with your gun.
You're on a slippery slope. If you're an advocate against gun control, you're on a slippery slope by saying that one particular pharmaceutical man
Not a pharmaceutical. Marijuana is not a pharmaceutical, dude. Pharmaceutical is something created in a lab. The fuck are you going on about?
It's a pharmaceutical in parts of Europe.
It basically kind of is a pharmaceutical because nowadays
No,
they make
it's not a pharmaceutical. A pharmaceutical is made by man. Marijuana is a seed, an herb that grows naturally. It's not the same. You guys sound.
Isn't it pharmakia? Isn't that the right word? Or am I wrong about that?
I'll retract the terminology. Granted, you're probably right. Yeah, but the point is that it's a mind-altering substance in the same way as alcohol is. Yeah. So all you're really doing is you're giving advocate to the people who want to control us to eventually say, oh, you can't have a gun if you drink alcohol.
Yeah, it's not the same way as alcohol.
Well,
you can't have a gun anyways. What are you talking about?
More likely to shoot somebody. More people abuse their guns when they're drunk than when they're high. Most people who are high don't give a fuck about shooting people.
If you want to know the finer difference in the law,
that's what they'd like you to think.
Yeah, the difference in the law in regards to that is that you're allowed to have alcohol in your house while you have your gun legally, but technically you're not legally allowed to have any weed in your house with your gun, whether you're using it or not.
And that law is not in as a citizen of your country. That law is not doing you any favors, because it's a gateway to them actually putting somewhere down the line other mandates and about when you can't own a gun. It's effective gun control.
That's good.
No shit. Why do you think I never signed up for medical marijuana, you dumbass?
Because I'm not a citizen. That means slave.
Well, I just smoke it illegally. I never registered for it.
Yeah, but this guy's making a point. There's a good point still. It is a slippery slope of bullshit, and it does need to be stopped at the root.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that it's a form of control which actually doesn't make that much sense above and beyond. Having marijuana in your possession doesn't make you any, and not smoking necessarily, doesn't make you any more likely to abuse that gun. And in reality, anybody who smokes marijuana is far less likely to lose their temper and shoot someone else anyway. People who don't think that's the case don't know the nature of marijuana.
There you
Far,
go.
Why would
far
they?
less.
Why would
Far
they
less
take
likely
your
to
guns
avoid
away
shooting.
from you
Hold
when
on,
you
hold
get caught growing it?
When you get caught growing it, when people who get caught growing it, yeah, and have a shootout are exactly the same people who are doing
No,
moonshine and get
nobody
shootouts.
shot
They're
anybody
criminals.
out. Listen, you've
No.
misheard what I said.
What's that?
Like, say
Sorry.
you're just growing it, and somebody tips the cops off, and they come over and they take your stuff and they send you to jail, and then you get out. Well, now you're a felon. Now you cannot own a gun. You never owned a gun to begin with. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Oh yeah, you're describing the full play out effect of the law that he just described. You guys are talking about the same thing. You're just talking about the same law,
Yeah.
just further down the road after it screws you. Yeah.
I'm just saying, like there's two parts to it, right? There's a preemptive part to where they said, well, if we're going to have this, we're going to make these people comply to our demands.
Absolutely.
Which I could see.
But
then
I
later
get
on,
that, but it's a nonsensical demand, and it's in and of itself. In the same way, saying someone has marijuana, exclude them from own gun ownership or exclude them from legal gun ownership, it doesn't make any sense, because actually having marijuana doesn't make you any less responsible as a gun owner per se, does it?
That's true. Or a person in general.
Well, I feel
I'm
like
just,
that's
but you know what I mean. I'm just, but you know where you know what I'm saying. It's like one of these things. Like even the drug laws themselves, they are unconstitutional. It's life,
Of course.
liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right?
Yeah, he's pointing out the unjust part. So you're talking about it being unjust, and I and Joshua were just pointing out how it's unconstitutional. So it's important to distinguish the two. But yes, it is both unjust and unconstitutional. And I think it's worth pointing out the very first president of the United States, George Washington, I'm pretty sure he grew weed, smoked weed, and had guns. So why can't we?
Exactly.
Yeah,
And back then, people's attitude towards cannabis and cocaine were different anyway. I mean, Coca-Cola originally had drugs in it, didn't it? And people would use cocaine as a painkiller and as a sedative. So their human society's relationship with those things at the time were vastly different. I mean, the main reason why it's become what it is because it's effectively keeping criminal cartels going. That's the main problem for society. Or should we say it's the main problem for people trying to keep control of society?
Well, you guys know the DEA works with the cartels, right?
Of course they do. We all know. We've all heard and know of the relationships between, the industrial war machine and the pharmaceutical.
But if the government is making a law, it's for everybody's benefit, isn't it?
If the government is making a law, no, not necessarily. There are lots of laws that only benefit, for example, there are lots of laws that benefit the rich that don't benefit you. There are lots of laws that benefit people in power that don't benefit the man in the street working his ass off. That's the way the society works. Laws aren't always just. Laws are just merely a control framework, aren't they? A lot of the time, some of them make sense. Some of them have got a moral foundation. Some of them have got a logical foundation to them that would indicate, like seatbelt laws and that sort of thing. Granted, you might say, "I don't want to wear a seatbelt," but they have a statistical, positive effect on the population in general, which eventually people get used to using and they get on with. But some laws are not like that at all. They're just there to fuck you over it, fuck you over it, and give someone else an advantage over you.
Some laws doesn't exist.
Social status plays a role as well, because if you or I or the regular average John Q. Public, Susie Q. Public gets pulled over with 5 grams of heroin in their car, they're going to court and jail and fines and all this other shit. But if your name's Keith Richards, you can play a benefit concert and give the money to the blind and everything's tickety-boo.
Of course it is, yeah, and it's the same for politicians. It's like politicians who, whether you like, whatever your, I'll state this now, whatever your opinion about abortion is, and irrelevant in what I'm about to say, there are lots of politicians in America who are very much anti-abortion. You can bet your bottom dollar when their teenage daughter gets pregnant, they're going to fly them to Canada without anybody knowing. Yeah, there's a whole load of laws which are set in place just to affect you and me and every other Joe public, which the people who actually make the laws and control the whole system don't give a fuck about or ignore behind our back anyway.
Yeah.
One law doesn't exist, and they're saying every exists.
Sorry, say again.
What? One law doesn't exist, and they are saying every day that exists.
Of course, they will.
Right. Which one is that?
Law of gravity.
If they don't push it, then you won't believe.
That's a pretty good one.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about legal laws rather than laws, scientific laws or whatever. But that's a different.
Let's speak about drugs on Flat Earth server. It's better.
I think that
Yeah, we should definitely talk about that.
I think that the laws, the drug laws in the Western societies are fucking useless and don't serve any useful benefit whatsoever as a general rule.
Hey, I'm right there with you, man. I'm libertarian, but I think it's worth pointing out that gravity is also unconstitutional.
I won't comment on that. I don't know enough about your constitution to say whether that's true or false.
You're wrong about the drug laws. They serve a huge purpose. It's a huge source of revenue for our government over here.
Sorry, I mean, yeah, I know what you're saying.
Not really. It's a huge source of money for the criminals who sell.
Yeah, I know what you was trying to say. I was just fucking around.
Yeah, I know. It's all right. It's true though, isn't it? It's true that it definitely benefits someone. I mean,
think about where do the drugs, like the majority, especially in the United States, like cocaine and heroin, that isn't produced here. It's brought in. Yeah. I mean, if they wanted to stop that and they could easily stop that influx of drugs. They don't want to.
No, of course they don't. Someone's making a shit ton of money out of it.
Yeah, I think you're getting a little ahead of yourself with that one, because you'd have to stop people from tunneling under the border. Good luck with that.
How is that?
The reality is they just make it legal.
If you think about all the military bases in the United States,
modern radar tech, I suppose.
Excuse me, just let me finish my point real quick, and then I'll let you retort. What I was trying to say is, if you think about all the military bases that the United States has around the entire globe, or almost fell into the globe trap, on the plane, everywhere, they have a military base in damn near every backwoods country, everywhere. There's a military base. If you took all that effort and you put it on our borders, you're telling me you couldn't stop the drugs coming in from tunnels? Come on, man. Yep. It's not that difficult.
Well, again,
they don't even try.
With radar technology, I'd say today, here, now, yeah, you could. 15 years ago, no.
Well, I mean, do we really believe what they say about radar technology? I mean, come on.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about the same stuff they use to scan the pyramids. I'm talking about that stuff. What do you think I'm talking about?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the satellite things.
Are you talking about full synthetic aperture radar?
Ground penetrating radar. That's what I'm talking about.
Right. Yeah. Like satellites are bogus, but ground penetrating radar is a real thing. That's a thing. It doesn't. I'm not saying that comes from satellites, but that it's probably airplanes and maybe satelloons or however the hell they do it. It's possible and can be done if you concentrated your forces on the border and at the ports. They could They could stop the influx of heroin and cocaine and whatever the hell else is brought in here. If they wanted to, it could be done.
There's a lot.
Yeah, but again, there's no practical reason to do that. If you wanted to really stop the criminal enterprise, you just need to make it all legal. And it would be legal here, be legal in the countries where it's produced, and you'd have a clean and properly regulated process.
That's not true at all.
Get it from here to there.
True at all. That's not true at all. They've legalized marijuana in plenty of states in the country, and it's still not going to stop illegal sales of marijuana. Even if they understand it's only a few states, but you're still going to have people that are going to try to profit and side skirt government and sell it for cheaper. It's just going to drive the price down. That's all it's going to do.
You're saying that, wait, hold on. Let me ask you something about that. That thing you just described, people doing it illegal anyway. Do you think that's a bad thing or a good thing?
What do you mean? Do I think it's a bad, like, I'd be like morally? Or like, what do you mean?
If someone here, I live in Oregon, all right? I live in Oregon. It's legal here, all right? If someone here in this state grows it without it being regulated, without signing up for a major grow site, and then dries it all out, and then sells it illegally and doesn't pay any taxes on it, do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
I'm neutral. I don't care. I don't care.
Well, here, I'm just going to tell you what I think about that. I think that's a good thing. So you're talking about them breaking the law like that. You got to understand, they're breaking the law, and that's a bad thing. Is that there shouldn't be any regulation about that anyway. Like if you want to, do that in your own, mom and pop kind of way, by all means do it. And maybe when it comes to more dicey things, have it regulated not for the sake of like buying and selling, but regulating as far as keeping poisons out of it. Like you don't want to like sell alcohol. Like we don't let people sell alcohol that has what do you call it, ethanol in it or whatever. Because if people drink that on accident, then they go blind. So that's why when you go to the liquor store, you're not going to find any bottles of alcohol that have any ethanol in it. Because they regulate it so that that's not a problem
with that. And why the laws became what they are, how they started, was because people started to hurt other people. You know what I mean? It's more of that's how it started. I know that's not what it is now, but you have to think in terms of protecting other people too from crazy drug addicts that are going to do whatever they can and hurt other people to get their hands on drugs. Like, I don't care if people want to use drugs, shoot heroin. I don't care. If you want to commit suicide, commit suicide. I don't care. Like, I don't think that we should. I don't know, man. It's kind of a tricky thing because
I can walk you through this. So the most common type of thing that you're talking about in that category would be like, take for instance, cocaine, methamphetamine. I should really just say methamphetamine and crack. Right. Okay, maybe just meth and crack. So these two drugs are illegal. Let's analyze this for a second. These two drugs are illegal and they are really expensive only because they are illegal. If they were legal, they'd be really, really cheap. Right? People that get addicted to these drugs, just follow me through this, all right? So people that get addicted to these drugs in this country, the United States, they can only get them right price. They won't
please
money.
let him finish.
So,
Please let him finish.
Just using a few dollars to get it, they have to go and rob. Listen. They have now. Let me finish. They have to go and find someone like you, and they have to rob you, take your money, so they can go get their fix. Now, my point is, they wouldn't feel the need to do that if they bought it for legal prices, lower prices, economical prices.
This is why
so
you're
it's
wrong.
The law itself is the problem. You understand that?
Hold on. Let me get this out. I understand your point. I got where you're going, but let me tell you why you're wrong. Why you're wrong is because people that are that far gone in drugs, they don't have any money because their whole life is drugs. They don't have means, so they have to go out and rob and steal to try to get that fix. No matter how cheap the drugs are, it doesn't matter how cheap they are. If you don't have money, you can't buy it. And if you're that far gone on drugs,
false. You're wrong. No, man, they're cheap. Like, you gotta understand.
Dude, heroin
drugs are actually cheap.
Well, usually there are.
That's my point. Dude, hold on. It's only. Do you understand this? It's only expensive because it's illegal. That's the only reason. Do you get that?
That's not exactly true. Cocaine is expensive because it is desired, and it's hard to ship. It's hard to get up here. It's hard to move around.
Expensive.
That's what drives. That's part of the reason why Coke is as high as it is, and people want it. It's desired, so you can charge more than you can for say crack. Crack is just cocaine.
Its value was artificially created.
I understand.
Yeah, man, it's artificially created by the law. And by the way, dude, beyond this, like this is all secondary. This is all secondary logic. I just got to point out something that's in this, which is do you think you have the right to tell someone whether or not they have the right to take drugs or not?
No, I don't believe that at all. No.
All right, good. Glad we're at least clear on that.
Of course not.
That's
but
good.
but my issue is what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is heroin is cheap. Heroin is not an expensive drug. It's cheap.
Well,
and so is
meth
crack.
is even cheaper, dude.
Exactly.
But the only reason why either of those drugs are expensive is because they're illegal.
But they're not expensive, is what I just said. They're not expensive. They're cheap. They're easy to come by.
Well, yeah, we're getting a little confused here with our words. Like, yes, I agree with you. They're cheap to produce. What I'm saying is they're only expensive on the street because they're illegal.
No.
Like, that brings the price up. When something becomes illegal, the price goes up. When something becomes decriminalized, the price goes down. That's why I can literally go and buy an ounce of weed at a store across the street from where I live. I can literally go buy an ounce of weed for like $40. That is crazy, dude. That is crazy. Back like 10 years ago when it was illegal here, you would never get an ounce for less than like.
I don't know, man.
I think you're kind of missing my point.
The legal,
I think you're
the
kind of
legal
missing my
cannabis
point.
that I
If you're a
can go,
drug addict,
the
you don't have an
legal,
income.
the legal cannabis that I can go buy at the store right now is way more expensive than the illegal one.
I can give you example which bucks that trend as well. Here in the UK, a pack of cigarettes, 20 cigarettes from some like Marlboro or whatever, costs about $18 equivalent. Yeah, I know how I can get those same cigarettes for like a third of that price on the black market if I smoked, because they're so heavily taxed in this country that the black market just runs away with it.
Yeah, and the same thing goes with weed around here. So, like I just said, you go buy an ounce for $40, or you could go and get the same quality from someone else or a higher quality or whatever for a lower price. Like even that cheap weed in the store is more expensive than what you get on the street. Yeah, exactly. It's either overtaxed or illegal.
Yeah.
The other thing you're not pointing out though is that $40 ounce is probably outdoor scrag weed. It's not the primo shit. There's still $300 ounces in that store as well.
Oh yeah. I'm not saying like the best stuff. I mean,
what dictates street prices are several things, such as supply and demand. If the supply is not there and the demand is high, you can get high prices. I know a gram of blow could go from $80 to $140. It depends on who you're talking to and or quality. So there's several things that affect prices.
Sure.
Continue.
Yeah, but the biggest one is the law. Just simply making it illegal would make it go at least up in price 100%, maybe 1,000%. If you're talking about something
Are you
like
just
coke.
speaking strictly marijuana?
No, I'm talking about all drugs. All drugs become much more expensive when you make them illegal.
Let me ask you this then. So if tomorrow they made heroin free and just started dispensing heroin to any addict that wanted it, you think that crime would go down?
You have to define free. Are you talking about taxpayers paying for it? Because that's not free.
I'm saying that you just walk into a post office or wherever any government building and say I need a bag, and they give you a bag for free.
Well, look, I don't know I don't know what kind of system you're describing, but I can describe something a little bit different, but answer your question, I think, at the same time. So if they made heroin or opium or opiates in all forms legal tomorrow, and legal to produce, legal to refine, legal to sell and use and possess, yes, I think that crime related to trying to achieve money, to gain money for these drugs, I think crime related to that kind of subject matter would in fact go down. Yes, it would. But whether or not it would or not, that's still a liberty. So
I
liberty first, man.
disagree, and this is why I disagree. Because regardless of it, yes, it will drive the price down, but it's still going to cost something. And when you're a junkie, you don't have an income. All you have is to figure out a means to get your fix, right? So you're going to do whatever you have to do. You're not going to go get a job. So you're going to rob, you're going to steal, you're going to try to do
No. You can panhandle for this kind of money. Let me ask you, how much do you think a regular syringe full of heroin costs on the black market, and how much do you think it costs in a place like Holland where it's legal? How much do you think that one whole regular syringe full of heroin in Holland costs? How much do you think it costs?
No, I have no clue, but I'm thinking around $20
I can
to
tell
$30.
you. No, let me tell you how much it costs. About $1.50.
Fuck all.
That's how much legal heroin costs.
So
you don't need to rob people for $1.50, dude. You can just go out on the street and just ask people for change, and you can get $1.50, dude. You don't need to rob someone for $1.50.
Let me tell you what I think is the biggest argument or reason why the drug war is completely ridiculous and unnecessary. Because if I woke up tomorrow morning and the big news flash was that now all drugs are legal, I wouldn't run out and try meth. I wouldn't run out and start snorting coke and dropping acid. I'd still be me. I'd still love my weed and think drunks are fucking funny when they're stumbling and breaking things, and that I'd still live my life the way I do.
Yeah, I'd still be making fun of meth heads.
So wait, let me ask this guy. Do you actually think that people in Holland ever try to rob each other so they can get $1.50 for heroin? Do you think that happens there?
I'm sure there's robberies in Holland, yes.
Well,
but for the reason of getting money for heroin,
Are you saying there's nobody ever gets mugged in Holland?
That's not what I just said. Hold on. Did you hear what I just fucking said, dude? Hold the fuck on.
Did you hear what I just said? I answered your question.
No, you didn't.
I did.
I didn't. Let me ask it again.
Answer his question. Well, wait. Ask him to tell you what you just asked. Verbatim.
Yeah. What did I just ask you?
You asked me if I think people in Holland, because of the drugs are legal, they're robbing and stealing from people to get those drugs.
No, that's not what I asked. What I asked is, since in Holland, where heroin is legal, you can get your average size heroin syringe full of heroin for about $1.50. Do you think that anyone in Holland is robbing each other to get money to buy heroin?
I mean, how can I know? How could I know that? It's entirely.
Come on, dude! It's $1.50. No, it's not happening. No, it's not happening.
The answer is yes. They still would be. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. It's entirely possible.
Listen, because Orion, the people with less than $1.50 are still going to be doing the same things they have always done with the people that have more than $1.50. Period.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I just don't see the point trying to rob someone. I mean, you can panhandle for that kind of money.
Okay,
I mean,
you can, but some people don't. You're assuming that everybody's just going to panhandle. Maybe some people don't want to panhandle when they can just rather rifle through somebody's pockets.
Well, it seems like that would happen anyway, whether or not the drugs are legal or not. So
I don't think you're being realistic.
At the level you're talking about, that seems like the most, like the bottom of the criminal barrel, if you know what I mean. So it seems like you're talking about a problem that has no solution.
So you have the solution?
Oh, by the way, in Holland, they actually do have state-funded heroin. By the way, you can go and get high on heroin for free, paid by the tax dollars in Holland. And I'm just saying, like that $1.50 that I'm talking about, you don't even have to spend that. The taxpayers spend that. You can go get it for free.
Well, I don't want my tax.
But he just spun you. You just tried to spin him though. Because he characterized your argument as a problem with no solution, and then you asked him, so you don't think there's a solution? Well, you're the one that's presenting something that doesn't seem to have a solution.
You talking to me?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Well, First of all, I didn't say there was a solution. But I don't understand what you're saying. He's the one that said.
But you're asking him if there's a solution or not. When all he said was, it seems like you're talking about a scenario that doesn't have a solution. So why would you be asking him if he has a solution?
No, that's not.
You can just imply that.
Not what I said at all. He's making the claim. He's making the claim that the solution is to legalize all drugs, and that's going to take away all the problems. and I just disagree.
Okay, I didn't say all the problems. Let's just rephrase this and say lower the crime rate significantly in regards to those types of crimes. Does that work?
The only thing that's going to lower, I think, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, is this: you're just not going to have that revolving door in the jails of police arresting people on petty drug crimes. So
You
yeah,
need to stop
that's going to go
criminalizing
down.
drug users.
That's going to go down. Well, I'm not. Come on, man! Don't put words in my mouth. I'm not saying
No,
all.
I'm saying this is what would be better is if we were to stop criminalizing drug users and get them the help that they need.
Well, yeah, I mean, in a perfect world, yes, that's what should be done. I mean, drug users and addicts shouldn't be just thrown in jail. Because what good does that do? It doesn't do any good. As soon as they get out, they just
Exactly.
go right back to
It
using.
makes
It doesn't.
it makes it
Well,
worse.
it's not that it's not even that it doesn't do any good. It's actually criminal. I mean, the people that are morbidly obese, the people that are addicted to prescriptions, the people that are addicted to other various, I don't even have, addicted to other various things. You could be addicted to pretty much anything, and it could have, in other people's eyes, it could get in the way of your ability to be a productive person of your community. So that happens all the time anyway. They're just choosing to police something that is an inevitability anyway.
Mhm. And I agree with the gentleman. I agree that drugs should be decriminalized and legal. My only issue is I don't think it should be uh, supported and promoted. I think it should be the opposite. You know what I mean? I feel like,
Well, yeah.
I
Nobody
mean,
wants to
I know
promote
junkies.
addiction.
I have junkies in my family, heroin junkies, and actually my cousin is actually waiting sentencing now because he did an armed robbery because he's a heroin addict and he needed money, and so he tried to rob a damn gas station. And if you legalize heroin, I'm trying to think, how would that help him? Yeah, he wouldn't have probably maybe robbed the gas station, but maybe he would have, because it's still not going to be free. It's still going to, no matter how low the price is, if you're a junkie, you're not a productive human being. You're not producing any income. You don't have any money other than the money that you could possibly steal or panhandle.
You know, when I was sorry.
No, my bad. I think I'm hot micing.
You are right though,
I was
because
just gonna say, when my family owned this recycling yard, a can yard, we would see all sorts of people coming in with lots of cans, and they weren't necessarily drug addicts. They were elderly people that made a bad investment, so they had to do something to keep an income coming in. You know, they were retired. So it's one of these things where there's a will, there's a way, and these people that were retired were coming in and cashing out $600 a day cans. So it's just a matter of gumption. I mean, if your cousin really wanted to help himself, he could start turning in cans, get a business, and start getting clean about it that way, and then using his proceeds from the cans to supply his habit.
Well, yeah, but you're
Right?
talking about, I mean, you can't just go, if I need to get high right now, I'm fiending bad. I need to get high. I need a fix now. I can't just go start collecting cans and then go to the recycling facility and hope I get enough to get a bag. Like you need it now.
Everybody has to plan for the future. That's the thing.
Yeah.
But you're
Well,
talking about
30
we're talking
cans.
about
You bring
junkies.
30 cans into the
Dude,
dispensary and they
we're
give you
talking about
$1.50.
junkies. They're not thinking clearly.
So
They're
this
not
is
thinking
a
about
Aim a
solution
little
that
themselves.
can't
higher.
be.
Aim a little higher
So
than a
this is
gas
a
station
problem that
register
can't be
supposed to.
helped. If you can't like that, that's that's almost akin to saying I am on the brink of starving and I need to eat now. Well, you knew that you needed to eat. Like, why didn't you plan for your necessities like that? If you're not doing that, there isn't a thing anyone can do for you.
I don't think you understand the mind of a junkie.
Yeah,
No, I'm telling you that I don't have to understand the mind of junkie to assess what you just told me and tell you, well, there's no solution for that kind of person.
Well, of course not. But why would we feed? We want to feed that person?
No, we want to decriminalize it because a very small amount of people will be this kind of addicted to where it's an impedance on their life versus the other people who dabble in various drugs and other things like gambling or whatever it may be. Most people are functional. Exactly. Most people are functional.
Hey, Paul, do you think that someone is
So-
lesser than you if they're addicted to drugs
so
or
for the
alcohol?
people that are
No, I don't.
Oh, good. Go ahead, Elijah.
So the point that I'm making is,
I was even asking
aside
about
from the wider society, aside from the wider society that has a mild addiction to various things, the people who are hyper addictive to whatever their choice of addiction is, this is a percentage of the population that can't be helped specifically, but because of that, because the data is cherry picked on that, tons of other people suffer because of the criminalization of it.
I think that's bullshit. I think they can. I think everyone can be helped. It's just the. It's just. It's just the motivation and putting the proper tools and things in place to help them and give them the help. Instead of giving them drugs.
It is very difficult.
Real quick,
because heroin,
I've been trying to
heroin
jump in.
Go on.
So Elijah, you're correct. Like decriminalizing it, definitely. I mean, it will have good effect because it's affecting a lot of people. The criminalization of doing of all those sort of things. And what you're saying, putting the tools, the other guy, putting the tools in place to help people that need the help. In reality, there's ways. There is things that can help these people, but even the governmental, they don't apply these things. They just with the criminalization and not allowing the tools to be in place to help these people is definitely creates a big mess, and it makes the problem even worse. But those things, like
Right, because
Elijah said, the decriminalization, and what the other guy said, putting the tools in place to help the people, definitely that's doable. That's definitely doable, but it's not the way it's being done.
Well, it's like
So
if you take the homeless,
if you set up a way,
for example, real quick, let me get this out real quick before I lose it, real quick, and then you can say whatever you want to say. If you take the homeless situation and around the world, you can't cure homelessness by giving every homeless person a house.
You can't cure homelessness, dude.
That's not
you
gonna.
can.
That's
no,
because
you can.
How is that? How is
You
giving
literally
every
can
homeless
just
person
give
a
them a
house?
house.
Because in this example, because it's not really it's a false equivalence because you actually can, with the money that we have, house all of the homeless because it actually costs more
Hold
for
on. Let
them.
me finish my point because you're missing my point. My point is, yes, physically you
Okay.
could do that and give a house to every person, but it's not going to cure homelessness because a lot of people that are homeless because there's something wrong with them. They're not mentally right in the head, and they can't hold down a home. Even if you gave them a home, they'd probably burn it to the damn ground. You understand?
Right, and that's what I think. That's what I think criminalization does for the people who. Okay, so look, no matter what government program, no matter what assistance you give, no matter how much therapy you give to a person who is mentally, destroyed, it's not gonna. There's in that situation, that person's not gonna be helped. But the criminalization of the other people who are towing a line, like they're mildly or maybe even a little bit more, like they might not buy new clothes or they might not take their family out to eat. It's not crazy. They pay their bills, but they would rather get high or whatever choice of addiction that I don't know, maybe it's a whole bunch of football subscriptions. Maybe you have to see the game in person. Who knows? Like
No, yeah, I completely agree with what you're
those
saying.
people, okay, so the point that I'm making though is those people after they get out of jail, after they've been harassed by the system, after all of that, these people begin to have mental disorders because they think, well, I'm not normal, all because I wanted to smoke a little weed. Now I got everybody telling me that I have a problem. Now I have to go on this program so that I don't lose my job, all because I got caught with a couple of bags of weed. Like this really happened.
We can't keep
And
talking about
because of the
weed though, and like
criminalization,
not weed. Weed. Nobody is like nobody's addicted to weed.
well,
You know?
it's just an example. The overall point that I'm making is the criminalization of drugs actually causes more mental disorder.
Yes, it
I
does.
can understand that. I can understand that. But what all I'm trying to say is I don't believe the solution is to then just give them drugs. Just like
no, nobody's giving them
What are you
drugs.
talking about? Give them drugs. Who giving who drugs?
The situation, but the situation is still the same. If you don't criminalize it, they're still going to do what they were going to do anyway. The difference is the people who are being criminalized for getting caught up in that net, they won't be affected anymore.
No, you're right because you're already being a drug addict. You're already traumatized, right, by the drugs. It's already confused and fucked your mind up. And
there
then
was
to be
something
put on
before the
top of
drugs
that
that fucked their mind up.
And to be then a criminal and have all these others that's a whole nother mind fuck. That's a whole nother mind fuck. So yeah, no, I understand your point. No, you're and I agree with you.
I gotta extend what Elijah said about when criminalizing some people and then throwing them in the cage and they go through that system. Whenever someone is thrown in these jails, they're being given drugs to just be inside of these places, like TB jabs, because it's mandatory to have those inside the jails. So they're definitely being damaged in many ways, and then they come out sometimes even more damaged.
Yeah.
And who's paying for those jibby jabs? The taxpayers.
Meanwhile, guess what? Okay, like let's say this is just an example. I for whatever reason I get caught with some weed and now I got to spend a week or so in jail because they had probable cause to stop me because of this weed thing. Maybe I had a warrant for something else and blah blah. So something that was also not really criminal, but maybe I forgot to pay a fine or whatever. But I have a job and I'm trying to work my way to saving up enough to pay these fines off. Now I get caught up. Now I'm in, locked up for a couple of weeks. Well, guess what? I'm probably like, you know what? It wasn't worth the trouble. You know what? I'm going sober at least for the next 2 months. And I'm just going to straight up save all my money, do something positive, yada, yada, yada. Guess what? The ones who are the reason that we have this criminal standard in the first place, guess what? They're getting high by any means, even in the prison system.
Yeah.
So that doesn't change. The only people that are actually affected are the people that are mildly addicted. That's not okay.
No.
So if you decriminalize it, nobody's after, criminalization is over. Nobody's like riding over in a helicopter and just dropping a whole bunch of syringes everywhere. Like, no, that's not what we're arguing for. We're just saying stop criminalizing the people that are like just chilling.
Well,
the problem is it's a medical
encouraging
issue.
anyone
It's
else
not.
to take drugs. Let's
It's
be
a
clear on
medical
this.
issue.
And it seems like what the problem you're bringing up doesn't seem to be a problem involving drugs. The problem you seem to be illustrating is a problem that involves free will and other people's choices, other people making choices that damage them and bother you. And all I can say is, hey man, that's how my dad died. I kept trying to ask him and my mom, like, hey, maybe we should stop feeding him so much junk food, start feeding him more steak and eggs and stuff like that, because he's falling apart. And, he died an early death because He couldn't give up sugar. Like I look, while my dad was still sober minded and didn't have Alzheimer's or anything, I looked him right in the eyes and I asked him, Dad, do you choose to effectively treat Parkinson's, or do you choose sugar? And he looked me right in the eyes and he said, I choose sugar. I mean, yeah, people are like that. You just don't let it bother you, dude.
Sugar is a more powerful drug than heroin, is it not?
Here's the deal. You're never going to get rid of addiction. So what you do is you control the burn. You do your best to make sure that it doesn't go out of control.
How do you do that in an effective way, though, without having just, all these people roaming around in this? I mean, it's illegal now.
That's
and I see these
person-based.
videos all the time of just people nodding out in the middle of the street and just gone on drugs. And it's
just contain the blast, man. That's all I'm saying. That's all we can do is contain the blast.
I was going to talk about cannabis.
I think that's personal journey. Like that's not something that we can police, because it just happens to collectively be an issue with some. Like it's just, you see the collective people nodding out. It's like this is the path that they've personally chosen, and we can see a collection of them, and it makes us sad. But there's
don't we
nothing
have
that they made the personal decision. No, how do you take care? Look.
There's only so much we can do.
I take care of my children because they require the raising. They require being raised. What you're talking about is helping someone. Well, stopping someone from helping themselves to something that they want to do.
Yeah.
Even if that's destructive to their life. It's destructive to their life, but ultimately you're talking about stopping a person from making a decision that they've consciously made. Now, some people get sucked in. They might have been part of like some type of human trafficking or, some trade or some shit like that, and they're fucked up that way. That's an entirely different conversation. But I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about the people that, grew up on the same level as the rest of us, may have been treated shitty in public school, maybe not, or private school, maybe not. Who knows? All of the stuff that we all face. And just so happens, some of us are addicted to things, and there's no coming back from it. There's some people that are addicted to sex. What are you gonna do about them?
Yeah.
The people that just can't stop having sex with different people.
Yes,
what do we do about them?
Exactly.
Well, I mean, as long as
nothing,
you don't have to do anything about it, as long as it doesn't hurt or affect anyone else criminally or in a negative way. It's not an issue. It's not a problem. But when you talk about drugs, there is an issue sometimes with some people and crime. And I was thinking too what you were saying about. I mean, think about all of us individually. We've all done drugs, some form of drugs at one point in our lives. What's the difference between us casual users that can do drugs and not become addicted, and to the people that become just so lost from doing it one time? You know what I mean?
I think they might have already been lost. That's the thing I'm trying to say. Like their choices ultimately led up to. Sorry about the. Hold on. I got a different mic. That's probably god awful.
It's not that terrible, but it is interesting too when you talk about alcohol too, because alcohol is a horrible drug, but that's normalized. That's
you have
okay.
to separate alcohol from any other drug.
Dude, people are addicted to working out, weightlifting, to the point that they take supplements that destroy their hormonal balance.
It's some kind of dysfunction in the brain, right? It's some kind of, regardless of whatever somebody's addicted to, whether it be working out or sex or drugs, it's some sort of, and it must be some sort of imbalance in the brain.
Maybe it's
nope. Imbalances cannot be proven. Chemical imbalances cannot be proven. What are you going on about here?
Maybe
I'm not saying they can be. I'm just questioning.
But it could be though. It could
Can
be
I summarize this? Can I try to
I'm just
summarize
questioning. I'm wondering. What is the difference between it?
Yeah,
I wondered the same thing. I'm with you there, brother. But
Isn't it kind of the same idea too? Is like people that are are born a man, but for some reason they feel in their brain they're a woman. I mean, isn't that some kind of imbalance in there's something wrong. Their wires are
No,
crossed. You know what I
no,
mean? Isn't
there's
that
no
sort of the
wires that are.
same?
It's the upbringing, the culture that they were raised in, telling them that they were something different their entire life. That's
There's
just
a
like
lot.
me, right? I'm going to say this from personal experience, right? I had a stepfather who every day of my life would remind me that I'm not his child and I'm a piece of shit and a dummy and a loser, right? So later on in life, I started to believe that shit until I went to counseling and figured out that I'm not the problem.
A lot of times there's
So,
co-occurring disorders because of that. It's a lot of trauma, and then sometimes people do have their wires crossed. Sometimes people don't. Doesn't sound like Josh has his wires crossed. Sounds like some trauma did some bad shit to him.
Yeah.
yeah, one thing
if
that
I-
helps me out is I'm not his kid.
Yeah, that should make you feel good. Fuck that, dude.
Yeah, I
That's
can relate to
that's
Josh.
the blessing.
14B.
That's
I
the
relate
silver
to
lining.
Oh, sorry.
I just
Sure.
wanted to add about the drug. The drug situation is about impulse control, or any addiction. Can you control the impulse?
Yep.
The impulsiveness to
Right.
go and satisfy whatever's itching you, whether it's sex, gambling, drugs. And I think our society is the first group of males that don't reward or incentivize hardship. And it's directly linked that if you understand hardship, you know how to control the impulse. You save for now because it's hard times. But when times are too good, then it's about just pleasing yourself. And then you start giving into every impulse. And now we have a society of men who are, not only men, but I'm talking about men now. A society of men who give in to every impulse, every sexual opportunity with a woman, any drug that their friend offers them. All these things lead down this path, but it's the root of it is, can you control your impulsiveness?
And some people
This
can.
rings
Yep.
true because I can see this in various aspects of my life. Because again, we're all addicted to something. Like quite literally, you could be a millionaire if you were addicted to how to get. If you were addicted to getting there, if you truly were, you would do everything to make that so. And it's very easy. I mean, most
all
of it is just
dopamine.
saving.
You know what I think it
So
boils
again,
down
like,
to is
I'm just trying to close around Solar's point. Do you have the will to control yourself and stop the many? Like, it's like sins are like 1,000 cuts, and I'm not trying to drag it to biblically, but just thinking about sin as something that is just the acts that are against our well-being. Let's think of it as defined as that. And so it's like 1,000 cuts. And whenever we give into these, it might be a little cut here, but overall, it's very destructive over a period of time. How many times have oh my goodness, I've been late to something, or I didn't go to sleep on time because I was engaging in the online stuff, let's say.
Seeking instant gratification. Something that's going to gratify
every single time.
Yeah.
It sounds like we're going down a road of modern convenience has ruined man in society because we are so relaxed. We don't have enough to do. We're so bored. We're so lazy. We have everything given to us. We don't need to worry about heat and food and shelter. It's all just always there. We don't have to work for it. We don't.
But that's a false sense of security. Sorry, Josh.
Right,
Go ahead.
exactly. It's a false sense of security, and I also feel like it's leading us down this path where people are seeking out outlets because they're just bored and they don't know what to do. They have no direction. They don't know what to do with their lives, so they're just bored and they just want to escape.
Let me correct you there, buddy. So you just said it's the convenience of modern society and modern tech or whatever, modern days that has done this to us. No, that's just what came first. What really has destroyed anyone these days is the bad choice of giving into it and getting lazy and just taking too many drugs. Like, by all means, let's not encourage anyone to take drugs. Let's let everyone know on the live stream we are discouraging you all from taking any drugs ever. But by all means, liberty first.
It's not just about the drugs, you're right, though. It's about a choice. And the more you choose not to do the thing that is considered your drug of choice, eating, gambling, making money, anything, the less you're training your brain to expect those things. So it's about our choices that physiologically train our shit inside of our head.